2 steps would have covered the distance between them, a matter of seconds for Waku in his Arhat form. Undodgeable. Inescapable. Suppressing his impatience, Peng Liyun did only one thing. He sprang up in an odd pose with his body straightened, as if he was lying down in mid-air. That was his only solution to dodging Azura Ram. Had he jumped with his body upright or leapt forward, Waku would definitely have hit him in the region below his chest and abdomen. He could have gotten away without broken bones if he defended with a kick, but there's no room for a comeback after getting knocked out of the arena by that violent force. Of course, all he did was merely avoid the direct impact. How could Waku not prepare secondary moves to follow up and connect? Bam! Waku's lowered his body, slicing through the air around him. He stopped on the edge of the arena, his eyes bloodshot. With a bend and thrust of his knees, he propelled upwards with an uppercut to meet the falling. At that moment, still in the air, Peng Liyun's eyes gleamed. He put his hands together at lightning speed in a clapping position. Boom! A sunny day turned stormy as a whip of thunder sounded from nowhere. Had it been any other martial artists, it would have been hard to prevent being stunned from the deafening and terrifying effects. However, such feelings did not affect the current Waku, a violent, bloodthirsty doom machine that was void of sense and logic. Only when the boxing effects wore off could he return to the immortal path. Therefore, even though his spirit was slightly wavered, his body remained unaffected and moved on its own. The uppercut swooshed up. That was the reason behind using Azura Path on himself at the end. By removing external interferences, he planned to end the battle swiftly without giving his opponent any chances. In the storm, the falling Peng Liyun pulled his palms apart, between which held a spark of silvery lightening the thinness of a knife's edge. The silvery light quickly found its mark, striking Vagar on his body. He stopped. A thin coil of smoke spiraled from his clothes and skin. Taking advantage of his stopping, Peng Liyun visualized dark overcasts that piled over each other in 9 layers, brewing an extremely masculine brutality that matched perfectly with divine wrath force. Boom! The deafening thunder roared once more. A silvery white light struck downwards like a shrunken bolt of lightning. But when examined closely, one would notice that it was actually Peng Liyun with his fist wreathed in electricity. Exploding his Dan force, he struck downwards like he was delivering divine retribution. Bang! Fist mashed into fist. One with bulking muscles and visible vessels and veins, the other with skipping silver serpents that jumped as if they were caught in a net. Crack! The Azura-formed Waku landed on both feet and sunk into the brick, body trembling and muscles twitching. Peng Liyun bounced up slightly, bent his leg midair and stuck his electric-covered knee out, crashing towards his opponent's chest. Boom! In the clangor, Waku lifted his left arm, put it before him, and forcefully blocked the deadly kick. Then he flipped and tossed his enemy back, cutting off the secondary kicks that would have followed. His arm, where the knee had contacted, was torched black, shaking non-stop as a burnt smell wafted through the air. Right before Peng Liyun flew out of the arena, he retracted his chi and blood, and did a flip midair. Riding on the momentum, he stiffened his right leg, where sparks circled, and hacked it downwards in a war axe motion. Boom, boom, boom. Like a sparrow hawk, he persistently flew up by borrowing strength, then rained down with punches, elbows, knees, and kicks, occasionally lashing at his opponent after transforming himself into a divine wrath bolt. On the narrow edge of the arena, he fiercely fought Azura Waku, as if he was treading on the boundary between victory and defeat. Boom, boom, boom. From the perspective of Lu Chang and the others, bolts of silver lightning struck down on the arena at a steady pace. 9 bolts went down in total, with each outshining the previous, reminiscent of a rumored cataclysm. The 9 Heavens Ensemble? Gasped En Chaoyang. That was the 7th style of the Thunder Sect, physical invulnerability state unique skill. No, said Ren Li, shaking her head. Looks like an imitation. A Dan stage kung fu he came up with on his own. Her words roused a sincere awe in Lu Cheng. Though he barely caught up to Peng Liyun in 2 years with the aid of the Jindan, there was still a large gap between them in other aspects of martial arts. While he was still in the process of learning and mastering moves, Peng Liyun could already devise his own moves by imitating the predecessor's unique skills. This was due to the accumulation of experience and natural talent, and if Lu Chang wanted to make up for his shortcomings and catch up with Peng Liyun, he had to imitate the Dragon King. More hard work, more resilience, more extrapolation, more knowledge, and challenging a greater variety of opponents. Boom! 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 After the 9th bolt, Waku felt numb all over, muscles trembling as the blood in his eyes faded. Awoken from the Azura path, he instinctively took 2 steps back. His retreat allowed Peng Liyun to land at last. Activating Machine Fist with his Dan force, he took advantage of Waku recovering from 6 paths of reincarnation. In a series of dull thuds, he sprayed at his opponent like a maniac, with fists that left afterimages. With his foot as a pivot, he maneuvered from time to time, causing disorientation in Waku's movements. Thud, 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 thud. With his joints bouncing and fascia stretching, his attack left no breaks in between. Finally, Waku's movements slowed down from the paralysis effects stacking up. After another flurry of attacks, his defense broke down and he took a palm to the body. Zap! The electric serpents dazzled. As if hit by high voltage, Waku flew back, burnt marks appearing all over his body. Palm! From the edge of the arena where he was standing, Waku landed on the ground below, limbs twitching and mouth foaming. Peng Liyun stopped moving. Perspiration beaded on him as he gasped for air. Excitement tinged his eyes, along with palpable exhaustion. He was clearly at his limits. The referee glanced at him before putting his right hand up. Peng Liyun wins. Loud sighs erupted, along with a number of curses and expletives. There goes the last hope for the Eastern hosts. Feeling awed and at a loss of words, Lu Chang could not help but chuckle. Turn to and Xiaoyang, Ren Li and Zhong Ningtao to say, I thought today was the day he would graduate from his antics and stop playing around. Me too. And Xiaoyang agreed with a sigh. Peng Liyun, rested by then, watched as Waku was supported off the arena. What a pity, he muttered. A pity he didn't get to experience the magic of the 4 remaining punches of reincarnation punches. Turning around, he walked to the grandstand with slight grandiose, then stopped before Lu Chang and the rest to high-five in celebration. After the ritual, he poked fun at himself. Almost lost just now, he laughed. Hearing his words, Lu Chang and Xiaoyang exchanged a glance and burst out in laughter. As expected, he almost messed up from playing around too much. What's wrong? Peng Liyun looked at them, slightly confused. Nothing, replied Lu Chang without hesitation, before adding, You do you. Keep playing around, especially when you run into me on the arena. At that point, the first 4 matches of the top 16s had all ended, concluding the day. Lu Chang and the rest followed Zhong Ningtao back to the hotel. Since 2 of them had to prepare for their matches on the next day and the other 2 were completely exhausted, none were keen on taking a walk around or getting supper. They returned to their respective rooms dutifully, to the great disappointment of certain people watching them. After freshening up, Lu Chang reported the results of the fight to his mom, then chatted on and off with Yen Zheka, until he could no longer withstand the exhaustion on his spirit. He bid an early good night and fell asleep even before he made his spirit and chi steady. In the drowsiness, he felt as if he was back to the youth tournament at the provincial level. The time after he fought Zhang Zhutong, exhausted and nauseous, but had to recover quickly in order to prepare for the next competition. Half awake and half asleep, he felt as if he was leaning on Yen Zheka's tender thighs, receiving a comfortable massage at his head as her familiar aroma filled his nose with her beautiful faint voice singing at his ears. By the time you are old, and your hair turns white. The singing was at times loud and at times soft, at times close and at times far. Suddenly Lu Chang woke up. He stared at the ceiling in the dark night. He was surrounded by a pitch-black serenity. Alone. Holding his phone up to check the time, he realized it was only 2 a.m. For some strange reason, he felt a little disappointed. Inhaling, he backed away from distractions. Keeping his spirit and chi steady, he fell asleep again. He woke up on the dot the next morning, before the sky even lit up. Revitalized, he had an energetic chat with Yenjika, then continued his morphing state trainings. He could feel himself getting stronger bit by bit. Night fell, lifting the curtains to the 4 remaining matches of the top 16ths. Inspired by Lu Chang and Peng Liyun on the previous day, Ranli performed outstandingly well and took down her opponent without breaking a sweat, making it into top 8s along with Kaori Karasawa. And Chaoyang, however, ran into some problems. His opponent was Waka's Jr., 6th seed Gusai. Though his training had not yet reached the equanimity towards formations knowledge, the inhuman stage, he had extremely strong physical talents. With the heart reflection punch and other kung fus, his power was similar to an inhuman, and his soul-targeting kung fu was mutually effective against and Chaoyang's trump card, Lake and Mirror-liked wisdom. Soon, he forced and Chaoyang into a passive defense. Bang! Every punch of Gusai was filled with exaggerated strength. It wasn't causing any crisp sound but instead created explosions in the air. This was something that and Chaoyang and other dance stage martial artists could achieve only if they gave their all. In this process, his fat stature didn't show any clumsiness. On the contrary, it was as agile as a raccoon as he jumped up and down while moving forward and retreating. Through this, he got the upper hand. And Chaoyang had to reserve some attention to maintain the lake and mirror-like wisdom, to defend against the hunger, thirst, strong sun exposure, and other miseries of illnesses brought forth by the heart reflection punch. As a result, he was in a more passive position. Based on his premonition in advance, he struck based on his judgment and constantly erupted to barely hold on yet not showing any sign of defeat. After a fierce barrage of attacks, Gusai was still not able to take down his opponent. The color in his eyes changed and showed an endless vicissitude of an old man that was on his last stage of life. Looking at them, one's sympathy would be incited as they thought of the same outcome happening to them someday. Heart-reflecting punch. Old. With a change in fist technique, Gusai no longer created any sound but was filled with the despair of the sunset afterglow. Bang! And Chaoyang stomped on both of his legs, straightened his knees, twisted his body, shifted his arms and threw out his right punch as it collided with the basin-sized fist of Gusai. A low and dull explosion sounded and caused shockwaves towards the arena. His arm rebounded off. Suddenly he felt unable to mobilize his vitality as his body felt weaker and weaker. It was as though he was looking at himself aging and becoming powerless gradually. His skin was drying, losing its gloss and became wrinkled. Even he wasn't willing to take another look at it as he was afraid of having nightmares about it. As a young artist who liked to read novels and listen to love songs since young, and Chaoyang was undoubtedly a very exquisite personality. He often felt emotional about things that were happening around him and would think about what it would be like when he aged. At this moment, he closely experienced aging and suddenly could not maintain his own composure. Luckily his mind had become composed because of the quiet lake and only had a ripple. The mirror did not break because of this. Luckily, he was still young and the seniors around him were still present. Before he joined Shanghai Club, there weren't many old people around him who practiced martial arts. Therefore, with regards to such matter, he did not feel so strongly about it and was able to barely stabilize his emotions and suppress the waves, unlike Peng Liyun who broke into a cold sweat on the spot. He even took this opportunity to take a deep breath, gather his blood and chi, allowing them to erupt so he could launch his counterattack as he attempted to create an overwhelming momentum. Gusai's eyes constricted and he didn't dare to move slowly. The fat on him bulked up and became more distinct. The terrifying strength generated was similar to an explosion as he started shimmering in dull gold light. With his devil-slaying baton attack, he forcefully broke free from and Chaoyang's consecutive subsequent attacks. He knew that the biggest problem for himself was that the load on him and his exhaustion was too great. As a result, his body would easily become overworked. Before he mastered Safkarapekabana and entered the inhuman stage as defined by China, he wasn't suitable for long fights. Because of this, he made the relevant preparations and intended to force his opponent in the early stages of their battle to take his 6 reincarnation punches. Bang! After another barrage of heart-reflecting punches mixed with the strength of his muscles, Gusai finally found the opportunity. A dull gold light shimmered in his eyes. Under the light, his punches seemed to be covered in a layer of 7 colors. Together with the meaning of the other 5 paths, he swung his arm and smashed towards his opponent. 6 reincarnation punches, human path, and Chaoyang was forced into a position where he could no longer hide. He could only sink his mind into the mirror-like lake, move his arm and throw a punch directly to withstand the attack head-on. Bang! A drum-like sound propagated throughout his mind. A song that he had not heard for a long time suddenly rang in his ears. After an entire summer, the sorrows didn't get better. Driving on the endless public road, I have the feeling of leaving myself. That was a sorrowful melody about high school that he repeatedly listened to when he was still in junior high school. At that time, he often felt sadness beyond himself because of this. That year, that month, when he heard his childhood female friend said, "I'm sorry. I still don't have any feelings for you. Let's just be friends." To improve himself was his basis for wooing a girl. However, even if he had become better, the girl still might not be fond of him. When they were young, the two of them would share an umbrella and run in the torrential rain. Although both of them would be drenched, their smiles were still as open and radiant. However, when they grew up, all they could do was to nod at each other as they passed. The feelings had died down to the point where there were barely any connections left. After the passing of his first love, he had once listened to this song night after night. His vision was blurred as sorrow drowned his mind. Since then, he had fallen in love with loneliness, the feeling of being in his own world and lyric after lyric of beautiful and sad songs. "It's really a pity that it wasn't you who was there with me till the end." Another old song flashed through his mind, and Chaoyang's heart was filled with disappointment, and he could clearly feel that the wound that had healed had reopened once again. It was no longer bloody but still hurt when touched. He completely lost control of his emotions. He wanted to drink alcohol, sing out loud and vent his frustration. This made him suddenly recall a song that he had been listening to recently. It was an old song that he came across because of a television program. The coarse voice of the male actor, full of experiences, and every single word of the song had touched his heart and soul. Just like the crescent moon or the receding sea, a piece of my heart was torn away by you. The feeling of loss still remains after so many years. Some injuries will never recover in this lifetime. Yeah, how can one forget about the feeling of loss? That was his entire youth. That was this entire segment of his life. I used a snowstorm to hide and burrow the lost love deep in my heart. Whenever I said that my love life was a blank, no one can tell that I'm lamenting. The melody was sorrowful and the music was singing into his heart. And Chaoyang's heart and soul quickly fell into a daze. Regret quickly gushed out and breached the dam. Lake and mirror-like wisdom could no longer be maintained. With a crack sound, it completely collapsed. His emotions were like a deluge as he naturally fell out of his visualization. He straightened his back and his body expanded. His fist was gentle but was thrown out violently. It was able to stop the approaching palm of Gusai, who was aiming for his vital spots while he was in a daze. Bang! Gusai, who was gifted in the aspect of strength, was thrown out forcefully. He looked shocked and couldn't believe what had happened. It was as though he had really encountered the real deluge. However, he soon realized that something wasn't right. After that punch from Chaoyang didn't press on with his momentum but remained standing at the original spot. He was panting and his eyes were filled with disappointment and emanating a faint sense of sorrow. Gusai didn't think too much into it. Grabbing hold of this opportunity, he pounced over and launched a new round of attacks. This time, without the lake and mirror-like wisdom, and Chaoyang quickly began panicking. His guard was dismantled and Gusai closed in with an elbow strike that sent Chaoyang flying. The referee heaved a sigh of relief, raised his hand and announced, Gusai wins. Cheers erupted from the crowd. There's finally a representative from the host country in the top 8. And Chaoyang didn't suffer any injuries. It was just that his arm was feeling a little sore. He turned his body, stood up and looked at Gusai with a serious look. Following which, he clasped a tightened fist in his palm as a form of respect and said, "Thank you." "Yeah, thank you. If it wasn't for today's match, it would probably be a long time before I truly understand the true meaning behind deluge. If he was controlling his emotions, how could he talk about the deluge that breached the dam? Only by completely releasing his emotions and allowing his body and mind to become one could he execute the real deluge. It's a pity that this was a sudden realization and he had not practiced much on this. After just a punch, his body was drained of power and he lost control of his emotions. Not only was he not able to grab onto the winning opportunity, but he had also even revealed signs of losing. After speaking, while under the puzzled and lost looks of Gusai, and Chaoyang turned around and returned to the spectator melancholy. "It's such a pity." Lu Chang and the rest couldn't help but sigh. They could all tell that he understood something from the match and almost won. "It's all right." And Chaoyang smiled silently and signaled that he didn't need consolation. Up until now, the top 8 contestants had been decided. What was remaining would be the drawing of the lots. There would be no avoidance rules this time and the top 4 would be determined on the night 2 days from now. While waiting, Lu Chang chatted a while with Yen Zhika. Both of them felt that at this stage, matching with an inhuman expert was only a probability issue. Therefore, they no longer were concerned about it. After 15 minutes, the cleaning of the ring was completed and the decorations were put away once again. After strings of useless words from the guest, the first name to be drawn was Miluo Vagar. The second seed Vagar was crowned as a strong candidate to become the lord of one side in the future. Following closely, the guest took out another round ball, took a look at the name, and did a cliffhanger by letting out an exclamation. After 10 seconds, she slowly recovered and announced with a shrill voice, "Japan, Kaori Karasawa." The top seed Kaori Karasawa. The 2 hottest contenders for this competition were going to meet in the quarterfinals. One of them was destined to fall at this stage. The atmosphere of the surrounding was immediately at boiling point. Lu Chang soon heard his own name. China, Lu Chang. If my good karma was overflowing, I could possibly be matched against the only unseeded and non-wildcard contestant. However, if my luck was extremely bad, would face Peng Liyun again. Lu Chang pondered to himself while maintaining his posture. Several seconds later, the guest had drawn out his opponent. She demonstrated the ball to the surrounding and said, "Nanjing Banam." The 4th seed Banam. Still all right, still all right. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief and felt that this was neither good nor bad. He was indeed weaker than his opponent, but it wasn't that he had no chances of winning. At this moment, with a change in mindset, a thought struck him. Among the remaining 4 contestants, that matchup isn't impossible. As his thoughts flowed, the guest had already chosen the home ground side for the 3rd match, China, Peng Liyun. After that, she drew out one of the remaining 3 round balls, smiled faintly and announced, "China, Ren Li." Oh damn, it really happened, a destined match. Lu Chang broke into a smile. Ren Li, who was beside him, stared open her eyes, and her expression was filled with excitement. The quarterfinals this time was truly intense. Just thinking about it could make one feel their blood was boiling. There wouldn't be a need for draws for the remaining contestants. Gusai from the host country would be facing that unseeded, non-wildcard contestant. The moment the lot drawing ended, Vagar stood up, leaving a shadow behind his burly frame. Pressing down on his general hat, he snorted at the arena, then left the Shangxiang Stadium without turning back. Over at the Japan representative side, Kaori Karasawa was the only one left. She gently knocked at her chin with her clenched fists. Her rosy lips were slightly pouted, as if she had been bullied, but her eyes did not give away any emotions. Stroking the bandage on his hand, Nanjing's Banam turned and eyed Lu Chang coldly, as if he was looking at some sort of dangerous prey. Then he strode along the walkway and disappeared behind the doors. Beside Lu Chang, and Chaoyang had his headphones on again, immersed in the world of music. Renli peeked at Peng Liyun before taking a small step away from him, wanting to draw a clear line between friends and foes. From this moment onward, we are no longer teammates. Peng Liyun, deep in thoughts unbeknownst to anyone, stood rooted to the ground with his mind elsewhere, ignoring all the gazes on him. Lu Chang secretly shook his head. Picking up his phone, he reported the top 8's matchups to Yenjika. The girl seemed to be thinking about him. A quick reply came even though it was during her class time. Originally, I felt bad for my Chang for drawing the 4th seed right after the 5th seed. But looking at Vagar against Kaori Karasawa and Peng Liyun against Ren Li, I realized I didn't feel that bad after all. Happiness is derived from comparison. That's what I thought too, which is why I'm in a great mood, replied Lu Chang, typing with an easy smile on his face. With that, Yenjika set the distractions aside and diverted her attention back to her class, slowing down on her replies. While waiting for Chaoyang and Ren Li, who went to freshen up in the changing room, Lu Chang began scrolling the forums again. Seriously? It's so rigged, replied Eternal Nightfall Yen Shaoling. It's the first time I have seen such obvious rigging. Even an elementary student like Ling Ling can tell. Sighs while covering face with hand. Honestly, it's not that bad. Funny face, it's normal for the Eastern hosts to get special treatments. They have to at least get a place in the top 4s if they plan to keep the ticket sales going. If not, who's there to compensate their arduous effort organizing the event? As long as the referee remains just and they don't play tricks elsewhere, I'm okay with it, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Yeah, I think it's within acceptable limits too. At least our overpowered cheater team, wildcard team has secured a spot in the top 4s. Guffaws? Replied Road to the Arena, then adding, it's an acceptable outcome for Lu Chang too. Even though he didn't get either of the weakling brothers, it's not like he got pitted against the strongest. Yup. See how I didn't curse? In fact, I feel like laughing. This must be the result of me accumulating good karma for Lu Chang. Looks up smugly, replied Yen Shaoling. And how did you do that? Replied Okamoto's fan, curious. The question provoked much interest among everyone in the discussion, rallying to press her for more details. Even Lu Chang himself asked under anonymity, pretending to have chanced upon. You see, this afternoon I invited my bestie to watch a movie. After the movie ended, she suggested we should take a walk. And so we did, until we realized neither of us knew the way. Then you got angry and shouted at her. You said it before, replied Brahmin. But what's that got to do with accumulating good karma? When I shouted at her, I ended up stepping on a pile of shit. Points fingers together, sulking. Ha ha ha. Well done. Little Nightfall, you should come to our gatherings in the future. You are so cute. I like you so much. Pounds ground in laughter, replied Wonton Seller. You must have been overjoyed given your love for feces, no? Replied Unparalleled Dragon King. I can almost smell these replies, agreed a plumber eating mushroom. As the teasings dwindled, Invincible Punch shifted everyone's attention to another topic. After Mo Jingting posted that video, I realized a lot more people began following the 4-nation competition. There will only be more eyes. The destined duel between Peng Liyun, the clash between the favorites Kaori Karasawa and Vagar, and the morphing Lu Chang against another inhuman mighty one. Any one of these fights is enough to hype up the top 8s. Not to mention all 3 of them, replied Pig Riding Knight. You don't get to see many competitions of these kind, especially in that age group. After the drawing of lots ended, I'm all excited, concluded Unparalleled Dragon King. When they were back at the hotel, they returned to their respective rooms without a hitch, to which Gai Zhong nodded slightly in contentment. Even though the 4 Heavenly Sons, or Heavenly Son in line each had their own unique failings that led to a fair share of trouble, they listened to instructions and did not once step over the line. Pride resided in their bones, but it never got to their head. Much unlike the ones he dealt with in previous years. Young, rash, with strength to back up their cockiness. The moment he takes his eyes off of them, they end up causing a scene. The saying is right after all. A full kettle does not make a noise, but a half-filled kettle makes a ton of them. After entering the room, Lu Chang laid the cushion behind him. Shooting the breeze with Yen Zheka intermittently, he browsed Weibo, scrolled through the forums and repeatedly studied the fighting videos of Bantam. Time flew by. It was already 10. Suddenly, an incessant knocking came from his door. "Who is it?" Lu Chang asked loudly, hopping off his bed. Holding his phone, he walked to the door and opened it intrepidly. A pretty woman stood there, her hair dyed from black to blonde, with hikimeu eyebrows and large eyes. She wore an unrevealing nightgown that covered half her thighs, perfectly accentuating her perky chests and slender legs. A sight for sore eyes to any man. Her hair glistened with wetness, clinging to her face. Seeing Lu Chang, she gently bit down on her lips and displayed a pitiful expression in her eyes. "Help! Help me!" she pleaded in fractured Chinese. A muscle in Lu Chang's cheeks twitched. He smiled warily. "If you need assistance with anything, you should look for the hotel staff. Do you need me to make a call to the front desk?" he said while waving the phone in his hands, blocking off the door to prevent the woman from slipping into the room. "Sure. This chick has amazing looks, but what does that have to do with me?" The woman was stunned briefly, then instinctively shook her head. Just when she wanted to say something, Lu Chang took a step back and heartlessly shut the door in her face, right after she turned down the offer to contact the hotel staff. Slam! Watching the maroon door quickly closing, she jumped back instinctively, then stood rooted to the ground. Behind the door, Lu Chang unlocked his screen. Excited, he shared the story of the recent encounter with his wife. "Some woman was knocking at my door just now." Yen Zheka's attention was naturally drawn to the topic. With the deftness of a professional ninth pin, she carefully took out her phone. "What for?" "Shocked dog. She asked me for help, wearing nightwear, and when I told her to go to the hotel staff, she turned me down. So I just shut the door and left her outside," bragged Lu Chang. "Good work," thought Yen Zheka. "This smells fishy. You handled it well. Chang, you must do this in the future as well." Resting chin on knitted fingers. Just as Lu Chang was about to reply, the knocking at the door resumed. "What do I do? She hasn't given up. She's knocking at my door again. It's going to reflect badly on me if people sees her." Yen Zheka's pupils swimmed as her thoughts raced. At times like this, your life mentor, Coach Yen, has to take things into her own hands. Push his sunglasses up. When you encounter something like this, the best solution is to stay at your spot and contact the hotel front counter. Let them know what's going on and request for immediate assistance. "Brilliant," praised Lu Chang, enlightened. "I'll contact them right now." After sending that sentence, he paused, mulling over how to articulate the matter in cohesive English. Troubling. And so he added, "How do I say it in English?" Yen Zheka almost couldn't stifle her laughter. "Come, let big sister translate it for you." Roars in laughter. As the smiling Lu Chang chatted away with the phone in his hand, the woman outside continued tapping on the door with watery eyes. She was resolved to use her last resorts once her target showed up again. Seduce him, grab what she needs and sneak out. No male will contact the police for a steamy encounter that loses him nothing. Thump, thump, thump. Despondent, she continued knocking. Her despair grew when the two stocky hotel security appeared at the nearby intersection. "Ma'am, which room are you from?" one bellowed. 10 minutes later, the woman disgracefully returned to the car parked outside the hotel. She turned to the Japanese representative's guide in the back seat. "This person is very cautious, unlike most men. The ones that never cease dreaming about steamy encounters takes the bait easily. He'll definitely bring the issue up to his superiors. We can't use this method a second time. I think we should bribe the cleaners to collect what we need," she complained. "That won't work. Every day, Before the cleaners comes in, their coach will collect their key cards and inspect their rooms, brooded the Japanese representative guide. I'll come up with something else. The next morning, after ending the morphing state trainings, Lu Chang and Peng Liyun stepped into the Shangxiang dojo which they had reserved earlier. Ren Li looked around, avoiding Peng Liyun while turning to Lu Chang and Xiaoyang. I want to fight someone other than him, she declared earnestly. Oh, is she hiding some counter moves from Peng Liyun? Thought Lu Chang. Though curious, he had to avoid suspicions, so he turned to Xiaoyang. You spar against Ren Li. I'll go with Peng Liyun. Sure, agreed Xiaoyang without any excuses, his usual self again. After they compliantly left for another spot, Lu Chang saw Peng Liyun still zoning out, so he took the chance to tell Guide Zhong about the strange encounter from before. Well done, replied Zhong Ningtao, smiling and nodding after his momentary astonishment died down. Tell me earlier next time. Lu Chang wanted to say something, but he noticed the life returning to Peng Liyun's eyes as he stretched his neck, producing loud cracks. August 23rd, 7:30 p.m. After a day of rest, the flames of war for the King of Youth Pro League were rekindled. The strongest four was about to be determined. Lightning sparks flickered and shadows flashed. The successor of the Shinjai sect, Kaori Karasawa, took a total of 11 minutes to barely win against the second seed, Vagar, and qualified for the semifinals in advance. The ring was in tatters after the match. This intense battle made the audience gain a new understanding of these two inhuman stage experts. Vagar, who was giving everything he had, was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than when he almost lost to Lu Chang in the double elimination preliminaries. Those who were watching were all in awe. As for the beauty Kaori Karasawa, her explosiveness at the crucial moment was even more terrifying and was comparable to Peng Liyun's performance of turning the tables from the verge of defeat and beating the R-hit, Waku. There's no wonder that she was assigned the name of the first seed. In the live thread, Unparalleled Dragon King exclaimed excitedly, Brilliant! Vagar is strong but Kaori Karasawa is stronger. Get your benches ready and wait for the match between Lu Chang and that wretch guy. Wanton Seller was currently enjoying her summer holidays as a third-year high school student and was living a carefree life. Why is he a wretched guy? Okamoto's fan was a little sensitive to this phrase. Wanton Seller replied, rolling dumpling emoji, he is always hiding in that corner and acts sneakily. Therefore he is a wretched guy. LOL. That's apt. Brahman replied with a laughing and pounding the floor expression. Eternal Nightfall. Yen Shaoling came across and left a message. I've been waiting for all the heavyweights to get here for the analysis of this match. After completing this sentence, she added another line weakly. The 4th seed is only one number above the 5th seed. He shouldn't be much stronger, right? They have different battle styles and cannot be compared directly. Road to Arena explained to the little girl with much satisfaction. Muko Yamashita fights in a direct manner and is the type that focuses on attacking strongly. This suits Lu Chang very well. However, Banam prefers short burst close combat and guerrilla-type battles. He will either not give you the opportunity to use big moves or will dodge your big moves. In addition, Xiaoyang had commented on Weibo that Banam's darkness could silently weaken his opponent. The exact method is still not known. In other words, the longer Lu Chang fights, the greater the likelihood of losing. A plumber eating mushroom supplemented. Therefore, the odds are about 4:6. Lu Chang has 40% chance while Banam has 60% chance. Both parties have the chances of winning. Banam's battle style was shady, ruthless and vicious and is good at avoiding his opponent's strength while attacking his weaknesses. Even if Lu Chang wishes to end the battle quickly, he probably cannot catch him. In this case, this would be dangerous. Using 3 minutes as the threshold, if Lu Chang cannot win against Banam in the first 3 minutes, then he will really not be able to win, answered Pig Riding Knight in approval. Even if forced concentration can effectively neutralize the weakening, he also will not be able to withstand the accumulated weakening. His girlfriend, above the sky, replied, arms on the waist expression. I'm really looking forward to the first 3 minutes of this match. It will definitely be more intense than the previous match. What they said was what I wanted to say. Unparalleled Dragon King replied in a jokingly manner. I will probably suffocate in the first 3 minutes. Covers head and kneeling on the floor, trembling expression. Yen Shaoling replied. Brahmin immediately replied. Crying expression. I'm so nervous that I cannot eat my snacks now. As they were chatting casually, time was passing by in seconds. The second match of the quarterfinals would be starting soon. It's starting soon. Lu Cheng glanced at the electronic clock, smiled faintly and heaved a sigh, after which he informed Yen Zhika about it on QQ. She should still be on her way to school. Yen Zhika quickly replied without delay. This time it was still a picture of the oven. Inside it was various ugly-looking small biscuits. All the best. Sniggle. So this is really part of the oven series. Lu Cheng shook his head and broke into laughter. Yen Zhika replied. Covers mouth and look at the sky expression. Of course. I'm a man of my word, however, I have only tried out cakes and biscuits. There's no more third picture. If you wish for another type of encouragement, then you have to fight for another match. All right. Lu Cheng held back his smile and answered decisively. This form of encouragement isn't bad. After finishing, he locked his screen and passed it to and Chaoyang together with his wallet. At the same time, he gave him a high five. All the best. And Chaoyang swung his arm with a faint smile. Peng Liyun and Ren Li, who were standing to the left and right of and Chaoyang, also did the same action. After giving Lu Cheng a high five, they said, All the best. Yeah. Lu Cheng nodded his head with force. He turned his body around and was ready to walk towards the ring. At this moment, and Chaoyang realized that the screen of the phone was locked. He called out in hesitation, Lu Cheng? I do not have to help you take pictures and upload them today. Yeah. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. I have already thought of an excuse. If I let these unreliable people do it the second time, I'm really going to change a username for my account. What's the excuse? And Chaoyang returned another question. Ren Li also leaned over with a face full of curiosity. Hee. I'll tell you when the match is over. Lu Cheng didn't speak anymore. He turned his head around, waved his hands and took steps towards the ring. He started concentrating his mind, gathered his aura, and his thoughts were moving quickly. Based on the discussion with Yen Zhika over the last 2 days and the interactions with Peng Liyun, Ran Li and Chaoyang, he had a mature perspective for the upcoming match. To deal with Banam, he had to end the battle quickly to prevent himself from getting weakened gradually. Otherwise, he would be seeing the situation becoming more helpless with no chances of turning the tables. At the same time, he couldn't be too reckless. If he was an assassin-type martial artist like Banam would easily find an opportunity and take him down in one go. This was the overall strategy, but he could not be careless in the details either. Although he could infuse flame force in every strike and attack currently, and make use of the high temperature to burn his proteins till they denatured, rendering poison ineffective, the reasons for the weakening effect of Banam's darkness was still not known. There's only a possibility that it was caused by poison. If it was similar to Ren Li's hidden scent or other special waves, he would not have any defense against it. All he could rely on was holding his breath or force concentration to neutralize it. He had to finish his opponent off quickly. As to how he could finish his opponent off quickly, Lu Cheng also had a rough idea. Banam shouldn't be aware that he had mastered Ice Mirror, just like he didn't know and Chaoyang had mastered Lake and Mirror-liked wisdom. It was only until they fought for the first time that he realized. Martial arts like Ice Mirror and Lake and Mirror-liked wisdom were supporting types. Without experiencing it firsthand and just looking at videos of battles, it would be very hard for one to discover them. Moreover, they were from a different country and the information collection process was bound to have various loopholes. Therefore, when fighting with Chaoyang, Banam had chosen to use his darkness ability to affect Chaoyang's senses in order to ambush him. However, he had also wasted an opportunity by doing so. Based on his style, if he is not considered Ice Mirror, he will definitely make similar attempts as previous matches. The only difference would likely be him being more cautious and indirect as compared to when he went against An Chaoyang. And this will be an opportunity for me, an opportunity for him to fall into my trap. Once I get the upper hand and have the opportunity to win, I need to aggressively grab hold to it. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as new thoughts kept coming and also leaving. When he was near the ring, Lu Chang consolidated his emotions and focused his attention on what was in front of him. He knew that Banam had ways to avoid being suppressed by his aura. Therefore he kept his terrifying snowstorm-like aura in check and not revealing them while waiting for an opportunity. Step, step, step. He came to the predetermined position with steady steps and saw Banam, whose hands and legs were all wrapped in white bandages, walking silently towards him with a gaze that hunters used on their prey. His gaze is really abominable. I really wish to bash him up, Lu Chang thought to himself. He quickly calmed his mind and kept distracting thoughts away. When Banam arrived at the ring, the referee counted 30 seconds quietly, raised his right arm, looked around him, swung it down quickly and announced, "Begin!" Lu Chang stabilized himself with his footwork, straightened his knees, twisted his waist and blew towards his opponents like an erupted snowstorm. In the sparring exercise over the last few days, Peng Liyun, Ren Li, and Chaoyang and him had conversed frequently. Other than some core stuff, they were open about everything else so as to stimulate their thinking and generate inspiration. From these conversations, they had all benefited from it. For example, he had fused in the scratches of flash attack and unique features of wind sect movement techniques to push his own north wind to a whole new level. A good companion could really make one a better person, and it was the same on the road of martial arts. Swish! A strong wind arose and cut like a knife. Lu Chang, in the eyes of Banam, was approaching from afar at a frightening speed and becoming bigger and bigger. His body seemed to sway and took a stride to his side. At this moment, the light in front of Lu Chang suddenly disappeared and the noises around his ears instantly dissipated. In that moment, the Shengxiang Stadium seemed to have suffered a blackout and the audiences died quietly on the spot. Goosebumps rose up unconsciously and it was rather terrifying. Lu Chang had long made preparations for this. He stopped his steps immediately and switched from moving in high speed to being static. At the same time, he was adjusting his muscles and directing all his senses towards the floor of the ring. Normally speaking, he should be hearing noises of contacts or things breaking. However, the surrounding was completely silent. All the noises seemed to be engulfed by the creepy darkness. Lu Cheng's mind had already formed a mirror. It was crystal clear and reflecting his surroundings to him, allowing him to be not affected by the senses he lost. A small ripple arose, and he immediately locked down the direction Banam was attacking from. However, a mysterious premonition in him told him that this was feint and not the real killer move. Lu Chang believed in his premonition and did not move. Just as he expected, the ripples quickly disappeared. Tumultuous waves followed closely behind and almost disrupted the ice mirror. Great timing. I'm waiting for you. Thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. In his mind, an image of boundless darkness appeared quickly. It has the most chilling cold and most silent atmosphere, yet it made one feels clear and magical. In this darkness, dust accumulated and collapsed from its weight. Lava was spewed out and formed a frightening, scorching, hot Emperor Yen statue. It had illuminated the skies, transmitted warmth and letting out a loud homing sound. This had brought with it brilliant light rays and more intense consolidation of his Dan. Mutated, severe warning. Lu Chang was just waiting for Banam to ambush him using the darkness, so he could strike him with severe warning. It was the first strike of this match. Pa! His body was turned halfway and the muscles on his right arm were bulging and shaking at great speed. Swinging it back, he hit a rather cold, bloody fist. Poof! The darkness subsided as though they were sucked away and the stadium lit up once again. Shock flashed past the cold gaze of Banam. He could only feel that within the fist of his opponent, there seemed to be a miniature vortex or heavy little ball that swallowed all his strength and sucked on to his arm tightly. Boom! The vortex exploded and violent shockwaves spread outwards quickly like a huge hammer that smashed into Banham fiercely. Blood stains could be seen from the edge of his mouth as he lost his center of gravity and flew out. This was the outcome when a move used for ambushing collided directly with a simplified physical invulnerability move. Liu Cheng's eyes lit up and he retracted his blood and breathing. With a stomp, he pounced out with a loud thud and landed in front of Banham, who just landed, at the speed of a high-speed rail. The wind he caused might have even been able to blow a kid away. Banham hadn't even stabilized himself and was already on the verge of falling. A creepy light quickly gathered in his eyes and formed a sharp edge, ready to shoot towards Liu Cheng and ambush his mind. With his absolute reaction, Liu Cheng immediately noticed. However, he did not trace the forwarding formula to resist the secret arts but raised his hands to form seals. At the same time, he was visualizing the army formula. Using attack against attack, he's not backing down. This was the aggressiveness that he wanted to display. He wanted to make the best use of this opportunity and hold the fruits of victory in his hands. Army. As the low, ancient voice resonated, Liu Cheng was hit by serene sting. The light in his eyes immediately dulled, and it was as though he was stuck in a nightmare. In his mind, the ice mirror of his heart lake was breaking apart one after another and withstood the majority of the impact. As for Banham, his entire body was shaking. This could be seen from what he was muttering and was trembling in fear. This caused him to forget about his predicament. With the ice mirror neutralizing the impact, Liu Cheng managed to recover first. He quickly took a large breath and compressed the fear, terror, anxiety and other emotions caused by the serene sting, together with his blood flow, mind and force into his lower abdomen. Boom! The Dan force was overflowing like a volcano that erupted. With the blood pumping through his body, Liu Cheng grew larger by several centimeters and his muscles pressed up against his clothes. He was full of manliness and made quite a number of audience lose their mind as they clearly felt and understood the beauty of power. A teenage man that was gentle and easygoing most of the time now seemed extremely manly. Bam! Liu Cheng's muscles bulked up and he visualized thick layers of thunderclouds in his mind. He swung his right arm out and hit his opponent with a thunder roar zen. Banham had just suffered internal injuries from that mutated version of severe warning a while ago. Using the thunder roar zen to amplify and trigger the impact would be the most appropriate move now. Fire-like invasion move, second strike. Seeing that the fist was smashing towards him like a falling mountain, Banham stimulated his blood flow and ignited his strength. He quickly raised his arms up to withstand the strike. Bam! Within the loud explosion, he jumped back from the attack. His internal organs had suffered a concussion, and it was clear that his blood flow was affected. A metal-like taste could also be felt in his throat. With a determined look, Liu Cheng retracted his arm and started to compress his breathing and force again. After completing the Dan stage explosion, he didn't give Banham a chance to dodge or counterattack as he continued to tighten his muscles to launch in a barrage of fist attacks. Thunder roar zen. Third strike. Bam! Banham couldn't demonstrate his specialty in close combat, short burst and consecutive attacks at all. All he could do was to clench his teeth and call upon the hidden energy in his body. A dull light started to emanate from his fist and gushed out from the side to receive the enemy's attack. Bang! The two fists collided. He shivered at the impact and his blood flow and breathing tumbled. At the same time, he started to feel a little dizzy in his mind. Following the force of his enemy, he retreated and glided to the side. Just when Liu Cheng was about to press on, darkness enveloped his eyes once again. The surrounding had also become dead silence as he lost traces of Banham instantly. At this moment, using his unique ability, this inhuman stage expert from Nanjing was looking for an opportunity to get out of combat and gather himself again. If he was not attacking, the opponent couldn't possibly sense him, right? Liu Cheng's expressions didn't change. His muscles, tendons and organs were making the relevant responses, and his mind started tracing the steady and hot image of Emperor Yen's stature, allowing the flame force to form completely. Following that closely, He shook his wrist and shot out a heavily compressed scorching white fireball towards the position he'd marked using the ice mirror previously. Rumble. The loud explosion broke the silence. Darkness was disturbed and subsided quickly as it lost his support. In that instant, Lu Cheng saw raging fire waves and dust enveloping the surrounding. He also saw Banam, whose actions were affected by the explosion of Emperor Yen force. Kacha. He took huge strides to close the distance, formed seals with his hands and engraved an ancient word within the lake in his heart. Fighting! Lu Cheng growled in a low voice. He was pressing on with every step and attacked with killer moves with every strike. He was not going to show mercy now that he had the upper hand. The fourth strike was with all his strength. Bam! His muscles tightened and Lu Cheng seemed to have become a mountain-splitting giant. Dragging along the large axe, he swung it down. As the explosion propagated, Banam, who had barely formed a guard with his arms up, had sunk into the ground from the attack by an inch. Dull red blood was also oozing out from the edge of his mouth. Again, taking advantage of his opening, Lu Cheng was going for the kill. He took a small step forward, raised both of his arms and formed a seal directed to himself. Fighting! With a serious look, he let out the words. Instantly, his arms expanded and the lines of his muscles were abnormally distinct. He quickly threw it out. A burst fist with the effects of Zen. The fifth strike. Dull light shimmered in the eyes of Banam. He quickly pulled both of his hands back to form a guard in front of his chest to receive the enemy's fist. Boom! It was as though an explosion had occurred and Banam almost spit out blood. Using the momentum of the recoil, he shrunk his body to a ball shape as he was sent flying backwards. Bang! Lu Cheng had executed the forwarding formula. With a stomp, the floor cracked and small pieces of gravel were sent into the air. Lu Cheng pressed forward quickly and instantly closed the distance between them. The cold light in Banam's eyes became stronger as he was sent flying. Before he landed, he extended his right arm and enveloped it with a layer of dull and faint black light, forming a strong contrast with the white bandages on his hand. The dull light quickly gathered towards his extended 5 fingers, forming black, sharp edges. He was trying to get to Lu Cheng and grabbed his fist. This was the final trump card of Banam. Whoever was grabbed by him would lose his strength for a short moment. At that time, all he needed to do was to follow the momentum and create a tear to completely cripple his enemy's arm. Naturally, there will be side effects on him, unless necessary, or when there's an opportunity for a one-strike knockout. He was more willing to use darkness to gradually weaken his opponent. At this moment, it was the former case. At this critical stage, he was trying to turn the tables and seeking victory in a seemingly losing scenario. Seeing the dark black fingertips that sent a shiver down his spine, Lu Cheng suddenly stopped. By accumulating the forward momentum, he created a sharp rubbing sound. However, the reason why he stopped wasn't to dodge the attack but to buy enough time for him to visualize. A scorching hot and steady Emperor Yen statue appeared in his mind like a huge sun and compressed the flame force in his body into a ball. Following which, Fire God Zhu Rong appeared from nowhere on a red dragon and suppressed the explosion that was happening because of an instant of miscontrol. Lu Cheng took a small step ahead and received the palm strike enveloped in a creepy light. He shifted his arm backwards and subconsciously responded with his fist. Internal explosion punch. The sixth strike without backing down. If he didn't dare to confront head-on at such moments, he would be giving Banam an opportunity to catch his breath and turn the tables around. Moreover, Lu Cheng was a martial artist that had experienced life and death situations. He had a determined will and was daring to risk his life. His fist broke through the air barrier and a layer of flame was formed from the friction. With a tailing white wave, it collided directly with the palm strike shimmering in dull black light. As the fists collided, the powers within them canceled each other out. When the flame force started pouring in, Banam's palm also started closing. The 5 fingertips clearly showed minuscule muscles and dull green veins. Banam grabbed hold to Lu Cheng's fist tightly, but the creepy dull light vanished in a blink. Boom! Inside his body, Banam felt as though there was an explosion. The injuries and concussions he suffered previously were completely triggered. His blood flow and breathing became erratic. Internal organs were clearly shaken, and his mind was buzzing non-stop. At the same time, the metal-like taste in his throat grew stronger and his vision was beginning to blur. He was close to falling to the ground and didn't have additional strength to tear his opponent apart despite grabbing him. As for Lu Cheng, the flames enveloping his fist burnt away part of the darkness, and he only felt a little weakened. His mind wasn't affected much by the attack. He forcefully pressed on and used his will to control his mind and his mind to control his body. After retracting his blood flow and breathing, he compressed his force and the feeling of weakness. Bang! With the Dan force exploding, he recovered part of his strength. His muscles were well-defined and sweat was sliding on them. Bam! He visualized the thunderclouds once again and swung his right arm in the opposite direction. Thunder roars Zen, the seventh strike. Bang! Banam, who barely withstood the attack, jumped a step back and spit out the blood in his throat, after which he fell weakly towards the group. Lu Cheng's toes stopped right at Banam's throat, supporting his body firmly. The referee looked deeply at the two of them, raised his right arm and announced, "Lu Cheng wins." It took around 10 strikes and Lu Cheng won. Lu Cheng retracted his right leg weakly and saw Banam barely stand up. He clasped a tightened fist in his palm as a form of respect and returned to the spectator stand without stopping. The audience finally reacted after he took several steps and let out a loud roar of awe. Once again, they started cheering Lu Cheng throughout the stadium. He was able to defeat the fourth seed so quickly. Lu Cheng was staggering, but he wasn't slow. Soon he returned to his original position and bumped fists with the still dumbfounded Peng Liyun and the rest. He quickly took back his phone and sent a smiley face to Yen Zhuke. "I won." Following which, he switched to the live thread and saw Wonton Seller and the rest tagging him several times, asking him to take some pictures. He typed with both hands quickly and replied with a smile, "The match ended before I can take any pictures." This was the excuse he had prepared. Wonton Seller replied instantly when she saw Lu Cheng's reply. "Exactly. I'm still in shock. He won just like that? That was like, what, 10 moves at most?" "Nods vigorously. Fast as it was," replied Unparalleled Dragon King. "It was bloody exciting. Violent, aggressive power that stems from savagery. I'm so pumped up I feel like dueling my dog." Slams table in approval. "I'm getting a little hard." Snickering, replied Okamoto's fan. "Hard? The F *****, bro? You gay or something?" replied a plumber eating mushrooms. "Doesn't the way Lu Cheng fight make your blood boil? It makes me want to drum my chest the way King Kong does it. Then find a girl and get laid. Of course I'll get hard." Shrugs while frowning, replied Okamoto's fan. "Pervert. You perverted old man," reprimanded Brahmin. "But, to be honest, when my idol was in full aggression, I really wanted to touch his muscles, hides face." "Haha. Little Brahmin is fangirling. Laughs while covering mouth," replied Wonton Seller. "Thinking back, I became a martial art enthusiast because I used to think Dragon King was really manly." Thinking back? Teenagers below the age of 18 don't get to use this phrase. "Funny face," replied Road to the Arena. "Thinking back, I began learning martial arts because I thought martial artists were experts at impressing girls." Speaking of teenagers, where's our elementary schooler? "Eternal Nightfall," replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Realizing the absence of Lu Cheng's loyal little fan during the post-match celebration and discussion, Yan Shaoling popped up right after being tagged. "I'm watching the replays. For the third time, wipe Strool. I'm speechless, you win." Sighs while covering face, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. "Who would have thought, before the match started, that Lu Cheng would have such a clean sweep? I think his morphing is nearing completion. His level is likely to be that of a genuine inhuman soon." Guest Pig Riding Knight. "Banam is not the type to fight head-on. Once he made a mistake against someone from the same league. It's not strange for him to get comboed to a loss. You are right, but to defeat an inhuman mighty one in about 10 moves still blows me away. It's a pity I don't understand Shangxianjis or Nanzanjis. Otherwise I could read their news and forums to see what they are saying. Their compliments, their disappointment, and how they are blown away. Sighed a plumber eating mushrooms. Give me a minute, I'll go through the Japanese forums and see what they have to say. Heh, replied unparalleled Dragon King. Soon, he pasted the original comments he had copied, along with his translations at the bottom. How do we call him? A genius that appears only once every 3,000 years. To think I rooted for Bantam for 10 seconds. Why 10 seconds? 'Cause he lost after 10 seconds. Even Kaori-chan can't take Bantam down this fast. If Bantam gave away an opening to Kaori-chan, she too can defeat him in 10 moves, with the burst of strength she displayed when fighting against Vagar. Kaori-chan is the best. China's current generation is so strong. The idiots in the Martial Arts Association, open your eyes and see for yourself. Get off your high horses and reform the training system. Crazy fight. Terrifying samurai. Brahmin replied with a slams the table while saying hurry up. Keep going, little dragon. Keep going. These replies have me over the moon. After replying, Lu Chang didn't pay special attention, merely glancing occasionally. That's because the special alert on his phone rang. I just watched the replay for another time, thinking that you wouldn't pick up your phone this fast. Blushing, messaged Yen Zhuka. She's behaving like Yen Shaoling. Barely holding it in, Lu Chang sent a brush his hand through hair smugly reaction image. Go ahead. Shower me with your compliments. I can take it. To be frank, he was feeling a little smug after replying to everyone on the forums with his competition ended too quickly. Didn't have a chance to snap a shot excuse. Yen Zhuka replied with rolls eyes, then asked worriedly. Bantam's last move is rumored to be extremely powerful. Are you okay, Chung? It's pretty powerful indeed, replied Lu Chang. Though a portion of my strength has returned, I'm still feeling pretty weak, as if all my stats are reduced. Had I not gotten Bantam at the last second, things would have started looking dangerous. Of course, after getting hit by the mutated severe warning, the new internal explosion punch driven by Emperor Yen Force, 2 rounds of beating enhanced by the fighting formula, a few times of Zen strikes and suffering the aftereffect from his ultimate skill. Even if Bantam braced through it all, he would be in a similar state as Lu Chang. Definitely not in better shape. What's more, their way of martial arts only focused on exploring the treasures within the human body. Through that, they activated their potential, completing bursts of strength. On the other hand, the forced concentration practiced in China had other effects, regulating one's own body and alleviating negative effects. He would be the one left standing in a slugfest. However, that was only the case if Bantam could not shake off his aggressive attacks. If Bantam managed to put some distance between them, things would have worked out in his favor. Lu Chang would have soon become weakened by the darkness, without any chances of further injuring his opponent. The tides would have turned in the blink of an eye. I see. I'm glad you are fine. Nods like a chick pecking on rice grains, replied Yen Zhuka. Chang. Yeah. You were so cool just now, typed Yen Zhuka, pressing her lips into a smile, her fingers dancing. And very manly as well, she thought to herself. She sent the message and lifted her head, taking in the American-styled structures on both sides of the road from the bus window. In a garden, a topless youth was punching away at a sandbag. The few martial arts enthusiasts will be saying good things about Lu Chang again. They will be in awe, she thought, her gaze drifting into the distance as a dimpled smile surfaced. But soon she felt the same insuppressible melancholy. Her compliment made Lu Chang's mouth curve upwards. The joy from the swift win over Bantam was taking over, a strong urge to stand up and move around a little. That's when his heart tightened. Looking to his side, he saw Kaori Karasawa sizing him up from far. She was now in a yukata. With her hair in a bun, she wore a demure smile on her lovely round face, adorned by her beautiful eyes. She looked nothing like the girl genius that violently destroyed Vagar, but rather an ordinary student attending a festive ceremony. They locked eyes. Kaori Karasawa nodded slightly, a look deeper than a bottomless pool in her eyes, a mismatch with her age and demeanor. Shinjai Sek's kung fu is both mysterious and violent. This is going to be hard, thought Lu Cheng. Against her, even if I completed my morphing, the chances of winning are still slim. His eyes drifted and happened to see Banham's staggering silhouette leaving the changing room before exiting the stadium. Silent in his departure, just like in his arrival. On the other hand, Vagar never appeared again after losing to Kaori Karasawa. Waku never spectated any matches either, probably on his crude and endless training again. Muko Yamashita solemnly stared at the young man, who was a lot shorter than him, mixed feelings tumbling inside him. He makes a fine target, right? Kaori Karasawa's voice rang beside him. Muko Yamashita looked over his shoulders, creasing his brows in confusion. With a target like him, Muko-kun must be feeling full of energy and free of sloppiness. If not, the chance to wash the shame will never come, said Kaori Karasawa with a soft laugh, her brows creasing in modesty. Muko Yamashita fumed, his head buzzing loudly, feeling as if he had been looked down on. But he quickly calmed down, knowing that Kaori Karasawa spoke the truth and taunted him on purpose, to prevent him from numbing to defeat and accustoming to bearing shame. Thanks, I will prove it to you all, he replied in a deep voice. Yet a tinge of uncertainty emerged as he said it. Can I really surpass Lu Cheng again? Can I really wash away the shame? On the other side, Lu Cheng had kept his eyes to himself, smiling as he messed around on his phone. And Chaoyang glanced at him, but the latter did not show any intentions of holding a conversation. Remembering his question before the match started, he took out his phone and went to the forums, searching for the reply. "This is your excuse?" he blurted after a brief silence. "He's that confident?" Lu Cheng tilted his head upwards. "Yeah, I had it all thought out. That match was either a swift win or a swift loss, so my excuse stands either way." Thankfully, Banham was caught off guard from the get-go, he explained. "Okay, you sure had it all mapped out." And Chaoyang felt a muscle twitch in his cheeks. Come to think of it, it seems like Banham has to get into physical contact to weaken his opponent with darkness. If not, he wouldn't have the need to make a sneak attack on you. As long as he kites around and lets time elapse, he will have a high chance of winning. Mused in Chaoyang. Had that been the case, Banham would not have taken Lu Cheng's killer move right off the bat. That's right. I have seen parts of his footages from before and drew the same conclusion, said Lu Cheng, nodding in approval. Then he thought of something and took a quick glance at Ren Li and Peng Liyun, who sat 33 feet away from each other. He lowered his voice. After Ren Li advanced to inhuman, did her hidden scent alter correspondingly and overwrite the limitations? In the past, she had that prerequisite where she had to hit her opponent with Plague Sect force. Also, the area of effect was fairly small, he asked. Without those two limitations, hidden scent would come close to an in-game bug. With Run Li's top-notch wind sect footwork, she could run around all day after releasing her hidden scent, and the victory will come to her by itself. And Chaoyang glanced at Ren Li. That's too ridiculous. But she's definitely a lot stronger than when you last faced her. As they spoke, the arena has been restored to its original appearance, free from any physical traces left by the memorable fight. After a round of theatrical performance, the referee took to the arena. The third match was impending. Peng Liyun and Run Li stood up at the same time, headed towards the arena from two separate walkways, forgetting to even high-five their teammates. Watching them from the back, Lu Cheng chuckled, his phone in hand. Why doesn't Run Li get lost on her way to the arena? This must be what they call true love, replied Chaoyang, smiling. The battle between Peng Liyun and Ren Li was about to begin. One in red and the other in white, they were standing on the left and right side of the referee, separated by approximately 12 to 13 meters. This was an official match between Peng Liyun and Ren Li, who had been considered at the same level for a long time after a full year. When they fought the previous time, one of them was a weak 6th pin while the other was a top-class 7th pin. Currently, both of them had entered the inhuman stage and were definitely worthy of the title of the heavenly son of the era. It's a shame that the audience for this match didn't know about the history and meaning behind this battle, and it couldn't be in a better environment. Ren Li was secretly regulating her breathing and shaking her muscles faintly as warm-up. In her eyes was the reflection of a young man who was fully concentrated and no longer acting casually and standing opposite of her. The referee looked around, raised his right arm and shouted with a bright and loud voice, "Begin!" As he completed his words, Ren Li immediately strode towards the left, cut back instantly, mobilized her muscles, tendons and force in response and swept towards Peng Liyun with a loud thud, and a visible tornado resulted in the process. Rustle. The whimpering of the wind seemed to be summoning the devil from the sky, disrupting the emotions of those who heard them. Peng Liyun traced the image of the sacred and majestic Thor's image in his mind to keep his mind in check. He could already feel the heavy pressure of the wind in his space, as Ren Li was about to close the distance between them. As destined nemesis who knew each other well and through, he didn't attempt to probe further. He placed both of his palms together and was ready to use thunder from the clear skies. At this moment, Ren Li seemed to have noticed. Her wind force immediately expanded, wriggled her muscles, changed her center of gravity, and made an impossible turn from that high-speed charge. Bang! At the point where she turned, a loud explosion sounded. It was as though an airplane had flown past at low heights or a high-speed train zooming past at full speed at a distance of several centimeters away. The strong wind that was created made the referee raise his hands subconsciously to cover his face as his body shook slightly backwards. Ren Li's wind step had already exceeded the impossible realm and reached the level of inhuman. As she turned, the wind she created could even push a person away. Peng Liyun's thunder from the clear skies was engulfed by the loud explosion. As for the thin blade formed, it broke on the track that Ren Li was initially on, as it made contact with the floor of the ring and created a trail of burn marks. After sparring between themselves, they were no longer probing the other party. From the very beginning, the match had been thrilling and breathtaking. After completing the turn, Ren Li suddenly sunk her shoulders. Using her wrist, she turned her force into a wind blade rotating at high speed and shot it toward the throat of Peng Liyun at high speed. At the same time, she twisted her waist and sent 7 kicks towards Peng Liyun. Every single strike was aimed at the ankles of Peng Liyun or his knees, completing a low-altitude wind sect, 27 style. Attacking from both the top and bottom, a combination attack of sternblade and whirlwind. Peng Liyun seemed to have predicted it in advance and raised his arms in front of him. Electric sparks were enveloping his fist from the bottom to the top and met the bottom of the wind blade. The attack was neutralized in the sharp screeches from the friction and the electrical buzzing sound as the attack turned into a gust of wind. In his body, a vortex was increasing in pressure and turning at a crazy speed. At the moment when he used his arm to block the blade, he was pushed away violently by the wind pressure caused by Ren Li's whirlwind consecutive kicks. He swung back nicely as he didn't straighten his back nor exert strength. Bam, bam, bam. Ren Li's kicks missed her target. Peng Liyun strode ahead, retracted his blood flow and breathing, erupting the Dan force, pulled his tendons, catapulted his muscles and executed machine fist. Ta-da-da-da-ta. The sounds of the fist didn't stop and electric sparks could be seen everywhere. Ren Li did not retreat and executed the whirlwind again. Stomping violently, it was as though she was floating in midair as she created terrifying and strong wind. Seeing that electric sparks were spewing everywhere, strong wind sweeping to the surrounding and the endless bam explosions, Lu Chang and Xiaoyang couldn't help but felt amazed and astonished at the mastery levels of Peng Liyun and Ren Li when they gave their all in their fight. The big devil, who was serious from the very beginning, was truly frightening. His attacks were smooth and well-connected while his defense was cool and collected. As for the unreliable Ren Li, she wasn't at the losing end at all. Her kick techniques were astonishing and with the palm sword technique, she was evenly matched with Peng Liyun. An intense battle at this level was an inspiration to the two of them from time to them. Both of them didn't dare to blink their eyes in fear of missing out on the critical moments. As a result, Lu Cheng only took some pictures occasionally to post it into the live thread. Everyone was also understanding of his current situation. This was because it was the same for everyone. The raucous discussion previously had already turned cold and sporadic. Phew! When I completed my morph and consolidated myself, will I have the same standards as the current Ren Li? Lu Cheng thought as he was watching. His morphing had been in progress for close to 5 days. He had already made it past the most difficult initial stage and completed more than half of the progress. All that remained was 7 to 8 days of minor polishing and gradual concluding. From the physical aspect, he could be considered as a typical inhuman stage expert now. However, he was still lacking in the fine control. HMPF. It might not be as precise as Ren Li, but practical battle standards should be similar. Lu Cheng nodded his head as he passed judgments on himself. Bang bang bang. Bam bam bam. On the stage, dust was floating around. The strong winds didn't stop and lightning shimmered incessantly, lighting up the eyes of the audience. Ren Li and Peng Liyun fought, moved, and competed with positioning, making sharp turns from time to time as they battled from the center position to the left side and then from the left side to the other end. On the floor, there wasn't a piece of tile that was still nicely intact. In this 5 to 6 minutes, they didn't use many simplified physical invulnerability moves. This was because they didn't have a very good opportunity, and once they missed, they would have easily become passive and be suppressed by the other party. After another intense period of fighting, Ren Li finally moved in a ghostly manner to the side of Peng Liyun by leveraging her advantage in positioning. She finally got hold of a great opportunity. In her mind, she naturally traced out an image covering green whirlwind, seawater, forest, huge boulders and others that connect directly to the skies. This brought changes to her relevant muscles, tendons, and internal organs. At the same time, her post-wind force intertwined layers by layers, forming a helix. Following closely, various kinds of wind blew past, replacing the gale, and formed an image of a female god statue, suppressing the force that she was losing control of. Bam! Ren Li bent her body forward, shifted her left arm up to defend. She turned her waist using the momentum and shot out her right fist from the bottom up like a sky cannon. Peng Liyun took in a deep breath. He executed a force concentration, expanded his arms, bent his elbow, and crashed into it as sparks were fluttering out. Bam! Sounds of explosion were rapid. Ren Li retracted her right arm. Her fist was aching and muscles were numb and took a few steps back uncontrollably. As for Peng Liyun, he could only feel that every muscle in his body was being pulled and torn. The strong wind arose from the bottom of his feet and surrounded him, making it hard to resist, and started flying upwards. Windsect, 10th move, 9 Heaven's Breath, simplified physical invulnerability move. Peng Liyun was sent flying when Ren Li suddenly stomped her leg. With another loud thud from the sudden change in direction, she reached the landing spot of her opponent. She made preparations and was lying in wait for Peng Liyun. Facing this, thoughts flashed past Peng Liyun quickly. He quickly started visualizing as it finally stopped at the image of a green jade amulet floating in void space. Bzzzzzt. Lightning was crisscrossing around the jade amulet and formed an ancient carving. Inside Peng Liyun, divine wrath force was gathering and forming on his right palm. Pa! He pressed down quickly, and a thumb-sized silverish-white electric shock gushed out of his palm and headed directly towards Ren Li. This was a different application of Thunder Seal. If he wasn't at the inhuman stage and his body hadn't mutated, Peng Liyun would also not be able to use such a move. Ren Li could feel her head numbing. When her opponent pressed his palm downwards, she immediately bounced off from the ground by forcefully generating strong wings and swinging herself away. Bam! The electric shock struck and hit the floor as it grazed past the body of Ren Li. Minuscule sparks spread to the surrounding area from the point it struck. When he executed the divine wrath force, he was already halfway down. When Ren Li gathered herself again, His legs had just landed on the soled floor. The reason why he wasn't using Calamity consecutively the way he did when he went against Waku was because this opponent was different. Ren Li was able to throw out Wind Blade and had various methods. She wasn't like Waku, who could only fight head-on after turning into Azura. Therefore, unless necessary, he felt that it would be better if he didn't risk it. Ren Li knew that her chance was only in an instant and didn't hold back anymore. In her mind, the scene had already been fixed on the terrifying god of the plague sect, which has an indigo-colored face, cinnabar-like hair, 3 heads and 6 arms. Bam! As she threw out punch, her joints seemed to have extended and her arms creepily grew longer a little. Because of this little extension, Peng Liyun's dodge was rendered ineffective and he could only withstand the attack with violent force. With a barrage of fist attacks, he finally withstood the attack. Bam! Ren Li was sent flying back from the attacks. As for Peng Liyun, his body was suddenly exhausted of strength. His breathing was rapid and was losing consciousness. Knowing that Ren Li would follow up with hidden scent, he violently executed force concentration to dispel the effects first, following which, he held his breath and started a crazy barrage of attacks. Bam bam bam, bang bang bang, fist kicks, elbow strikes, knee blows. Every attack of Peng Liyun was filled with a thick layer of silver-white electric shock. In the eyes of Lu Chang and the rest, that was equivalent to electric strikes after strikes. The consecutive strikes of Calamity had been turned into an explosion on flat ground. Yet it was equally terrifying. For an inhuman expert, not breathing for several minutes wouldn't be a problem. However, that was under the scenario of not engaging in intense exercise. As of now, Peng Liyun had held his breath for 2 full minutes while executing crazy series of attacks. Yet he was not showing signs of slowing down. This made Lu Chang felt the distance between the other party and him. Ren Li expedited hidden scent as she clenched her teeth and trying to persevere. Her wind force was constantly destroyed as she suffered electric strikes incessantly and couldn't open up the distance between them. Time passed and the numbness accumulated in her body finally reached the limits. She was even unable to execute force concentration, as Peng Liyun broke through her arm guard with an elbow strike. Following the momentum, he swung his fist towards the throat of Ren Li. Ren Li's body went numb and her movements slowed. She wasn't able to defend in time and could only see that fist stopped right in front of her vital point. The referee didn't hesitate, raised his hand and announced, "Peng Liyun wins." Ren Li heaved a sigh and was speechless from the sorrows. After some time, she used a force concentration to suppress part of the numbness she felt. Following which, she clasped a tightened fist in her palm as a form of respect, turned around and walked down the stone steps while her muscles were still twitching. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. This was because Peng Liyun was still standing there without moving. It was as though he was enjoying the cheers of others. Doubts arose in her mind. Ren Li turned her head around, looked at that guy and asked softly, "Why aren't you moving?" Peng Liyun revealed a forced smile and replied, "I'll faint once I move. For the last 10 strikes, I could no longer hold my breath. And now, the effects of hidden scent has completely shown up. I will faint if I move." Ren Li was stunned for a moment. An arc revealed at the edge of her mouth as some sense of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. She waved at the medical personnel at the side, raised her head and said, "You guys can help him down." After finishing, she walked down the stage proudly. Her emotions had turned for the better for unknown reason as she accepted the compliments of Lu Chang and En Chaoyang. For the last quarterfinals match, Gusai won easily and claimed the last slot in the semifinals. The drawing's lot ceremony was to be held shortly behind. The guest drew out the first name, Gusai. Lu Chang turned his view from his phone and saw the guest took out the second ball. Hopefully the host nation will try to fix the match again. I'm the weakest besides Gusai. Pick me. Pick me. Picking me is his only chance of entering the finals. The guest took a look at the ball and displayed it to the surrounding. Peng Liyun. Ah! Lu Chang was stunned for a moment. When he regained consciousness, His opponent had already been decided. Kaori Karasawa. The top seed. Kaori Karasawa. Kaori Karasawa. Lu Chang murmured the name, turning to the direction of the Japanese representative team. The girl in the yukata looked towards him as well with a demurred gaze that portrayed no hostility. Yet, among all the opponents he's faced so far in the tournament, Lu Chang clearly knew that she was going to be the strongest. The title of top seed wasn't there for nothing. The Shinjai sect dated far back in the history of Japanese martial arts. It was a hybrid between local kendo and Buddhism Zen methods brought over by a Chinese missionary. Their daily trainings incorporated self-cultivating activities such as flower arrangement, tea ceremonies, and painting, which promoted the search of one's true self. When it came to combat, it was famed for its speed and viciousness. Their movements were mysterious and explosive, and practitioners excelled in blind fights and messy fights through their mind reader. One of their moves, the flying dragon takedown, was said to be extremely fast, and that once executed no opponent at the same stage could dodge it. They might not even be able to parry it if they did not see it coming. It was two sides of the same coin, with Peng Liyun's inferior version of Cloudless Thunderblade, but different greatly in presentation. When Peng Liyun clapped his hands together, his opponents could tell it was time to calm down and focus on dodging. Flying Dragon Takedown, however, gave away minimal warnings. By the time one sees the move coming and activates a reaction, more often than not they would have already been hit. Of course, it can't be any faster than the speed of lightning, so there was still a chance of dodging or parrying it if one stood reasonably far away from the caster. In short, the Shinjai sect was a Japanese kendo sect that was deeply influenced by Buddhism, and Kaori Karasawa, before advancing to the inhuman stage, wowed the whole nation with her martial arts imbued with kendo, which gained her the title of a genius that appears only once in every 3,000 years. Originally, if both sides were roughly at the inhuman stage, weapons were allowed in arena battles. However, since most of the inhuman contestants in the King of Youth Pro League only made the breakthrough recently, there wasn't much confidence in their control over their abilities. Therefore, to prevent scenes of splattered blood and sprawling corpses, weapons were prohibited. Not being able to take on her enemies in her strongest form, Kaori Karasawa was only at 90% of her full strength. Even so, she came up on top in the top 8's fight against the number 2 seed, Vagar, who was specialized in hand-to-hand combat. At that point, it seemed like she was destined to be the champion. Huff! Lu Chang exhaled. The results didn't disappoint him, but rather pleased him. To him, he had achieved everything he came for. He began morphing, entered the top 4s, and secured a large amount of prize money. Under such circumstances, he's more than glad to experience martial arts from other cultures to broaden his horizons and gain experience. There were many more opportunities for him to fight Peng Liyun in the future, so there was no rush. On the other hand, he wouldn't get another chance to fight Kaori Karasawa for a long time, perhaps not even in 2 or 3 years. If he missed this chance, there was no certainty as to when he could experience the Shinjai sect Kung Fu. Since he didn't get Gusai, he would rather clash with Kaori Karasawa. The fighting spirit in Lu Chang boiled. He could feel his muscles tingling and his blood flowing faster. He looked forward to the semifinals on the night after the next. No matter how strong the opponent is, there is a chance of me winning. Who would throw in the towel right after seeing the matchup? Over at the Japanese representative's side, Kaori Karasawa curved her lips into a lovely smile, seemingly pleased with getting Lu Chang as her opponent. She tilted her head, quickly sizing up her enemy. From the corner of her eye, she saw Masane Otaki, the researcher with unkempt hair, walking towards her. Kaori-chan, I'm counting on you, he gushed with a bow. Replied Kaori Karasawa absently. Scenes of how the match would play out against Lu Chang were already flashing through her mind. Good. You don't have to fight each other, said Zhong Ningtao, happy at the results of the lot drawing. Moreover, Peng Liyun against Gusai practically secures a place in the finals. Wild card team. Mission complete. Having taken down Waku, who was a lot stronger than Gusai, and with the experience of dealing with heart reflection punch, Peng Liyun's chances of winning could only be higher than before. Not bad, not bad. agreed Lu Chang absently. Rapidly working his fingers across the screen, he informed Ku of the result. Kaori Karasawa. A reply soon came from Yenjika. Seems like the Eastern hosts have given up. Sits with a blank expression. Haha, that's what I thought too. It's probably because Gusai doesn't stand a real chance against any of us, and Shengxiang has already outdone Nanjing and Miluo by securing a place in the top 4s, so it doesn't really matter to them now, agreed Lu Chang, adding on. Right. There's no need for underhanded tactics anymore. Laughs while covering mouth, replied Yenjika. Chang, are you fated to be enemies with Japan? Somehow you keep drawing into them. First it was Ichii Sakata, then Muko Yamashita, and now Kaori Karasawa. Are you planning to take their entire representative team down by yourself? Ichii Sakata, Muko Yamashita, and Kaori Karasawa were the strongest in the Japanese representative team, so beating them was no different from defeating their whole team. Now that you mention it, there must be bad blood between us in our past lives. If not, why do I keep running into them? Confused expression, replied Lu Chang. Kaori Karasawa is extremely strong. She has mastered the Chi stage and had the 6th Dan black belt for almost a year. At her full power, she has blades in her hands. I think she might even be stronger than Peng Liyun right now. I'll consider myself lucky if she doesn't beat me to a pulp. It's not at all likely for me to overpower her. I'm not being humble either, just stating facts. Better not brag about something I'm not confident about in front of little fairy. I believe in you, Brother Chang. Yenjika sent a cute gif of a monkey whipping hearts out of its tail. I'm sure you'll do well, though I can't say you have a good chance of winning, since lying gives you bad karma. But it's strange that Chang keeps running into mighty ones from Japan. This whole 4-nation competition thing is strange from the start. To think they gave us 4 wild card invitations. And there was that mysterious woman knocking on the door at night. Yenjika looked up while pressing her lips together, debating the possibilities in her mind, but she just couldn't piece everything together. Quickly cutting off her thoughts, she began paying close attention to the class again. Back in the livestream thread, Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling had sent a sighing while spreading arms at the results of the lots drawing. What's this? Weren't the Eastern hosts going to pull strings? If they did, then Lu Chang would be matched against Gusai and sail smoothly to the finals. I overestimated their pride. Who knew they would be satisfied with top 4s? Wipes at a face full of tears, replied unparalleled Dragon King. It's to be expected. If it was Waku entering the finals, it wouldn't raise much objections, but to send Gusai to the finals through manipulation is far beyond shameless. Who will join their competition next time? Replied Road to the Arena, who was mentally prepared for the result. Then I overestimated their shamelessness. Spitz, replied a plumber eating mushrooms. Enough about that. The main question now is, what are the chances of my idol winning against Kaori Karasawa? Asked Brahman. 20% at best, replied Pig Riding Knight. A sensible estimation. Lu Chang had trouble handling an all-out Vagar, not to mention Kaori Karasawa. Even though a beautiful girl genius that only appears once every 3,000 years is exaggerating, her strength is definitely the real deal, replied unparalleled Dragon King. Depends on whether she lets her guard down, or whether she sustained injuries from the tough fight against Vagar. Lu Chang always outdoes himself, so we don't have to worry much from his side, replied Invincible Punch, who had almost made Lu Chang his own example. I'll enjoy the match along with my snacks then. Cries, wipes tears with handkerchief, replied Brahman. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Rolls on the floor while covering ears, replied Yen Shaoling. After the lot drawing ended, Lu Chang and the rest returned to the hotel. Among them, the exhausted Ren Li along with Peng Liyun, who still suffered from the lingering effects of hidden scent, returned to their rooms without a word. And Chaoyang, on the other hand, stationed himself in the lobby sofa, watching as strangers passed by, listening to the songs played from his earphones. He enjoyed the solitude in the middle of passing crowds. Lu Cheng freshened up, then cuddled up in his bed, chatting with Yen Zheka as he went through the footages of Kaori Karasawa's fights, courtesy of unparalleled Dragon King. Nothing out of the routine for the past few days. But he didn't dread it, enjoyed it even. The hotel had 2 exits, where 2 groups of suspicious people loitered around respectively, watching and waiting. Time passed, yet none of the members from the wild card team went out alone. Aren't they way too obedient? Why aren't they going out for some fun? Muttered the leader among them, gritting his teeth. Shengxiang's red light district is world-class famous. Aside from the usual stuff, there were some real kinky shit out there. The China teams in the past always had people sneaking out at night, said the man beside him, confused. Maybe it's because these 4 are weirdos, sighed the leader. The girl doesn't even go shopping. Isn't she wasting her trip here? Ren Li is bad with directions. Their guide has requested her to only go out with his company, explained the other man. I heard she can't memorize faces as well. Who knows when she'll forget what her guide looks like, said the leader, fantasizing about the possibilities. Not as if she can't memorize the face of someone she sees every day, said the other man, his voice growingly dejected. After 2 more days of tough training, the disqualified Ren Li and Chaoyang volunteered to spar against Lu Cheng in turns. The big devil Peng Liyun, on the other hand, with the experience from fighting Waku and the negative effects of hidden scent lingering in him, opted out for most of the sparring exercises. It wasn't until 6 hours before the match began that he fully recovered from it. August 25th, 8 p.m. People with burning enthusiasm flooded into the Shengxiang Stadium. In the first match, Peng Liyun almost lost from playing around too much again. He only put up a fierce retaliation after completely experiencing a full set of 6 paths of reincarnation punches, beating Gusai by a hair after exchanging their final moves. He had to drag out a battle that could have been ended in a minute to one that lasted for 10 minutes. 15 minutes of theatrical performance ensued. Once again, the referee stepped onto the arena, beckoning to both sides. Lu Cheng stood up slowly, phone in hand. Across him, Kaori Karasawa dusted her kendo suit, then rose. The top seed vs. Miraculous Youth. All the best. Peng Liyun, who was beside Lu Cheng, drank a mouthful of nutrient solution and extended his fist with a smile. He had returned from the changing room and was clean and fresh again. Yeah. Lu Cheng fist bumped with him and didn't speak further. After he fist bumped with Ren Li and Chaoyang and Zhong Ningtao respectively, he turned around and walked towards the ring. At this point, he was lamenting in his heart. Why isn't the encouragement from Kuhir yet today? I will miss it if this is to drag on little longer. Moreover, it was agreed that it will no longer be the Oven series. At this moment, the special notification from his phone finally sounded. Unlocking the phone, Yen Zheka had sent a long voice message. Voice message? So long? Is she singing or what? Lu Cheng pressed played with a head of doubts and placed the speaker next to his ear. After a short period of silence, a clear and crisp cough could be heard. Subsequently, a young and childlike voice sounded, I'm Eternal Nightfall. All the best, Lu Cheng. After the childlike voice, it was a rather coarse but shy voice of a girl. I'm Brahmin. All the best, Lu Cheng. I'm Unparalleled Dragon King. All the best, Lu Cheng. I'm Wonton Seller. All the best, Lu Cheng. I'm Bull Demon King. All the best, Lu Cheng. I'm All the good names are taken by dogs. This is so embarrassing. All the best, Lu Cheng. Various different voices sounded, and they were all active users on the fans' forums. Their encouragement was resonating and lingering in Lu Cheng's mind. Initially, he was shocked. After a while, he was trying to control his emotions as he felt a warmth from his heart. I'm Okamoto's fan. All the best, Lu Cheng. I'm Nyechichi. All the best, Lu Cheng. At this point, the silence at the beginning appeared again. However, a beautiful voice of a girl could be heard. I'm Yenjika. All the best, Lu Cheng. As the familiar voice entered his ears, It was like the finishing touch to a great piece and touched Lu Cheng's soul instantly. His vision was slightly blurred and he could no longer hold back and looked towards his side. This was encouragement that Ku had attentively. She must have put a lot of effort into it. The rest must also have been very enthusiastic and overcome their meekness. Lu Cheng lowered his head again and replied with a clenched fist expression. After which, he continued, smirking expression, "You should have used the nickname of, I'm your little fairy, or Lu Cheng's girlfriend, wife. Go for your competition." So Nagy, waving hands with aversion expression. "Yes, madam." Salute expression. Lu Cheng smiled and added, "Help me thank everyone for this." After sending, he locked his screen and threw his cell phone and wallet to in Chaoyang. He turned around, followed the path and headed directly towards the ring. After taking just 2 steps, he suddenly heard a coherent scream. "Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng, all the best. Humph! I haven't won yet and they are already cheering me on?" This was the first time he had such treatment in Shengxiang. Subconsciously, he followed the direction from where the cheers were from and saw many faces from his homeland waving Chinese flags. When it was Peng Liyun's turn to compete, they also cheered in such a way. From what he heard from the guide, these were students studying in Fulua, businessmen, and workers who were here to earn money as well as the local Chinese. They had specifically made this trip to cheer on them. Thank you for cheering us on." Lu Cheng felt a warmth that was similar to what he felt when fighting against Bako. He looked towards the spectator stand and subconsciously waved his hands at them. Noticing that Lu Cheng was expressing his gratitude, the guys and girls, whose faces were painted with the Chinese flag, started cheering more raucously. "Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng, all the best." Immersing himself in this atmosphere, Lu Cheng's steps became quicker and he climbed the ring before Kaori Karasawa. He quickly condensed his aura, which was similar to a snowstorm being summoned, and suppressed it in the arena, though it still affected the emotions of others. As for Kaori Karasawa, she was walking slowly towards the ring. It was so eerily quiet that reminded others of the sound the wind made while blowing past a deserted bamboo forest. It might have caused a ripple but never left a trail. Under Lu Cheng's brutal blizzard, that was filled with bloodlust, she might have been shaking violently and seemed powerless to defend against it. However, once the wind and snow had stopped, she would immediately return to being unmoved and unaffected. "He can show dominance as he wishes, but I'll just do what I want." This sentence suddenly flashed past Lu Cheng's mind. He couldn't help but compliment Xinjai sect as living up to its name. Kaori Karasawa walked to the predetermined position and steadied herself. On her face, she revealed a faint but beautiful smile. She bowed courteously and said, "Lu Chengkuan, please guide me." "You are too courteous." Lu Cheng clasped his fist into his palm as respect and quickly recounted segments of his opponent's battle videos. At the same time, he was trying to push his condition to the peak. Kaori Karasawa clenched her right hand, placed it beside her waist, opened up her legs, bowed her body slightly, and put up a form signaling that she was ready to take on Lu Cheng. The surrounding noises disappeared suddenly as everyone was holding their breath. They fully focused their minds and waited for the referee to announce the start of this important match. The referee looked around and glanced at the electronic clock, then finally raised his right hand and swung it down after counting 3 seconds. "Begin!" The second match of the semifinals finally began. The match between Japan's 1 in 3 millennium years genius, Kaori Karasawa, and China's heavenly son of the era had finally begun. Kaori Karasawa suddenly raised her right leg and stomped with force while carrying her chi. It was as though she was waving a weapon and striking the ring. Bang! The floor shook violently and cracks started appearing one after another. The concrete and stone were propelled by the hidden energy from Kaori Karasawa's legs and shot out towards Lu Cheng. There were both large and small pieces and they were as fast as bullets. At the same time, using the recoil force, Kaori Karasawa leapt out like the flash of a knife. Subsequently, she closed the distance between her opponent, made a small arc movement and was waiting for him to make a dodging move. Shinjai Sect, Earth Treasury Takedown. This was similar to the unique skill of Fighting Sect, Earth Cracking. However, it wasn't to create an explosion to shake her opponent so she could obtain an opportunity for a follow-up move. She used this opportunity to disrupt him or to attack surrounding attackers who were weaker than her. Both techniques had their own strengths and were amazing in their own stand. As Kaori Karasawa split the ring with her leg, Liu Chang had already predicted the possible scenarios that might happen. He resisted the urge to avoid the head-on attacks, traced out Emperor Yen and gathered his flame force. Bam! He moved his arms quickly and hit towards the biggest rock that was flying towards him. Without any fanciful tricks, the punch landed on that uneven surface. Frightening muscles started bulging one after another and the veins on it could be clearly seen. Scorching red flames also erupted at that moment. Boom! In the loud explosion, that huge rock split into pieces. Carrying the lava that was spewing everywhere, the pieces flew in all directions. As for the stones or mud that weren't too big, they were stopped by the tumbling heat wave before falling like rain, making pitter-patter sounds. Kaori Karasawa didn't care about those hidden weapons flying towards her. She bent her body slightly and swung out her right arm, which was at the left side of her waist suddenly. A white mark could be seen and caused strong winds that made those broken stones fall to the floor helplessly. Her arm seemed to have become a long Japan's katana that split the air barrier in the direction of Liu Chang. Her left hand followed through and pushed ahead, seemingly getting reading for her second attack. Liu Chang wasn't dodging anxiously and wasn't panicking in the face of this slash. He raised his left arm quickly and withstood the slash by forming a layer of crystal clear ice on the surface. Kacha! The palm blade, which was emanating brightly, hit the layers of his ice armor, then collided with Liu Cheng's muscles, tendons, and bones. However, the powers were neutralized by Liu Cheng's steady strength. At this moment, the left hand of Kaori Karasawa didn't hit towards the enemy, but was pressing onto her right arm and stacking the powers that were inside it. Liu Chang immediately felt heavy pressure. His left arm was shaking and he had to retract it without control. His opponent had forcefully caused an opening and crippled his form. This wasn't finished yet. Kaori Karasawa's left arm pressed down quickly and released it immediately after towards Liu Cheng's face. Faint light gathered to become a white ray of light as though it was the edge of a blade. Liu Chang had misjudged and it was too late for him to block with his right arm. He immediately leaned back and supported himself with his arm. His opponent's strike didn't connect as the white ray slashed through the air and flew towards the far end. As he leaned back, Liu Chang constricted his right leg and flicked up to counterattack. His shoes started to burn with raging flame and flew out towards the lower abdomen of Kaori Karasawa before the back of his feet. Kaori Karasawa twisted her waist, causing strong winds in the process. Her body twisted a full round before she made it to the side of her opponent, avoiding that deadly fiery kick. Following next, borrowing the strength of her rotation, she countered with her left arm towards Liu Chang, who just got up. The attack was fast and ruthless like a huge blade, and the howling that the wind created was intense. With absolute reaction, Liu Chang raised his arm, formed a guard with his arms and crashed ahead with his elbow. A crystal-clear light was formed as he clashed directly with Kaori Karasawa's centrifugal takedown. Kacha! The ice crystals broke and fell off. Kaori Karasawa retracted her arm while Liu Cheng's elbow was shaking. As she retracted, Kaori Karasawa tightened her right arm and slashed 5 consecutive times towards Liu Cheng's head, throat, chest, and other areas. Gusts of winds were flying in all directions randomly. With Ice Mirror, Liu Chang was never panicking. Using the Dan Force version of 24 Blizzard Strikes as response, he was meeting her attacks with attacks and randomness with randomness. Bam bam bam. Bang bang bang. Within explosion after explosion, Air Force was scattering and flames were sputtering as though it was raining fire. At this moment Liu Chang, who was getting more and more steady as the battle proceeded, was slowly gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous premonition arose from his heart. Without thinking, he leaned back once again. He even leaned deeper than before, and was close to doing an iron bridge move. At this moment, he saw a frightening ray of light flashing past above his face, leaving an obvious trail of white wave. Boom! The loud sound exploded, causing a buzzing sound lingering in the ears of Lu Cheng. His internal organs were shaken and he almost fell. Xinjai Sect, Flying Dragon Takedown. If he wasn't for his ability to sense danger, he would definitely not be able to avoid or withstand such a slash without any early signs. As the signature ability of Xinjai Sect, Flying Dragon Takedown's trademark wasn't its speed, but rather the lack of signs it gave away when activated. Against it, one could only rely on absolute reaction. By the time one senses the threat, they would already be in a situation where they can neither dodge nor parry it. With this sword move, the Xinjai Sect guarded the unshakable rank 1 throne in Japanese Kendo. It was one of the force measures that dominated Japan, comparable even to Amaterasu Heavenly Palace and Apothecary Temple. It was way beyond the reach of Extreme Hadu Sect that rose in the recent 10 or so years. Of course, in terms of combat power, the steadily advancing Extreme Hadu Sect had its own aces in its upper echelons. Looking at it, it would make sense if Flying Dragon Takedown had lost its former glory in modern society. You don't give away any signs? Sure, just let me get 10 to hundreds of footages of fights where you used Flying Dragon Takedown and rewind them frame by frame. There has to be things to be discovered, right? However, not everything in this world made sense. From the birth of the recording feature till then, no one had discovered any signs before the activation of Flying Dragon Takedown. Perhaps someone did, but kept their silence to reserve it as a trump card against the Xinjai Sect. Lu Cheng had only come into contact with the related videos after attending the 4-nation competition, a span of 10 or so days, so how could he discover the secret to it? There were 2 reasons as to why he did not keep a distance to defend against Flying Dragon Takedown like what Vagar did. Firstly, he was weaker in strength, and his movements were less than incredible. If he fought while moving around, Kaori Karasawa would soon assume the tempo of the battle. Secondly, relying on his incredible survival senses, he felt that he could surely sense it ahead of time and dodge accordingly. Who would have expected it to be such a close save when it actually happened? Though he did sense it before time, the extreme speed of Flying Dragon Takedown exceeded his imagination by far. So much so that it gave him the illusion that the sound barrier had been breached. By the time Kaori Karasawa reaches a stage similar to the physical invulnerability stage, with a mystical weapon painstakingly forged by special materials in her hand, who knows if she might really be able to do that? Boom! The air currents from the Flying Dragon Takedown expanded outwards on both sides, sweeping up a raging hurricane that nearly knocked down Lu Cheng, who avoided the direct impact and was in his iron bridge stance. The ice mirror that formed in his mind naturally reflected Kaori Karasawa, a few inches away from his body. As she withdrew her quivering right arm, scraps of her sleeves fluttered into the air like dancing butterflies, exposing a part of her ivory skin. It was clear to see that the move was taxing on her body, and she needed a moment to recover before she could use it again. But Kaori Karasawa's left leg had tensed up by then. Bending her knees, she poised to kick at Lu Cheng's legs that held the entirety of his weight. She had learnt her lesson from before. She can't give Lu Cheng the chance to kick upwards, and to do so she had to keep his legs below his waist. Pam! Straightening her knees, Kaori Karasawa kicked out with her left foot. At the same time, Lu Cheng maintained his balance, leaned further back with the movement of his waist, and directed his tensed-up left leg to whip upwards, while standing stably on one leg. Bang! Toes collided into heel, bursting into sparks as what remained of the martial arts shoes turned to shreds. It disrupted Lu Cheng's upwards momentum. Reaching below with his left leg, Lu Cheng tried to regain his footing by channeling borrowed strength to his waist. But Kaori Karasawa had other plans in mind. Before her recoiled left foot touched the ground, she tensed up, lifted herself into the air with a push on her spine. Kicking out her right foot, she aimed at her opponent's only supporting point. In such circumstances, had Lu Cheng tried to stand up, his right leg would take the full blow. Without any strength channeled into it, injuries would be sustained even with the ice armor around it. Then he'll have to limp throughout the rest of the fight, losing whatever chances he had against the overpowering enemy. But if he lifted his other leg to parry the attack, he'll lose his last point of support and consequently his stance. At that critical moment, Lu Cheng's mind was like an ice lake and round mirror. Thoughts raced. Forgoing the plan to straighten himself, he jerked back harder. Then, with his hands against the floor, he raised his waist, whipping out his right leg at the same time. With a thunk, it landed on Kaori Karasawa's foot, forcefully changing its trajectory and causing it to land beside him. With a one-handed backflip, Lu Cheng was on his feet again, just in time to deal with his opponent who was closing in. By then, Kaori Karasawa's arm had recovered. Her twin blades skirled through the air, rising and falling and slicing towards 5 different areas on the enemy's body. From the audience's view, the white glow seemed to connect into a horoscope, pulling his joints and stretching his fascias, with bursts of strength in between. Lu Cheng put up a solid defense. They moved as they battled, coming close to circling the arena amidst the resounding thumps from contact, a sound that lit up enthusiasm and lifted spirits. Amidst the flames, ice mists and white glow, Lu Cheng sought for the opportunity to activate severe warning and internal explosion punch, or the chance to use army formula and fighting formula. But with her powerful mind reader, she sensed every change in her opponent's movements. At times she leapt back, buying herself enough time to avoid the blow. At times, she attacked from his side and back, not giving him any opportunities. Compared to the likes of Vagar and Muko Yamashita, the beautiful girl genius that appears once every 3,000 years had a stronger cultivation base, and her style of fighting was more flexible, advancing, retreating, attacking, dodging. Her presence was domineering. This gave Lu Cheng a deeper and clearer understanding of the details in the fight between Peng Liyun and Ren Li. They seldom used simplified moves of physical invulnerability state or secret moves and stuck to ordinary moves, individual forces or dance stage bursts most of the time. Not that they didn't want to use it, but rather because they didn't have the chance to. Forcefully executing them could give away an opening which the opponent could leverage on. With that understanding, he completely suppressed the anxiety in his heart, and his moves grew increasing steady. He found the chances to execute his moves, Snow Cover, Ice Burning, Cold Swallow, and Aurora, one at a time, sometimes along with force concentration. After a while, he felt his moves more spontaneous, as if his body was moving by itself. Fine, let's make this a slugfest. The sharp Kaori Karasawa caught on quickly and planned to put an end to his opponents on the fly morphing. After exchanging 2 more moves, Lu Cheng felt a ripple in his inner world. He sensed danger, serious danger. At the same time, he vaguely heard an indistinct snap. Shit. Retracting his chi and blood, he lowered himself and huddled into a ball. Just as he was squatting, Kaori Karasawa's left arm stabbed out from her waist, splitting the air while leaving visible afterimages. A beam of light flashed by, a white air current following it, almost palpable, sweeping up violent gusts and setting off booming roars. Flying dragon takedown again. His scalp was numb and the insides of his ears trembled. Activating his Dan force in a quick burst like a volcano erupting, it filled him up, swelling his muscles that were packed with strength. The vessels outlined his twitching muscles distinctly. With his right fist clenched tight, he sprang up in a half-smashing, half-ramming motion. In that moment, the audience seemingly saw a trapped dragon taking to the skies, or a rocket blasting off. Kaori Karasawa formed a knife palm with her right, its reflections glimmering, and chopped right down at the veiny fist. Bang! A tremor went down her left arm. Lu Cheng's all-out attack was not something that she can defend with a hurried block. She jerked back, then took the chance to dodge backwards with deft footwork and swift movements, redolent of the Shikuchi technique. As if Lu Cheng would let the opportunity slip by. As the collateral damage from Flying Dragon takedown cracked through an empty row of audience seats, he lifted his hands to form a seal, visualizing the ancient character. Attainment! His body shot out, leaving 2 distinct footprints where he was standing, rapidly narrowing the gap between him and Kaori Karasawa. The opponent's features grew vivid in her eyes, The smell of his sweat wafted into her nose, and his ragged breathing drifted to her ears. Without panicking, Kaori Karasawa lifted her right arm once more, tensing and chopping forward. In a loud screech of friction, Lu Chang stopped on a dime. The ground below his feet cracked into webs, his body stopping an arm's length away from his opponent. At that distance, Kaori Karasawa's palm knife was bound to miss, after which she would have to withstand a flurry of attacks from Lu Chang. That's when her eyes gleamed. Her right palm, sweeping through the air currents, emanated a bright white light. Bam! With a slash, she completely cut through the air currents between her and Lu Chang. As the air instantaneously gushed to the side, a low air pressure zone was produced. Shinjai sect, vacuum takedown. Lu Chang felt the area ahead of him pulling him in. He involuntarily toppled forward, staggering. The rushing wind filled his ears. The continuation of her moves followed. Tensing her left leg, she lashed it horizontally at her toppling enemy, leaving a trail of a razor-like light. Lu Chang adjusted his muscle in time, channeling the accumulated muscle memory into his leg. The same leg whip with a different glow. Snap! The layer of ice shattered. His hurried block resulted in a draw. But a draw meant that he didn't manage to leverage on the opponent's opening. The battle was reverted to its original state. With her fists and kicks as her knives, she danced her kendo to the fullest, forcing Lu Chang to go on the defensive, without a sliver of chance to use the 9 words formula or simplified moves of physical invulnerability state. Meanwhile, vaguely sensing that her opponent can predict her flying dragon takedown, she stopped using it freely and patiently waited for the chance. The time when her opponent can only block it and not dodge it. Lu Chang waited too. He figured that the indistinct snap was the sound of force, bones, fascias and muscles being compressed. It was the sign that flying dragon takedown gave away. With that, and his sharp survival instinct, it seemed as if he can attempt forcefully blocking flying dragon takedown with simplified moves of physical invulnerability. The intense clash could create another opportunity. Amidst the ceaseless dull thuds, both sides calmed down and fought patiently. They were both waiting. The chi that Kaori Karasawa had mastered could be used on the palms, arms, thighs, legs, and other areas to increase their prowess in splitting strikes. If the opponent was struck directly on their body, even if they exerted strength to resist, they would most likely suffer injuries to the tendons and channels, muscles tears, and even bone cracks and other injuries. Therefore, when she dueled with Vagar, Vagar had to constantly cover his fist with the power of electricity to form a glove, so as to crush the faint light before the contest of power. Lu Chang's ice armor was more suitable for such battles than electric glove, as it could effectively numb the sharpness and force of the slash strikes. The fire fist, formed from Emperor Yen force, was similar to electric glove, as it could burn away the white ray and counterattack on his opponents, combining defense with attacking. If he didn't have these two supernatural abilities, he would have been more careful and would only defend against non-blade's edge position. For example, hitting from the bottom up, hitting the wrist from the sides and breaking the forms of Kaori Karasawa. Although that would make him seem more like a grandmaster, he would also be in a more passive position. If he was careless for the slightest, he would have suffered injuries and be forced to leave the competition. Explosions sounded from time to time, sparks were sputtering and ice crystals were falling. Lu Chang, using his powers that had almost mutated to become innate, had a particularly intense battle against Kaori Karasawa. Sounds of clashes resonated in the surrounding and incited the enthusiasm in the majority of the audience and ignited their urge to release their emotions. Lu Chang's power, speed, and agility were much inferior to his opponent. However, when his body qualities improved, the differences were no longer that huge. As long as he could continue to maintain his patience and defend steadily, Kaori Karasawa would not attempt anything risky. This was because it would be hard to break his form in a hurry and find the opportunity to victory. Moreover, once she committed to taking such a risk, her weaknesses would also start to show in response, giving Lu Chang an opportunity to turn the tables around. Bam bam bam. Bang bang bang. The battle was stuck in a deadlock and the situation was stale. Lu Chang, who was at a disadvantage, was defending patiently as he fully utilized the Dan stage kung fu within his body. As for Kaori Karasawa, who had the upper hand, she was equally steady. It was as though she wanted to devour her opponent little by little. A full 7 to 8 minutes had passed. The two of them inevitably exhausted substantial stamina. However, Lu Chang had auto-replenishment from the Jindan. Excluding the slowdown in reaction time caused by mental fatigue, other aspects of him had not shown any deterioration. This formed a stark contrast to Kaori Karasawa. There were signs that Lu Chang was slowly turning the tables around. At this moment, Kaori Karasawa used her right arm, which was glowing in faint light, as a long sword and swept across horizontally. As it contacted with the arm of Lu Chang that was covered in ice armor, she exerted more force from the shoulder, let the attack spin on it and wrapped around the arm of her opponent. In an instant, there seemed to be sharp blades colliding. Lu Chang's arm was hit back, body was shaken and seemed to be falling towards the side. Now is the time. Light condensed in the gaze of Kaori Karasawa as she catapulted her body. As for Lu Chang, an extreme dangerous premonition flashed past his mind. Tweaking his ears a little, he seemed to have heard a barely audible gotcha sound. It was just like loading a sniper rifle or the turning of the barrel of a machine gun. Facing such a situation where his center of gravity was to one side and couldn't jump up in time, if he was to squat down or lean back to avoid the attack, with the experience of the previous 2 times, Kaori Karasawa would definitely send a slash strike or slash down rapidly and not giving him a chance of surviving. Other than following the momentum and fell to the side, abandoning his form and rolled on the floor, Lu Chang didn't seem to have any other options. Nonetheless, he was prepared. When the gotcha sound was heard, he traced out a dark and chilling ice spirit space that was without any traces of light or heat. When the danger premonition struck him, layers after layers of thunderclouds immediately gathered, resulting in high temperature and a loud explosion that broke the darkness and chill. Bam! Lu Chang lowered his left arm, expanded his elbows, shifted his forearm, followed the ripples from the ice mirror, and threw out a punch from his waist level. The original version of Severe Warning. The reason why he had chosen this move was because he could add layers after layers of thick ice armor to it. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength displayed by the Flying Dragon takedown, even if he hit his opponent and froze her thoughts, his left arm would also most likely be crippled. Without a month or 2 of rest, he would also likely not recover from the injuries. As the fist that was enveloped in shimmering crystal was thrown out, a flash of light suddenly appeared and reached the surface of Lu Chang's fist instantly. The attack collided head-on and didn't give Lu Chang a chance to react at all. After that light had passed, the surrounding air was split into 2 paths and formed an airwave. There wasn't any gathering of faint light, but the air was dyed white lias, though a fighter jet had roared past. Boom! The loud explosion caused a violent wind wave and blew towards Lu Chang. At the same time, it was shaking Lu Chang's eardrums. Bam! Lu Chang could not hear the cracking of the thick ice armor on his left fist, but clearly felt the terrifying strength exerted on him. It was as though he was struck by a high-speed train. His arm went numb and he lost his senses. His muscles were expanding and cracking and his tendons were in excruciating stinging pain. Crack! He couldn't stop and was knocked back, creating 2 obvious trails as his legs rubbed against the floor. With a dizzy brain and his ears ringing, Lu Chang spat out a mouth of fresh blood. His left arm was shaking and couldn't exert strength for the short while. On the surface of his fist, there was also a wound so deep that one could see the white of his bones. The might of one slash astonished the world. The fearsomeness of Flying Dragon takedown is really not exaggerated. In the live thread, the reaction of everyone was even more exaggerated. Almost at the same moment, they exclaimed, "Oh damn! He withstood the Flying Dragon takedown. I, Zhao Ritian, am completely impressed. He actually took the Flying Dragon takedown head-on and even withstood it. That's freaking incredible." The sky-shaking roar, "No problem." In several large forums in Japan, there were similar shock. He foresaw the Flying Dragon takedown? using his body to foresee and withstand the flying dragon takedown forcefully? I think I have seen a monster beast. No, that is Ultraman. This is the first time anyone withstood Kaori-chan's flying dragon takedown, right? Although she didn't have a knife with her, one could die from taking Kaori-chan's flying dragon takedown directly with his body. Even if he is a monster that had mastered chi, he will also suffer grave injuries that can only be recovered from after months. He's so daring to block it directly. In the tumultuous airwave, Kaori Karasawa was standing at her original position. Her left arm was shaking incessantly as she was covered in a layer of frost. Her beautiful eyes lost vitality and had the feeling of being in a daze. Severe warning. Greetings to Shinjai. Lu Chang had no time to check on himself. He endured the injuries, took a huge breath, executed a forced concentration, and forced them together with the various uncomfortable feelings with the balance of ice and fire. Boom! Dan Qi was gushing out and Lu Cheng's legs expanded. Bending his knees and extending them subsequently, he leapt out and pounced towards his opponent, whose clothes had become short sleeves. Crack! Blood and sweat that had dripped down could only be found on the spider web-like cracks on the floor where he leapt from and right in front of Kaori Karasawa. This went to prove that speed of this leap and the ferociousness of this pounce. Bam! The skin and muscles on the surface of the left fist of Lu Chang constricted and the bleeding stopped. Shaking his right arm, he clenched his fist tightly and hammered down in a diagonal direction. Shush! A layer of scorching flames enveloped his fist. Emperor Yen Force. To grab hold of this opportunity, Lu Chang didn't prepare to use the fighting formula, army formula, or simplified physical invulnerability move. At this moment, the eyes of Kaori Karasawa were still in a little daze. The otakus in Japan who were watching were all aching in the heart. Nonetheless, her body naturally reacted. Her right arm retracted and drew a razor-like white ray, hitting the raging flames head-on. Mind reader! Boom! The force exploded and flames were raging. The black hair of Kaori Karasawa was messy in the air as her body was pushed away forcefully from the shockwave and she staggered back. It was only till then that vitality returned to her gaze. Lu Chang was swinging his right arm but retracted it back quickly. Following the momentum, he formed seals in front of his body and directed at himself. His expression was serious and started tracing the word in his mind. After which, he growled in a low voice, "Fighting!" Muscles expanded and displayed the beauty of power. As they contracted, large and small veins were protruding. As Lu Chang wriggled his waist and back, he threw a punch in an extremely barbaric condition. Bam! His punch split the space and brought his body flying forward, instantly devouring the distance between the two of them and reaching the abdomen of Kaori Karasawa. Kaori Karasawa relaxed her mind and seemed to have returned to that quiet and peaceful Zen hall. She was back to the time she was focused in flower arranging and making tea. At this moment, faint flight circulated within her eyes. Her clothes instantly expanded and she looked just like an inflated balloon. Bam! Using her left palm as a blade, she reversed slashed across. Her clothes suddenly constricted and stuck closely to her body. Shinjai sect, Kasaya takedown. Bam! Small muscles became distinct and dull green veins were all around. This formed a stark contrast against the fair and white palm and the shimmering faint light. The fighting formula was extremely violent. In an instance, Kaori Karasawa was staggering backwards from defending against the attacks. Although her body was light, her steps were heavy as she made several footprints on the floor. As for Lu Chang, he shook his body and retracted his blood flow and breathing instantly. Releasing the Dan force, he pounced ahead again, not leaving any room or breaks. Seeing that she had not stabilized herself and her opponent was approaching, a faint kacha sound emanated from the body of Kaori Karasawa. It was more obvious than flying dragon takedown, but it also ended quicker. Bam! She drew her right arm across her body, swinging her fist diagonally at a speed that left after images. Faint light was left behind and the airflow was split. The weaker version of Flying Dragon Takedown, Flying Bird Takedown. The preparations before the strikes were faster, but the speed was relatively weaker substantially. It was the same for its might. However, Kaori Karasawa had combined it to become a terrifying killer move. Using this to complete an explosive barrage of attacks in a short amount of time, she was able to defeat Vagar with this killer move. That killer move was the consecutive strikes of Flying Bird Takedown, Triple Aerial Ace. Lu Cheng knew clearly that this was the crucial moment. He stopped his momentum of pouncing forward suddenly, expanded his right arm, shifting them rapidly, and threw out a punch. Bam! The fist met the palm strike as explosion sounded in the air. Lu Cheng was making use of the recoil to gather himself when he heard a kacha sound. At the same time, he saw the left arm of Kaori Karasawa slashed out tightly. It was equally fast, equally ruthless, and was also covered in a white light. Bam! He forcefully exploded the force in his left shoulder, swung his arm, and was finally able to open his 5 fingers on the left arm, which has lost sense and strength previously, to grab towards the enemy's palm blade. Triple Aerial Ace. Lu Cheng could no longer execute force concentration in time, and could only rely on his ice mirror to sense. He lifted his arms up to block in a hurry. Bam! His hands shook and bounced away to the sides. The ice armor was breaking apart and his tendons were injured. Yet, some happiness was rising from his heart. He had withstood the triple aerial ace from Kaori Karasawa. These consecutive strikes definitely exhausted her greatly, and the toll on her must have been huge. The momentum of the match should be shifting from here on, right? At this moment, a painful expression was showing on Kaori Karasawa's face. Her left palm, which was grabbed by Lu Cheng, suddenly bounced up. Following a kacha sound, it split the air barrier at a speed that left after images. Forbidden move of Shinjai sect, quadruple aerial ace. Although Lu Cheng's ice mirror reflected it, his reaction couldn't keep up. Just as he raised his left arm, the palm of his opponent had already stopped at the front of his throat. The referee revealed gazes of compliments, raised his hand and announced, "Kaori Karasawa wins." Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of foul gas and felt a million different feelings in his heart. As for Kaori Karasawa, she was bending down and panting profusely. She had completely forgotten the etiquette that Japan paid a lot of attention to. Quadruple aerial ace wasn't a move that was easy to withstand. It was so for the enemy and the same for her body. The researcher of Japan's representative group, Misane Otaki, was extremely excited at the sight of the blood on the stage. He was anxious to pounce forward to collect them. Kaori-chan, Kaori-chan, go and step on it and leave some on your shoes. After Kaori Karasawa recovered, Lu Cheng bowed at her in respect before shaking his head and walked towards the stone steps. On his way down, he suddenly recalled the instructions of the guide to not leave any blood or sweat. Therefore, he made a turnaround. When he walked down the stone steps with his back facing, all the blood and sweat on the floor ignited. The smile on the Misane Otaki froze on his face. Lu Cheng returned to the grandstand just as the flickering flames went off. Smiling, Peng Liyun extended his right fist and bumped into his. Impressive. A compliment rather than a consolation. Bravo! And Chaoyang greeted him in a similar way, in terms of action and choice of words. Run Li gave him a thumbs up after the fist bump. Thanks. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head, the gloominess in him diminishing. How is it? How's your injury looking? You need a trip to the emergency room. Zhong Ningtao asked worriedly. Just a moment ago he had seen Lu Cheng spit out blood, and even then the unwashed wound on his left fist looked hideous, though it had already been staunched. I'm fine. Nothing but a flesh wound. Give it a day or two and it'll heal by itself, said Lu Cheng, brandishing his left fist. No major internal injuries either. I didn't forcefully defend against it, went along with the momentum and stepped back. With some medicine, I'll be full of energy before my morphing completes. Of course, he won't be able to fight at his full strength in the 3rd-4th place match one day later, but thankfully his opponent was Gusai. Thank goodness, said Zhong Ningtao, heaving a sigh of relief as he pointed towards the changing room. Go clean yourself up. Okay, nodded Lu Cheng as he took his phone back. Yen Zhika had already sent a shocked doge. This was my first time seeing Kaori Karasawa use quadruple aerial ace. Lu Cheng pondered. I guess you are right. Scratching head. I haven't seen her using it once in all the footage I went through. I have only heard that Xinjai sect had this combination move. Eyes darting back and forth before mastering Qi, she probably couldn't use it up to 4 times. After mastering Qi, she didn't even have the need to use the quadruple aerial ace at any point in time. To force that move out of her, my Cheng is the best, replied Yen Zhika. So that roundabout way of talking was to console and compliment me? Chuckled Lu Cheng in a much better mood. He walked steadily as he texted, scanning the road with the sides of his eyes. Peng Liyun and the others followed behind, taking refuge in the waiting room. It was chaotic outside with the milling crowd on their way out. If not, roll's eyes, replied Yen Zhika. Should I say Kaori Karasawa is very strong, and that it's normal for you to lose? Or should I hug you tight and sing cry cry? It's not a sin for a man to shed tears? Pep up and get that 3rd place so you can go home earlier. You'll be seeing your little fairy in September. You make it sound like beating Gusai is easy. Snickering, replied Lu Cheng. Isn't it? Looks at the sky in confusion, replied Yen Zhika. Putting my injury aside, since Gusai is injured too, the main problem is that I want to truly experience the heart reflection punch and 6 paths of reincarnation punch. Cries while covering face, replied Lu Cheng. I get it. You want to start playing around like Peng Liyun? It's only been a few days and you are picking up these bad habits from him. Are you doing any justice to me? Jested Yen Zhika, harshly reprimanding him. After this time, I don't know when I'll get to face a strong opponent from Theravada again, explained Lu Cheng. Normally speaking, he always gave it his all in everything he did. Yup, it's good to experience more, replied Yen Zhika, along with a cute emoji of a tiny monster licking ice cream. But don't forget, there's a 100,000 renminbi difference between 3rd and 4th place. Shit. Screw the experience. I can't wait to send Gusai crawling. Breathes fire through nose, replied Lu Cheng humorously. Afterwards, Yen Zhika expressed more concern towards his injuries. She could only concentrate on class after making sure that he was all right. When he almost got to the changing room, he habitually refreshed the livestream thread. Not many were upset. Most were generally impressed. I was too engrossed. Forgot to take any pictures. Too engrossed fighting, that is. This kind of reason can only be used once. Haha. It's not your fault, little tiger. Everything else slipped off my mind when I was watching it too. Waving handkerchief, replied Wonton Seller. Right? 2F ***** Angie exciting. Kaori Karasawa's Japan Kendo was F ***** insane. Lu Cheng's predictions were even more insane, replied unparalleled Dragon King, too excited to filter his words. I suspect Lu Cheng has discovered the signs given away by Flying Dragon Takeaway. He's out of this world. Prostrating in admiration, replied Pig Riding Knight. Reading their discussion, Lu Cheng heaved his last sigh of unhappiness. He was ready to start anew once he takes a shower. Wait, where's Yen Shaoling and Brahman? That's when he realized the 2 young and loyal fans were missing during the discussion. Curious, Lu Cheng keyed in his own name and went into the fan forum. He scanned through and went still. On the first page of the forum, every thread shared the same title, but were posted by different people: Yen Shaoling, Brahmin, Nyechichi, Bull Demon King. All the good names are taken by dogs. The usernames lined up in a neat formation. You are awesome. You are awesome. You are awesome. Thumbing across, he realized not only the first page looked that way. From the moment the competition ended, they had been spamming page after page. Even knowing that it wouldn't change a thing, They did everything they could within their capabilities express their support. Touched, Lu Cheng's vision clouded. Touched by their pure love, by their unyielding support. They were no longer following him for fun or from a whim. In this vast world, with oceans apart, they were strangers. Yet they knew each other so well. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and laid his phone down. He twisted the nozzle of the shower head. As the water washed away the sweat and bloodstains on his body, he felt himself gradually calming down. Examining the hideous wound on his fist, he secretly rejoiced at the competition not being rebroadcasted in China. If not, he'll never hear the end of it from Mom, after she sees him spit out blood, or after she sees his bone-exposing wound. Well, I guess I'll mention it myself and play it down when I video chat with her later, just in case someone who watched the live stream tells her about it. It's always a good move to mentally prepare someone. After showering, Lu Cheng took the internal injury pills which Yen Zheka strongly requested him to bring. Them stuck a huge band-aid on his wound. After slipping into a new set of clothes, he walked out of the changing room. He saw Peng Liyun playing his mobile game instead of zoning out. Remembering about the flying dragon takedown, he said, "Before Kaori Karasawa uses flying dragon takedown, she makes an indistinct snap. I believe it's the sound of her compressing her fascias, bones, muscles and force." To him, the discovery was a stroke of fortune. If not for the ice mirror, who could have heard that nearly inaudible sound in the middle of a fierce fight? Also, if he didn't have sharp survival instincts that told him when Kaori Karasawa was going to use the move, even with ice mirror, it will be natural for him to neglect insignificant noises like the snap. It was not by fluke that the signs given away by Flying Dragon Takedown remained undiscovered for years. Therefore, even after hearing it from him beforehand, whether Peng Liyun can seize the opportunity was another matter. Forgetting about his game, Peng Liyun lifted his head and nodded thinkingly. So that's how it works. Beside him, and Chaoyang chuckled and said, "Somehow it feels like Kaori Karasawa's win wasn't worth it. Just for a few 100,000 RMB. She exposed one of the most important secrets of Xinjiang sect to you." "I'm getting a chill now that you mention it," replied Lu Cheng half-jokingly. "Do you think they'll hunt me down if they knew I found out about the signs?" Then he answered his own question. "It's all right if they have the balls to do it. I'll publish it on the internet. Let's see who outdoes who." Peng Liyun let out a laugh at that. He zoned out for a long time before returning to Earth, his expression changing. "Oh no, I trolled my team. Haha, you should stick to single-player games," thought Lu Cheng mockingly. Renli rushed at the front to pull the changing room door open, poised to take charge and lead the way. In a panic, Zhong Ningtao called out and stopped her. With a creak, the bulky door opened. Renli saw a mixed-race beauty with a group of photographers behind her. "Hee, we meet again," said Catherine with an amiable smile. Renli tilted her head, thought hard, but couldn't recollect where she had seen her. Acting as if she knew her, she said, "Here to interview again?" That's when it hit her. Remembering her identity, she quickly added, "You are the reporter who didn't tell us you know Chinese, the one who made Lu Cheng embarrass himself." Everyone burst into laughter at the mention. Lu Cheng scratched the back of his head and reddened. After that incident, he tried to find the article on Shengxiang websites, but aborted the mission since he couldn't read Shengxiang's. Catherine beamed. "I only did a simple press release at that time. Today we have an exclusive interview for you. A wild card too with 2 top 4 qualifiers and 1 finalist. Of course there was a need for an exclusive interview. How else could they hype up the grand finals? Thank goodness, thought Lu Cheng, heaving a sigh of relief, gloating at Peng Liyun who had to be the main character of the interview. With the experience from before, the exclusive interview went smoothly and rigidly, without any accidents. Towards the end, Catherine smiled. "Lu Cheng, you have gained a nickname in Japan," she said. "What is it?" blurted Lu Cheng, regretting it as soon as the words came out. He should have asked whether it was a good nickname. If it wasn't, don't say it. Catherine twinkled. "The kaiju from Nebula M78. Lu Cheng's face darkened at the words. After the interview, The wild card team returned to the hotel together before splitting up to do their own business in their own rooms. After Lu Cheng video-chat his mom, Qifeng, he began reminiscing about every tidbit in the fight against Kaori Karasawa, analyzing the situations and concluding the pros and cons. Yenjika loved to discuss this with him from a spectator's point of view. The next morning, Lu Cheng continued doing his morphing training, his injuries not yet fully healed. In the afternoon spar, he held himself back and only did what counted as a warm-up. When they assembled for lunch, Zhong Ningtao clapped his hands. "We have an activity this afternoon. The organizing committee invited us to pay a visit to the Golden Buddha Temple and interact with some of the sadhus and young boxers. This is an official event for the four-nation competition, so the top 16 qualifiers are expected to go," he announced. "Why hadn't they said it before?" asked An Xiaoyang, puzzled. Zhong Ningtao shook his head. "I don't know either. Even though they held official events in all the previous years, it was usually after the end of grand finals. For some reason they moved it forward this time," he replied. "Okay, I have nothing planned in the afternoon anyway," replied Peng Liyun enthusiastically as he returned from space. Indifferent, Lu Cheng, and Chaoyang and Ren Li just went with the flow. The four-nation competition's official activities could be divided into three parts. The first part was visiting the famous Golden Buddha Temple in Fulua. The second part was listening to the scriptures lesson given by the living Arhat Zhao Wu. The third part would be having a sparring and teaching exercise with the monks and boxing masters that were not too old. Other than areas that restricted filming, the media followed them for the entire trip. It looked rather proper. At noon, with the scorching sun high up in the sky, Lu Cheng and the rest entered the temple while enduring the steam cooker-like environment. They were able to appreciate the differences in style between temples in their own countries and temples in a foreign land from close distance. The infrastructure here had sharp edges, was enveloped in gold and looked majestic. As they step in, the unique characteristics of ancient Buddhism were striking to them. As Theravada saw Mahayana Buddhism as extremists, they did not recognize the different realms of Buddhism nor the various Buddha mentioned in their scriptures. Therefore they only enshrined and worshipped the world-honored Buddha, Gautama Buddha and his followers such as Mahakassapa and others. Outside the hall, there was a giant urn and the four faces god, Brahma, guiding the door. It had a golden body that was still shimmering and 8 extended arms holding to different items in each hand, looking extremely solemn. As this was an official activity, Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and the rest were all wearing their white base, red stripes martial arts suits that represented their group. This formed a strong contrast against the traditional clothing worn by Kaori Karasawa, Yuko Yamashita and the other members of Japan's representative group. As for Vagar, he was still wearing a large brimmed hat and general suit. He was walking with awe but was still domineering. It was as though he had forgotten about the scar of losing to Kaori Karasawa and the fact that he wasn't able to force her to use quadruple aerial ace. Banam was in a classical attire of a Nanjing boxing master. Both of his arms and legs were wrapped in white bandages and was walking at the back of the group where no one paid attention. The skinny and fat Waku and Gusai were in monk's robes, blending in well with their surroundings. During the visit, they were moving around in groups of 3 to 5 based on their representative groups. There were clear boundaries between each group. Lu Cheng took out his cell phone and fulfilled his responsibility as a tourist. As long as the place allowed photography, he would just take a picture regardless if the workmanship was great or bad. He was intending to share them with his wife at night. As for An Xiaoyang and Ren Li, their only use was to provide more pictures for him to steal. Peng Liyun, his phone camera was ruined, and he would drift off from time to time. All he could do was continue being his relaxed and casual self. 3:30, their visit had ended. They entered a structure that looked like a lecture room. At the front, there was a skinny, yellow-skinned old monk sitting with his eyes half opened. There was nothing extravagant around him, and one couldn't spot any vitality on him. This was the initial result of one who had mastered the way to becoming an arhat and was equivalent to one who had just entered the realm of physical invulnerability. The name of this monk was Master Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu didn't bat an eyelid and was composed throughout. Seeing that everyone had gathered, He started giving a lecture using the Pali language that Buddha had used to write the scriptures in the past. For middle-aged monks who were standing on his left and right were translating the content using English, Mandarin, Japanese, and Xinjiang's language at the same time. Their voices stacked on and resonated in the Zen hall. This gave an unexplainable deep, solemn, and loud feeling. Lu Cheng was rather interested and listening attentively. Initially, he was just taking it as broadening his knowledge. However, as he listened on, a strong sense of doubt arose in him. Master Zhao wasn't talking about some stories in the Buddhism scriptures, but the true meaning behind 16 insight knowledges. He was covering from understanding to how he mastered it step by step and using analogies to break it down. This made Lu Cheng felt that he could actually master part of it. It couldn't be that 16 insight knowledges is so worthless and he can just say it out for us to listen? Lu Cheng leaned towards Peng Liyun and asked in a low voice. This was equivalent to the core force of Ice Sect and Fire Sect. Peng Liyun tilted his head, took a glance at him, and his mouth started moving. The voice was barely audible but went straight into Lu Cheng's ears. He is only talking about the basics and will not talk about the deeper content. If you are really interested and decide to walk down this path, I believe he would be more than happy to welcome you and pass down the teachings to you himself. Lu Cheng suddenly understood. He continued, it's not bad just hearing about it. 16 insight knowledge isn't recorded in any scriptures books. They are the practical training methods and confirmation methods that Gautama Buddha and various high monks had concluded after reaching the Arhat realm. It's indeed interesting. Lu Cheng scrutinized Peng Liyun and laughed. It's normal for me to listen, but you are a disciple of Taoism and half a priest. What are you listening for? I have decided to give Peng Liyun the nickname of priest. A priest that always drifts beyond the skies. Peng Liyun replied with a laugh. Since the Song dynasty, there have been many exchanges of the scriptures of Buddhism, so as to perfect the philosophical system of various parties. Part of it had fused with the training principles of the other party. I might be able to understand something by listening about Hinayana a little more. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. His gaze started to drift and his thoughts were no longer concentrating. Lu Cheng felt something and immediately raised his hand. At this moment, he happened to see Master Zhao Wu looking and nodding his head slightly at him. He wasn't angry nor happy, but that half-opened eyes of his had suddenly opened. As they opened, a radiant illusion seemed to have covered his eyes. All he could see was that Master Zhao Wu, who was sitting at the other end, started turning gold, and grew 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body was emanating dazzling light, looking sacred and solemn. Couldn't be? Could there really be the golden body of Arhat? Lu Cheng was greatly shocked and subconsciously formed the ice mirror to reflect his surroundings. He suspected that his senses and mind had been affected by the mystical influence of Master Zhao Wu, resulting in his illusion. Within the ice mirror, a golden statue of an Arhat with 3 heads and 6 arms was emanating brilliant light. Really? Lu Cheng still couldn't believe it. He did a forced concentration and allowed the ice and fire to rotate to achieve equilibrium, forming a starry sky where darkness, light, cold, and hot coexisted. This was to maximize the minute premonition that he could have felt with his body. The surroundings suddenly became empty. He looked once again at Zhao Wu and discovered his muscles had bulged out, forming wave-like patterns. His skin was glowing in dull golden light. Where was his 3 head? Where was his 6 arms? Where was the brilliant light emanating from his entire body? No, in the void around him. His aura was condensing as though it had become the real body. Faintly, it had formed 2 blurry heads and 4 additional arms holding different items. Up until now, Lu Cheng roughly understood what happened. The golden body of Arhat that he had seen previously was partially real and partially fake. It was formed by the aura of Master Zhao Wu's through his strong mental strength and the mutation of his body. So this is an enlightened person similar to one in physical invulnerability stage. Recalling the snow-covered environment that his master summoned, they were really the gods of these lands. As his thoughts flowed, Lu Cheng became composed and was admiring the mysterious feeling Zhao Wu displayed casually. His gaze swept to Peng Liyun and found that his eyes were out of focus and his expression was in a daze. No one knew where he had drifted to, and he probably didn't pay attention to the golden body of Arhat. Master Zhao Wu's flirtatious look had landed on a blind man, Lu Cheng thought. Shifting his gaze, he saw Ren Li looking at the front in focus. The light in her eyes was dull and there seemed to be a storm gathering. As for An Chaoyang, he was mumbling to himself. He seemed to be reciting a poem. Reciting a poem? Lu Cheng was shocked and turned his ear. All he heard was An Chaoyang reciting softly, "That year, I shaved my head and embraced the world, not because of Buddha, but to get closer to your warmth." Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and couldn't help but mocked. This group of useless people. They had wasted these scripture lessons. Humph, other than Ren Li. I have to tell this to Ku. She will definitely laugh over it. 10 minutes past 4. The scripture lesson was over and the group of people left the Zen hall. Lu Cheng casually glanced at Kaori Karasawa, Vagar and the rest as he wished to find out if there were any signs of them after witnessing the golden body of Arhat. However, these people all had strong wills and their expressions had recovered, making him unable to tell. However, the other boxing masters and martial arts artists seemed to be a little distracted and had clearly suffered an extremely large shock to the point that they were starting to have doubts about their lives. Following was the guidance exercise segment. Based on the arrangements of the organizing committee, they were divided into 2 groups. Several female contestants went to guide female boxing masters that were not too old. As for the rest, they headed to the canteen to try out the food of the monks while waiting for the rotations. As he was worried that Ren Li would be lost, Gai Zhong Ningtao instructed Lu Cheng for a while before following her in a hurry. Yuko Yamashita looked on quietly and nodded his head slightly. In the canteen, the food was served to them. The drinks were just plain water and the rice was coarse. It was as simple as it could get. Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and An Chaoyang only consumed a few mouthfuls before stopping. If they were not hungry, why would they torture themselves? Speaking of which, I'm starting to miss the various delicacies at home. Lu Cheng swallowed his saliva. Soon after, the monks started to gather the utensils. Yuko Yamashita was glancing over using the side of his eyes from a place not far away. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't react strangely and allowed the monks to collect their utensils, a smile appeared on his face. This monk had been bribed. The utensils they used would be sent to Misane Otaki for extractions. Although Lu Cheng and the rest always had meals outside previously, they did not make any reservations and therefore he couldn't bribe the staffs in advance. Moreover, their guide would always ensure they did not leave anything behind in the end. This time, their guide had been diverted away. At this moment, Lu Cheng suddenly remembered something. He immediately halted the monk who was leaving with their utensils, smiled at Peng Liyun and An Chaoyang and laughed. "You guys are too careless. Where are we? This is Nanyang, where evil's arts and curses are common. We can't leave behind anything that is close to ourselves to prevent people from casting spells on them." Yeah, this is based on what the coach had instructed him. Seeing that Peng Liyun and An Chaoyang were dumbfounded, Lu Cheng wiped the bowls and utensils he used previously. A dull flame shimmer. The flame did not burn the material but evaporated their saliva. "This move isn't bad," Peng Liyun complimented. To be able to use fire to deal with the trails but not burning the utensils, this level of control was commendable. Lu Cheng should be completing his morph soon, right? As they spoke, he also stood up. Silverish white sparks were coming out from his hands. He wiped his own utensils and did not leave behind any additional things. Seeing them, An Chaoyang was also anxious to try it out. He had not unlocked a supernatural ability and could only attempt to destroy using special wavelength. In the end, he shamelessly took out wet wipes. Yuko Yamashita was watching from afar quietly and silently. When the few female experts were giving guidance, suddenly a gust of wind blew past and blew away the boredom. Ren Li's hair was also blown up. After she reached 6 pins, the roots of her hair became very strong. Without external force, it would be difficult for her to lose a hair. When giving guidance, there's usually no requirement for her to tie up her hair. At this moment, Kaori Karasawa, who was near her, moved her fingers quietly. A gust of wind mixed into the natural environment and was in perfect tune with the actions of the girl sparring with Ren Li. The wind twisted 2 strands of hair off Ren Li and pulled them off quietly without a trace. It looked just like an accident caused by the move of the female kid. No one could possibly master the absolute reaction to their hair. 2 strands of black hair carrying the roots felled. Although Ren Li felt something, she didn't find it strange and continued to feed moves to the female kid. Kaori Karasawa's expression was getting more and more carefree, and the smile on her face was still as beautiful and sweet. After the guidance match was over, she pretended to have dropped something and rolled it to the side where she bent down to pick it up. When Ren Li was back in the canteen, Lu Chang told her about the evil arts and curses of Nanyang to remind her to pay more attention. Ren Li answered confidently, "That's nothing. I also know about curses." "You know about curses too?" Lu Chang was surprised. "Yeah, there's a segment about black magic and curses in the plague sect. However, the preparations needed beforehand take a long time and aren't useful in battle. Moreover, it's useless if the materials gathered are useless and it would fail most of the time. Nonetheless, it will be 100% accurate if I used it on myself," said Ren Li. "I happen to have lost some strands of hair and can cast a reverse curse on it." At this point, she looked at Zhong Ningtao, anxious to try it out. "Guide. I will like to apply to go out and buy some materials." "Oh damn, I have not expected Ren Li to be capable of this. I can't afford to offend her." "Cannot afford." Lu Chang wiped away his cold sweat. "She can even use curses." "And not right. I'm able to reflect curses." Thinking about this, he no longer spoke any further and headed towards the open space with Peng Liyun and in Chaoyang to give guidance to 12 to 13 years old boxing masters or monks. Seeing the immature yet engrossed looks, and their well-practiced and ruthless actions, Lu Chang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In China, one would just have gotten into contact with martial arts at this age and the focus would be on forming the foundation and training the body. There were still several years before they would have fighting strength. It wasn't that it would take long, but the society had a common understanding that getting too involved in martial arts at too early a stage would affect a person's growth and resulting in various negative consequences. The kids' mental health might even be affected by it. In this process, they would be taught other things too. This was to prevent them from being illiterate. If their paths of martial arts didn't work out in the future, at least they would not be useless. However, this wasn't the case in Shengxiang. Most of the people here were still very poor and led a very tough life. Although they might not have reached the stage where they did not have food for the next meal, they weren't much better. From a young age, they had to work in various kinds of jobs to keep themselves alive. Those who were selected to practice martial arts were the lucky ones. The earlier they mastered it and began to possess fighting strength, the earlier they could serve the people nurturing them. This was something that both parties desired. As there were only a small number of high-level experts, the referees in a lot of competitions were not up to standards. During battles, lost control was common and there was a lingering taste of blood and cruelty. Nonetheless, such boxing matches were abnormally popular. A lot of people liked to watch this kind of battle and were willing to pay money to watch. Based on the reports he had read, the boxing masters of Shengxiang were in a group with a high fatality rate. Moreover, for those who had not reached the stage similar to the inhuman stage, where one's core would mutate, they would likely be very prone to disease and pain after they passed their prime years, leading to an extremely sad life. Some of them might not even live past 50 years old. Obviously, this was already considered as blessed when compared against many other professions. Not only was their income great, but they could also rely on their strength to bully the weak to earn some additional resources. As for transsexuals, their lives were brilliant for a moment but painful for many others. They could also die suddenly. The reasons why there were such differences between the two countries were because other than the path of martial arts, China had developed quite well in other aspects. For the kids in China, practicing martial arts were more of a dream and for their future. To the kids of the same age in Shengxiang, martial arts were for survival. Lu Chang was giving guidance attentively. He wasn't discriminating against them, but he only felt pity. The talent of the kid opposite of him was average and would likely not make it past the first streaming. He would have to take the road of studying. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the activity ended. Lu Chang and the rest didn't encounter any incidents and successfully found a place to have dinner before returning to the hotel. That night, at the place where Japan's representatives were staying, the researcher, Misane Otaki, was trying to keep his excitement in control as he started preliminary handling of Renli's hair. He was intending to separate the hair roots. He was operating at full concentration when a dull light lit up in front of his eyes. All he could see was the 2 strands of hair burning rapidly and becoming ashes in an instant. At the same time, it was giving out a faint fruit smell. What has happened? Misane Otaki was dumbfounded. After several minutes, the phone in the hotel room of the leader of Japan's representative group rang. He picked up the phone and realized it was Misane Otaki. He was shouting with difficulty, "Help! Help me! Help you?" The leader immediately rushed out and called for help. After opening the room door of Misane Otaki, he saw lying on the floor, bent like a prawn and was vomiting incessantly, looking like he was in pain. There's poison," said Misane Otaki while struggling after seeing the rescue personnel. "It seems to have failed," Renli mumbled to herself while staring at the countless decorations in front of her. "There isn't anyone around, right? Forget it, it will not really harm the person after all. At the worst case, he would just feel terrible for a while." "Yeah, it is considered done now." Renli clapped her hand and walked into the washroom happily, intending to have a bath. The second day, the 27th of August. Lu Chang, who had almost fully recovered, felt that he would complete his morph in just 2 to 3 days as he truly entered the inhuman stage. During the sparring session in the morning, he was resting to recover. He watched the videos while waiting for the next match and was looking forward to experiencing the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. As to who would become the eventual champion, he naturally would stand on the side of his teammate. At 7:30 at night, they had their dinner and arrived at the Shangxiang Stadium. They entered the changing room and were making final adjustments before the match. Outside the door, there was a huge crowd of people as the heat wave swept towards the sky. It didn't seem like they were here to watch a finals, but more like watching a grand celebration. In the room, Peng Liyun was holding his phone horizontally. On the phone was the battle video between Lu Chang and Kaori Karasawa. However, his eyes weren't focused on the screen but had drifted to an unknown place. Suddenly, it seemed like he had connected something. Renli, who had nothing to do, was lowering her head and playing on her phone. As she was swiping with her fingers, her eyebrows were raised from time to time. She seemed to be wanting to quarrel with someone. However, she still managed to control herself in the end. And Chaoyang was wearing his headphones and listening to his music quietly, as though he was in a world of his own. As for Lu Chang, it was obvious that he was chatting with his little fairy girl. "If you are to lose despite being the favorite, I will laugh at you for a lifetime. Cover mouth while smiling expression," said Yen Zhika. For a lifetime, the edge of Lu Chang's mouth arced upwards. He typed quickly, "I'm really afraid. I have to think about how long I should play around in this match." Just like this, time passed second by second. Lu Chang kept his phone and intended to close his eyes to rest for 15 minutes. At this moment, the side of his eyes saw the return of Peng Liyun. Vitality came back into his eyes. Remembering something, he asked in a low voice, "How do you think curses work?" Felt rather creepy and scary. "Is it based on the principles of quantum entanglement?" He was guessing with physics knowledge that he barely understood half of it. Peng Liyun tilted his head and looked at him. He laughed heartily. "This has dabbled into my knowledge-blind zone. I'm just an undergraduate." You know about this joke?" Lu Chang replied with a surprised tone. "I'm not a primitive person." Peng Liyun waved the phone in his hands with a smile. Lu Chang and his mentality were rather relaxed. In Japan's representative group, the guide heaved a sigh and threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He looked with focused eyes at Kaori Karasawa and said, "How do you feel?" The following match is a battle for glory for Japan. Kaori Karasawa moved her hands and legs before replying with a gentle smile. Not bad. The injuries shouldn't have any effects on me now. Great. The guide nodded his head in satisfaction. In the other changing room, Gusai, who was making his preparation, saw the guide walk over and said in a low voice, Lu Chang defeated Yuko Yamashita and Bantam. He even forced Kaori Karasawa to use quadruple aerial ace, and is widely considered as a top 4 expert in this competition. As long as you can win against him, you could prove yourself and the Shengxiang country. You would receive the compliments of everyone and all the glory. Gusai was also an established monk. He wasn't agitated by what he heard and replied in a composed tone. He's a real expert. There's still some distance between him and I. I'm unlikely to win. In addition, he still suffered injuries during the match against Peng Liyun. Rest assured, we have contacted Wu Cheng from Miluo. He will be the referee for the match between Lu Cheng and you, the guide said in satisfaction. This would be discovered by Lu Cheng and doubted by everyone. Gusai shook his head slowly. No, they won't. This was because he will not affect Lu Cheng or disturb your battle. It is just that his supernatural ability can allow you to have better performance without others finding out at the most crucial moment. Try your best in battle. Go and show everyone who is the real artist, the guide said in an elevated tone as he waved his hand. Entering the finals will be too obvious. Number 3 is just right. Gusai pondered for a moment before replying. I only know about being myself. As for other things, I didn't hear them. Great. The guide left with satisfaction. Waku, who came along and was sitting at a side, was just watching quietly, not saying a word. Perhaps this will be one of the obstacles in Junior Gusai's practice. He would only truly understand after experiencing it himself. When he won against Lu Cheng but felt remorseful and plagued by remorse, he would then understand the pretense of his and started to hate everything in the world, giving rise to the thought of giving up everything in the world. Gusai was sitting there, not moving for a long time until he heard the announcement from outside. It was then that he wriggled his terrifying fats and stood up like a mountain. August 27th, 8 p.m. In the Shengxiang Stadium, the radio broadcast guided the ambience, drawing cheers from the audience in a sea of enthusiasm. The third fourth-place match was in place to heat things up before the grand finals took off. Yen Zhika's message arrived punctually. Charge forward, lad, for the prize of money. No cheers for today. Coach Yen will have to slave drive you. Brandishing foil. Slave drive, chuckled Lu Cheng. The weakling in me shivers. Shudders with head in hands, he replied. He added another line after that. I guess I have to give it my all. Getting all gung-ho. After a brief interaction, he signed out of QQ and handed the unlocked phone to In Xiaoyang. He repeatedly reminded him when they fist-bumped. Only start taking pictures when I'm almost on the arena. Try your best to not reply anything when you are posting on the livestream thread. Now that he's out of excuses and reasons, he had to redeploy In Xiaoyang, the relatively reliable one out of the unreliable squad. Okay, replied In Xiaoyang, bobbing his head up and down to show that he knew what to do. Didn't expect Lu Cheng to have this naggy side to him. After his briefing ended, Peng Liyun moved closer to fist-bump him. Don't play around too much and lose. Huh? Play around too much and lose? Does he know about it? How In Xiaoyang and I dissed him during his matches. The familiar quote took Lu Cheng aback. He reddened when he caught on. Beside him, and Xiaoyang coughed drilly like someone who was caught red-handed bad-mouthing others. Ha ha, replied Lu Cheng, laughing drilly. I won't. That's when Run Li extended her fist too, looking at him with a tinge of guilt. It was a slip of the tongue, she admitted frankly. Ha ha, no biggie, replied Lu Cheng, forcing a smile on his face. In the light-hearted mood, he swung around and walked towards the arena along the walkway, his steady steps masking his overwhelming presence. The livestream thread was wrapped in an equally cheerful and lively ambience. Is this match even worth watching? In a nap's time, I'll be hearing all about Liu Cheng's victory, jested Okamoto's fan. A plumber eating mushrooms raised his objections from a force of habit. That's where you are wrong. What joy it is to watch an exciting match that's guaranteed to go your way, along with some icy beer and barbecue. That's what life is about. Go squat around the corner, you two. Don't accumulate bad karma for my Liu Cheng. Whistles and deals a red card, replied Eternal Nightfall Yen Shaoling. Her ally Brahmin didn't see it that way. Snacks are ready, waiting for the competition to start. Wag's tail smugly, she replied. As the ebullient discussion went on, Liu Cheng stepped into the arena before his opponent, positioning himself on the referee's left-hand side. Without exerting his aura, he silently watched as Gusai walked closer, his flesh jiggling with every step. Wrapped in a crimson sadhu robe, his opponent was plump but burly like a frightening mountain of flesh, and his skin shone of dark gold. Every part of him was mysterious. His stretched features appeared small, and his countenance less bitter than that of Waku. A profound look resided in his eyes, but not much of enlightenment and discardment. As Liu Cheng sized him up, Gusai was eyeing him as well. What he saw was an energetic youth, gentle and reserved in demeanor, wearing a slight smile on his lips like that of a normal, harmless university student. Yet the way he stood felt immovable, as if in his outbursts he could bring a terror comparable to a mountain crumbling before someone. His breathing sped up, but he quickly regained control. As he strolled into the arena, without realizing it himself, he tossed a glance towards the referee with the corner of his eyes. The Miluo referee, Wu Sheng, had a swarthy face, slicked back hair that was scarce in number, and a no-nonsense, solemn expression. Towards Gusai's gaze, he did not return the slightest response, as though he did not see it. He was experienced as an quasi-inhuman mighty one. Gusai looked away, putting all his distractions aside. He stood across Liu Cheng with around 30 feet in between. Wu Sheng glanced at the digital clock as it approached 8:10. He raised his palm, gesturing to his left and right respectively. Abruptly, he swung his right hand down. His voice was hoarse but loud enough for the entire stadium to hear. Begin! The King of Youth Pro League 3rd fourth place match had officially begun. The tensed muscles on Liu Cheng's thighs clung tightly to his pants, leaving tight markings that were sharply defined. At the same time, he swung his waist, shifting his center of gravity forward, poised to pounce out like a brutal blizzard that finished brewing. Standing across him, Gusai instinctively leapt to the right, but Liu Cheng merely stomped forward with his left foot. It was just a test. Snap! Cracks unfurled on the ground as Liu Cheng dashed to his left, sweeping up gusts and devouring the 30 or so feet between them, seamlessly getting in the way of his dodging opponent. Drawing a breath, Gusai rapidly lowered his body. His dark gold glowing flabs began gaining definition, turning into muscles that could take one's breath away. He planned to take Liu Cheng's attack head-on with his heart reflection punch. At that moment, Liu Cheng adjusted his fascias, flexed his muscles and moved his feet correspondingly, changing his direction by force. A bang sounded as he smashed through the air, whipping up a frigid wind that fondled Gusai's face. Ascension to heaven's stars, shrilling northern winds. The strong wind made Gusai teeter, closing his eyes instinctively as he felt sharp blades scraping against his face. Sidestepping, Liu Cheng pointed his toes inwards, kneecaps and legs pointing against each other, and swung out a fist. Gusai's ears registered a crisp bam. Unable to use heart reflection punch in time, he directed all of his strength to his arm, raising it to defend his side. Palm! Liu Cheng's fist smashed into his forearm, caving it in. It sent ripples down his flab, but did little to move him. Twisting his waist and taking another step, Liu Cheng circled to his opponent's side, just as the latter was pivoting to find him. He flexed his arm and brutally slammed his elbow inwards. Though he wanted to experience the heart reflection punch and its killer move, the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, he didn't want to play around as much as Peng Liyun did, taking attacks head-on right from the get-go. He decided to start off with a dogfight approach, and after he fully grasped Gusai's fighting abilities, he could confidently proceed with further experiments. That way, if anything went wrong, he would immediately realize it and perform a timely comeback, before it got to the heart-thumping point where defeat was possible. Bam, bam, bam. In large strides, Lu Cheng moved as though he was dancing through flowers and trees. He moved in series of threes that consisted of punching, kicking, and grabbing. The close-quarter combat gave Lu Cheng a good idea of what his opponent could and couldn't do. This Theravada sadhu is indeed gifted. His body is capable of absorbing damage, but at the same time packs a punch. His strength is close to mine, even though I'm at the inhuman stage. He's only at a slight disadvantage. But from what I can tell, their way of martial arts focuses more on their spirits and not so much on intricate fighting moves. With that judgment in mind, Lu Cheng backed away from the melee range and maintained his distance. Retracting his thoughts, he condensed an icy mirror with a glossy surface that produced a clear reflection of everything around him in a 4-inch radius. It was as though his soul had left himself, and was now suspending in the air, emotionlessly scanning through the surroundings. Once the ice mirror took shape, Lu Cheng immediately retracted his chi and blood, pulled his arm back, and swung his shoulder out. Bam! His punch shot out, dragging through the air at lightning speed, kindling a searing white flame that wrapped around it like a stylish glove. With the break in between, Gusai caught his breath. Channeling his spirits, a look of misery filled his eyes as he lashed out with an ordinary straight. Dark gold radiance seeped out as it collided with Lu Cheng's flame fist. Boom! Flames splattered, ripping away the dark gold on Gusai's fist. Suffering from the combination of explosive dan force and waves of impact, Gusai dared not resist by force, and chose to retreat backwards. Lu Cheng felt a discomfort gnawing at his throat, smothering him. His lungs tightened and his insides burned, as though he was seriously sick. Apart from that, his body felt weak. He felt as though he had been bedridden for a long time, and the days when he dominated the arenas seemed so far away. Heart reflection punch, illness. In life, no one can escape the torments of illness, and everyone experiences it for a few times. Lu Cheng's body remembered how it felt, and right now those memories were being provoked, resonating with the fist intent in Gusai's punch, breaking through the barriers of time and giving him a serious illness. His limbs lost its strength, and his defensive movements turned abnormally slow. He could only watch as the opponent's fist neared him. It all felt too real, but from Lu Cheng's towering view, in the reflection of the ice mirror, he saw his blood flowing vigorously like wild torrents. He saw his muscles, energetic and youthful, as though it could smash through walls and stomp through the ground at any time. Not a trace of illness lay within him. Everything from before was merely illusions spawned from the brain in response to the external stimulus, and the realisticness of it came from the hormone secretions. It feels good to be healthy, thought Lu Cheng, comparing between his ill figure and his actual body. Taking a half step with his left foot, muscles bulging, his right fist boomed out, warding off Gusai's sneaky punch. Their fists changed shapes in the dull thud. Gusai took a quick step backwards, his wavy sadhu robes nearly catching fire. With another look of misery, he drew his fist back monotonously. Heart reflection punch, misery. Lu Cheng chose to take it head-on, concentrating and releasing his chi and blood. His left arm grew in girth, sending out a vicious punch that went straight in its path. The temperature in the area sharply fell. Gouts of water condensed on his fist as white mist enshrouded it. The sparkling fist landed on Gusai's forearms, denting it, turning his muscles back into fat, and his dark gold complexion into a shade of pale. The blow knocked Gusai back by 6 feet, marking the ground with 2 distinct lines through friction. His arms were enameled in a layer of white mist, and his lips quivered from the frost. On the other hand, Lu Cheng heard his stomach growl. An insuppressible hunger came over him, as though he had turned into a sadhu himself, begging for a living in the sun and rain, binded by strict rules and forbidden to eat past noon. The food tasted bland and dry and he ate with no joy. The discomfort from hunger made him feel as though his throat was reaching out for food. The rush of feelings came over him, and the only thing he wished for is to surrender at that instant, then head into a restaurant where he can stuff his face. Or rather, hurry back to his own country, where he can gobble up all the delicacies he longed for. Stir-fried eel, roasted eggplant from Old Lou barbecue, beef and potato stew, braised pork ribs with lotus root, tomato and egg soup, yusiang shredded pork, spicy sautéed crab, braised crawfish. The resplendent images flashed through Lu Cheng's mind, amplifying the empathy he felt for what a sadhu had to go through. Bam! He mustered up his strength, violently jerked his arm back and jabbed out. He had to fight for the delicacies. Of course, the ice mirror had never cracked and merely felt a ripple. The clear reflection reminded him that he was not hungry in reality, keeping his emotions in check, suppressing any anxiety and impatience. Bang! The impact made Gusai stagger backwards just before he launched his counterattack, cracking the floor below him. He felt a fleeting confusion, unbelieving of how Lu Chang could produce such violent force in his state of hunger. Food makes the world go round. Swallowing his spit, Lu Chang bounded after him in wide movements, his muscles clearly defined and rock solid, like that of a heavenly god that descended to earth. Again, he secretly chanted, enthusiastically whipping out his right arm, hurling a punch that went towards Gusai's throat like a lance. The imbued Emperor Yen force torched the surrounding air, pulling it into a condensed fireball. White sparks danced in Gusai's eyes. He dared not hold back or make further attempts to gauge his foe's power. Channeling his spirits, the light of Skanda shone in his eyes. He stepped forward and drew his arm back, rushing forward in silence. 6 paths of reincarnation punch, hungry ghost path. By insidiously injecting insatiable greed into Lu Cheng's mind, Gusai sought to drain his foe's patience and fight with an unthinking bloodthirst. The force was imbued in his punches, a subtle technique that oftentimes left its victims unknowing. By the time they realized and tried to suppress it, it was always too late, for they were either on the verge of defeat or already defeated. That was the reason why Gusai used it as a prelude. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending waves of flames rolling. The sadhu robe at the region of Gusai's arm was shredded to pieces, more cracks appearing on his dark gold aura. His other hand rushed to protect his face, as he staggered backwards to neutralize the impact from Emperor Yen force. From its impact alone, his flame sect force was worthy of being ranked as top 3. A ripple formed in Lu Cheng's ice mirror, and its pellucid surface almost cracked apart. But at the same time it unreservedly revealed the infiltrating spy. With preparations and a calm mind, he had detected the fist intent of hungry ghost path. Not bad at all. He calmed his thoughts as water turned to ice, suppressing his impatience and eradicating his greed. Method characterized his movements once again. He fought at a steady pace, not giving away any openings. Astonished, Gusai tried activating Hungry Ghost Path twice more, yet it did not affect his opponent at all. The gleam in his irises flashed as he changed his fist intent out of desperation. With a look that conveyed calmness and misery, he drew a deep breath. Lifting his hips, he raised his arm and sent a punch downwards, leaving the air undisturbed despite its speed and ferocity. Lu Chang lowered his hips and raised his right arm from his lower abdomen, where he rested it. His backhand punch collided with his enemy's fist, producing an echoing sound. All of a sudden, Lu Chang felt at peace as apathy came over him. He grew tired of the battle, the contest, and more so of defeating his enemy. Why am I standing here? Who am I? Where did I come from? And where do I go next? At that moment, Lu Chang seemed to have entered Kenja time. No earthly desires could pique his interest, and all that was in his mind were philosophical questions about the world and himself. He hardly felt like dealing with Gusai's glancing elbow blow. 6 paths of reincarnation punch, immortal path. This move helped people overcome their desires, eradicating their emotions and freeing them from the prison of mind. When used in combat, it could corrode the opponent's fighting spirits by reducing the right hormone secretion, throwing them into a languid state where they do not wish to defend themselves. Even if they blocked out of instinct, they can hardly put any strength into it. The 6 paths of reincarnation each had its own quirks. But this status effect was two sides of the same coin with ice mirror, suppressing emotions and deterring interferences. Lu Chang adapted quickly, his status impeccably reflected on the lake in his mind. He drove his body to work, as though he was carrying out the cold, merciless will of the immortal. Hormones were unleashed as his muscles swelled up again. Turning around and extending his arm, he pushed a palm out that caught Gusai's elbow. Flames gathered around. The explosion was coming. Gusai hurriedly retracted his elbow, avoiding the fulminating flames. His opponent, unflinching in the 6 paths of reincarnation, felt like a god to him. The gleam in his eyes turned red, turning his disquiet to strength. He lifted his waist, tensed the heels of his feet and struck out a low kick. When Lu Chang defended himself with a whipping kick, he clenched and swung out his hammer-like fist. Bang! Lu Chang straightened his arm and blocked it. His fighting spirits tumbled fiercely, and his blood gurgled more vigorously, stimulating his muscles and driving his fascius. The desire for violence filled his body. A dark red could be discerned from his iris. 6 paths of reincarnation punches, Azura path. A slight crack extended over the ice mirror, and the ripples almost turned to tides, but Lu Chang barely managed to preserve it. He was pleasantly surprised to observe his chi and blood turning more active under the influence of the fist intent of Azura path. The hidden strength in parts of his muscles were being drawn out, similar to his state when activating the fighting formula, albeit less intense. This isn't half bad, thought Lu Chang. He was learning more about his body from a new perspective. There were subtle changes in his muscles, fascias, organs, and spirit under the influence of bloodthirst and violence, like the rate of metabolism at his cells level increasing. Some changes were good, and some were bad, but all of them served well as future reference. Once he digested what he learned, the effectiveness of his fighting formula would increase by at least 20%. Haha, what a good decision it was, playing around a little to experience the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. Muscles expanding and figure enlarging, Lu Chang expanded into a giant. He stepped forward and flung his fist, delivering a blow from the above. Gusai's feet sunk into the floor, blubbers bouncing. Smack, 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 whack, whack, whack. After grasping what Azura path did to his body, Lu Chang delivered blows after blows as though he was on steroids. Gusai's depression grew as he defended himself, coming close to a defeat. All this time, Gusai did not see a semblance of Lu Chang losing his composure. What a monster! Does the 6 paths of reincarnation punch not affect him? Or am I simply not good enough? Doubt rose up in Gusai's mind. Regarding the world, regarding life and regarding himself. He almost wanted to just screw it all and act impulsively and carelessly. Luckily for him, with his decent mastery of 16 insight knowledges, he organized his thoughts and calmed down. A rainbow glow redolent of all worldly matters flicked across his eyes. Smack! The flabs on Gusai bloated once more, expanding into muscles. He drew an arm back and clenched his fist, poised for an attack. 6 paths of reincarnation punch, human path. At that moment he felt a savage force injected into him. His spirits sharply rose at the stimulation. Could this be? From the corner of his eye, Gusai caught a glimpse at the referee, Wu Shang. His demeanor remained grave and solemn, and his face emotionless, not paying him the slightest attention. However, without anyone noticing, he had lowered his left arm to face Gusai. A shade of dark blue flashed past. So it's a done deal. I guess this is the critical moment. The thought flashed across Gusai's mind. With his unprecedentedly good state, he performed the intents of life to the finest. When his attack was blocked by Lu Cheng's burning fists, he injected his force into it, letting it run its course and turning the life to hell. When one's thoughts turns extreme, they will suffer pain and experience unescapable torment. Hell doesn't exist anywhere but in a person's heart. One thought can bring you to the human world and another could bring you to hell. That was the ultimate essence of 6 paths of reincarnation punch. The 6 paths of reincarnation that even Waku had yet to master. Applying both human path and hell path. Boom! The Emperor Yen force boomed, sending tides of flames tumbling at will. Gusai had to dodge while taking multiple steps back to avoid the danger and stop its remaining impact. Lu Cheng's vision fogged, as though he experienced 10 years in that moment. In the beginning of the 10 years, he ran to and fro between the 2 countries, driven by enthusiasm. Then, as he and Yen Zheka became more preoccupied with their own lives, the frequency between their meetings gradually decreased. They used to share every interesting tidbit with each other. But as time went on they grew too busy. Too busy for small talk. Conversing became a chore, increasingly monotonous and boring. After 2 to 3 scandals they grew suspicious of each other. Being together was becoming more and more tiring. Slowly, the relationship fell apart by itself. When it came to that, he even felt a sense of release and freedom. 10 years later, when he had already settled into another relationship, he returned to his school for its anniversary celebration. At night, when he revisited the long bridge, he saw a familiar silhouette. She wore a white shirt that bespoke her intelligence, and an elegant long dress that crossed her knees. She stood there glancing at the lake. Her face retained its beauty, but gained a hint of maturity over the years. "How have you been?" he asked after a brief silence. "Great," she nodded with a smile, and without stopping she briskly walked past him. When she had trailed off, far away from him, she mused to herself in a tone that teetered between amusement and sadness. "When you confessed, you promised to wait for me forever." The deeply buried feelings surfaced at once, sweeping up strong winds and wild torrents in her heart. She wanted to turn around, to fix things. But when she saw the wedding ring on her finger, she buried those feelings once more. The slender and beautiful silhouette gradually disappeared in the distance. His heart felt hollow as an intense regret filled him. Whenever he was reminded of it, he regretted it so much so that it felt like he lost a part of himself. On the day he heard that she got married, he spent an entire night sitting alone by the river, all the happenings of his youth gone with the flowing waters. Seeing his enemy in a stupor, Gusai rushed forwarded, flinging his arm to deliver a punch. Another 10 years passed, then another. His hair had turned silver, but there was no one beside him to sing, "When You Grow Old." The regret in him never faded with time, and the pain dug deep into his heart. The scenes flickered before him, overwhelming Lu Cheng with pain and regret. All he wanted was to redo everything, and this time, he'll never let go. "No, this is not the future I want." With his emotions unstable, he awoke the ice and flames in him, wanting to throw a punch at the abominable fate and his detestable self. The rebalance between ice and flames brought out the starry sky. That was the first time he got to use it in actual combat ever since he could slightly manipulate the strength in his Jindan. With all his strength, he wanted to set things straight again. Bam! His frame enlarged in an instant, his eyes pained and hideous, throwing out a punch at a speed beyond Gusai's imagination. It hit him before the winning punch he bet on had reached its maximum momentum. Boom! Air currents exploded, leaving Gusai flabbergasted under the ridiculous pressure. His right arm rebounded right away after being struck, landing on his chest and shattering the dark gold around it, almost snapping his bones. With an enraged roar, Lu Cheng dashed forward, swinging his fists at his opponent's left arm that rushed to defend himself, unleashing his brute force in its full glory. In the overlapping bang and snap, Gusai flew out backwards, his arm broken and his chest caved in, himself on the verge of passing out. Heavily wounded, he remained stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. The audience fell into silence. They can hardly believe their eyes. Lu Cheng's last 2 punches were so terrifying that it made him look like a beast in human form. The external force in Gusai was scattered by force before it was retracted. Lu Cheng only snapped out of it when he saw his opponent helplessly fall to the ground. Only then he realized what he saw were all illusions, illusions that flooded him with pain just from thinking about. Was my uncertainty and fear about my long-distance relationships amplified? Though the scenes he experienced were fictional, some parts of it did make sense and he took something out of it. To never make such mistakes and live a life of regret again. The referee drew a difficult breath as though holding something down. He raised his right hand. Lu Cheng wins, he rasped. Shaking his head, Lu Cheng bowed, swung around and walked down the arena. He cursed Peng Liyun and Xiaoyun in his heart as he felt the weakness from manipulating the strength of the Jindan. These two unreliable bastards, telling me Gusai's 6 paths of reincarnation punch were nothing, and that it could be withstood with preparations. What lies? The path of life straight up got him so good that he almost lost. Right before he stepped on the stone stairs, behind him, the referee Wusheng opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of blood, splattering onto the gouges in the floor. Wait, what? Why did the referee vomit blood? The audience exchanged looks of confusion, unsure of what to make out of it. What made him vomit blood? Spitting out a mouth of blood after he was no longer able to hold it in, Wu Cheng's face had changed instantly. Beads of perspiration were almost dripping down from his face. Having such an abnormal reaction, he could already imagine the astonishment, the conjectures and the accusations of others on him. What was originally perfectly hidden was exposed right in the face of all the audience. His reputation would no doubt dive off of a cliff. Gusai's eyes were lost, reflecting the pool of red that was thrown out from the referee's mouth. He felt as though he was possessed by a demon previously that made him took part in such a force. What was more unacceptable was that he still lost. He had no excuse not to defend himself and no right to feel angry about it. At the last moments, Lu Cheng demonstrated strength that was more terrifying than what he usually did together with the fighting formula. Haha! He suddenly felt like laughing. He wanted to laugh at the unfounded hopes, laugh at that desire, laugh at everything in the world and laugh at his greed. Not good. Has Gusai gone crazy? Seeing the changes in the expression of that fat monk on the large screen, the audience in the stadium gradually understood what happened and revealed shocked looks. They suspected Gusai had gone mad from the beating from Lu Cheng and that he had completely collapsed afterwards. Waku raised his eyebrows and was in the ring in just a few strides. Clenching his right hand, he hit Gusai, who was not putting up any defense and panting profusely while laughing, in the back of his head. Gusai was knocked unconscious and was dragged and carried to the emergency treatment room. From the looks of it, he didn't understand the illusions around him, thus giving rise to his disgust for the world. He seemed more like he had taken the extreme path and was blinded by the sky devil. He had to be stopped immediately or he might really become crazy. Seeing people walking past him combined with the things that had happened, the face of the guide of the Shengxiang representative team gradually turned pale as though he had contracted some severe illness or suffered grave injuries. With things developed till this stage, he could already foresee his own outcome, the punishment he would receive, and the tragic events that would be happening to him. You can't even win against Lu Cheng with the help of the referee. Gusai, you are useless. It's okay if you are useless. You even implicated me. What has happened? In the live thread, Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling asked with picking petals from flowers expression. I didn't watch a lot of matches, so please don't lie to me. Since when does the referee get injured too? I suspect I have watched a rigged match. Unparalleled Dragon King gave the same response. Pig Riding Knight wiped his cold sweat and said, yeah. Although the battle between inhuman stage experts couldn't be compared with matches between physical and vulnerability stage experts, referees might occasionally suffer a certain level of side effects from trying to stop lethal strikes of both parties. It shouldn't reach the point where the referee would throw up blood. What the hell is going on? As the saying went, if abnormalities were common, there must be something wrong in it. For competitions between inhumans, since the control of both parties had reached a new level, only those who were near the level of physical invulnerability stage would require senior experts to be referees. Under normal circumstances, a battle between 5 pins would just need a 4 pin. For matches between 4 pins, someone at the same level would do. After all, physical invulnerability experts were all figures of an area and wouldn't become a referee casually. This is still the first time that I've seen someone injuring his opponent together with the referee. He's indeed a monster beast that came from M78 Galaxy. Rode to the arena, laughed till tears expression. Invincible punch, held his chin with his hands expression and said, "Could it be that the referee had some injuries before the match?" Subsequently, he was affected by the stacking of the shockwave caused by Emperor Yen Force, and the flames caused him to not be able to suppress his injuries further. How could it be? It isn't that they couldn't find another referee? If he was injured, they just have to find someone to replace him, retorted a plumber eating mushroom. With the microcontrol an inhuman had over his own body, how would he not have known if he was injured and how serious his injuries were? There must be some dirty transactions in it. Okamoto's fan used the expression of Beethoven to show his expression. At this moment, Unparalleled Dragon King, who had been silent for a while, commented, "I just went to check on the information on the referee and discovered that his supernatural ability was very interesting. Translating will give resonance. Whenever his opponents collide with him, they will also suffer the same feelings he felt. In other words, his opponent would take a certain percentage of recoil." That sounds a little fishy. Since resonance can transmit blows and damages, can it also transmit positive effects? For example, an increment in power and mental strength? Guessed Pig Rider Knight. You found the right train of thoughts. Detective Conan pointing a head expression, replied, Unparalleled Dragon King. That is also what I thought. The referee was helping Gusai with resonance, hoping that Gusai could achieve the third position. In the end, who would have expected Liu Chang to completely erupt and injure Gusai? At that moment, his resonance wasn't cut off in time. As a result, he suffered the damages of the after effects. There's no way why he would suddenly throw out blood for no good reason. Yeah. That's so dirty. Brahman scored perfect in reading comprehension. Aren't the people of Shengxiang too shameless? Disregarding the rigged lots drawing. They even bribed the referee to help. Facing such an unfair incident, Above the Sky said with indignation. Scheming. They knew that Liu Chang has the supernatural ability to reflect curses and therefore couldn't deal with him directly and found a referee that could help Gusai instead. If they won, they just have to claim that Theravada has a unique skill of achieving an explosion in mental strength. One wouldn't be able to tell it all just from the video. Liu Chang would also not suspect it. No one would have really known. Fist-hitting table expression. Said, a plumber eating mushroom. I have seen shameless people but have never seen anyone this shameless. The trend in Nanyang had always been very dirty. I believed that the forum in Japan must have the same conjecture, claiming that Shengxiang, Miluo and Nanjing are all cheating in the lots. With the precedent of bribing referees, together with their ruthless personalities and dark skin, they would not entertain them anymore in the future. Haha, Liu Chang won despite going against the two of them. He even made the referee throw up blood and exposed this incident. That feels so great. So great. I'll like to see how Shengxiang will deal with the international critiques. What's there for them to be afraid of? No one respects them. What are they afraid of? We still win despite all this. Great. Ridicule, indignation and emotional comments popped out like flowers blooming after the rain, making the live thread very lively. However, since Liu Chang clinched the victory against two of them, severely injuring his opponent and the referee, and finally revealed this incident to the eyes of the audience, everyone wasn't feeling as bottled up and angry about the incident. I finally understand what you guys are talking about. So infuriating. I want to complain. Go on protest. Yan Shaoling finally became clear of what had happened after staying behind reading for a long time. Besides, my muse is really cool. Liu Chang has been promoted to your muse? Indeed, not everyone could win when fighting against two at the same time. Over the past 10 years, he is the first person that made the referee throw up blood. Unparalleled Dragon King heaved a sigh before continuing. I believe it will be pointless even if you go on protest. Shengxiang will definitely not admit to it. Let's just wait and see how they will explain this. How strange their explanation will be. I guess they couldn't just claim that the referee was injured by Lu Cheng's fart? Okamoto's fan replied with the always suitable, joking expression. Everyone had their views and Lu Cheng was blurred by what had gone on behind him. He had fought so many matches, watched so many battle videos, and yet he had never seen the referee throwing up blood. Who would have expected he would be part of one such fight today? Strange. He frowned slightly and thought about it while walking back to the spectator stand. Awesome, huh? You even won against 2. Peng Liyun extended his fist and fist bumped with him. 1 against 2. It was until now that Lu Cheng suddenly understood. The referee was helping Gusai in the dark? No wonder his 6 paths of reincarnation punch suddenly got so formidable. I apologize, priest and hipster aren't unreliable. 6 paths of reincarnation punch suddenly got strong? That referee definitely was helping, said An Xiaoyang as he felt he completed the whole train of evidence. Let's go surround them. Yeah. Surround that referee and ask for an explanation. Light shimmered in the eyes of Ren Li as she was anxious to try it out. You guys don't create a fuss out of this matter. I will protest to the officials and ask our ambassadors to represent us. Zhong Ningtao immediately tried to calm down the heavenly sons of the era. If they were to really go berserk, they were just like a moving ammunition depot. Moreover, Lu Cheng even won. At this moment, there wasn't much anger in their heart. Instead, they felt great about it. Who asked you guys to scheme against me? Look, see what kind of troubles you got yourself into. To go for wool and come home shorn. Gusai, so what if there are people helping you? Didn't I win too? Moreover, I was just dragging it most of the time. He felt angry, but it was hilarious at the same time. Shaking his head, he said, Guide, I'll leave this to you. I want to see what reasons Shengxiang will give. What he was more worried and afraid of now was what he experienced in the rotations of life. He couldn't wait and quickly got his phone back from An Xiaoyang and unlocked it. Yan Zheka had already sent him dog with dumbfounded face expression. Cheng, what happened in the end? Why do I not understand it? You've crushed Gusai with just 2 punches. And the referee even threw up blood. The referee might have been helping Gusai in the dark and therefore probably suffered the after effects. Lu Cheng quickly glossed over this incident and started talking about what he experienced in that instance of 10 years. After completing his words, he still felt a little weary and said, Looking back now, I'm still afraid of that type of regret. Is a form of unexplainable heartache. Yan Zheka was looking seriously but broke into a laugh. She was laughing at the fear of stupid Cheng and chided. Knock your head expression. Are you silly? How could we just end without a cause? At that stage, we will at least need to complete the paperwork for divorce. As long as we meet up, we will definitely not bear to part and will reconcile. Lu Cheng was instantly stunned and replied with a blushed face. Yeah. I had forgotten about this at that moment. We have collected our marriage certificate. Dumb. Yan Zheka laughed while scolding. Typing quickly, she continued. However, it's a good thing that you have such experience. You got to conclude what you felt seriously and write a reflection, marking out clearly things and attitudes to be avoided. Yeah. Nodding head violently expression, replied Lu Cheng. You got to really write out a conclusion and send it to me. I will supervise you based on the terms. Run fingers through hair expression, replied Yan Zheka. Yeah, I will also revisit this conclusion. Remind myself at all times what to avoid and not to forget what I felt initially. Due to the uproar of critiques and the pressure from the Chinese embassy, the organizing committee gave an unusual notice 10 minutes before the finals and made the explanation. Miluo's referee, Wu Cheng, had old injuries with him. Due to the effects of the explosion caused by Lu Cheng and the blow from the wind of the punch, he threw up blood. There was no cheating involved. Wu Cheng, who was sitting in the resting room, heard the explanation from the broadcast. He suddenly clenched his right fist and crushed a metal ball. He would rather the organizing committee penalize him for accepting briberies than accepting such an explanation. As a senior expert, he was injured by the wind of the punch. How was he going to command respect in the future? What was the wind of the punch? That's the wind brought by the punch. If I could be injured by this, how am I supposed to raise my head in front of others in the future? Accepting bribes would at most be a problem with his character. However, an explanation like this concerns his reputation. Haha! The wind of the punch. In the live thread and various other forums, they were all laughing at this explanation. They were really shameless. Oh my Lu Chang! Injuring an inhuman with the wind of his punch? Killing Dan's stage with just a gaze. Someone was promoting his poem online. The wind from my punch. The wind from my punch. The wind from my punch. Lu Chang almost pounded the wall in hysterical laughter when he heard the announcement. Thumbs up to the organizing committee's thick skin and feigned ignorance. Well, the next time I bring out my name, I can add the slogan injures with a graze, kills with a blow, capable of beating an inhuman from a mile away. How grand, how powerful, and how manly would that be? After sharing it with Yen Zheka, he looked towards Peng Liyun, who just managed to stifle his laughter. About time you head out, priest. There's only a few minutes left. Not more than 4 before the grand finals began. Okay, replied Peng Liyun, who had by then changed into his martial arts suit. He stood up slowly and walked towards the entrance of the changing room. About 2 steps later, he stopped and turned back to look at Lu Chang. What did you just call me? He asked confusedly. Priest, Lu Chang answered calmly, before he went on to explain with a smile. Think about it. You are a disciple from the Shangqing sect, and you always look like you are cultivating to be an immortal when you are intensively studying the profound mysteries of nature. Aren't you a priest then? If you say so. Without much objections to his new nickname, Peng Liyun pulled open the entrance door and walked out, and Chaoyang ran up to Lu Chang and stood side by side with him. Don't tell me you spent all your free time thinking up nicknames for us during the past few days? He asked with a glance. No, of course not. Lu Chang laughed drily as he shook his head in rebuttal. Do I look like someone with nothing better to do? The only times I do it is when I shoot the breeze with Talker. That bastard is the one that always prompts me to such talks. Okay, fess up. What nickname did you give me? I can accept it as long as it's not too weird. And Chaoyang pressed suspiciously. Hipster. Someone who is avant-garde. Lu Chang replied speedily. And Chaoyang heaved a sigh of relief, then laughed. That does suit me, he replied with a satisfied nod. Seems like Lu Chang acknowledges my reliability from the bottom of his heart. The corners of Lu Chang's mouth twitched. He thought it was better to not explain his definition of hipster. Someone who lives in their own world, enjoys being melodramatic, and doesn't fit well in society. The unreliable type. Speaking of which, what nickname do you have for Renli? And Chaoyang asked curiously, glimpsing at Renli who had the guide's eyes cautiously fixated on her. Lu Chang laughed and adamantly denied. None. I'm serious. You sure about that? Questioned and Chaoyang. It's true, Lu Chang guaranteed solemnly. With that, and Chaoyang let him off the hook and later went on to forget about it. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief and wiped at his non-existent cold sweat. He felt it disrespectful to give nicknames to girls, so he almost never did. But if Renli caught wind of what he and Xiao Ming had casually discussed on one occasion, she would be hunting him down through streets and alleys. The conversation on that night went like this. What's Renli like normally? Asked Kai Zhongming. He had a natural curiosity towards pretty girls, but he always kept his distance and never get too close. Extremely bad with directions, moderately bad at memorizing faces, intrepid and confident, likes to squabble with people online, and in real life too. Always enthusiastic when it comes to stirring up trouble. Enumerated Lu Chang with copious frankness. Small-framed, large eyes and likes to stir up trouble. Isn't that the description of a chihuahua? Xiao Ming had a way of connecting things in his mind. Lu Chang paused briefly and barely stifled a laugh. He screenshotted it. Hey, how long do you think you can survive if I showed this to Renli? Doubles over snickering. Not long if I was the only one bad-mouthing her, replied Kai Zhongming, dismissive. Come, if I'm going down, so are you. You forgot the difference between us. I can defend myself, but you can't. Renli knows curses, by the way, despicably laughing so hard that it makes one's body tremulous, replied Lu Chang. Bow once, bow twice, bow thrice. Relatives of the victim, please give your respects. Please spare me, replied Kai Zhongming, begging for mercy without a hint of shame. After reminiscing, Lu Chang decided to treat the matter as if it never happened. He looked sideways and smiled at Renli politely, then sat back on his spectator seat and watched as Peng Liyun ascended the stone steps. 2 minutes later, both sides had assumed their positions, about 40 feet away from each other. The referee began looking at the clock, waiting for it to reach the exact time. How do you think Priest will approach this fight? Picked up the nickname real fast, didn't you? Thought Lu Chang. Kaori Karasawa has her Earth Treasury takedown, so using flash attack can easily put him at a disadvantage. Lu Chang analyzed thoughtfully. If it was me, I would purposely wait for the opponent to make the first move. With 30+ feet in between, there's ample time to make critical evaluations and react accordingly, suggested Renli, excitedly joining in their conversation. Their conversation went on until the referee raised his right hand before swinging it down. Begin, he yelled. The last match for the competition this time had officially began. The winner ascends to the throne, and the loser joins the ranks with the other losers. Kaori Karasawa leaned her body forward as soon as the referee enunciated the words. Pushing off with her left leg, she sprang forward into a position where she could attack Peng Liyun, so quickly that it made the 30 meters between them seem unreal. Shinjai sect, Shikuchi technique, palm. The air current fled at the impact as Kaori Karasawa was about to withdraw her right fist resting at the left side of her waist and deliver a diagonal slash. The unsheathing technique seamlessly connected with the Shikuchi technique, extraordinarily compact and perfect, as if it was all completed in one motion. Unlike during her battle with Lu Chang, Kaori Karasawa gave it her all right from the start of this match. But before she could swing out her right arm, a palm enwreathed in silver sparks had pressed down on the back of her hand, pushing her glinting katana back into its sheath, as predicted by his little companions in the unreliable godly squad. Peng Liyun had waited before making his move. Springing towards Kaori Karasawa, he closed the distance to her and pressed his palm down, impeccably disrupting her unsheathing technique. In the zapping electricity, he turned his waist and slammed his left elbow towards his enemy. Kaori Karasawa was forced to jerk her right half backwards, her body turning sideways. While dodging, she unsheathed it again, her left fist swiping upwards with a bam, leaving a shimmering white trail behind. In that short time, the two had checked blow after blow colliding at an unceasing frequency. Everything used by them was used at its maximum potential: close-quarter combat, chin na kung fu and joint techniques. At times, fierce clangor of the battle resounded, and at other times they wrapped around each other in terrifying silence. It was an eye-opener for Lu Chang and the rest, and as they watched, they reflected on themselves and looked for their own imperfections. Priest's approach at the start of the match matches what we had in mind, which means that he isn't overly confident. Finally, excluding the match against Renli, he's actually not playing around. During the best part of the fight, Peng Liyun finally heard the indistinct snap he had been waiting for since the start of the fight. A sonorous sound that made his heart tremble. Good timing, Peng Liyun yelled silently. He clapped his hands together and produced a loud thunder right before Kaori Karasawa extended her just retracted arms. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder shook Kaori Karasawa. A loud buzz reverberated in her head, slowing down the movements of her hand and nearly scattering the charged-up force of Flying Dragon takedown. Capitalizing on the lag in her movements, Peng Liyun pulled his palms apart, producing a thin, glimmering blade of electricity. At that point, even if the Flying Dragon takedown was released, it couldn't reach in time. Fast as it was, how can it possibly exceed the speed of lightning? Lightning flashed, and the blade found its mark, leaving a black-burnt trail on Kaori Karasawa. It left her muscles tremulous and dissipated every ounce of her charged-up energy. Snap! Peng Liyun pushed off with his feet and rushed forward. Visualizing a jade amulet, he dealt a thunder seal punch. Kaori Karasawa, not severely paralyzed, managed to snap out of it in time. A white glow seeped out of her body as her clothes swelled outwards. Her right arm slashed out in a horizontal line, perilously landing on her opponent's fist. Zap! Her hair turned slightly permed, and her arms were wrapped in electricity, giving off a burnt smell and a faint trail of smoke. But her attack also left Peng Liyun wobbling and instinctively shaking his stinging right hand. Thump! 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 Kaori Karasawa backed off on her own, stretching their distance to buy time for reducing her paralysis with generated chi. When Peng Liyun pounced at her again without much ado, she arched her body slightly. There was another indistinct snap, but much faster and briefer than the previous, not giving her opponent any chances of using thunder from a clear sky. Shinjai sect. Flying bird takedown. Boom! In the blast, Kaori Karasawa slashed at her enemy with the back of her left arm, leaving afterimages behind. At such a critical moment, she couldn't care less about the fact that the battle had only been in progress for 2 to 3 minutes. Peng Liyun lowered his waist to stop in his tracks before violently jerking backwards, changing the direction of his punch as though he was prying a huge rock. His fist flicked upwards, accurately disrupting the glow from Kaori Karasawa's blade and catching her in the arm, fending off her counterattack. But Kaori Karasawa's right hand had already formed a blade. She dealt slash after slash that was equally fast and vicious, as though she wanted to end things right there. Suddenly, Peng Liyun's body emitted noises reminiscent of a madly turning turbo, one after the other, as though his power was accumulating. A strong repulsion was produced between him and Kaori Karasawa, repelling and slowing down her attack. Bam! Peng Liyun's punch shot out and landed right on the edge of the blade. With the repulsion and rebound, he leapt backwards, putting some distance between them and forcing Kaori Karasawa's triple aerial ace to end prematurely. No matter how fast it was, a blade is useless if it cannot find its mark. However, Kaori Karasawa also took the chance to put herself in a much better position than the perilous spot she was previously in. The fierce battle began again, and she grew more cautious knowing that Peng Liyun had probably learnt the secret of Flying Dragon takedown from Lu Cheng. Carelessly using her ultimate move could end up giving more openings to her opponent, and she will have to go on the defensive again. Without the intimidation of Flying Dragon takedown and her weapons, Kaori Karasawa gradually became disadvantaged in the close-quarter combat. She also had to use a good amount of her chi to deal with the accumulating effects of paralysis. If not for her aerial ace that could push Peng Liyun back and the threat of Flying Dragon takedown, she might have already lost. After a few more minutes, Kaori Karasawa knew she couldn't let things go on. An idea passed through her mind. That was when Peng Liyun heard the indistinct but sonorous snap once again. Without hesitation, he clapped his palms together again and casted thunder from a clear sky once again. Amidst the blast, the look in Kaori Karasawa's eyes did not waver, as though she was waiting for it. Taking a step forward, she deftly dodged sideways, in an attempt to let the cloudless thunder blades miss its target. Making the preparation for Flying Dragon takedown was a deceptive move from her to bait Peng Liyun to strike first. And now she can look for the fleeting opportunity to use her ultimate move that will tear her enemy apart. The snap came again, but the look in Kaori Karasawa's eyes changed when she saw Peng Liyun's palms still glued together. He looked like he was having a hard time maintaining the stance, with perspiration beading on his forehead. Cloudless thunder blades can be released after a delay. Knowing that Kaori Karasawa wouldn't carelessly use her Flying Dragon takedown, how could Peng Liyun not have any defensive measures? Bam! A silver spark flicked past, landing on Kaori Karasawa. The strike resonated with all the paralyzing effects in her body, causing her to tremble ceaselessly. It was no longer possible for her to cast Flying Dragon takedown or Flying Bird takedown. Stepping forward, Peng Liyun lashed out with his machine fist in a series of thuds, retracting and releasing his chi and blood, pulling and tensing his fascius. He delivered a flurry of attacks that seemingly left afterimages. With the lingering paralysis effects, Kaori Karasawa managed to block a few more moves before she was completely unable to keep up. She stared helplessly at her opponent's fists, stopping before her as the referee announced the result. Peng Liyun wins. Phew. Peng Liyun heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt slightly disappointed. I didn't get to personally experience Flying Dragon Takedown. But then again, had Lu Cheng not warned him about the sign, the match would have been extremely hard. In fact, he could have very possibly been the one to lose. Peng Liyun wins. With the announcement of the referee, the Four Countries King of Youth Pro League tournament had completely ended. Only the cheers from the crowd were still reverberating throughout the stadium, making the end of this journey even more pleasant to the ears. Kaori Karasawa circulated her chi throughout her body as she glowed in a layer of faint light. Carrying her still shivering muscles, she walked slowly down the ring. Her back view was slim and elegant, but appeared to be a little lonely. In this match, she was in a passive position throughout. Although she fought intensely for a long time, she still didn't prove very much of a threat to Peng Liyun. What she had been relying on for a long time, the Flying Dragon Takedown, had become her weakness. Until the very end, her enemy was making use of her and targeting her. This was one of the main reasons for her defeat today. As this thought struck her, Kaori Karasawa recalled the match between Peng Liyun and Ren Li. Throughout the first half of the match, they didn't attempt an absolute killer move. It wasn't that they couldn't do so, but they were wary of attempting it too casually. This was because once they were disturbed while trying to gather momentum, or if their absolute killer move failed to hit the opponent, they would likely expose an opening, giving the opponent a great opportunity. Am I too reliant on Flying Dragon Takedown? This thought flashed through her mind as she looked at the group of members of Japan's representative group, who were dead silent. Since she had mastered Flying Dragon Takedown, no matter who she encountered, her opponent would always be wary and try to avoid it. Never did she ever expect it to be defeated by something more profound. No matter how strong it is, it should still only be used at the most appropriate moment. The most appropriate moment, thought Kaori Karasawa. She started to reflect on herself about various things in the past and concluding her experiences and lessons learned. Peng Liyun, I will try my best to catch up to you. I'll look forward to battling against you soon. The next time, I'll definitely be bringing my Fugumaru along. After a series of congratulatory messages and the prize presentation ceremony, Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and others returned to the hotel. At the lobby, Gaizhong Ningtao clapped his hands and said with a face full of smiles, "Congratulations to everyone for exceeding expectations for this mission. For the prize money, we will be consolidating and handling it together. It will be transferred to your account within 5 working days. Have a good rest tonight. The flight will be at 5 o'clock in the evening. Do you all want to roam around Fulua or head straight for the duty-free shop in the airport?" "I'm okay with both," and Chaoyang answered nonchalantly. Peng Liyun was acting exactly the same. Ren Li sank into deep thoughts and seemed to be in a dilemma. Lu Cheng took a peek at his phone and suggested, "Let's walk around Fulua. Some of the stuff cannot be found in duty-free shops." Thanks to the reminder of Kochien, he finally recalled that he had to get some gifts for his parents as he was overseas. After an intense debate, the list of items had been written out. She even looked through the reviews to find out where would be the best place to get the items. Naturally, he had to get a gift for his wife too. "Alright, let's walk around Fulua then. We will have some time to go to the duty-free shops when we arrive at the airport anyway." Zhang Ningtao quickly made the decision without seeking further comments. Not mentioning the shopping, the few of them successfully got on the plane on time and reached the seas of China at night. Just before they bade goodbye, Lu Cheng saw Ren Li contacting her pickup employee with WeChat. He suddenly asked curiously, "Priest, hipster, you guys should have given me a nickname, right? What is it?" Typically speaking, nicknames were reciprocal. There were no reasons only he could give others a nickname. After hearing the question, Peng Liyun, and Chaoyang and Renli took a glance at one another and shook their head in unison. Don't have one. Really? Asked Lu Chang suspiciously. Really? The three of them all nodded their head with force at the same time. Alright, you guys are all obedient kids. Lu Chang took a look at the time, bade farewell to his unreliable teammates and left the airport. He was heading towards a 5-star hotel by Ice God Sect in China. After completing his training on the second day, he boarded the high-speed train to pay a visit to his master. After getting some guidance, he took a plane in the afternoon and flew straight to the Xing province. After a long journey, he was finally standing at the door of his house. It was already slightly past 7 at night. Where are my parents? When Lu Chang entered the house, he only saw his cousin, Qi Yunfei. She had remedial lessons during the summer break and would be staying here before the school reopened. In other words, he got to sleep on the sofa for several days again. As for Chen Xiaoxiao, she had officially entered the 3rd year of high school and wasn't here with her sister to cause a mess. Qi Yunfei was resting her head on her palms, which was placed on top of the sofa. She smiled and answered, "They were talking about something happening in one of the small areas and they are heading there to help. They also asked you to eat first. The dishes haven't gone cold yet. Also, I brought you fried dumplings, a huge bag of them. Hehe. So you still remember you have a brother." Lu Chang put down his bag and sat to the side of the dining table. He opened the wrappings and a strong salivating scent rushed towards him. Different from other places, there were only 2 ways of eating dumplings in Shoshan. One of them was steam and the other was frying them. The former could bring out the original scent of flour very well and was more tender. As for the latter, it would be putting dumplings into oil and fry them till they were golden yellow. Different from grilled dumplings, the fried dumplings were so delicious that made it hard for one to stop eating. Qi Yunfei left the soft and sat opposite to Lu Chang. With one hand supporting her cheek, she stared at Lu Chang, who was eating one after another fried dumpling. In less than 5 minutes, a total of 40 fried dumplings had vanished. Moreover, he wasn't satisfied yet. He stood up and went to get a bowl. Filling it to the brim, he started sweeping dishes of delicious food in front of him. "Brother Lu Chang, you can really eat," Qi Yunfei said with a stunned look. "As compared to when I last saw you, you have become an even bigger eater." Lu Chang placed his chopsticks neatly, clenched his right hand, waved it and said, "Where do you think my strength to beat up people comes from?" Speaking of this, Qi Yunfei's eyes immediately lit up. She opened her mouth and said rather emotionally, "Brother Lu Chang, you are different from the past. Last time, you would always take off your top during the summer. Of course, I have the supernatural ability of ice frost. Should I be afraid of the heat?" Lu Chang laughed and replied, "Moreover, I'm older and know more about decorum now. You look like you are very disappointed." Yeah. Qi Yunfei nodded her head without trying to hide it all. "I was still thinking of taking a few photos of you secretly when you were topless. By then, all the girls in my class would all be so impressed by me." She was smiling ludicrously and was immersed in her imagination. Her cousin's figures could make many girls drool, and the number of people admiring him at her level was super huge. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched a little. He switched the topic and said with a face full of smiles, "Fei, how are your results for the end-of-semester examinations?" 20-something in the class. About 30-something in the class. What are the subjects that you didn't do well? I remember you are always extremely afraid of mathematics and physics." Lu Chang maintained his smile and continued asking further. "Mathematics, I failed in mathematics." Brother Lu Chang, why are you asking about these?" Qi Yunfei was getting uneasy from these questions. As a student who didn't have good results, she hated such conversation topics. "I'm caring for you. I'm your brother," Lu Chang answered with a serious look. "How many marks did you get for mathematics? What about physics? Chemistry? Have you completed your summer homework?" Qi Yunfei laughed embarrassingly, stood up suddenly, rushed towards the bedroom while answering in a soft tone, "Brother Lu Chang, I just remembered that I have something to do. We can talk later." Clang. She had closed the door and was stomping the floor angrily. Brother Lu Chang was too much. Why can't he just have a normal conversation? Lu Chang picked up his chopsticks satisfactorily and continued his previous actions of sweeping the delicacies in front of him. Haha, still thinking of taking pictures of me secretly? Don't you know that I'm a conversation stopper? After he was full and had enough to drink, he took a photo of the sofa, sent it to Yan Zheka and was complaining in tears about having to sleep in the living room for a few days. After some time, Lu Jisheng and Qi Feng finally came back. It's the Ding family. His son got into a car accident and his family is in a mess now. Qi Feng sighed. He's just slightly over 30. How can he just be gone like this? This is... Sigh. Lu Jisheng heaved a sigh and continued emotionally. Life is unpredictable. Chang, you have to be careful when crossing the road in the future. Don't always look down and play on your phone. Car accident? Even if it is a 10-wheels truck, I might not even suffer any injuries. Lu Sheng thought to himself. In his mind, the image of the son of the Ding family flashed past. He was 10 years older than Wang Su and loved novels a lot. When he was poor during high school, he would borrow some books from him from time to read. He had not married all along and just had a successful matchmaking. Who knew that all of this would be gone just like that? Life was really fragile. I have to enjoy myself to the fullest. Although he was emotional for a while, such emotions quickly dissipated as he was an outsider after all. Lu Chang changed the topic and started chatting with his parents about his first experience going overseas. He also passed them their gifts and had not forgotten about Qi Yunfei's share. He slept and woke up on the dot. After training, he felt that his morphing would be completed soon. It should be within the next day or two. After eating his breakfast, Lu Chang hailed a car and headed to the Ingjin building of the Pingle district. He had made an appointment to meet Wu Qinggui and had confirmed the terms of the contract relating to the bonus. Clinching the national championship, placed third in the four-nation competition and entering the Inhuman stage should all have their respective awards. This time, Wu Qinggui came directly to the doors of the building to welcome him. With a radiant smile on his face, he asked, "You don't seem to be too fond of shopping, right?" "I'll still shop when I'm accompanying my wife." Lu Chang shook his head with a smile and answered, "Rarely. I do internet shopping most of the time." There's no wonder that you have not seen the few new direct selling shops that we have opened. Several models of martial arts shoes that we have designed specifically for you are all selling very well. This has helped us open up the market in the district. You might not know about this. In this district, no, not just this district, you are really famous and popular. It is especially so with the teenagers. Every single one of them requested to have the Lu Cheng's model of martial arts shoes. They are even snatching up the publicity wallpapers of you that we have printed. Is it that far-fetched? Lu Cheng asked. Wu Qinggui smiled and answered, "It's more far-fetched than what you can imagine. This is also mainly because you do not have many commercial activities and all their passions are accumulated in this." As they spoke, they entered the office of Wu Qinggui. After the door was closed, a skinny but brilliant middle-aged man took out a check and pushed it towards Lu Chang. This was the first time Lu Chang saw a check. After taking a peek and counting the number of zeros, he asked surprisingly, 1 million. This was substantially higher than the amount stated in the terms of the contract. You deserve it. Wu Qinggui was smiling radiantly with an, "I don't want to follow the contract. Look, this amount of compensation is perfectly reasonable for all the benefits you have brought to our company. If you are unsure or worry about any future complications, we can sign an additional agreement. Frankly speaking, with your ability and stature, wouldn't I be asking for trouble if I were to scam you?" Wu Qinggui quickly added when he saw Lu Cheng's hesitation. Reminiscing, he went on. "Back when we signed the contract at the start of the year, I could already see the rising star in you. But who knew that in a short span of half a year you would reach the Inhuman stage, clinch the Inter-University Martial Arts Nationals, and even make leaps and bounds with the growth in your fans on Weibo and the follows on your forum. It felt all too unrealistic and dreamy even to a 40-something man like him. The contract he made him sign at that time was way too worth it." "I'm flattered," replied Lu Chang modestly. Ever since he entered the Inter-University Martial Arts Nationals as a finalist, The amount of fans on his Weibo had been increasing rapidly, and the rise was even more ridiculous when he emerged as champion. When the King of Youth Pro League rose in popularity, his fan count began climbing steadily again. Last night, when he checked, it was around 300k. Excluding the ones that came for drama and the ones that were brought in by his martial sister and the likes of Mo Jingting, the total amount was still impressive. After all, they were all genuine fans, he never bought any. His forum had also shifted from a state of desertion to an active hub with a follow count of 40k. It was hard to believe how much it had grown when looking back at the February-Mar period of the previous year, when the forum was entirely supported by Yen Shaoling and Brahmin. At that time, even he himself would never have thought of where he would be in a short span of 9 to 10 months. But at his current stage, the fan count didn't matter much to him since ability meant more. At times, the Dragon King and Warrior Sage never updated their status or interacted with their fans for months. Yet their Jianghu status and hidden authority never dwindled. Thoughts racing, Lu Chang had Wu Qinggui draft out a simple version of the additional agreement for insurance. After running it by senior sister Shiryu through a photo-attached text, he briskly signed the contract and pocketed the check. He chose not to inquire on how to cash the check, for it would make him look like a country bumpkin. I might not know it, but that doesn't mean my wife doesn't know about it, and I can always search for it online. As if they planned it beforehand, the two never brought up the topic of contract extension. After all, there was another 1 year and 4 months before the current one expired, and no one knew what Lu Chang could achieve or how much his net worth would be by then. There wasn't a right amount to offer, and he will be suspected of trying to bind the other party. Therefore, he might as well build up their relationship and bring up the topic when the contract nears its end. If he made a competitive offer, then Lu Chang would definitely be more willing to work with someone he had worked with before. Gathering from what he saw and heard, he could primarily evaluate Lu Chang as a person who honored friendship. By the time they signed the contract and took the promotional picture, it was already nearing noon. Let's have lunch together. I'll invite Chairman Wei to come along. Oh, and Wu Ting too. That girl's always going on and on about how she wants to see Sir Lu, suggested Wu Qinggui with an affable smile after glancing at his watch. Sure, Lu Chang readily agreed. Frankly, he disliked socializing, but since they were in a business partnership with personal ties no less, it wouldn't be too awkward or boring to dine together. More importantly, Mom went to help out at the Ding household and asked him to settle his own lunch. What matters is where he eats. When they were in the lift to the underground car park, Lu Cheng's phone rang. It was from Director Xing Qingguo. Hello, are you back in Shoshan yet, little Lu? Guffawed Xing Qingguo. If you are free, drop by my house any time these days for a meal. We haven't gotten to celebrate you placing third at the King of Youth Pro League. Haha, of course. Actually, I was going to visit even if you didn't bring it up, Uncle Xing, replied Lu Chang. Uncle Xing? Wu Qinggui chewed over the words. Suddenly, the wires connected in his head, and he remembered why the voice from the phone came across him as familiar. He lowered his voice. Director Xing? Lu Chang, still on the phone, nodded affirmatively. Why not ask him to come along? He's old buddies with Chairman Wei, suggested Wu Qinggui with a wider smile. The police department's vice director, who held real authority, was someone he would love to have a connection with. It could solve a lot of problems if he ran into any trouble. Let me check with him, answered Lu Chang in a hushed voice, running the suggestion by Xing Qingguo. Sure, just as I was stressing over the horrible canteen food. Haha, old Wei and I always talk about you, laughed Xing Qingguo. Of course, he knew of the connection between Lu Chang and Wei Renjia. After about 20 minutes, they congregated at the Les Hui Villa. Xing Qingguo patted a hand on Lu Cheng's shoulder the moment he saw him. Little Lu, I haven't known you for more than 2 years, have I? To think I'm not even your level now. Sai, I'm mostly working on text documents these days, heh. And all that socializing too. The times when I can engage in actual combat is less than 3 times a year. And can you imagine how cautious my underlings are when I spar against them? Boring. Too boring. He mused, half plaintive and half reminiscing. Now my moves have gotten rusty. The only thing that remained half-decent is my gold and jade-like fortification. Not as if there's much hope for any further advancements. That's where a life of decadence gets you, Lu Chang concluded in his heart. Switching gears, he asked, I heard Sister Jingjing is heading to Huahai in the middle of this month? That was something he heard from Ku. She is. Now that and Chaoyang had graduated, Huahai is probably going downhill for a while. That girl, heh. Quoting those TV dramas. She's the kind that's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She has been working hard on her martial arts, trying to help support the martial arts club, and for that she's specifically going to Huahai to find connections that could help her improve her supernatural abilities, replied Xing Chenggu, pleased at the fact that Lu Chang addressed her so familiarly. But looking at your improvement now, she probably did something unnecessary. After shooting the breeze for a while, Wu Qinggue fetched his daughter, Wu Ting, who soon became the life of the gathering with her perpetual chants of Sir Lu. For the first time, Lu Chang learned that she was classmates in the same grade with his cousin, Qi Yunfei. They used to be acquaintances, but after discovering their mutual ties with Lu Chang, they became besties in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, the assembly of two troublemakers did a fair share of damage. Wu Ting even confessed that she tried to talk Qi Feiyun into letting her go over in the name of giving swimming classes. Her actual intentions were to admire the abs of the mighty ones. A pity she got cruelly rejected back in early July. Nothing important was discussed over the meal, and it merely served to deepen their relationship. In the following 2 days, Lu Chang visited his grandparents, then his other grandparents and sister-in-law at Ningxue, followed by his father-in-law who was alone at home, where he delivered the yiwei he had promised before. The somewhat busy days ended quickly, and on the noon of August 31st, Lu Chang packed his belongings and left for Songcheng by high-speed rail. Though he had only left his campus for 2 months, it felt like an entire year to him. Ah, the joys and sorrows that come with goodbyes and reunions. He hadn't seen any of those in such a long time. Songcheng University, Weishui Lake, the martial arts club, the resplendent campus buildings. One by one they entered Lu Cheng's eyes through the window of the bus, all but the slender and beautiful silhouette. He silently watched them fly past. Stepping off the shuttle bus, he walked in solitude, along the pedestrian path, past the road lined with shops he could name with his eyes closed. Yet he felt his mood starkly shift from before. Block 7, Unit 2, Hostel Room 302. Darkness hastily retreated as he flicked on the light of the living room. He laid his backpack in the bedroom, now absent of the swats he used to live with. Then he knocked on the next door. Who's there? Came Kai Zongming's somewhat sonorous voice. Without answering, Lu Chang twisted the doorknob and stepped into the room. He caught the bummer multitasking, entertainment programs running on his computer, a phone in his palms on which he was at a crucial part of his game, his mouth moving towards the Coke sitting on the right side of the desk before his teeth sunk into the straw. Hey, enjoying life? Laughed Lu Chang. Get up. Let's go grab a bite. Eft. Kai Zongming spat out a mouthful of Coke that showered the monitor screen. Forgetting about his game, he raised his head. You inviting me to eat together? What about your wife? He exclaimed. Ever since Chang got into a relationship with Yen Zhika, the bastard almost never invited me to the canteen anymore. The pigs must be flying today. Did he turn into a new man after gonna Shangxiang? The co-cultivation plan was brought ahead by a year, so she already went to America, Lu Chang replied honestly. Since Talker never asked, he never mentioned it. Took a while for Kai Zongming to catch on. When he did, he laid his phone down and patted Lu Cheng's shoulders. Now you can finally understand my pain. So, you need any advice from me? One of us is a lot more experienced when it comes to long-distance relationships, and I suppose I don't need to tell you who it is, he said in a half-sincere and half-jesting tone. Lu Chang sniggered and whipped out his phone, displaying the information of the pre-ordered flight ticket on its screen. Shit! Gasped Kai Zongming, before making a contemptful hand gesture. Shame on you. So what if you are rich? So what if you don't have to go to classes? So what if you are good at martial arts? You think that makes you better? My apologies, but being good at martial arts and being rich does make me better, replied Lu Chang, stifling his laughter to the point where his stomach hurt. Damn it! Let's not talk about this saddening topic. I have nothing more to teach you. You have truly mastered the essence of my teachings, sighed Kai Zongming, feeling more gloomy when he realized his in-game character got killed. Switching gears, Lu Cheng asked, "Anyway, you didn't slack off during the summer break, did you? I hope you didn't give up on your martial arts." Smugly, Kai Zongming flexed his arms to showcase his muscles. "I think I'm nearing the ability of an upper ninth pin. The only problem is that I just can't find the retract feeling you told me about," he said with a smile. "You don't have to rush it. Patience is the key," reminded Lu Cheng. "You are right," nodded Kai Zongming, then teetered between worry and fantasy. "I wonder if there will be any strong rookies joining the martial arts club in the next intake." "Huh? Were you the type to be bothered by such things?" Lu Cheng asked with a tinge of shock. Kai Zongming glanced at him. "I'm willing to bet that you don't remember me becoming the president of martial arts club," he said accusingly. Lu Cheng reddened and laughed drily. "In my eyes, you are always talker and Casanova. It's got nothing to do with the truth," snapped Xiaoming. "I did forget about it," admitted Lu Cheng, hiding his face in his palms. In a canteen in Songcheng University, there were dishes after dishes in front of Lu Cheng and Kai Zongming. "What did you say? Coach Shi has left too." After getting the news, student Little Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Why did it feel like everything has collapsed and everyone is going their own ways after winning the national championship? Senior Sun Jian and Lin Hua had left the martial arts club. Straight-faced joker Lin Kei had returned to Shu Shan to recuperate from his injuries and was said to likely not return. Now even Coach Shi is also leaving Songcheng University. If it wasn't because Cheng is still here, the other members of the martial arts club might even suspect that they have entered the wrong place when they return from the summer break. "Yeah." Lu Cheng chewed on his food and swallowed them down together with the meat shreds in his mouth. After which, he replied with a smile, "Isn't this expected? A physical invulnerability stage expert teaching us for 2 years. Isn't this enough yet? Relax, the school will find a teacher who knows martial arts to take his place. However, the leader of the team will still mainly be me bringing you guys. A new inhuman and a heavenly son of the era is enough to teach and lead you guys." "Oh damn. Cheng, you were starting to show your arrogant side," Kai Zongming accused with grief. The anxious emotions in his heart had dissipated substantially. "Aren't you going to fly to America every month and be a man in the air?" To maintain this relationship, Cheng had also expended a lot of efforts. Lu Cheng laughed. "I can spend half the month leading you guys while training on my own for the other half. Didn't you see that my master hardly ever guides me anymore? At the most, he will just correct me occasionally. Everyone had achieved mastery and learned what should be learned. There's nothing left to teach. At the very most, I can find some time to talk about my practical battle experience with you guys. For the freshmen, Senior Li Mao's foundation is very solid. There shouldn't be a problem for him to provide daily supervision." Speaking till here, he supplemented, "Oh right, I wouldn't be participating in most of the matches to allow myself to consolidate. With the current strength of the members of the martial art club, as long as we are not facing a Dan stage team, we have the chances to win the match." "That's right. I've seen them over the last 2 days and even sparred with Senior Li Mao. He is slightly stronger than me and should have the standards of a top-level professional ninth pin. However, he has not reached the edge of Dan stage. He also said that she is close to professional ninth pin. However, she's the kind that will be more humble in front of others. I estimate that she has the strength of a weak professional ninth pin now. Wang Dali is similar to her. Jin Lu and Mu Jin are weaker by a little but could still barely be considered as an amateur first pin. Now we are just seeing if there will be anyone among the freshmen understanding the feeling of withdraw and enter Dan stage," said Kai Zongming as he recalled. This made Lu Cheng a little surprised. He had not expected that student Little Ming would have a serious and conscientious side to him. He was really suitable to become the president of the martial arts club. Other than Senior Li Mao, if there's another person who could achieve Dan stage by this year, Our martial arts club would have successors and wouldn't be weaker substantially suddenly, remarked Lu Cheng emotionally. In the end, he took a look at Kai Zongming and laughed. Don't be a burden to them. Oh damn. I still thought you will say that I'll be the next Dan stage in the martial arts club. Scolded Kai Zongming. If I can't achieve Dan stage by the 3rd year of university, what dreams do I have in martial arts? I might as well return home to take over my father's company. Professional 9-pins could only compete in trial competitions, and these were considered to be the lower end of the martial arts circle. It wouldn't be much more comfortable than being a second-generation rich kid. As for the amateur pins, they wouldn't even have the rights to really enter the circle of martial arts. Really? Lu Cheng retorted with a smile. Real? Student Little Ming suddenly ran out of words. After swallowing his saliva, he heaved a sigh and said, I can still give it a try in the 4th year. If I can't reach Dan's stage at the age of 25, then it would be really meaningless. Why did you start getting further and further? Teased Lu Cheng. No confidence in yourself anymore? I'm just setting the worst scenario, sneered Kai Zongming. Although I'm not as insane as you, I am still considered as the top 3 in terms of growth speed in the martial arts over the years. Lin K. Ku and I, which one of us isn't faster than your growth speed? Lu Cheng pierced through the braggings of the talker. Can't you understand human language? I said excluding the insane you. I'm top 3. Kai Zongming was so angry that he felt amused. As they chatted happily, the two of them had finished their dinner. They walked towards the martial arts club together. Partly because walking helps aid in digestion, and partly because they were returning to visit. In the Songcheng University Martial Arts Stadium, the lights were bright and ample. There were many students here to train and build up their bodies. Lu Cheng looked around and felt pleased. 2 years had passed and the atmosphere in this place was getting better and better. At this moment, he caught a familiar figure from the edge of his eyes. Old Qiu. Qiu Zhigao was wiping off his sweat and entering into the weight room. Old Qiu has returned a few days earlier. He trained 1 round in the morning and another round at night. He even did revisions in the day. He is so hardworking that it makes me feel shameful to slack off. Kai Zongming followed the gaze of Lu Cheng and looked over. If he had come here when he was in the 1st year of his university, with that body of muscles, who would have dared to believe he was not at least an amateur 3rd pin if he said so? Shameful to slack off? Who's the one who was always distracted previously? Lu Cheng smiled faintly, shook his head and continued emotionally. Old Qiu's decision couldn't be considered as an error, right? At least his results are a huge chunk ahead of us. If he can increase his martial arts strength in this year, it would be easier for him to find a job in the 4th year of university. His salary wouldn't be low either. He came from a poor family and could only make the most practical decision. Not everyone could chase after their dreams. Are you mocking me? Kai Zongming teased himself. Speaking of his other roommate, model worker is just like you. Other than accompanying his girlfriend, he is spending all his time on learning programming. I heard from Chong that his standards are high now. What about Chong himself? Asked Lu Cheng with interest. His results are always the top few in our specialization. The counselors have hinted to him that if he can maintain it for another year, he is very likely to get a scholarship to study for his master's. Qin Mo failed in 2 modules but eventually passed them after paying for the retest. However, he didn't mind it as his family isn't lacking in money. Old Mao and his girlfriend have the intention to pursue a PhD. Godman failed in several other modules and was reprimanded by the counselors. They even threatened that if this goes on, he would be expelled. Kai Zongming explained one by one. Godman is Tang Wen, a serial game lover. He's the kind that could even forget about his examination times. Lu Cheng burst into laughter from the different encounters of his friends. While he was busy in a relationship and practicing martial arts, his interactions with his roommates weren't frequent. Now that he heard about them from student Little Ming, he suddenly realized that the 2 years had left marks on everyone. Just as he was about to say something emotionally, he suddenly saw a guy walking towards him. The other party was about 1.8 meters tall, looked handsome, had a rather buff stature and a vitality that was so strong that it almost materialized. At least he's a strong professional ninth pin, Lu Chang said with a low voice. This should be the newly recruited Year 1 student. In the other batches, other than those in the martial arts club, there weren't any as strong in existence. As for those in the martial arts club, how could he possibly not know them? That boy approached quickly and shouted with a radiant smile. Senior Lu, good afternoon. I'm Deng Yang and I'm a disciple of Shizhou Island. I have enrolled in Songcheng University this year, and I'm 18 years old. Speaking till now, he paused for a moment and supplemented enthusiastically. You are my idol. This brat sure isn't shy, mocked Lu Chang in his heart. 18 years old, professional ninth pin. Strong vitality and a direct disciple of a large sect. This was similar to Lin Ke and Fang Zhirong in the past. Lu Chang revealed a smile and said, We were still talking about if there will be a genius joining the Songcheng University Martial Arts Club this year. Now I'm completely at ease. Yeah, our recruitment is after the military training. However, you can join us for special training from tomorrow onwards. We will apply on your behalf for exemption of military training. Great, great, Deng Yang answered enthusiastically. After which, he commented with conviction. Before Senior Lu, there's no genius. That's right, he definitely can speak well and is a great nurturing target. Lu Chang almost broke into laughter. After exchanging a few more words, Deng Yang waved his hand and bade goodbyes. He rejoined the training and Kai Zongming finally heaved a sigh. Seems like a person that will be easy to hang out with. What are you worried about? If he is really a problem, I'll handle him with a single hand. Lu Chang sharply picked up student Little Ming's worries. But you will be going America once a month, 15 days each time. If we really encounter strong freshmen with a bad attitude, it will be really hard for us to handle. Kai Zongming looked with disdain at Lu Chang. Couldn't beat him in a fight and couldn't control him. What else can he do? Surround him and beat him. Can't be people like Peng Liyun or Ren Li, who had reached Dan's stage before university, right? Otherwise, wait for me to come back and deal with them? Lu Chang didn't find these as problems. When his martial arts were strong, he would really be something. Why did it feel like he was asking for his parents' help after being bullied? Kai Zongming mocked himself. If you would like to see me as your parents, I wouldn't mind that. Either Lu Chang purposely extended the pronunciation of the last word. Scram, said student Little Ming clearly. Oh. In the dormitory of the arts college, He, who had a boyish-looking short hair, pushed open the door and entered the room. She looked to the left and right before asking, Mian, where is Shaoling? Mu Mian looked away from her computer screen and pointed outside. She's taking a call on the balcony. Yeah, I have something to ask her. He explained herself while waiting outside the glass door to the balcony. She waited for 2 minutes but didn't hear anything sound from the outside. She suddenly felt worried, twisted the doorknob and stepped into the balcony. Looking across, she discovered Yan Shaoling squatting at the corner, biting her lips with her eyes red. What has happened? Asked He caringly. Nothing, just something at home. Yan Shaoling stood up hurriedly, wiped her face messily and revealed her trademark silly smile. You are here to make a call too? What a coincidence. Nope. I'm here to ask you something. Are you participating in this semester's special training? He asked puzzledly as she diverted back to the serious matter. Special training? What did this mean? It would mean saying goodbyes to her staying in bed and substantial lower television dramas, QQ chats, and gaming time. Yan Shaoling started hesitating. Weren't you so determined to participate in the special training last semester? You even talked about how resilient and persistent you are, and even downloaded a training software to supervise yourself and prove it to us. He teased purposely. So what's the outcome? Persisted for 7 days, answered Yan Shaoling as her eyes drifted. After which, she retorted with conviction. Don't you know me? My interests have always been fleeting and disappear very quickly. Pretty proud about it. He didn't know what to reply. The next day, Lu Chang felt like a body that had completely morphed after he completed his training. Lu Chang took out his phone and sent a message to Yen Jika. Coach Lu going online soon. It was a Monday on the 1st of September. The special training members had gathered in the Songcheng University Martial Arts Dojo after 2.5 months of hiatus. It hadn't been long since they clinched the Inter-University Martial Arts Nationals. Having made decent improvements on their own during the summer break, everyone wore smiles on their excited faces. "He did you face get rounder again?" asked the brash Wang Dali when he spotted his familiar teammate with a careless glance. His buzz cut above his vicious features made him look like a man who just finished serving time. He stared daggers at him, her hands forming a contemptuous gesture. "Why does it bother you that my face is round? Am I eating your rice or am I wearing your clothes? Don't make me transform you into a yaoi character by the end of this night. Since I was young, my face has not once been slim, even during my skinniest days. What do you want me to do about it? I'm the victim here." Yaoi character. Then Wang Dali remembered. The round-faced girl was a well-known artist, a master at operating the graphic tablet in the School of Arts. She once posted a series of drawings under the title Hot-Blooded Martial Arts Club, which ended up being well received by the internet. Of course, no one knew whether she really drew yaoi in her spare time. As Wang Dali teetered between acting tough and begging for mercy, Kai Zongming emerged from the changing room. In a white martial arts suit with black trim, he scanned left and right. "Great, we can form 2 tables of mahjong." The 4th years remaining were sister Xiao Wan and senior brother Li Mao. The 3rd years Chang and himself. The 2nd years consisted of 4 members, He Wang Dali, Jin Lu and Mu Jinyan. Counting the student from the new intake, Deng Yang, who had confirmed his attendance, 9 members were there in total. But since that bastard Chang had taken up a part-time job as a martial arts coach and had to travel back and forth, he was omitted, which makes 8 of them, just the right number for 2 tables of mahjong. "After the intake, we should at least have 20 members, right?" Li Mao asked prudently. An abundance of first years took an interest in trying out the special trainings, but not many persevered. Martial arts classes that took place once or twice a week was, however, fully booked. "That's why you have to cherish us, Prez. For starters, you should organize more activities that can enforce our camaraderie and esprit de corps," suggested He with a serious expression, before adding with a grin, "like Do Diju championships and werewolf games." Having known her for a year, Kai Zongming knew that the round-faced girl was a chatterbox beneath her cold and aloof appearance, and that she could take jokes once she opened up to someone. So he went on to tease her. "But aren't you the dumb duo with Yen Shaoling? Can you really play a game like werewolves? When did we earn that title? It must be Shaoling's fault that my name is sullied since we hang out a lot. You have to be responsible for your words, Prez. Check out my intelligent looks. How can you liken me to Shaoling? I even figured out some tips and tricks to werewolves," protested He, pointing to herself. "What tips and tricks?" Kai Zongming asked indifferently. "When in doubt, kill Dali," she replied determinedly, grinning as she looked to her side. "What have I done to offend you?" Wang Dali being targeted for no reason made Mu Jinyan and the others burst out in laughter. In the ebullient atmosphere, Deng Yang arrived. His hearty appearance told of his vigorous qi and blood, which everyone approved. After Kai Zongming introduced him, they all felt surer of the martial arts club's future. There wasn't a need to fear for the legacy to end after all. At 7:56, Lu Chang stepped into the martial arts dojo, stopping before He and the others. With a chuckle, he began his self-introduction. "From today onwards, I will be your coach. Coach Lu." "Huh? What? Nanny?" Astonished voices rose and fell. Mu Jinyan, Wang Dali, and the others exchanged confused glances. In order to settle some matters, my master has already departed for the Ice God sect. But fear not, as a part-time coach this year, I believe I am capable enough to guide you. The school will also be sending a former martial artist to instruct you, but his role is mainly to act as the captain. Sister Xiaowen, you are a 4th year, so you should focus on finding a job. Not everything needs to be done on your own. Pick some people to help you, teach them the ropes. Lu Cheng's well-paced advices slowly put everyone at ease. It wasn't all that different to have a heavenly son of China, who recently reached the inhuman stage, to replace their physical invulnerability state mighty one coach. After all, Coach Shi had been missing for the most part. At that moment, they felt as if Lu Cheng was the pillar that held the martial arts club in one piece. As long as he was there, the martial arts club will not crumble. Okay, I'll check with Xiaoling to see if she has the time to help me out, nodded Li Xiaowen, smiling. Other than being lazy and short-tempered, Xiaoling doesn't have any shortcomings, he suggested in a hushed voice. Lu Cheng laughed, sweeping his eyes across every member as he pondered his next words thoroughly. Seems like everyone made good use of the summer break. Let's start off by making a small goal for this year. Pushing more of you to the dance stage. The words that concerned them caused a stir among the youthful and energetic crowd. Excitement grew as they exchanged information on the threshold to dance stage, hopeful about their own futures. According to Coach Shi, mastering force concentration was where one's path of martial arts truly began. After that, no matter where they went, they could be sure to lead a decent life. Lu Cheng listened with a smile, until their discussion began to die down, and cleared his throat. First, let me tell you about my experiences when I made the breakthrough to dance stage, he announced. The words took the breath out of everyone, quieting down as they eagerly stared at Coach Lu. Though there were many dance stage experts who shared their experiences on the internet, no one could confirm their validity. How could something like that hold a candle to a live explanation from a living high-pin dance stage expert? Lu Cheng brooded, then began in a sonorous voice. Back then, my master only said 10 words, the human body Big Dan. Round and amidst dazzling brilliance. Human body Big Dan refers to turning into one with the forces surrounding one's body, forming one entity. During your trainings, don't leave any loose ends by avoiding the things you deem as unnecessary. Round refers to the all-round clarity of force, qi, blood and spirit. It should be mellow and unclouded. Removing the impurities from your body is going to be a long haul, and it won't do you any good to rush things. What I just mentioned are all long hauls. The most important part is the 3 words, emit dazzling radiance. This refers to a state of mind that is your willpower. I remember an ancient one's quote that went like this. What is there to say when my heart is the light? And what do I mean by willpower? It's the reason that drives you to practice martial arts. It's the reason why you willingly pour your heart and soul into martial arts. It's not about lip service, shouting empty slogans or doing foolish things on a whim. You have to constantly reflect on yourself, delve deep into yourself, and find the power that truly keeps your heart beating. Then put it to test. Enhance it, over and over again until your willpower truly condenses and takes shape. Perhaps it would come across some of you as easy. If so, allow me to give an example that might be hard to swallow. Everyone has dreams, but how many actually puts it to action and fights for it? And after putting it to action, how many can overcome the hurdles and obstacles? Like most motivational speeches, this overlooks many elements in reality, but you get my point. Combining his first-hand experiences, Lu Cheng explained the abstract concepts of seeking inner power and condensing martial arts willpower in a down-to-earth fashion. He Zi, Deng Yang and the others pondered over his words, somewhat taking away something from it. Coach Lu's teachings had substance in it. Unlocking your hidden potential is not something you can achieve overnight. It might require you to go through certain things. It's the reason why Theravada sadhus in Shengxiang frequently go through tapas. Of course, I'm not asking you lot to beg for your meals, to not eat past noon, or to torment yourselves. What I'm asking you to do is to ruminate about the method that best suit yourselves. On the surface, Lu Cheng's effortless manners was that of a tempered guru, but in reality he was on the verge of breaking into a sweat. Being a master and coach wasn't easy at all. Even though it was something he already mastered, expressing it in succinct words turned out to be no easy task. The description he gave at best conveyed 50 to 60% of what he actually meant. Alright, we'll stop here for today. Take the time to digest it, don't rush things. Come look for me if you run into any problems, said Lu Chang, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Begin your stance practice. Yes, Coach Lu, they answered in unison. Then they exchanged glances and smiles. Once again, they found the feeling of when they stomped the Nationals as a team. When He got back to the dormitory room, Yan Shaoling had just gotten up and was climbing off the double-deckered bed. Coach Sure went back to Ice God Sect, so we have Coach Lu now, He said, trying to sound nonchalant. Yan Shaoling froze, one foot in slipper and another on the stair. Coach Lu? She repeated. Yes, Lu Chang, replied He, her lips curving into a sweet smile. I'm attending the special training, blurted Yan Shaoling. I want Lu Cheng's personal guidance. 3 minutes of enthusiasm, He said sharply, tossing the words right back at her. Yan Shaoling was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she slapped a hand on her thigh. Oh shit! I forgot to apply for it. When does the recruitment for special training start? After the first years go through their mandatory military training, she replied. Shaoling, is something wrong? You don't look like you are in a good mood these days. In fact, she was on the verge of tears during her call with her family. Yan Shaoling twitched her lips before letting out a sigh. It's nothing serious, just that every time I go home it feels like I'm at a stranger's home. I can't wait to make my own living and get my own home. He didn't press on the topic and managed to smile. Thank goodness. I thought someone had bullied you. Come to me if you run into any problems in the future. I'll be rushing to your rescue with wings on my back. My forces awaits your signal. She never knew the happy-go-lucky Shaoling went through such experiences and sorrows. He, your boyfriend power level is over the charts, praised Yan Shaoling, her mood lifting as her thumb did. He nodded with a smile. Well said. From now on I will monitor to ensure that you wake up on time. Do your homework and memorize English words. Ah! Yan Shaoling looked even worse than before. Ding! Came the message ringtone. Picking up his phone, he saw the 500,000 renminbi prize money from King of Youth Pro League arriving in his account. That increases his total savings to 2,450,000 renminbi. He wouldn't have to worry about the cost of being a man in the air for the year. He would most likely be in the professional martial arts the following year, so income wasn't a concern. He snapped a screenshot of his balance and sent it to Yen Zhika. Waiting for September 14th. But before that, he had to pass the test and upgrade his 8th pin certificate to 5th pin. September 7th, Sunday afternoon, Songqing City Martial Arts Association. Internal training field. Can I start now? Lu Chang tightened his cuff and faced the 3 assessors with a smile. He got his professional certification from Songqing previously and therefore had to come here to change it. However, the District Martial Arts Association and the capital had sent personnel to the ground to conduct a joint assessment. The whole process was in the name of justice and fairness. Yes, you may begin. The leading old man, who had a head of white hair and a peaceful look, nodded his head. An inhuman at an age younger than 21. Who knew how far he would reach in the future? Although they were all seniors of higher ranks and were authoritative figures, they also wouldn't offend the other party for good no reasons over a small matter. In the world of martial arts there was a saying, you would rather bully a rich old man than a poor young one. Lu Chang paid respect to them and strode to the side of the field, facing a hanging sandbag. He lowered his stance slightly and allowed his blood and breathing to flow back, gathering at the diaphragm of his lower abdomen. It felt a little empty and borderless while also feeling a little like being compressed into a ball that was terrifyingly smooth. His Dan Qi was overflowing, and his muscles were expanding with the shape clearly defined. Following which, he shrugged his shoulders and threw out his arms as though he was punching directly ahead. In this whole process, his punch burnt through the air with scorching red flame. It was as though he was wearing a violent and explosive glove. Boom! His fist landed on the target. An explosion-like situation happened. The whole sandbag suddenly collapsed. Every grain of sand seemed to be covered in a layer of scorching red flame and was shooting ahead as it moved along with the shockwave. The burning sound it made would have sent chills down people's spines. When all of this ended, an oval-shaped fan was formed with the sand in front of him. Seeing the area where the sand grains had scattered, the assessors couldn't stop their eyelids from twitching. Emperor Yen Force was indeed something. To be able to use the real material and complete Emperor Yen Force, while doing a force concentration, was enough to prove that he had completely morphed and no longer was a typical human. It's true that most heroes showed themselves while they are young, laughed the gray-haired old man. We have no issues on our side. You just have to sign your name on the certificate and send it back to the headquarters at the capital later. After waiting for about 10 minutes, you can head directly to the office to collect your certification. Although the other two assessors were a little angry about the dictatorial-like actions of the gray-haired old man, who announced the results without consulting them, they could only smile and say, "Congratulations, pal, it has been several years since Songqing had an inhuman." They didn't create a fuss about the incident as the gray-haired old man was their senior, and this incident was simple and direct. "Sorry to have troubled my 3 seniors," Lu Chang replied courteously. After chatting for several minutes, he bade farewell to the assessors and went to the office to wait. He didn't have to wait very long before he collected the professional 5th pin certification from the employee. There was a serial number, his name, and a red stamp. The whole certification collection process didn't take more than 20 minutes. For Lu Chang, who was well-known recognized by the public, this was really just a formality. Puff! Lu Chang heaved a sigh. Opening the certification on his hands, he took a picture of it and felt a million emotions welling up in him. When he came to collect his professional 8th pin certification last year in September, he had never expected to be able to attain a high pin in just a year. He had even planned to take part in 1 or 2 pin certification competitions. Plans really couldn't keep up with the changes. From now on, everyone could officially address me as a high pin dance stage expert. Lu Chang kept the certification and sent the photo to Yen Zhika to take a look. After flirting with his girl for a while, he then uploaded it to his Weibo. He didn't append any words and clicked the send button directly. The certification by itself could tell 1,000 words. After refreshing and reading through the congratulatory and impressed messages, Lu Chang walked along the corridor and headed out of the City Martial Arts Association. He only took a few steps when he suddenly saw a familiar yet foreign figure entering the building. When the guy noticed him, he was apparently shocked. After a short moment, he was enlightened suddenly and asked with a smile, "You are here to collect your 5th pin certification?" "Yeah." Lu Chang took a glance at the other party and mumbled in his heart, "Who is this guy? He looks pretty familiar." The guy had a common hairstyle, typical facial features, distinct parting, and a steady aura that made him look like a cultured person. He did not notice the hesitation from Lu Chang and exclaimed with a radiant smile, "When I lost to you last year, I was not convinced at all. Who would have known that in just a year's time, you'd have left us in the dust?" After hearing what the guy had said, Lu Chang instantly remembered who he was. He was Peng Qingguang from Mingwei Martial Arts School, and he'd fought him in the preliminaries. At that time, he was 24 years old and had held the professional 9th pin certification for 3 years. His vitality was so strong that it had reached the limits of that level. Within his punches and kicks, there were also some feelings of withdrawal. He was considered to be one of the most pressing opponents outside of the dance stage. This guy became famous at a young age and was the most sought-after body-refining stage martial artist in Songqing, and was a target of various large martial arts schools. However, in order to preserve the independence of the Mingwei Martial Arts School, left behind by the previous school owner, he preferred to practice kung fu that was very ordinary. Because of this, he had stagnated at the level before dance stage and couldn't achieve a breakthrough. After scrutinizing him, Lu Chang revealed a sincere smile. He clasped his fist to his palm and said, "I guess I should be congratulating you too?" The intense vitality that was overflowing had completely gone under control and others couldn't observe it easily. As someone who had been through this process, Lu Chang knew clearly what this represented. Peng Qingguan accepted the greeting honestly and replied emotionally, I have just achieved the breakthrough a while ago and is here to collect my certification. I can't be compared with you, I can't. After speaking, he clasped his fist to his palm too to congratulate Lu Cheng for reaching the inhuman stage. Both of them weren't particularly familiar with each other and left after chatting for a short while. Just before he stepped out of the main gate, Lu Cheng turned his head and took a look at Peng Qingguan, who was disappearing at the corner of the corridor. He sank into deep thoughts and nodded his head. After searching for his information, Lu Cheng found out that he was still in Mingwei Martial Arts School. Relying on the work he was doing for the Martial Arts Association, he got a rather average martial arts education in exchange. To be able to persevere in what he believed in after experiencing through so many ordeals, facing temptations, failures, disappointment, and pain yet remaining unmoved, this level of willpower is something that even I am ashamed to admit that I'm not a match. After getting past the threshold of Dan's stage, Peng Qingguan will not face any more obstacles before the inhuman stage. As for what's after that, he did not have the foresight yet to see so far into the future. After leaving the building where the Martial Arts Association was, he made his way to a martial arts school in the vicinity and took out his phone. He opened the app and was intending to book a ride. At this moment he suddenly felt thirsty. Therefore he went to a supermarket at the side. While choosing performance drinks, he was thinking of the trip to America next week. His longing over the last month started to swell up little by little. The lingering disappointment started to dissipate little by little. Lu Cheng was filled with anticipation as he started dreaming about the scene when he would meet up with Yan Zheka again. Subconsciously, he started conjecturing what kind of emotions and topics he would have with his girl. Should he let his emotions flow and give her the most passionate and intense hug? Or should he show his emotions slowly, allowing her to get reacquainted to it gradually? As he thought, Lu Cheng had already created a few television drama scenarios in his mind, all of them about the romantic time they would have together. Naturally, as an adult male and a married person, it was inevitable that he would recall and hope for some matters that were not suitable for children's knowledge. As he continued thinking, he got even more thirsty. He stopped such a trend on time. Grabbing the overly iced performance beverage, he headed to the payment area. Suddenly Lu Cheng stopped. Because of his imagination just now, he remembered something that he should be taking note of. I'm already inhuman. Based on what his grandfather has said, there's a good chance that he might get co-pregnant. I can't be as reckless as before. I have to take all safety precautions. Oh damn, I have not bought those things before. Should I post a thread to ask around? The title will be, How do I act like I have bought condoms before when I'm buying them for the first time? He's getting a little embarrassed just from the thought of it. Ask the search engine. Lu Cheng put down his drinks and took out his phone. After flipping through page after page, he had a plan in mind. Based on what others had said, the payment area for most supermarkets would have condoms for sale. He just has to point at it when checking out, and the cashier would understand what to do. There wouldn't be a need to converse during the whole process to minimize the awkwardness. Cough. Lu Cheng wore his black framed spectacles, resolved himself, took the iced drink and waited behind the people at the cashier. After 2 to 3 minutes, it was finally his turn. His gaze quickly swept through as he attempted to verify his target quickly. Oh damn, why are there only chewing gum, lollipops and batteries? Where are those things that I needed? Lu Cheng was stunned. You want this? The cashier picked up the lollipop and asked. Lu Cheng didn't know how to explain and just nodded his head. He took out his loose change, took the iced drink and lollipop and left. After leaving the supermarket, he finally regained his senses. He took a sip of his drink and thought to himself, what the hell am I doing right now? After finishing his lollipop, he resiliently found another supermarket. This time he wasn't anxious but still did a detailed surveillance of the surrounding and locked on to the position of his target. They have a rack solely for selling condoms. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly took a peek and realized there were several brands and each brand has different models. There's no time to go search about which brand is better. He took a box of each model, activated his ice mirror to control his emotions and went to the queue for payment nonchalantly, disregarding the occasional looks from others. After a while, he came to the front of the cashier. The cashier saw the different colorful boxes and asked with bewilderment, "All of them?" "Yeah," answered Lu Chang simply. His ice mirror almost failed. The cashier looked at him with a strange look and didn't continue. He completed the process quickly. After payment, he put them in a bag and walked out of the supermarket calmly. When he reached the roadside, he finally felt relaxed. He felt just like he had crossed some extremely difficult obstacle. Back in his room, seeing that Zhao Chang and the rest were all not around, Lu Chang couldn't help but flip through his spoils of war. As he looked through them, he suddenly had another question. How do I even use this thing? If I embarrass myself at the critical juncture, wouldn't Ka laugh at me for a lifetime? Moreover, there's different models and types here. After thinking seriously about it for a while, he opened up the wrapper and started reading the instructional manual. After which, he took a few of them and went to the bathroom. After some time, he finally resolved all his queries. He walked out happily and confidently from the bathroom and happened to see Kai Zongming opening the door to his room. Chung, you look horny. Are you thinking about your trip to America next week? Student Little Ming. Lu Chang was shocked and retorted, You can tell. Of course. Do you not know who I am? Answered Kai Zongming confidently. You will be going to America next week. It will be strange if you are not thinking about it. I can't tell from the looks, but I can deduce it. Lu Chang was stunned from being tricked and was once again impressed by Casanova's knowledge in this aspect. After which, a week passed by like an eternity for Loi Chung. Finally, the date September 14th stood out in his eyes. September 14th. After morning training and a shower, Lu Chang carefully inspected the items in his bag, making sure that he had everything he needed. He then rushed out of the door, left the school zone and boarded a cab heading for the airport. After a series of procedures, collecting his air ticket, immigration inspection and security checks, and an hour of waiting, he finally boarded the flight towards Connecticut in America. His emotions were out of check. It was the 14th, 11:55 a.m. in Washington and summertime 13th, 10:55 p.m. in Connecticut. Yen Zhika received a new message during their scattered conversation. Plane is lifting off. Switching off my phone. Yen Zhika's eyes lit up. She grabbed her phone and worked her fingers across the keyboard, forming her emotions into sentences. Then she paused, for the words either came out as blunt or fell short of expressing herself. Deleting everything, she went with an emoji of a chick pecking on grains of rice. Okay. After clicking send, she laid her phone down to work on her reports, periodically fidgeting with her phone, waiting for new replies from Lu Chang to come in. After a while, when no replies came, she checked the web page once more, double-checking that the flight had successfully taken off. Restraining the flutter of her heart, she finished up her reports and remaining assignments for the week. That would empty up her schedule for the 14th, keeping her Sunday free. She wiggled and stretched lazily. Then she removed her hairband, allowing her dark and lustrous hair to stream down her shoulders. With her nightwear in her hands, she walked into the bathroom, before sluicing her hair thoroughly. The steam added an allure to her glowing skin, and 2 rosy spots to her snowy face. Wrapping a towel around her glistening hair, Yen Zhika wiped at the steam that fogged the mirror, then inspected herself. She looked beautiful as she gently bit on her lips. Now you can't say I'm not putting in enough effort. She chuckled to herself. Someone kept saying that she put in more effort before meeting other girls. She hesitated, then spread body lotion across her body and donned a face mask. By the time she blew her hair dry, she remembered something else. Blushing, she rifled out a tube of moisturizer. Her eyes twinkled as she ran her hand down from above her thighs to her knees, then ankles, then the tip of her feet. Humph. For some reason, she made that sound. On the flight, Lu Chang, who always led a frugal lifestyle, was in the economy class cabin. Even so, the round trip had cost him nearly 20,000 renminbi, which explains why there was only about 2,450,000 renminbi in his balance. Not everyone can afford to sustain a long-distance relationship, Lu Cheng awakened to this realization when he looked at his air ticket. Strengthening myself, bettering myself, isn't it all to overcome these trials? The lack of internet access on the plane didn't bore Lu Cheng. At times he meditated, refining fine parts, fortifying his stage of inhuman. At times he pictured his imminent meeting with Yen Zhika, fantasizing about what could happen in their half-month of being together. When his thoughts ran wild, he even visualized about the future, spending lifetimes after lifetimes with his girl. Of course, not being bored didn't mean that he wasn't anxious. He was very much frustrated at the flight not arriving sooner, and at how his powers couldn't help him in this case. On the other hand, he didn't feel any discomfort, not even a trace of weariness, from the stress of travel or the crampedness of the economic class seat. Inhumans are really something else. Airline meals were provided during the trip. After cleaning up, the air stewardess handed out an arrival card and a custom declaration form. You could ask for a template in Chinese, but the forms had to be filled in English for every passenger. With Kochian's last-minute revision, he filled them in with ease and slipped them into his passport. The quiet journey went on as time elapsed. The plane began descending on September 14th, at 4:40 p.m. local time in Connecticut. Through the window, Lu Cheng saw magnificent lakes and streams that crisscrossed the cities, and skyscrapers that breathed modernity. This was one of the most important cities in America, a bustling hub for finance, steel, food and manufacturing, accessible transport and advanced logistics. Connecticut University was also famed for its economics courses, producing almost a third of the top scholars that received prestigious awards in the field. I heard there is an outstanding martial arts sect in this place that's considered the top-notch in all of America. Jaruga, was it? Similar thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind, but his train of thought quickly reverted back to the long-awaited reunion. Over a month of separation was already way too long for a newlywed couple. From what I read in those threads, even though we converse on a daily basis, awkwardness might spawn from time. If so, then it wouldn't be appropriate for me to hug Ku right off the bat. Maybe I should take it slow and wait for her to get comfortable, but if I do that, it might leave a bad taste if Ku thinks that I'm being a stranger to her. Sigh, what a dilemma. Northern districts of Connecticut, inside the girls' room. Yen Zhika sat before the dresser, adding the final touches to her makeup that she spent ages working on. She pursed her pink lips and looked herself in the mirror again, her thoughts fluctuating. I look radiant, stunning if I were to say so myself. My silly Cheng wouldn't be able to take his eyes off me. Wait, are those eye bags? It must be from when I rushed through my reports and assignments these few days, in order to make time for the weekends. And I gained a whole 2 kilograms in the last fortnight, after cutting down on my training time. Perhaps I'm a little bit out of shape compared to when I was in China. Feeling conflicted, she checked the time. Without further hesitation, she stood up and opened the wardrobe, carefully picking out her outfit as she reminisced on the times she made Lu Cheng's jaws drop. The weather was crisp in September of Connecticut, but the capriciousness of it made the temperature fluctuate so wildly that signs, bearing the time and temperature, was a common sight in the streets. After much deliberation, Yen Zhika went with the combination of a classy white shirt, a knee-length skirt, stockings that matched her skin tone and tennis shoes that gave off a youthful exuberance. She looked herself over once more, her heart pounding hard as she slid on her wedding ring. Grabbing her purse, she left the door and summoned her full-time bodyguard, Aunt Du, to drive her to the airport. 5:15 p.m. The slightly delayed flight had arrived in the bustling Orion airport. Shouldering his belongings with his passport in his hand, Lu Cheng moved along with the flow of people as he informed Yen Zhika of his arrival. Thanks to the oral and listening practices with Miss Yen, he barely managed to get through the staff and arrive at the customs without many complications. Of course, he still had to wait. After receiving his passport, arrival card and customs declaration form, the staff began a meticulous inspection. At the same time, in an office hidden somewhere in the airport, a person in charge from the Department of Homeland Security saw the word danger appearing above the visa photo. Danger grade, The portly man got on his phone and called in a Caucasian male of about 28. "Smith, I want you to keep an eye on this guy until he leaves," he said in a deep voice, pointing to the computer screen. Smith, with the auburn hair and a cheerful demeanor, lowered his head to look at the swiveling screen. "Oh," he gasped. "Danger grade? At such a young age." The dark-haired male from China was no more than 25 at a glance. "No. Looking at the data, he's only 20. Is he a monster?" "No questions, do what you are told to do. I'll get Renee to compile the data for you, and you'll also be granted C-grade access to the Skynet," said the man in charge, rubbing a hand across his thin hair. "Yes, sir." With that, Smith swung around and lifted his right hand. A thin thread, almost indiscernible, flew out and latched itself onto the door knob, pulling it open. Raising his left hand, he spun another thread, and with a pull, catapulted himself out of the office. "Close the door when you leave," hissed the man in charge, his voice dropping to a mumble. "Don't go thinking that you can be Spider-Man with your evolved abilities. That's fiction, damn it." After a whole 10-minute delay, the customs staff handed Lu Cheng's his passport and half-torn arrival card. "All right, sir, you may proceed." Phew. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief, previously worried that he was mistaken as a terrorist. Hastening his pace, he bounded towards the security check. After another round of queuing, he texted Yen Zheka as he strode towards the arrival hall. "Where are you?" "I'm almost there. Long live international data plans." Yen Zheka scanned her surroundings, after turning down some guy trying to hit on her, and lowered her head to reply, her heart beating hard. "Right opposite the exit. Look in front." Beep. Lu Cheng almost let out a laugh when he saw the message. Ku must be all over the place too, giving such vague instructions instead of any striking landmarks. Just as he was about to ask again, he unconsciously raised his head as he walked, and in a glance he saw her silhouette by the dim lights, elegant and gorgeous. There were no landmarks, for she was the landmark herself. In the milling crowd of people, she silently bloomed like a flower, beautifying her surroundings. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Cheng's heart began beating like crazy. "Hold it in, take it slow, don't scare Ku," he told himself, but his footsteps kept getting faster. On the other side, despite a part of her telling her to be more reserved and ladylike, she could not help but move herself towards the familiar figure. In a few steps, they were within each other's reach, feeling each other's breath and taking in each other's features, no longer through screens, phones, computers, and network cables. She looked as pretty as ever with her usual pursed lips and faint smile. A buzz went through Lu Cheng's head. Forgetting everything else, he reached out and pulled Yen Zheka into his chest, hugging her with all his might. Yen Zheka froze, then melted in his embrace. Feeling his warmth, just like how she remembered it, breathing in his familiar faint scent, all her worries, fear, anxiety, and nervousness slowly went away. The awkwardness they feared for was gone before it came. In the Orion Airport arrival hall, a few other couples were hugging too, not just them. Chewing on his gum, Smith almost let out a whistle as he stared at the surveillance screen. School days, huh? How enviable. A pleasant scent was lingering around his nose and a beautiful body was in his arms. Lu Cheng could only feel that his heart had calmed down. The void in his heart was filled to the brim and nicely stitched up. Both of them didn't speak a word and were immersed in the arms of the other. However, the conservative genes deep in their core made them unable to act like other couples who could kiss intensely and behave as though no one was around them. After what seemed like half a day, Yen Zheka pushed Lu Cheng away softly. She combed her rather messy hair, gave Lu Cheng a playful look and said, "Let's head out. And Du is waiting for us. Let's talk again when we go home." "Yeah, home." "All right." Lu Cheng held on to the slim hand of Ku. Just like the days that had passed and as though the two of them had not been separated for a month at all. With their 10 fingers interlocked, they were holding each other tightly. Wearing unerasable smiles, the couple talked about the feelings they previously had while slowly walking out. They left the lobby and entered into the car park. Du Yen was standing beside the car. Seeing the two of them walking over, she smiled faintly and waved her hands. Aunt Du, this is Lu Cheng. Yen Zhika pointed at her husband and smiled with a faint dimple. Good afternoon, Aunt Du. Lu Cheng immediately greeted with a faint smile. Great. Ku had been watching your matches frequently some time ago. I also managed to take a few peeks into it. Du Yen shook her head while still maintaining a smile. If my son is half as capable as you, I will even smile in my dreams. She took a look at the postures of the couple with the edge of her eyes. In her mind, she was astonished. The teenagers of this generation are more open than us. However, since they have already been recognized by Elder G, have seen the parents and was just waiting for graduation before marriage, it's inevitable that they are a little more intimate. Those in America are even worse and shocking. After a brief chat, the two of them sat to the back of the car. As there was outsider around, they didn't talk about how they felt after meeting up again. All they talked about was the experience Lu Cheng had in the long-distance flight and the interesting things that happened to Yen Zhika in the school. The car drove smoothly into northern regions of Connecticut. This was a gathering place of the local wealthy families, and police could be seen patrolling this area often. There were rarely any strangers around. After driving past a grass field, they successfully arrived at the rented place where Yen Zhika was staying. Looking at the color of the skies, Du Yen laughed. You guys can get out first. I'll go to the car garage and we'll be back to make dinner right away. The food on the plane isn't tasty and the portion is too small. Yeah. Lu Cheng fully agreed with her. Whether if it was tasty or not was dependent on the person's taste. However, the portion for him was indeed too little. He always has to ask for 2 more servings from the air stewardess. Even so, he was only 30% full. His mind was just longing for Ku previously and didn't feel hungry at all. As for now, he could already hear his stomach growling. Yen Zhika also noticed it and was trying hard to contain her laughter. Pulling Lu Cheng out the car, they took huge strides towards the main door. You have to eat well. I'll give you my portion too. Her eyes were a little teary as she said softly. What about you? How would Lu Cheng allow his little fairy to be hungry? Yen Zhika pouted, twitched her nose and said with anger, I'm already 4 kilograms heavier. How would I dare to eat more? Nope. I totally didn't notice it when I was hugging you just now. Moreover, with your current strength, this weight is a little too light. Lu Cheng was trying to console Yen Zhika. At least you know what not to say. If you really say that I'm fat, sneer. Yen Zhika's eyes turned and continued. It's true. It was still fine some time ago when I had short-term language courses. However, when school officially started, we have to match the courses with the Songcheng University. As a result, the schedule is tightly packed. Moreover, the professors in this place are especially fond of giving homework. Sometimes we even have to be separated into groups for group work. In my group, there's a girl that is burdening the group and making me really busy. I've been sleeping really late and do not have much time for training in the morning. My weight has been soaring up because of this. She waved her hands up to represent the changes to her weight. It's still all right. I really don't find you heavy. Lu Cheng once again emphasized it. He wouldn't say that he always found her a little too skinny. It would be better if she was a little fatter. I'm a great teenager who has undergone various tricks from Coach Yen. How is it possible for me to commit a mistake on such a simple issue? As they chatted, he followed Yen Zhika to the room in a 2-story building. From the outside, one couldn't tell what's in it. However, it was decorated rather luxuriously on the inside. You can stay where my mom stayed. It's on the 2nd level just like mine. Aunt Du is staying at the ground level. Yen Zhika was trying to introduce to Lu Cheng the arrangement for this period. All right. Lu Cheng nodded his head nonchalantly. It doesn't matter where I am staying. After all, I'll be staying with you after a while. Just nice that Aunt Du is on level 1 and she wouldn't be disturbing us. Yen Zhika seemed to have noticed what he was thinking and stared at him. What are you thinking about? About you. Lu Cheng broke into laughter and found back his ability of sweet talking instantly. Nonsense, you are obviously thinking about dirty things, mumbled Yen Zhika as she turned her head to the side. Just as she was about to say something, Du Yen had walked in. Yen Zhika could only stop abruptly and talk to Lu Chang about the customs and culture of the locals in Connecticut. As they chatted, the ingredients cooked and soon, a sumptuous dinner was placed across the table. Yen Zhika picked up her chopstick, ate only half a bowl of rice before putting down her cutleries. Resting her head on her hand, she was looking at Lu Chang eating and drinking. "Are you really not going to eat?" Lu Chang asked caringly. "Nope. I'm on a diet. When I get used to the curriculum after some time and have some free time for training, I'll then return to my usual diet," answered Yen Zhika with a serious and resolute face. "All right, why do I feel that you are having a tougher time studying overseas than at home?" exclaimed Lu Chang. Yen Zhika puffed up her cheeks and continued, "To do well in this place, there are a lot of assignments and reports. It's totally different from what some people thought, where there are various things at play here. Moreover, I have taken a lot of modules, so that I can complete my studies earlier, graduate earlier and go back and see you earlier. In that case, it's even more important for you to do your training diligently. You will be even more attentive if you have a healthy body," reminded Lu Chang. At this moment, Du Yen brought out another 2 plates of dishes. One of them had mashed potatoes in the middle with grilled skin around them. The aroma of it was filling the air. The other dish was tomato cowtail soup. The reddish color was especially tempting. "Chang, this dish of Aunt Du's is especially tasty. Is it?" Lu Chang was looking at her, waiting for her to help him to the food. However, Yen Zhika put the food into her own mouth. After chewing it slightly and feeling satisfied, she gobbled it down. "I thought you were done?" teased Lu Chang. Yen Zhika tilted her chin and answered with righteousness. "I'm helping you to taste if it is delicious." "Humph, not bad. Aunt Du didn't lose her standards. You can have it now." Lu Chang immediately tried to contain his smile. He cleared his throat and asked, "In that case, can you help me check out the other dishes too?" Yen Zhika bit on her lips and had a complicated look. Finally, she closed her eyes, nodded slightly and continued, "Since you have such a strong request." At this point, she could no longer put on a front and started laughing first. The laughter was clear and propagated throughout. In the end, she said with a tinge of grudge, "You have got to bring me for training tomorrow morning. Do you understand?" Not waiting for Lu Chang's replies, she had already picked up a piece of braised beef and stuffed it in her mouth anxiously. Rest assured, Lu Chang was looking at his wife gently. After they had a sumptuous meal, the two of them sat on the sofa and looked at Aunt Du clearing the dining table. "Wait for a while and digest your food. I'll bake some cake and biscuits for you later." Yen Zhika was lying on the side of Lu Chang and was ready to get up. She wanted to show the results of her hard work over this period of time. "I look forward to it." Lu Chang was also full of interest regarding this. "In that case, let me prepare the ingredients first." Yen Zhika stood up, dragged on her slippers and headed to the kitchen. She was like a hard-working bee as she kept walking in and out of the kitchen. It was till then that Lu Chang had calmed himself down from the intense emotions he felt earlier and noticed what Ku was wearing. It was different from before when all he had noticed was her every movement and smile instead of the surroundings. So beautiful, his line of sight was moving together with the figures of the girl. Yen Zhika was almost done and came back to him. Suddenly, he recalled something. He used his chin to point at the stairs, lowered his laughter and said, "Let's go to your room first. I'll pass your present to you." Yen Zhika's eyes shimmered, but she was trying to put on a reserved front while leading Lu Chang to the second floor. On the second floor, Lu Chang put down his bag after entering her room. He opened the bag and pulled down the zipper. The first thing he took out was a book and said, "Home-cooked food from China. The present is light, but the meaning is deeper." Seeing the cookbook and hearing what Lu Chang said, Yen Zhika instantly burst into laughter. She sat by the side of the bed as she looked at the different things her husband was taking out. "This is a Buddha token. I had it blessed in the golden Buddha temple for you. This is a branded bag that you previously talked about. This is a jade amulet with the fighting formula. The engravings were great and completely show the of never give up attitude. Moreover, it has a great sentimental value. Nonetheless, don't wear it. It is something stolen from the grave after all and isn't auspicious. This is an amulet to keep you safe. It's silver in color and I bought it in the Zhongyun ancient city. Lu Cheng was introducing the various presents one after another, just like he was introducing how he lived his past month. He was naggy and full of emotions. It was as though no matter where he went to, his heart was always with the girl. Looking on, Yan Zhika started to feel a little drowsy. The light in her eyes was hidden and shimmering. All right, that's all. Lu Cheng stopped his actions. Yan Zhika looked up and stared blankly at him. The pair of eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of words, making Lu Cheng shiver in his mind. Just as the atmosphere became affectionate, Yan Zhika suddenly found a few strange boxes in the bag of Lu Cheng through the side of her eyes. What are those? Yan Zhika supported herself up and extended her arms into the bag. Lu Cheng looked down and his face turned red immediately. Even if he wished to stop her, it was already too late. Yan Zhika took those boxes out and looked at them. Instantly, her face turned red like the skies at a sunset. With a shy voice, she asked, "You even bought such items?" Cheng actually brought condoms over. Cough, I was thinking now that I am an inhuman. Lu Cheng steeled himself and acted like it was natural. Yan Zhika sneered. She was trying to contain her shyness as she had never seen the real thing before. Feeling curious, she opened one of the boxes. Astonished, she asked, "Why is there one missing?" "Huh?" Lu Cheng gaped, too embarrassed to answer his little fairy's question. Seeing his nonplussed reaction, Yan Zhika blinked innocently, pointing to the top left-hand corner of the box. "There's a 3 written here. Doesn't that mean it comes in 3s? I only see 2 inside. I'm young and innocent, so I don't get it. You better not lie to me." Cough. Lu Cheng's face flushed scarlet. About time to come clean. On the back of the box, in tiny prints, it was clearly stated that there were 3 pieces per packet. Now, given that Ku wasn't blind, she definitely wouldn't miss the words if she chose to look for it. Lying now would only draw suspicion, which might escalate into an inhumane case of domestic violence. Cough, cough, he looked to the side as he coughed, in an attempt to hide his embarrassment as he tried to play it cool. There were 3. But, you see, I was afraid that I might mess up at the critical moment since I never actually used one before. So I took one out of the packaging and tried it on. Yan Zhika listened with a confused look, her bright white eyes widening like a kitten on drugs. Few seconds later, she began to quiver like a sieve being shook when she caught on. A dimpled smile spreading uncontrollably across her face, as she tried her hardest to stifle it. "My Cheng is too well prepared. The things he'll do for science." "You are hilarious." Tossing the box aside, Yan Zhika fell back onto her bed and embraced her white bear plushie. She laughed so hard that her body trembled, losing a slipper in the process. "Can't hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha." Lu Cheng looked at his wife, who was on the verge of rolling off the bed from laughing, resignedly, then sighed softly and rubbed his face. "I only did it because I didn't want to pause at the critical moment and get teased by you for the rest of my life." "Ugh, seems like it still ended up that way. Sigh, but I guess it's all worth it if it brings Ka joy and makes her laugh." His thoughts ran fast, and soon he himself began to see the funny side of the matter. So he studied Yan Zhika with a slight smile, wondering how long she was going to continue laughing. His gaze eventually shifted to the girl's brows and eyes bending from joy, her tender cheeks ruddied by laughter, her pink lips pursed into a pretty curve, her classy shirt that accentuated her slim figure, her creamy neck, her straight long legs, her delicate feet gently swinging in the air. He studied her from top to bottom, then bottom to top over and over again. The night seemed to be darker beyond the window, the moon hanging brighter in the sky. Yan Zhika laughed for a while longer, before she finally got over it. When she wanted to tease Lu Cheng, she realized it had grown awfully quiet. Then she felt the bed sinking in. Raising her head, she tilted, then glanced beside her and saw Lu Cheng leaning by the side of the bed. His eyes were dark and thoughtful, as though a dark flame was burning within, but she saw her own shadows in them. Locking eyes, Yan Zhika gently bit on her lips and wiped away her smile. Slowly, she closed her eyes, her dark long lashes quivering in the air. Propping himself up on two hands, Lu Chang lowered himself and kissed her soft pink lips, tasting the sweetness he longed for. He pecked at her lips again and again, as gently as he could, until her pearlescent teeth gave way, allowing him to wrap his tongue around hers and lead it in a dance. Their prolonged kiss brought out all of Lu Cheng's longings and desires. He turned rougher, madly sucking on her tongue and lips as he explored her body with his hands. Her shirt, despite its glamour, proved to be a hindrance to him for all the buttons it had. He was so tempted to rip it apart. Yan Zhika was aroused too. She didn't take the initiative, but at times she fondled Lu Cheng's back, or lifted her own hands obligingly to aid her husband's advances in undressing her. Flop! Her remaining slipper fell to the ground, just as Lu Cheng finally worked off the last button on her shirt. Too anxious to even strip it off, he buried his face into her as though he was praying. At the same time, he flicked his hands backwards, sending out two pellucid frost rays that landed on the door, shutting it. Slam! The soundproof room was filled with passion and desire. In his aroused stupor, Lu Cheng managed to preserve a last sliver of reason. Grabbing the box of condoms from the bed, he peeled off its packaging and expertly slid one on. A soft, repressed moan entered his ears. He lowered his head to lock lips with Yan Zhika once more. They turned into one, physically and spiritually. A long time passed, during which her soft cries escaped her twice, but Lu Cheng hadn't stopped moving. Yan Zhika looped her arms around Lu Cheng's neck. Aren't you done yet?" she asked, heaving softly with her face flushed bright red and her eyes sparkling. "Maybe wearing that made it less sensitive," Lu Cheng replied, teetering between pride and embarrassment. That's when he remembered something he read previously. An article saying that girls tend to lose their enthusiasm and feel discomfort in a prolonged intercourse. Well, after the intense action from before, he regained control over himself. So Lu Cheng slowed down and kissed and fondled her again. Previously, he was wolfing it down, but this time he slowly savored every bit of her. At the end, he propped her legs up with his hands and gazed into her eyes. A piercing gaze that reached her heart. They came at the same time. After cleaning up, Lu Cheng fell onto the bed and pulled her closer to himself. "I finally get why they say a couple that reunites after a short parting beats a couple that's newlywed," he thought. "You were so hungry for it, thought you had gone mad." Yan Zhika protested coyishly, her fingers playfully trailing Lu Cheng's abs. "Felt like I was going to get devoured." "Heh. I have been starving for a long time after all," snickered Lu Cheng. "I thought of restraining myself and acting properly to not give you an impression that I only think about such things. But once I saw our little fairy, it was all over." The talk bridged any remaining distance between them brought by time. They were lovey-dovey again, eager to bare their souls to each other. Yan Zhika stared at Lu Cheng with smiling eyes and bit her lips. "Let me ask you something, Cheng. I heard that once guys did it, they'll keep on thinking about it. Was it like that for you in the past month? And what did you do about it? Don't tell me you did that?" Casting her eyes downwards, she smiled to herself when she remembered how Cheng baited her into helping him in the past. "It wasn't that bad. It was during the crucial period of making the breakthrough to Inhuman stage, and there was the King of Youth Pro League. Without my wife beside me, it's not like I have the mood to be thinking about such things. Afterwards I just beard with it, sometimes settling it by myself, just like in the old days," he admitted frankly with a hint of pride as he ran his finger down her glistening back. "I never so much so as looked at other girls." Yan Zhika's heart warmed at her husband's words. Suddenly, she remembered Yan Xiaoling's complaints, saying that even though she mustered her courage and attended the special training to receive Coach Lu's guidance, her idol only had eyes for senior sister and flew to America without a second thought or any regret. It made many female classmates that were interested in joining very disappointed. And so, she concluded it was better to view her idol from far and went back to her bummer life again. "What about you?" Lu Cheng asked without thinking. He regretted the words as soon as they came out, unsure if he was going to be kicked off the bed. Yan Zhika had wanted to cuddle up to him closer in her blissful state, but her face reddened at his words. She punched, then punted him. Of course I didn't. I was busy like a bee, adapting to the lectures, keeping up with my progresses, preventing the mountains of assignments and reports from piling up. Plus, I didn't like going to my classmates' gatherings, and always left as soon as the group discussions in the library ended. Their opinions of me are a bookworm, a bore, a loner, introverted, stuck up and hard to get along with. Over here they like girls that are cheery and energetic and know how to sing and dance. Well, it might not be a bad thing since it spares me from many troubles, like racking my brains on how to avoid suspicion. As she went on, she forgot about the question at hand and ended up confessing all her unhappiness, some of which she briefly mentioned before, to Lu Cheng. Avoiding suspicions, the words made Lu Cheng rejoice, but at the same time concerned. Do they ostracize you? He quickly asked. They do, but it's not that bad. I'm a top student after all, and the others from my group have to rely on me so they still behave. Humph. If they really dare mess with me, I'll teach them what an upper professional ninth pin can do. Lu Cheng continued listening, at times comforting her or making jokes to lighten the mood. If any of them dares to bully my little fairy, I will make their lives a living hell of frost and flames. We'll see if he dares, he declared at the end, brandishing his fist in the air. Yan Zhika went into a fit of giggles again. When she recovered from it, she frowned and stared at him. We kept talking on and on until I forgot about taking a bath. I'm all clammy after sweating so much, she said as she walked barefootedly to the bathroom while trying to put her shirt on. Great, replied Lu Cheng, smiling. What's so great about it? She asked peevishly as she turned to look at her husband with confused eyes. The taking a bath together part, Lu Cheng said as he vaulted off the bed, put one hand on his little fairy's back and another in between the curves of her legs, lifting her up in a bridal carry. Onwards to bath, he announced with a heh-heh laugh as he opened the door and marched towards the bathroom on the second floor. According to what Ka said before, the soundproof between the first and second floor was good, and Aunt Du wouldn't come up under normal circumstances. Yan Zhika was nonplussed. When she understood what was going on, it was already too late to change things. She quickly hid her face in Lu Cheng's chest and hammered him. Bad guy. The passionate sounds they produced turned to blended with the noise of water. After a while, Lu Cheng flounced out of the bathroom and into the bedroom, where he grabbed the last remaining box before dashing back. The night passed. As the sky began to light up, Yan Zhika pushed him away and sat up. The sun is coming out. It's all your fault, she chided with flushed cheeks, glaring at him. She bit her lips with feigned annoyance. Use the swordsman formula on me. I have got lessons in the morning, she commanded with a seductive look. Cough, we were having heart-to-heart talks half the time. But sure, put all the blame on me, thought Lu Cheng as he laughed under his breath. Spirited, he visualized the ancient character and formed the seal. Swordsman, he boomed. After using the secret art, he felt a fatigue coming over him. Let's try to sleep on time in the future. I always feel that using swordsman formula to replenish energy is an evil art. Once or twice is okay, but it will be harmful for your body if I keep doing it over time, he said, feeling pained. Okay, let's sleep on time in the future. Yan Zhika chuckled, then put on a serious face and waved her fist. I will remember what you said. Lu Cheng stood dumbfounded. After freshening up, the two headed for morning practice. Just as they reached the first floor, Yan Zhika eyed when she glanced at the kitchen. What's wrong? Asked Lu Cheng, confused. I was planning to bake cakes and cookies for you yesterday, and I even got all the stuff ready, but in the end I didn't make it downstairs. Yan Zhika's face reddened inch by inch, and in her embarrassment she found it hard to even raise her head. Aunt Du must have thought that we would come down and make them in the night, so she left it outside. But for us to leave it out here all the way until now, isn't it obvious that it's no big deal. Just tell her you forgot about it. It didn't bother Lu Cheng, who knew little of shame. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes, stared at him and pinched him. All your fault. Lu Cheng replied with a laugh, feeling good inside him. After morning training and breakfast, Aunt Du drove Yenjika to school, with Lu Cheng accompanying her to liven the mood so that she wouldn't get nervous in front of Aunt Du. When the car reached the school entrance, Yenjika bundled her hair and donned her thick black-rimmed glasses. "I'm going off for classes now, you can hang around by yourself. The people here like to use slangs, so you should omit as many words as possible. Ask them to repeat if you can't catch what they are saying," she advised. "Relax, I have professional interpretation software and Google 3-in-1, assured Lu Cheng, waving his phone. Afterwards, Aunt Du parked the car and accompanied Yenjika into the school premises. She was to stay put in inconspicuous spots, constantly looking out for any potential school shootings or violence activities. American schools weren't all that safe. Lu Cheng only retracted his gaze after his girl's silhouette completely disappeared. He opened the map and began searching for nearby dojos or martial art grounds. One of his main goals in coming to America was to experience more kung fu of different styles. After getting the direction right, he followed the map and marched on like a backpacker. He came to a building with 3 floors, with a suspended signboard that said, "China Dragon Punch Dojo." Standing at the entrance, Lu Cheng looked into the distance and happened to see a female receptionist at the front desk. A girl with dark hair and delicate features that didn't give off any Japanese vibes. She's actually Chinese. She gave a sweet smile when she spotted Lu Cheng. "Hello, would you like to learn martial arts?" she asked in English. Hearing the question from the front desk lady, Lu Cheng's thoughts changed quickly and nodded his head with a faint smile. "I'm considering and choosing. Can you bring me around for a tour?" He wasn't great at speaking English and can only use simple terms to express what he meant. If the so-called Dragon Punch had distinct characteristics that were different from the others, and the strength of the master of the martial arts dojo was great, he wouldn't mind spending some money to kill some time and have a private sparring session. "Of course. Let me find someone to lead you in and give you an introduction." The front desk lady smiled radiantly like a blossoming flower. It was as though she had seen a business deal that would be closing soon. She picked up the phone and spoke in words that Lu Cheng couldn't understand. Soon a skinny, pale teenager came out of the martial arts dojo and greeted him enthusiastically. "Chinese?" "Yeah," answered Lu Cheng honestly. The vitality of this teenager wasn't overwhelming and the muscles on his arms and other areas barely formed contours. "Just arrived in Connecticut?" The skinny and pale teenager was scrutinizing Lu Cheng from head to toe and continued with a face full of smiles. "The weather changes quickly in this place. Do take note of it. I forgot to self-introduce myself. I'm Li Zuanping, a student and part-time aide in this place. Let's talk after we get in. You can take a look around the place." "All right." Lu Cheng followed Li Zuanping as they level one of the training ground, then the weights and machines on level 2. He realized that the setup of this place was not much different from those back in his home country. It was just that the students were mainly foreigners. Seeing ladies and men with different skin tones practicing their stances and punches felt rather intriguing. "How is it? We are a very traditional Chinese kung fu dojo and the strength of the coaches are also very impressive. Some of them even clinched the No Restrictions martial arts title." Li Zuanping was fulfilling his duties to the fullest. "Have you practiced martial arts previously? If you are starting from scratch, we have the relevant lessons and specialized training programs." Despite hearing the chatter of his guide and seeing the very ordinary punches and kicks in the training being offered, Lu Cheng restrained from showing his lack of interest and asked with a faint smile, "I'm still considering, do you have promotional materials? Can you give me a copy so I can read them in detail back home?" The coaches here were all able to generate sounds from their punches and kicks and split with wooden planks and bricks from time to time. Although the sound of breaking planks and bricks might impress the foreigners and made them feel that Chinese kung fu was indeed something awesome, it was boring and pointless for him. The so-called Dragon Punch was only about changing the technique of exerting strength. This was just an average kung fu that was more suitable for the body structure of the locals. He had to respectfully decline the studio. He couldn't possibly bear the idea of insulting their dojo by implying that they were weak in his response. "I'm still considering" was an effective phrase to get away and hide the fact that he wasn't impressed. "We do. I will bring a copy to you. Let me tell you, our Dragon Punch dojo has over 10 years of history. We have 5 to 6 branches in Connecticut and definitely not the kind that cheats people of their money. Our dojo master is Zhu Hong. He has gone to Nanyang after achieving mastery in Kung Fu. He's not well known in China, so it's normal that you haven't heard of him. 11 years ago, he migrated to Connecticut. By combining the characteristics and techniques of martial arts from 3 places, he created the Dragon Punch." Li Zuanping smiled and continued, "The competition in mixed martial arts in Connecticut is very intense. The very fact that we managed to establish ourselves and remain for over 10 years is a testament to our strength." "It does sound like an amazing experience." Lu Cheng's interests were aroused a little again. He asked with a smile, "Where's Dojo Master Zhu?" Perhaps the uniqueness of Dragon Punch wasn't something that ordinary teaching could demonstrate. "I cannot be arrogant and blindly look down on others. Dojo Master Zhu is a busy man. He only stays in each branch for a day. The day after tomorrow, Wednesday, he will be coming to our place. You can come and have a look and witness the real Dragon Punch," invited Li Zuanping with enthusiasm. "At that time, you will definitely be anxious to join us." "All right." Lu Cheng nodded and responded with a faint smile. After Li Zuanping accompanied him to collect the information, he walked out of the Dragon Punch dojo. He lowered his head and switched on Google Maps again to look for the next martial arts stadium. Opposite of the street and in the open-air cafe, Smith took a sip of the bitter liquid in his cup. From time to time, he would take a look at the surveillance video on the computer screen or raise his head to look at the dangerous person across from him who looked just like a backpacker. Yes, a really dangerous person. Smith had gone through the information provided by Renee in details the previous night. He had an extremely vivid impression of the target he was supposed to keep an eye on. That was the mobile explosive material. Raging fire waves, huge explosion, and fleeting frost. All of them flashed past Smith's mind, making him unable to help but mumble to himself, "Ouch!" He cursed. The people in the embassy had shit filling their heads. How could they give a visa to this kind of guy? Why don't the supervisors just deport him right away? Knowing that he was just lamenting, Smith pressed onto the miniature earpiece, lowered his voice, and commanded the members of his team to change their position to prevent themselves from being discovered. After completing his commands, he raised his head and observed his target. At this moment, Lu Cheng was looking around, seemingly lost, and they coincidentally locked eyes. Smith's body immediately tensed up, but he did not rush to shift his gaze away, instead pretending like there was nothing intriguing him. He nodded his head politely first before looking to the side, just like what any ordinary Americans would do. Suddenly, he realized Lu Cheng had moved. He walked towards the zebra crossing and crossed the street, while the traffic light was still green. "It seems like he was heading to me. Damn it!" Smith quickly lowered his head, pretending he was drinking coffee while cursing with a little anxiety. He couldn't have discovered anything, right? Should I get up immediately and leave or be open about my identity? Inform him that surveillance on him is necessary and use the various laws to confuse him? While he was still hesitant, there's another figure in his vision. Lu Cheng was just right in front of him. Cold sweat was breaking out on the back of Smith. "Smith, this is what every man who wants to be a Spider-Man has to experience. Show them your courage." He mumbled to himself as he raised his head and looked calmly at that Chinese teenager which was marked with the red sign, "Danger." "I'm sorry. Can I bother you for a second? I would like to ask for directions." Lu Cheng was trying hard to make his smile look a little more approachable. "The moment we locked eyes, I decided to ask for directions from this person who seems to have an affinity for me. He looked pretty friendly." Smith almost raised his hand to clear his ears. He suspected that he had heard wrongly and answered with a dazed look, "No problem. I'm a fan of martial arts. Is there any famous martial arts practice field in this area?" Lu Cheng organized the words in his mind and asked with anticipation. With Google Maps, he wasn't afraid of getting lost. However, after searching for a long time, he had gotten a headache trying to understand the English terms, and he couldn't find the place. I have even complained about it to my wife. Smith smiled, relaxed himself, and answered with a rather awkward smile. Msasi Martial Arts Gym. It is at District 7 and is an important base for the Jaruga sect. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you. A name that he found previously flashed past his mind, and he quickly confirmed the route on the map. He waved his hand and bade farewell to the kind person before heading to the 7th district. Smith waved his hands back reflexively. After Lu Chang had walked far away, Smith then wiped his forehead. Both of his hands were wet from the cold sweat he had broken out into. He only came here to ask for directions? Mumbled Smith. Why is he trying look for a martial arts dojo? He said he is a lover of martial arts. Smith's expression suddenly changed drastically. He stood up abruptly and hit the chair in the process. Through the device, he gave orders to his underlings. Survey Msasi Martial Arts Gym immediately. Activate Skynet and gather our men. Emergency level preparation. A martial artist from China with a dangerous grade headed towards the Jaruga sect would cause anyone to have a bad premonition. Lu Chang kept stopping while walking to either check on the map or share his adventures with Yenjika. After 30 over minutes, he finally saw the large sign of Msasi Martial Arts Gym. On top of it was the symbol of the Jaruga sect, a fist holding a trident. Below it was the words Msasi and other phrases. This is the place. It's much more luxurious than Dragon Punch Doho. Lu Chang pushed open the door happily. The lady at the front desk had blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot figure, and was wearing a red dress. She was shocked for a while and asked slowly, "You are here to learn martial arts?" "Yeah. Can I take a look before deciding?" answered Lu Chang easily. "Of course you can." The blonde-hair girl revealed a smile and friendly reminded, "Many martial artists have a bad temper. After you are in, please take note of several things. Don't stare at others training. If anyone is taunting you, pretend that you didn't see or hear anything. As for discriminatory comments, please bear with them. Okay?" "Okay." Lu Chang nodded with a smile. After waiting for 2 minutes, a black-skinned teenager who had multiple braids and clothes that were very urban walked out. When he opened his mouth, Lu Chang was wondering if he would be rapping "yo yo yo" into what he was saying. "Oh, a shy-looking Asian boy," teased the black teenager. "I'm Brooke. Hi, Brooke." Lu Chang didn't say his name and just followed him into the Msasi Martial Arts Gym. They just took a few steps ahead, and a huge creature walked directly towards them. He was a buff black man who was clearly over 2 meters tall. His arms looked exaggeratedly big and were glossy. It was comparable to Lu Chang's thigh. He wore a smirk, took a look at Lu Chang's weak and skinny arms, constricted his biceps before saying, "Little boy, martial arts isn't suitable for you." After speaking, this bald giant didn't wait for a reply, let out clear laughter and walked directly towards another room. "Don't put it to heart. Olsen was just making a joke. He is actually a very friendly and humorous guy," Brooke quickly explained to Lu Chang, who was a little shocked. "In comparison to other martial artists." After sending Lu Chang and Brooke off, the blonde lady looked out while idling her time away. Suddenly, she found a man moving between buildings like a spider. Gasping, the blonde girl reached for her phone and tried to snap a picture. But by the time she had her camera aligned, the shadow that was hopping between buildings like a spider had vanished. "Missed a picture of a superhero?" She retracted her gaze to express her disappointment on social media. Superheroes, fictional characters that spawned from comics to movies. A travesty of reality. Everyone knows that, but that didn't stop some people from imitating and replicating them when they evolved similar abilities. Based on rough calculations compiled by fans, there were more than 20 Spider-Mans that were recognized in all of America, and the numbers for the likes of Batman and Magneto didn't fall behind either. She brooded after lamenting. The appearance of superheroes usually spelled trouble, danger. Has something terrible happened nearby? Suddenly, she felt nervous and curious. in the Msasi martial arts gym. I know, Lu Chang promised with a slightly indifferent smile. When Brooke was done with his explanation, the past him would have fumed and seethed at Big Bald Olsen's racist taunts. But at his current level and power, he found it more amusing than insulting. Martial arts don't suit me? This joke can make a week's worth of entertainment. Brooke nodded contentedly. He led Lu Chang deeper inside through corridors and past training grounds, introducing the Jaruga sect while he was at it. The mission sect had the most influence in Europe and America, but the nature sect was the one with the longest history. They believed in animism from which they gained power and transformed themselves physically. The Jaruga sect was one of the major branches of the nature sect that promoted one's spirituality. On the same note, Jaruga had its own inner divisions. Msasi focused on martial arts. Besides one's own spirituality, they held firm to practicing animism. The other sect leaned more towards spirit cultivation. They were on the verge of developing into a mission, and some of their rituals to awaken one's own spirit could be likened to cult practices. But these were Brooke's words, and Brooke had a clear stand. So Lu Chang took everything with a grain of salt. Lu Chang threw in some occasional yes as assent, but never gave any personal input. He spent most of the time studying the arrangement of the place, the coaches, and the students. The Msasi martial arts gym took up much more land in comparison to the Dragon Punch dojo. The two upper floors were partitioned into separate training grounds and rooms for different uses: hand-to-hand combat, wrestling practice, armed combat tutorials, and workout classes for the average person. When they passed one of the rooms, Lu Chang saw an aquarium-like place from the corner of his eyes. A large glass partition split the room. Inside, the water rippled gently, dark blue in color, with light spraying in from different directions. A fit-looking white man, topless and clad in leather shorts, dove down from above. He held his breath under the water, delivering a flurry of kicks that snapped stone pillars one by one. To do that under the water is pretty impressive. Without lingering to watch, Lu Chang marched on with a brooding expression. Brooke barred his way with a hand, smiling as he apologized. Sorry, but this is it. Only martial artists allowed inside. Lu Chang unconsciously looked. The room was submerged in sunlight, with wind blowing in from the windows, so quiet that it naturally soothed his mind. But it wasn't unoccupied. He caught glimpses of a muscular white male with a great sword in his hands, silently practicing his hacks. Every hack produced a sparkling radiance akin to the glimmer of stars. He took a step, hacked, sparkled. He took another step, hacked, sparkled. A mundane scene, but it sparked Lu Chang's interest towards the Jaruga sect and the Msasi martial arts gym. What are my options if I want to learn? He asked with great interest, turning towards Brooke. In Lu Chang's mind, though he wanted to experience different styles of martial arts, he also wanted to stay out of trouble, since that might cause him to be deported and have his visa rejected in the future and be banned from visiting his little ferry in America, which would be a horrible trade-off. The key reason of coming over was their couple reunions, right? On the other hand, it was against his nature to challenge the dojo, a haughty and senseless move that could easily tarnish their name. So Lu Chang came up with a plan. By paying a small sum of money, he could broaden his horizons through training along with them. He would patiently wait for the chance to spar against mighty ones and be a model youth with vision, morals, and culture. All right, we have got workout classes and modules of different levels. There's beginner, basic, intermediate, and advanced. Which one would you like? Though I have to warn you, the latter ones require corresponding martial arts foundations and could cost you a fortune. Brooke explained thoroughly as he led Lu Chang back to where they started. What skill level is the advanced module at? How much is the school fee? Lu Chang asked without hesitation. Brooke paused, then skimmed over the dark-haired youth's unimpressive arms and legs. A laugh escaped him. You? Advanced? Yeah, I know Kung Fu. Kung Fu, you know? Lu Chang asked as he flourished his fists in a practiced motion. Kung Fu? Brooke muttered to himself. He was shaken, but his eyes remained doubtful. To him, Chinese Kung Fu was mysterious. It could let someone who wasn't ripped with terrifying muscles produce terrifying bursts of strength, But did the Asian kid before him really know Kung Fu? All right, let me think. Hey Jorvik, get your ass here. You, spar with him. Put on the gloves, asked Brooke as he beckoned to a white male who had his ripped upper body exposed. He was practicing his footwork and punches. Jorvik had a wide forehead, and his cold, hard features made him look shy and introverted, but a deeper inspection would point towards a hidden desire towards violence. Bloodlust. Him? Knock it off, Brooke, he said peevishly as he glowered at the braided black youth after taking a look at Lu Chang. Brooke shrugged. My man here wants to sign up for advanced modules. Advanced modules? Jorvik guffawed so hard his shoulders swayed loosely, as if someone had just told him a joke. Then he turned and put his boxing gloves on. Hey kid, let me teach you what it's like in advanced. Spoiler alert. It's not the same as sucking on your mom's titties. Do I have to wear gloves? Lu Chang asked, unperturbed. You don't have to. Just come at me with all you got. Jorvik yelled in excitement, eyes gleaming. That's the first time I have heard such a request. Lu Chang gestured to himself. In one full swoop, he made the heels of his feet touch, rotated his knees inversely and twisted his hips to add force to his straight. Jesting aside, he never actually used his full force, or even did a dance stage burst. He didn't need to. Bam! A crisp sound reverberated at Jorvik's ears. Then he saw the punch coming right at him. He hurriedly put up his hands, the classic boxing block. His counterattack played out in his mind, a set of combination punches that would send the Asian boy crying and running to his mother. Bam! The boxing gloves caved inwards. Jorvik teetered, then involuntarily took a step back. Another, and a third. Plop! He fell to the ground off balance. What about now? Can I sign up? Lu Chang asked, smiling as he turned around to look at Brooke. Okay, Brooke replied stupidly. Chinese Kung Fu is incredible. The scrawny Asian boy knocked Jorvik off his feet in one punch. Jorvik, the rising boxing star. How much are the school fees? Lu Chang asked, getting back on track. In his glimpse, he saw Jorvik shakily standing up. Screw it if it's too expensive. I can find other ways to experience things. $5,000. From now until Christmas. Brooke informed as he waved to the still-dazed Jorvik, gesturing him to go back to the training grounds. $5,000. Quite expensive indeed, Lu Chang thought. Where do I pay? He asked after hesitating. Follow me, said Brooke. It wasn't his first time seeing a martial artist, so it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. He led Lu Chang in a different direction as he continued. Membership for workout classes is $100 per month, not inclusive of personal trainers. $500 for beginner, $1,000 for basic, $2,000 for intermediate. This was when the dual-currency credit card came in handy. Lu Chang specially applied for it when he was in China for the convenience of visiting his wife. After swiping his credit card, he signed the contract that allowed him to attend martial arts modules the very next day, for hours per day. If he performed outstandingly, he could even become an official disciple of the Msasi Martial Arts Gym. During the procedures, Lu Chang had to consult Yenjeka through texts and pictures to get through the confusing contract. In the end, both parties were delighted. Brooke sent Lu Chang out of the door with smiles and parting waves. See you tomorrow, said Lu Chang, smiling as he headed back towards Connecticut University. At the same time, Smith had just gotten the ground under surveillance, ready to deal with any emergencies. He watched as Lu Chang left Msasi Martial Arts Gym without harming a fly in his path, and just like that, he left. Shit, what the hell does he want? Cursed Smith. Adjusting his Skynet permissions, he went through the footages from surveillance cameras inside the Msasi Martial Arts Gym. He registered for a martial arts module? At that moment, Smith felt that the world was filled with wonder. A dangerous guy registering and joining a battle module, not even as a disciple. He snapped back to reality after a few seconds, remembering past cases where Chinese martial artists went around challenging dojos and mighty ones right after stepping into the States. It caused quite some stir, and they had to be deported with a permanent ban from America. Smith nodded slightly. This monster wants to achieve something similar with his unorthodox methods. Did he want to send a message to the Msasi martial arts gym? The question that popped up next was one which Smith would soon find an answer to. Why does he want to send them a message? He smiled and drew a cross across his chest with his finger. After leaving the Msasi martial arts gym, Lu Cheng decided he might as well give up on finding other similar martial arts dojos, as he had confirmed that he would be attending lessons the next day. Moreover, martial arts sects had to be experienced one by one. He would be coming over once each month in the future, and there's no need for him to settle everything anxiously this time. Otherwise, it would be rather boring for him in the future. He took a look at the time, tucked his hands into his jacket, and headed back to Connecticut University. When he passed by a street with relatively more Chinese people, he discovered a rather large-scale supermarket by coincidence. A thought struck him, and he retrieved his phone, took a picture and sent it to Yen Jika. With an evil smile expression, he asked, "Should I get some ingredients on the way? I seem to have finished all the food stocked up at your house yesterday." After typing, he quickly screened through his message. With a smile, he changed "your house" to "our house" and clicked send. After several minutes, Yen Jika laughed, eyes lighting up expression. "Why does it feel like you are a house husband? An inhuman expert as house husband. What a great allocation I like." Following next, she continued, rolling eyes expression. "But I don't remember us going to get ingredients together. Wait for me. I have no lessons in the afternoon." "All right." Honest smile expression, replied Lu Cheng. He switched to the map app and reconfirmed the route before putting away his phone and walking ahead carefully. After several minutes, the wind passing through the streets suddenly got stronger. The skies suddenly darkened, and the surrounding temperature dropped at a drastic rate. Shush! As humidity rose to the maximum, raindrops started falling and pitter-pattedly forming a symphony. Connecticut's weather sure changes quickly? Lu Cheng, who didn't bring an umbrella, looked around quickly, searching for a place that he could seek shelter from the rain temporarily. At this moment, his absolute reaction noticed the fall of raindrops. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and immediately swung part of the water drops away, preventing his clothes from getting wet. This is pretty interesting." Lu Cheng's eyes lit up as though he had found something interesting. He quickly gathered his emotions and made the visualization to form ice mirror. This allowed him to amplify extremely small changes around him. In comparison to before, his control could be considered insane after he reached the inhuman stage. He felt like his brain was like a supercomputer, collecting information from every small corner of his body and quickly giving commands. With his tendons and muscles slightly bulging and veins stretching, Lu Cheng wriggled his muscles incessantly while swatting the raindrops that fell on him. From his shoulders to his arm, from his chest to his lower abdomen, from his thighs to his ankles. At the start, he was a little panicky. He wasn't able to pay attention to every part. For example, when he focused on the top of himself, he couldn't focus on the bottom. When he focused on his left, he couldn't focus on his right. With the rain falling all around him, his body began to quickly show several wet spots. This was especially so for his head. Before entering the physical invulnerability stage, he didn't dare to delve too deep into training the head. With him only able to pull his skin and minute muscles, there were bound to be times where he would be slower by half a beat. One step, two step. Lu Cheng was walking casually in the rain. After getting used to the tempo, he was no longer panicking. With perfect order, it was just like he was immersed in a segment of a symphony, allowing various parts of his body to play as different musical instruments. A wonderful melody was created as he was immersed in this experience. In the car on the opposite street, Smith was looking at the surveying image. He shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed to his underling beside him while drinking coffee, "Is he a poet? Why is he so happy while in the rain?" "Couldn't tell you. A strange person from the East," answered the Homeland Security personnel with black hair and brown eyes. The rain in Connecticut came quickly and left quickly. By the time Lu Cheng strolled to the open-air cafe, the dark clouds had already dissipated and the rays from the sun shone down in the wind. Puff! He heaved a sigh. wiping away the dense and numerous beads of sweat. All he could feel was fatigue and satisfaction. The experience from before was really great. It was as though I had turned into a god controlling the human body. Everything in me is revealed in front of me and everything is within my control. Is this the feeling of a breakthrough in the use of ice mirror? Encountering gods in the void? Self-reflection? Ice mirror was widely considered the hardest unique skill to master other than physical invulnerability skills. It was the control core of various ice sex martial arts. Not only was it hard to master, but it was also hard to improve. Since he had morphed and entered the inhuman stage, Lu Cheng had initially thought that it would become correspondingly stronger. Who would have expected that it didn't improve at all? It was only today that he achieved the breakthrough in a baffling manner because of the rain. The gains this time must have been because I have arrived in America, saw Ku, became satisfied and cleared my mind. The hidden angst within me has dissipated, and coupled with the fact that I have the foundation and a coincidental chance encounter, mumbled the surprised and laughing Lu Cheng. Damn, why did it feel like I'm learning some ancient martial art? Lu Cheng couldn't help but lament as he reassessed his body. The rain was a little heavy just now. Moreover, his control of the ice mirror had just achieved a breakthrough. Therefore, it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to take care of every part of his body. There were multiple wet marks on his body, and it was especially so on his head where his hair was already sticking to his head. However, the majority of his body was still dry despite walking in such heavy rain for over 10 minutes. It was still a rather impossible thing. After flipping his clothes, Lu Cheng raised his right hand and wiped his hair. When he lowered his hand, the water had already frozen into a patch of white frost and ice crystals. He changed his hand and wiped again. A fog was created this time and his hair was completely dried. Not bad. Lu Cheng revealed a satisfied look and strode towards the bar table of the cafe. He ordered a cappuccino, found a table and sat down. He started sipping on the coffee as he looked at his phone, searching for information on the Jaruga sect, which was all in English. At the same time, he was waiting for Yenjika's lessons to end. He had already obtained the relevant information in Mandarin from the Ice God sect. However, they were rather lacking and general. On the other end, inside the car, "Boss, take a look at this." The employee in charge of surveillance raised his head in astonishment and called for Smith. "What?" Smith put down his cutleries and looked over. His underling was pointing at the screen and said, "Boss, he was walking in the rain for 13.5 minutes just now. Yet, only a small part of his body was wet." Smith leaned over and started watching the replay seriously. When he saw how Lu Cheng interchangeably used his ice frost and fire ability to dry his hair, he suddenly had a realization. Mumbling to himself, he explained, "This should be some form of application of his supernatural abilities. Yeah, it's exquisite and magical. Write it down in the report and add them into the information." "Yes, boss," replied the underling as his query was answered. In the afternoon, Lu Cheng, Yenjika, and Aunt Du met up. They found a rather famous Mexican restaurant and filled their bellies. After which, the couple asked Aunt Du to find her own activities to kill some time before, hand in hand, they walked towards the supermarket. When they arrived, they headed directly to the food section and saw all kinds of vegetables and meats. "What do you like to eat?" "My treat." A dimple appeared on Yenjika's face and her smile was sweet and pure. Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment and replied with a vexed look, "I forgot to take a look at the cookbook, and now I'm not sure what food we should ask Aunt Du to make today. Let's just buy anything." Cough. I had not paid any attention to this the previous night. Forgot to take a look at the cookbook. Lu Cheng's words seemed to have triggered some of her memories. Yenjika ground her teeth and stared at him. Her cheeks became redder and redder under the light, following which she exclaimed, "What else do you still remember? Let me go back and do some research. When I'm more confident, we can give Aunt Du a day off and we can do it ourselves." Lu Cheng laughed awkwardly while trying to avoid certain topics. After the small incident, Yenjika pulled Lu Cheng, who was pushing the shopping cart, to the shelves where they placed the different kinds of meat. Yan Zhika looked around enthusiastically and started putting food in the cart excitedly. At the same time, she was mumbling, "This piece of steak seems pretty good. These ribs look good too." Lu Chang was stunned from what he heard and asked, "Ko, did you come here before with Empress Dowager and Aunt Du previously for shopping? Otherwise, how can you choose so quickly and so confidently?" Yan Zhika raised her head and answered with a straight face, "Of course not. Today is the first time." "Then what's your basis for choosing?" Lu Chang asked with surprise. Yan Zhika looked at him with the "Are you dumb?" look and answered confidently, "Look at the price. Typically speaking, those expensive ones are always good. That's reasonable." Lu Chang didn't know what to reply. After getting confirmation, Yan Zhika lowered her head and placed the meat that she had chosen into the shopping cart. She supplemented, "Moreover, take a look at them. They just felt better than those at the side and looked at how beautiful these marks are." "You can't tell." Lu Chang didn't dare to retort. All he did was follow behind Ku around and watched her choosing excitedly. In the end, they were back at the vegetable area as they intended to replenish some vitamins and chlorophyll. "Chang, what kind of vegetable is this?" asked Yan Zhika curiously as she pointed at a pack of green leaves. Lu Chang squinted his eyes to have a good look before answering confidently, "I don't know." "I also don't know. I can't even understand the words on it." Yan Zhika nodded her head in agreement, after which, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. After searching for the name, they knew the scientific name of it but still weren't clear what was its usual name. Yan Zhika tapped on the board and said, "Let's get some to try." With Lu Chang around, she was very willing to try out new things. Just like this, they bought 2 full carts of items. Both of them pushed 1 cart each towards the payment area. As they looked at each other, they suddenly had the feeling of wanting to really form a family and spent their lives together. Both of their mouths arched upwards as they waited in the queue to pay. Although the quantities they bought were large, they weren't being weird. Many people in this place also purchased a week of food at one go. Maximizing the capacity of the refrigerator was a unique characteristic of Americans. After paying, Lu Chang lifted the huge bags of items easily and followed Yan Zhika out. They walked past 2 white students on their way out and waited for Aunt Du to drive the car over. One of the students turned his head around and was looking at the back view of Lu Chang with a face full of doubt. "What happened?" asked the tall student with a bulky stature, freckles, and brown hair. "Nothing," answered the student with blonde hair and a devil tattoo. He only found the Asian teenager who was carrying bags of groceries rather familiar just now. The student with freckles and brown hair did not continue on the subject. He continued with another question. "George, we could become the disciples of martial arts now. Do you want to try out Chinese Kung Fu? You have watched the 4-nation competition previously. Peng and Lu are both really awesome." "Let me think about it again," replied the golden-haired teenager with a frown. Back at home, Yan Zhika started her homework. Lu Chang trained while Aunt Du prepared dinner. After they ate, the sky was already dark. Yan Zhika went back to her room, turned on the lights and allowed the lights to dye the room in a patch of yellow. "Just a little more and I'll be done. This professor gives the most homework." Yan Zhika stretched her back and complained to Lu Chang about it. Following which, she lowered her head and started working hard again. At this point, she suddenly noticed Lu Chang had brought a chair over and sat beside her. He turned on the table light and the surroundings became brighter. After which, he sat down quietly and started reading a book while accompanying her. "Chang, what are you reading?" After several minutes, Yan Zhika couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Lu Chang lifted the cookbook and continued, "Cookbook." Yan Zhika almost broke into laughter. She pressed her lips tightly together and looked to the other side. A deep dimple appeared on her face and all she could feel was how warm the room was. Yan Zhika wrapped up her remaining assignments before 8. Stretching her arms, she turned towards Lu Chang. "Want to have some cake?" she asked cheerily. Her sparkling eyes and eager expression made Lu Chang chuckle. "Of course," he answered immediately. "Okay, I'll make some for you. About time I show off my skills, declared Yenjika, nodding happily. She stood up and secured her hair with a hair clip. But before that, let's observe a minute of silence for the wasted ingredients from the night before. She walked down the stairs and into the kitchen. Then she gathered a few eggs and broke them into 2 separate bowls. One for the egg yolks and another for the egg whites. Need a hand? Volunteered Lu Chang, who tailed behind her. Eh? Yenjika looked up in thought, then passed the large glass bowl with egg whites to Lu Chang. Beat the eggs for me. Since Chang earnestly wanted to help, I can do without the egg beater. Gotcha. Lu Chang whipped out a pair of chopsticks and poised his wrists for intense vibration. But he had a query. How do I know if it's properly beaten? When do I stop? I never made a cake before, and when I beat eggs in the past, it was for Mom to use in her omelets, so the requirements must be different, right? Yenjika blinked and hesitated. Swinging around, she opened a drawer in the kitchen, from where she retrieved a book. She flipped through it. You stop when thicker bubbles starts appearing. That's it. Somehow it didn't sound very convincing, thought Lu Chang with a twitch of his mouth. Sensing his gaze, Yenjika raised her chin quickly. Actually, it's all in my memory. I only flipped the book to be doubly sure, she announced. I know, Lu Chang replied, smiling. Flicking his wrist joints, he brought the chopsticks to a high-speed vibration that went tap-tap. Yenjika watched him, stunned. After a long time, she said, Chang, you are a human egg beater. The speed of his hands, the control over his strength, tut-tut. She looked up in thought, then asked Lu Chang to slow down as she put on an apron and began to work on the egg yolks. When thick bubbles began rising in Lu Chang's bowl, she hastily weighed out some sugar and dumped it inside, then told him to mix it at a faster speed. In the process, the girl was busy as a bee, dancing back and forth, at times brushing past or touching hair with Lu Chang. Sometimes, their eyes met, and they exchanged glances of happiness. The warmth between them radiated. When they were finally done with everything, the baking tools returned to their containers, cake in the oven with the timer set. They leaned against each other, chit-chatting and flirting as they waited. 30 seconds left, Yenjika said as she stared at the number displayed on the oven, her eyes sparkling. Haha, I'm sure it's going to taste great, encouraged Lu Chang. They kept talking until the oven chimed. The cake was ready. It's done. Yenjika swung around merrily to take the oven gloves. But when she turned around, Lu Chang had already opened the oven and was taking out the cake in mold with his bare hands, as if he was merely grabbing utensils before a meal. Yenjika was nonplussed. Then she giggled. You know what phrase you are reminding me of right now? What? Lu Chang asked as he worked the cake out of the pan and into a plate. A sweet aroma wafted through the air. Warning, do not try this at home, Yenjika replied, deadpan. Haha. I did wear gloves though, Lu Chang explained as he laid down the mold and lifted his right palm, enameled in crystal-clear ice as steam rose from it. Yenjika was speechless for a moment. She turned her attention to the cake on the table, taking a whiff of the fragrance, then nodded. Chang, I'm so envious of you. What are you envious of? Lu Chang asked, dumbfounded. Envious of your amazing wife, Yenjika announced as she raised her arm, trying to stifle her laughter. She set Lu Chang off too, and they laughed a great deal. Who has taken to my sense of humor? Yenjika passed him the spoon, her expression eager and timid at the same time. You try it, Ching. Tell me how it tastes. Okay. Lu Chang carved a spoonful, put it into his mouth and chewed. It's good. The sweetness is perfect, he praised with a blissful expression. He extended his arm as he spoke, hovering the spoon before his little fairy's lips. Really? Yenjika's eyes lit up with delight. Stretching her neck, she edged towards the spoon and took a small, graceful bite. She sampled it carefully. A few seconds later, she heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't mess up, she said with a smile. Though it wasn't as good as what Chang made it out to be, Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I shall not call him out for his overreaction. Here, have some more, she prompted. Chung, did I ever mention that the desserts in America are cloyingly sweet? It's as if sugar doesn't cost money to them. And as you know, I'm not a person with a sweet tooth. They talked and laughed and finished up every bite of the cake. Of course, Lu Chung devoured 4/5 of it. In the end, he felt guilty to increase Aunt Du's workload. So he volunteered to clean the table and wash the dishes. Yen Zheka watched as Lu Chung donned his apron and scrubbed away using a rag in front of the sink. She leaned by the entrance of the kitchen, eyes gleaming. After a while, a dimpled smile surfaced as she snuggled up to him. "Let me help you, Chung," she declared confidently. Afterwards, sounds of laughing and happy chatter drifted from the kitchen, with Lu Cheng's resigned complaints mixed in between. "You naughty girl. You are not trying to help, are you?" In the ebullient atmosphere, they cleaned up the mess, returned to the second floor and freshened themselves up. Then they laid on the bed. Yen Zheka seemed to have forgotten that Lu Chang was supposed to stay in the next room. "Chang, remember when you told me that your ice mirror is now at a stage of encountering gods in the void, self-reflection? What does it do?" "My detection radius increased by at least 50%, and my control over the insides of my body is meticulously precise now. If I sustain any internal injuries, the time taken to heal is sharply reduced. Correspondingly, I can stimulate my chi and blood to use a simplified version of the fighting formula. Combined with the Azura path I visualized from before, the power of my bursts will increase, and so will the number of times I can use it," Lu Chang enumerated, partly describing it to his wife and partly as a self-diagnostic. "Control over strength and movement mastery barely have any impact now. Right, Ko? Starting from tomorrow, I'll be teaching you the fighting formula. Tonight, we sleep on time and get some good rest." "Okay," Yen Zheka answered happily. Lu Cheng's enumerations made her eyes sparkle. Then she paused, remembering something. "No words on the wholeness formula yet?" "Nope. It's the secret art treasured by the extreme Hadu sect. It wouldn't be easy to get a hold of it, even for the military. They have to take many things into consideration," sighed Lu Chang. He suddenly laughed when he remembered something. "I actually found out another use for my advanced ice mirror. Haha. But I'm going to leave it as that. Just know that it's not suitable for kids." Yen Zheka grew immensely curious and pestered him for the answer, deploying her hands and feet at the same time as she threatened and threw tantrums. After playing around for a while, Lu Chang threw in the towel and came clean. "Remember how you complained that it took too long for me to finish last night? Well, that was because the condom made it less sensitive. But now, with my ice mirror advancing to the self-reflection stage, I have gained a certain degree of control over it and can, self-adjust the sensitivity. Coupled with my listening skills, it should work out great." Yen Zheka blushed at first, but by the end of the speech she was completely thunderstruck. "Chang, how do you end up thinking about such things while practicing kung fu?" "Applying what I learn is..." Soft punches greeted him before he could finish his sentence. Their playful fight lasted for a while, but when the mood began to take a weird turn, Yen Zheka quickly turned her back to Lu Chang and buried her face in the pillow. "I'm asleep now," she mumbled. Lu Chang chuckled. He felt a pain at his heart when he recalled that she hasn't slept for a day and only lasted through the day with the swordsman formula. Suppressing his urges, he embraced her from behind and pecked her lightly on the cheeks. "Good night." "Good night." A dimpled smile spread across her face. The next morning, the two woke up refreshed and invigorated. Lu Chang fetched a brush and paper to inscribe the fighting formula. After training and breakfast ended, he tagged along to the Connecticut University campus again, where he waved goodbye to Yen Zheka and went on his way to the Msasi martial arts gym. When he passed by a street, he heard a gunshot. Two armed robbers, one black and one white, wearing balaclavas, dashed out from the bank ahead. "Huh! Is this an opportunity to fight crime?" Spirited, Lu Chang couldn't wait to give it a go. Just as he was about to strike, a silhouette flew past, knocking down one of the criminals with a loud bang. Before the silhouette in Superman costume could parry and deal a glancing blow to the other robber, Nets of thread descended from the sky and binded his target. Birum. Two other silhouettes made their entrance. Lu Chang stood bewildered. Aren't there too many superheroes in America? 3 of them just for a measly bank robbery? In the neighboring district, Smith chuckled at the surveillance screen. How unlucky for these 2 scoundrels that 3 superheroes happened to be dining nearby, he mused. And bypassing a danger-grade monster. With the morning episode ending abruptly, Lu Chang shook his head as he left the scene. If America's citizens are these enthusiastic about acting out their superhero fantasies, I wonder if there would people acting out, or rather imitating those notorious twisted criminals? Well, that sure seems to be the tradition here. I better gather some information later and see if there are criminals that fit the bill in Connecticut, and whether they have any chances of endangering coup. Eliminate the threat before damage is done. Sadly this place is completely foreign to me. No information, no resources, no clues, no evidence. One misstep and I'm out of America. Otherwise, I could commence on Operation Connecticut criminal extermination and root them all out, one explosion at a time. Lu Cheng's imagination ran wild, and before he knew it he was already at the entrance of Msasi Martial Arts Gym. In the Msasi Martial Arts Gym, as the students enrolling in the advanced class all had great martial arts standards, there wasn't a need for much preparation to get them up to pace. Therefore Lu Chang had enrolled in the advanced class. It wasn't long before he was coordinated to be in one of the small groups and was allocated a personalized training area. This small group had a total of 9 people including him. Most of them were men who had advantages in terms of build. Only 3 of them were different. One of them was a 1.8-meter tall girl with a thick and solid body and red eyes. From the fearful looks of other students had for her, one can tell that her strength wasn't weak and she could be considered as a big sister figure in this place. Another one was a middle-aged man with a head of white hair. His name was Cole. Typically speaking, with his age, he should be choosing weights classes. However, he trained harder than everyone else. In his eyes, one could also feel tinges of ruthlessness. He also seemed to be using all his strength in every punch and kick of his. As for the third one, it was obviously Lu Chang. His muscles were average but had great strength hidden in it. Lu Chang wasn't able to fully support the martial arts suit. When compared with the other students, he was also relatively shorter and skinnier. However, none of the students was discriminating or taunting him. This was because whoever could join the advanced classes definitely had great strength as foundation. Their conjectures were quickly verified by the introduction given by Coach Lin Deluo. This was an Asian kid that had practiced Chinese Kung Fu. After observing from the side, Lu Chang had a direct understanding of the fighting techniques of Jiruga sect. They used fist strikes as the core and blended in various aspects of judo and wrestling. It was extremely good at using the body to restrict the joints. However, these were all content for the lowest level. There was no mentioning about connecting with one's own body, communicate with other living things and other aspects at all. With Lu Cheng's foresight, experiences and martial arts foundation, he quickly joined in the training after just 20 minutes. He quickly got the hang of it and looked like he had been practicing for at least 5 years. This greatly impressed Aussie and the other students. Only the middle-aged man, Cole, didn't care about what was happening around him. All he did was treating the space in front of him as his nemesis and was throwing punches and kicks at it incessantly, generating crisp and short sounds. Not bad. He got the standards of a professional 9 pins. Why isn't he accepted as an apprentice of martial arts? Lu Chang swept across with the edge of his eyes and the doubts flashed through his mind. Just like this, he had practiced for more than an hour. The other students were all drenched in sweat. At this point, Coach Lin Deluo announced that the training for fighting techniques had ended and everyone was to enter the room at the side to start the training on awakening one's own spirit. This was also why the advanced class costs $5,000 and yet there were so many people registering for it. In the room, Aussie picked up the towel from the place in front of her. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and took a peek at the Asian boy, Lu Chang. He was looking calm and composed and almost didn't have any sweat on his forehead. It was as though the training previously was just his warm-up. How mysterious. She looked at the other members and started discussing softly with them, classifying all these as results of mysterious Chinese kung fu. The truth is that was really just warm-up to me. Lu Chang could faintly hear their discussion and thought to himself. At this moment, Coach Lin Deluo closed the door and stood in the middle. He faced the 9 students who were sitting down and said, "The strength of the body is the key to strengthening your own spirit. However, it is also a cage that restricted us from awakening our own spirit. Therefore, we have to go through tough training to strengthen our body and make it enter a fatigued state to minimize disturbance. The current condition you guys are in is very suitable for undergoing the training of awakening." He had said similar things previously, but as there was a new student, Lu Chang, today he decided to reiterate them again. The body was tired, but the mind was still excited. Asi followed the breathing tempo of Coach Lin Deluo and slowly regulated her breathing. Gradually, a mysterious calm feeling could be felt. At this point, Lin Deluo pressed the remote and the surrounding stereos started playing a holy melody so as to induce the students to relax. Relaxing herself to the maximum, Asi had the feeling of drifting away. It was as though she had seen the spirit that belonged to her body, but she was still unable to awaken it and communicate with it. Isn't this the state of meditation? Although there are some minor differences, it seems to have the limited application of self-hypnosis. Lu Chang was feeling interested as he experienced his attempt in the awakening of his own spirit. Moreover, his conscious was at a higher level, looking down at his body, feeling every changes to his body without fail. It was just like he was the god who controlled this body. This isn't the own spirits. It should be called own God. Encountering gods in the void. The god is yourself. After half an hour, Lin Deluo stopped the music and said to the students who were looking lost, "Stop your attempts or you might lose yourself." After which, he took out a red box that looked like a jewelry box. Yeah, it's really a box to keep jewelry. When the box was opened, there was a blue gem lying quietly in it. This is a blue gem that my teacher, martial artist, Mr. Joseph had forged using his own spirit as a guide to give it a certain level of spirituality. Come and attempt to communicate with it and tell me how you feel. This is a practice for communicating with the spirits of all things and can help you in the awakening of own spirit," remarked Lin Deluo seriously. He was a white man who was below 30 years old and had black hair. He also clearly had the bloodline of Latin Americans, and his face seemed to be engraved using knives and axes. Following the sequence, the middle-aged man, Cole, was the first to receive this gem. He communicated quietly with it for a while before opening his eyes and said, "I felt a large patch of blue." Lin Deluo nodded his head faintly and did not comment if he was right or wrong. After which, he ordered Cole to pass the gem in a clockwise manner. "I felt like I have touched the water. I couldn't breathe just now. Waves, waves, I saw waves." After several people, that spiritual object reached the hands of an extremely curious Lu Chang. He imitated the other students and placed the gem in the middle of his palm, raised it to the left side of the chest and then closed his eyes. Letting his thoughts sink in, he used the ice mirror to reflect the surroundings. His mind started descending gradually and contacted the gem by surrounding and wrapping around it. Suddenly there were ripples over his heart lake. On his ice mirror, sounds of raging waves were splashing across. It filled the surrounding and was piling up layers by layers, glowing in dull blue light. Essence. Lingering effect. These two phrases flashed past Lu Cheng's mind suddenly. He felt that this blue gem was very similar to the fighting formula paper he had written. However, there was some minute difference in the details. 3,000 ways of Taoist cultivation, although different, ends in the same place. He suddenly recalled the words in the Manual of Taoism Cultivation. He gradually sank his mind and conscious into the gem to delve deeper. The waves were blue and raging, exposing the bottom. At that place there was a layer of blood-like liquid flow. Concentrated, viscous, stinky, ruthless, evil and other various feelings flashed across Lu Cheng's ice mirror, creating exaggerated ripples and hideous cracks. Instinctively, Lu Cheng made his response and visualized Ice Spirit Holy Light diagram. To advanced, a little further. Blood flow immediately disappeared and the ice mirror regained its stability. The blue sea engulfed everything again while carrying a little cold wave, forming a stark contrast from before. What was this about? Martial artist Joseph wasn't able to control his emotions when forging this gem, causing the negative things to be tinted with spirituality? Moreover, the evil thoughts were buried very deeply. If it wasn't an exploration by someone at a similar level, it would be difficult to discover and cause the changes. Moreover, experts of a similar level wouldn't research the spiritual object Joseph left for his disciples for no good reasons under normal circumstances. Lu Chang was still not very clear about the awakening and forging process of Jaruga sect. Therefore, it would be hard for him to conjecture the reasons behind. He decided to open his eyes and explain simply what he felt. See. Lin Deluo was clearly surprised. After a short pause, he nodded and replied, "Not bad." Aussie was ready and communicated quietly for a while. She opened her eyes excitedly and answered, "Coach, I saw an ice mountain." While Lu Chang was still stunned, Lin Deluo shook his head with a stern face. "Aussie, you have deteriorated." Aussie's laugh crumpled instantly. As for the subsequent two students, one of them said, "Cold," while the other said, "Deep waters," proving that the lingering effects caused by Lu Chang were dissipating. The training regarding own spirit had ended. Lu Chang and the rest started on the training of fighting techniques once again. This allowed him to re-understand the foundation of his own martial arts from a different perspective and train of thoughts, so as to discover problems that were hard to notice previously. He could make use of the knowledge from a different place to improve himself. When it was 11:30, Lin Deluo announced that the lesson for today had ended. They could come back for an hour of free exercise in the afternoon. Lu Chang had no time to socialize with the other students. After bathing and changing his clothes, he returned to Connecticut University and have lunch with Yenjika. Since she had the companionship of Lu Chang, Aunt Du now had the free time to settle her own matters. Aunt Du returned after noon and Yenjika was back into the classroom. Lu Chang found the nearest cafe and ordered a cup of iced latte. While he was drinking, he was using the internet of the cafe to search for famous criminals in Connecticut. The first one that he found was a terrifying guy nicknamed God Slayer. His crimes spread across the entire America and not just concentrated in Connecticut. He targeted famous superheroes as a hobby. Other than that, there weren't any regular patterns. Up till now, he was not apprehended. He probably has strength equivalent to the strength of physical invulnerability stage. Lu Chang was secretly astonished. However, Godslayer targeted powerful superheroes and almost certainly wouldn't affect Yenjika. He wasn't within the scope Lu Chang had to guard against. Lu Chang moved his thumb and started looking at the other search results. Nightmare that will kill randomly each year. There is no regularity in his target. What could be confirmed is that when the corpses were discovered, the forehead would be split open and the eyes would be bloody. Based on the information reported by the police, there was once a criminal who imitated his crimes to escape from the police. In the end, he offended Nightmare and became the next victim. From the limited information of his previous two fights, this guy is probably a senior martial artist, which is equivalent to our inhuman stage. No lead, no lead. Lu Chang drank a mouthful of coffee worriedly. This was because his plan to eradicate crimes had ended before it even started. He doesn't even know who he was. Following his reading patterns, he continued reading. He saw a case about 2 to 4 high school girls disappearing each year. After years of investigation by the police had confirmed that the criminal was the same person, nicknamed Butcher. Among the list of suspects on the web, Lu Chang saw a familiar name. Joseph? Joseph from Saucy Martial Arts Gym. In a typical car opposite the street, Smith was looking at the surveillance screen. He asked his underling, "Can you track the content he had viewed?" "Yes, but I would need boss to use your Skynet authorization," answered the brat in baseball hat casually. Joseph. The name instantly brought him back to the afternoon when he communicated with that gem. the same viscous and fetid stream of blood that reeked of evil and cruelty. Martial artist Johnny Joseph was the one who crafted the gemstone using his own spirituality. The tainted spirituality within the stone seemed to have stemmed from his inner negativity, or an overtime result of his emotions going berserk. Lu Cheng was excited at the find. He began investigating the reason behind Joseph being listed as a suspect. Bloodstains from a missing girl, Taylor, was once discovered in the woods near his mansion. His ex-wife proclaimed that he was a Satanist who kept cultist books such as The Untainted Soul of a Maiden. Another witness, boyfriend of the victim Sonny, testified that he had seen a shadow that possibly belonged to Joseph near the place where she'd vanished. However, there wasn't enough supporting evidence since the security camera broke down. Reading down, Lu Cheng realized that none of the evidence could incriminate Joseph, or even hold enough water to instigate a proper investigation on him. He was, however, fairly certain that Joseph did it when he factored in the abnormalities of the sapphire. Inside a plain-looking sedan parked at the corner of the street, a young man wearing a baseball cap was hammering away at the keyboard. "Captain, he's looking up notorious criminals and their case files," he muttered. Smith paused. Taking the laptop from his subordinate's hands, he slid his index finger across the screen. Reviewing the contents, Lu Cheng's read. "What's this, a feedback from the internet provider? What is he trying to do? Play superhero?" asked Baseball Cap. Smith stayed silent. "It's probably the thing those Chinese martial artists love doing. In Chinese they call it Xie Qiu." He pronounced it pretty badly. It was a word he picked up during his research the past few days. "It's like how martial artists here challenge each other all the time," he added. "I think I get it. He's looking for a way to issue challenges that wouldn't get him deported," said Dude in Baseball Cap. "Captain, you have to give him a warning before things get out of hand." Smith nodded ever so slightly. Without another word, he passed the laptop back to his subordinate and pointed outside. "Hey, I'm gonna go grab some coffee." "Coffee for you? I'll pass. Can I have a can of Coke instead?" said Dude in Baseball Cap, beaming. After getting out of the car, Smith found his way to a store, where he bought a steaming cup of black coffee. He then took a lift to the top floor and entered the rooftop, stationing himself on its edge. Silently, he looked down at the building opposite him. Not a tall building, the Msasi Martial Arts Gym. Before long, the rooftop door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with gray hair walked in with a bag of stuff in his hands. "Cole." He looked tired and aloof. "Smith," Cole paused. Sighed. "You are here again." Smith appended the remaining cup of cold coffee. He gave a bitter smile. "Hey, Uncle Cole. How are things going?" "Same shit. No luck awakening my own spirit. No luck becoming Joseph's martial arts disciple either." He took out a can of beer as he spoke, popped it open, and gulped. The pale yellow liquor streaked along his stubbled chin. A grayish mess he forgot to shave, and dripped onto the floor, splattering into smaller drops. Smith moved his lips, but he couldn't find any words. He crumpled the cup into a ball, then turned and left the rooftop. He went to the supermarket, bought a can of Coke, and when he handed it to his subordinate, he asked him to go home and get some rest before his next shift. Then he reassigned the other members of the squad to other tasks. After lengthy research, Lu Cheng laughed. A laugh of self-derision. He got too into it. Sure, he was fairly certain that martial artist Johnny Joseph was indeed the butcher, the criminal with 10 years of crime history. He had no scruples about paying him a visit to eliminate him. But the problem is, without solid evidence, the aftermath could get really ugly. He was up against an experienced mighty one with a high social standing after all. That being said, he could end up as the criminal if he wasn't careful. In a foreign land with little resources at his disposal, even in the best of scenarios, he would no doubt be deported and banned from America for the rest of his life. That was the crux of his dilemma. What if I ask the military? I'm sure they have eyes in America, but what should I say? In a split second, he had came up with the most likely scenario. I'm gonna have to take down Johnny Joseph. I need information. Why? Who is this guy? He's a twisted psychopath of a criminal. He might endanger my wife. Okay. Does he know your wife personally? No. He must be targeting your wife then? No. Then why does it concern you? Well, there's always that, slight possibility that he might endanger my wife. Better safe than sorry, that's my motto. I'm sorry, but I'm not following. The simulation made Lu Cheng shake his head in self-derision. He put the thought of visiting the butcher aside. It seemed like Joseph only targeted young girls, so university students were out of his radar. Not to mention Ku was only one out of millions of female university students. Certainly, the likes of him deserve to rot in hell, and my sense of justice is calling out to me, but sometimes you have to consider the reality. He finished the last swig of his iced latte. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to spend an hour on self-practice in the Msasi martial arts gym. My powers have internalized after becoming an inhuman, so it wouldn't decrease even if I trained less, but that doesn't mean I'm going to slack off. My goals never ended with becoming an inhuman. Okay, maybe that was my goal in the past, but that is not the point here. He grabbed his phone and left the cafe. Just as he was about to be on his way, a sedan slowly pulled up beside him. Nice to meet you, Lu, the driver greeted with a smile. Who's this? Dumbfounded, Lu Cheng looked over. The youthful and cheery face before him seemed familiar, though to him most foreigners looked similar. You asked me for directions yesterday, reminded Smith. Oh, it's you, remembered Lu Cheng. Wait, how do you know my name? In that moment, his hair shot up and made him look like a monster that was ready to strike. His spontaneous reaction made Smith shudder. He came pretty close to abandoning his car and making a run for it. He inhaled deeply, keeping his smile on as he fished out his identification. Smith, Department of Homeland Security. I was tasked to monitor your activities in Connecticut, he explained. To be clear, he wasn't breaking any protocols. In similar cases dealing with Chinese martial artists, he was allowed to communicate with the target, let them know that they were being closely watched. It was an effective preventive measure to reduce cases of violence. The surveillance, however, wouldn't go down after communicating with the target, in order to detect and deny any threats in time. This was actually how experienced agents usually handled such cases, but being green and intrepid, Smith chose to watch from the shadows. Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment, but felt more assured when he saw his silhouette in the footage being played on the computer screen. Can I verify your identification number? He requested. Smith twitched his mouth, as if he was mouthing the words, can we have some basic trust here? Sure, he assented in a low voice, maintaining his expression. Lu Cheng Googled the method to verify an identification and passed him with a nod. Mr. Smith, what's your business with me? Based on what he heard before and his own deductions, he already knew that martial artists of his league would be monitored once they entered America. That was what kept them in control and prevented them from going around looking for fights. He felt relieved now that he finally met the head of the special service monitoring him. We'll talk in the car, Lu, said Smith. He lifted the laptop and gestured at the front passenger seat. Emboldened by his skills and having done nothing wrong, Lu Cheng immediately pulled the car door open and hopped in, fastening his own seatbelt while he was at it. The insignificant action stunned Smith and filled him with wonder. Does this monster even need a seatbelt? But he didn't let it show. He started up the car and drove towards another district. So, I noticed that you were looking up on the infamous criminals of Connecticut, Lu. I can only assume that you wish to check Huo with them. So that's the reason behind all this. It all made sense to Lu Cheng now. I merely did it on a whim. I swear I won't do anything. I'm just your average law-abiding citizen. Smith ignored him and went on. Actually, we have got more evidence on Joseph than what we disclosed. The problem is, the evidence wouldn't connect, and with his status and connections, many among which are politicians, lawyers, and experienced martial artists, we couldn't obtain a search warrant. According to the Jaruga sect, Sunny was a girl with exceptional spirituality. After she went missing, her father felt the remnants of her cries and screams near Joseph's mansion, which led us to believe that the crime was committed inside the mansion. The evidence is buried in there somewhere. If they allowed us to comb the area, we could have easily uncovered the evidence and put Joseph behind bars. But no one listened. For 5 years we tried. Some superheroes who attempted to infiltrate the place got caught and sent to jail. In recent years, Joseph always made his students guard his mansion whenever he left home, and also installed all kinds of high-tech surveillance and alarm systems. The superheroes and detectives have rarely stuck their nose inside again. Lu Chang listened pensively, then nodded slowly. So, you want me to pay a visit to Joseph, challenge him, then knock him out cold for you to search the place for evidence, he concluded. That's about it, rasped Smith. And how do I know you wouldn't turn on me, or throw me under the bus when the deed is done? Also, why does this concern the Department of Homeland Security? Questioned Lu Chang. He wasn't gullible enough to readily buy into a stranger's story. Of course, things will go smoothly if you find the evidence, but what if you can't? They might very well be using him as a disposable pawn. Smith tilted his head and looked at Lu Chang. Pain and sorrow leaked out from his deeply sunken eyes. I will take care of the alarm system. If we can't find any evidence, as long as you have a disguise on and don't injure Joseph too badly, I can cover the whole thing up as a regular assault case committed by an unidentified superhero. Suspects? None, he assured. He inhaled. When you went through those articles, I believe you saw the picture of Sunny and her boyfriend, the man from those interviews. It all came to Lu Chang at once. The image of the blonde girl's boyfriend fit perfectly with the head of the agent before him. Deducing from the time it happened, that must be the reason behind Smith joining the forces. The wariness within Lu Chang shed away. He began to believe what Smith was saying. Smith looked into the distance. Look, I know this must be a tough decision for you. Smith is also a danger-grade monster like you, so there's a chance you might not win, not to mention you have to defeat him without badly injuring him. Before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of Lu Chang with his head hung low, calm and collected as he studied a video. A footage of Joseph's fight from the year before. Smith shut his mouth, looked attentively in front of him, and had the car turned into another road in the quiet atmosphere. After several twists and turns, they made round after round circling Connecticut University. After a while, Lu Chang exited the video interface and closed the app. He replied to Yen Zhika's complaints about her professor in a composed and typical manner. Your reply is? Smith asked with anticipation yet also restless. His voice had become coarse. Lu Chang took a peek at him casually and didn't give his reply instantly. He messaged Yen Zhika, covering mouth while laughing expression. Do you want me to be the nemesis of crime and evil? What happened? Lost and silly-looking beast expression, replied Yen Zhika. The Homeland Security agent of this place asked me for help. It happens to fall in line with my plans. The exact situation is too complicated. I'll tell you over dinner tonight. There's nothing dangerous in this matter. The worst scenario will be needing you to find me a great lawyer. I can't let this affect my future visa application. Smile expression? Typed Lu Chang as a smile appeared on his face. Empress Dowager knows several powerful lawyers. Moreover, with the agent of Homeland Security covering you, you shouldn't be in deep trouble. Seeing that Lu Chang was so confident in his reply, Yen Zhika felt that this would be similar to going to the next street to buy some groceries. There's nothing for her to worry about. What she felt more was curiosity and doubt. TSK, Chang is really too much. No matter where he goes, I can't not be worried about him. Your reply is? Seeing that Lu Chang had stopped chatting, Smith repeated his question again. He tightened the muscles of his face, which was under the sun, afraid to reveal the fluctuating emotions he was feeling inside. Not much of a problem, replied Lu Chang calmly as he locked his phone. With the strength Johnny Joseph had demonstrated over the past year, he was rather confident of winning against him in an open ring match even before he had achieved the breakthrough in Ice Mirror. Moreover, now he was going to ambush him, and his Ice Mirror had reached the stage of encountering gods in the void, self-reflection. Not much of a problem. Smith was both surprised and ecstatic as he felt a strong confidence Lu Cheng had hidden. Will he really be okay? Joseph's standards had been fluctuating but had always remained at the danger grade. Over the last half a year, he even looked like he was back to his peak and was at the same level as the monster from China that was in front of him currently. Joseph is definitely not an enemy that could be dealt with easily. Smith was a little worried and emphasized this point. Seeing that Lu Cheng wasn't fazed, he didn't bring it up again. After waiting for 5 years, he finally had this one chance. He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity because of overly worrying about it. He wanted to grab and hold tightly to it. For in the afternoon, Joseph will be leaving from the Msasi martial arts gym and returning to his house in the suburbs. At that time, the students that are guarding the house will leave, leaving him alone. I will use my authority to enter the system and cut his connection with the police system. As for the patrolling police and security guards, they roughly go past his house once every 28 to 35 minutes. He has arranged for afternoon tea at 40 minutes past 4 o'clock. This is his habit to replenish the energy he exhausted in the afternoon training. This is our opportunity. Smith continued with the details, showing that he had considered all aspects. This matter was something he had been thinking about day and night for the last 5 years. Lu Cheng listened on quietly and became even more confident with this matter. For words that he couldn't understand, he tried to decipher them from what was said before and after. When he really couldn't understand, he would then ask Smith to repeat them once again and explain. Alternatively, he would just ask him for the translation of specific terms. As they interacted, Smith's car had driven into another district. He collected a jacket often worn by delivery guys and some empty lunch boxes. He also passed the baseball cap that he had his underling leave just in case that Johnny Joseph remembered his looks and tried to harm Lu Cheng in the future. This was just what Lu Cheng had in mind. Johnny Joseph wasn't just an isolated individual. He was one of the top 10 experts in the Jaruga sect. He had a teacher, students, and friends. If he left behind any trails, there would definitely be a lot of problems in the future. 23 past 4. Johnny Joseph drove his Hummer and returned to the door of his villa. He happened to see the huge black man, Olsen, driving a similarly elaborate car. Honk! 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 He pressed his horns to stop the other party. Olsen stepped on the brakes and touched his bald head. Revealing his extremely white teeth, he asked, "What?" Joseph had kept an inch-thick layer of yellow hair. Staring at Olsen with his blue eyes, he remarked coldly, "Watch your mouth. I don't wish to hear you making jokes of me." Olsen's skin tone was dark, and one couldn't tell if he was turning red from anger. Nonetheless, there were some signs of anger in his eyes. However, when he looked into Joseph's eyes and saw that there seemed to be a storm and raging waves cultivating behind their dull blue, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. His emotions faded, and he raised his arm to signal that he had noted the reminder. At the same time, he mumbled, "A guy who can't take jokes." He released his brakes, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the villa at the other end. "Coward, weakling," scolded Joseph. He seemed to want to fight with Olsen. He's about 40 years old and was a strong white hunk over 1.9 meters tall. The muscles on his arms and chest were especially defined, and he was quite attractive. "You can make your preparations now," Smith, who was watching the whole incident unfold, said with his mouth still slightly trembling. It was partly due to anxiety but more because of anticipation. Lu Cheng had worn the delivery attire. At this moment, he took out a pair of black framed spectacles and wore them. He also pressed the flap of the baseball cap lower, forming a shadow over his face and covering his identity. In his right hand, he was holding on to an American quarter, constantly spinning and flipping it. After stopping his car and walking to the front of his doorstep, Joseph saw 4 students coming over. They lined up in a single row and greeted him politely. Joseph nodded his head in satisfaction, said a few words, and then waved his hand to signal for the students to leave. He closed the door and entered the collection room on the ground floor. There were various exquisitely forged gems in this place. Some of them were red like blood, Some were green like a forest and some were blue like shallow lakes. There were various different types. As the light shone on them, the reflected light gave off a peaceful and safe feeling. Other than these, there were various wooden and bone carvings on the racks and tables. All of them showed some form of spiritual elements. Ha! They will never find it. Joseph smiled with a satisfied yet hideous face. He closed his eyes and released his own spirituality while immersing himself in this peaceful light rays. He seemed to have seen holy, pure, and beautiful faces. They were illusory and fleeting, just like spirits on the water. Right as he was about to enter the frenzied stage as though he was on drugs, the doorbell suddenly rang. The bell resonated throughout the house and was a disturbance to the ears. Damn it! Why did he come earlier? Joseph angrily opened his now bloodshot eyes. He took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Turning his body around, he walked towards the door. As he was confident in his own skills, he only casually took a glance at the surveillance camera. After confirming that he was a delivery man, he extended his hands and pulled open the room door. He saw a silly-looking delivery man who was wearing a baseball cap pressed down on purpose. Not right. Joseph, who had a strong own spirit, suddenly felt a sense of danger that one had when facing a monster or a devil. At this moment, Lu Cheng flicked his fingers. The distorted coin within his fingers became a burning meteorite and shot towards Joseph. The patrolling police would be passing by here in just 12 minutes. Boom! Just when Joseph raised his fan-like palm to defend, the coin that was injected with Emperor Yen force suddenly exploded. The pieces shot ahead, splitting into 2, then 4 and eventual 8 pieces, catching the enemy by surprise as the enemy only managed to sweep away 1/3 of the pieces. In the critical juncture, Joseph started emanating a blue light around his body. The speed of the pieces of the coin was slowed considerably and only allowed them to form small red marks on his skin. As for Lu Cheng, once he tossed the coin, he had retracted his breathing and blood flow. He released them instantly and threw his left punch, which was covered in the ice crystal shards, towards the belly of his opponent as he dropped the lunch boxes. Joseph hurriedly punched ahead and managed to stop his opponent's attack. Bam! The blue light around Joseph immediately contracted and seemed like it had solidified, just like seawater suffering a cold wave from the North Pole. Ice Spirit Force. Lu Cheng retracted his left arm, did consecutive force concentrations, shrugged his right shoulders, shifted his fist to the side and ignited a scorching white flame. Boom! Just as he thought he had defended it, he suddenly received an intense explosion like shockwave. The blue light which had solidified scattered into pieces and vanished into the thin air. As for his body, he could no longer withstand it. He quickly retreated several steps to avoid. Once Emperor Yen was out, whoever blocked would be weakened. This is the complete Emperor Yen force. With Joseph retreating, Lu Cheng strode ahead. Interchanging between Ice Spirit and Emperor Yen, he did not give any openings to his opponent. As for his footwork, he always maintained the best distance. It was as though he had made detailed measurements that made it impossible for Joseph to counterattack, dodge, or escape. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Cheng was like a robot that executed the program as planned. He released his Dan force mercilessly. Half of them was mixed with Ice Spirit, while the other was mixed with Emperor Yen. After 8 consecutive exchanges, Joseph, who still had not gotten the chance to understand what was happening, felt cold and hot from time to time. His strong body was even starting to shiver. If it wasn't for his years of popularity allowing him to learn how to recover to his peak after absorbing pure souls, he would probably not be able to withstand the attacks. Pa! Lu Cheng took another step forward, using the state of encountering gods in the void to directly stimulate his breathing and blood flow to certain areas. His muscles expanded and the veins and tendons were fully opened. Lu Cheng had become taller and larger. This was an imitation of the circulation of fighting formula. The effects weren't as good as the original version, but the good thing about it was that one could connect to this technique quickly without the need to shout out. Rumble! He punched out and hit Joseph's forearm, creating a scorching white fireball and a violent shockwave. His opponent's guard was forcibly opened instantly, causing him to stagger backwards, after which he approached quickly and punched ahead. Joseph, who hadn't been able to demonstrate his strength, knew that he was in a dire situation. He let out an angry roar and awakened the things hidden at the bottom of his heart. The blue light surrounding him, which was weakening, suddenly got stronger and was dyed in blood-red hue as he approached the incoming punch of his opponent. In the split of the second, Lu Cheng seemed to have prepared for it. He straightened his back, twisted his waist and changed direction forcibly to the back of Joseph. Ice Sect, 119th style, Cold Swallow, TSSKK. The dull red light spilt onto the floor, corroding an extensive hole on the floor. At the same time, Lu Cheng made his visualization, turned his waist, and smashed his fist into his enemy who couldn't react to it. It landed on the arm guard that Joseph had formed in a hurried. Severe warning. P15. The surface of Joseph solidified, completely forming crystals. The vitality in his eyes was in disarray and lost focus. Succeeding in his strike, Lu Cheng immediately struck again. From his waist, he shifted his fist upwards and smashed towards the chest of his opponent, igniting internal explosion. Rumble. Joseph's body was knocked backwards, and blood was leaking from the side of his mouth. He had finally regained his consciousness from the frost. However, before he could regain control of his body that was shaken by the shockwave, he was hit again by Lu Cheng's severe warning. His vision became completely phased, and he had become an ice statue. Lu Cheng took half a step ahead, turning his right hand into a palm and placed on the left temple of Joseph, knocking him out directly. Throughout the whole process, Joseph, who encountered the ambush, had no chance at all. All his actions were reflected in the ice mirror and were firmly and accurately in control of Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng swept his hand and shaken off the ice crystal. After ensuring that he had not left any fingerprint behind, he gave Smith, who was waiting outside, a call. "It's done," reported Lu Cheng brusquely. There was silence on the other end. Only deeper breathing could be heard. Lu had just gotten through the door. After a brief silence, Smith spoke in a tremulous voice. "All right, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Lu Cheng examined his surroundings, but failed to spot any valuable leads. He turned his eyes back to the unconscious Joseph. He made it look all too easy in the previous fight, defeating the martial artist in one fell swoop with his combination attacks. However, that was only what it looked like on the surface. In truth, to achieve such an effect, he had gone all out without any reservations. Centering around his ice mirror, he perfectly combined prediction, force, secret arts, and footwork into one harmonious body. That was the key to taking down his opponent deftly. Defeating a quasi-inhuman mighty one wasn't as easy as it sounded. That was exactly why it was impossible for him to conceal the characteristics of his kung fu. Even without exposing his appearance, there was a chance that Joseph could uncover his identity in the future, after regaining consciousness, and that would pose as a problem. Lu Cheng had already put some thought into the matter. When he first came up with Operation Connecticut Criminal Extermination, he already had it all mapped out. Against a weak enemy, he could easily conceal the characteristics of his kung fu and throw in a little technique from the Jaruga sect. Against a strong enemy who was proven guilty, he was prepared to be merciless. It wasn't uncommon for martial artists to sustain severe brain injuries during a bout. The American government might even be pleased at the result. According to what Master said, they desperately needed martial artists who went through a hard reset for their artificial weapons project. But considering that he was alone in a foreign land with no intel and no leads, he felt that he was in no place to find anyone guilty or sentence anyone to death. Also, his actions might leave a mark elsewhere, so he gave up on the idea and brushed it off as a fantasy. That was before he met Smith. These people are with the Secret Service. They probably have more tricks up their sleeves than I do when it comes to dealing with such situations. But if they fail, I'll do it myself, one step at a time. While Lu Cheng remained absorbed in his thoughts, Smith pulled up outside the mansion and maintained the interference on the alarm system. Walking into the mansion, He picked up a packed meal that dropped onto the floor, before closing the door. His gaze shifted from Lu Cheng, in the guise of a low, drooping cap and thick-rimmed glasses, to the unconscious Joseph sprawled across the floor. The muscles on his face began twitching, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He looked as though he wanted to leap onto his enemy and sink his teeth into his flesh. "You are so fast. Sonny's father is not even here yet." "I'll start with a preliminary investigation," said Smith. Having gone through years of training and evolving a supernatural ability of his own, he regained his composure in no time. Lu Cheng nodded slightly. "I can help if you have trouble finding the evidence," he said in a low voice. With his detection skills after making a breakthrough in Ice Mirror, he might be able to see more than trained eyes and catch on to something. His confidence came from his communication with the spiritual gem, along with other evidences, and by then he was almost certain that Joseph was the butcher, every Connecticut girl's nightmare. Also, taking into account the large number of supernatural ability users and spiritual mediums in America, the case wouldn't have gone cold if the decisive evidence lay elsewhere. That could only mean one thing. Joseph's mansion was the key to the mystery. Lu Cheng believed they could find something in there as much as Smith did. "Okay, you can start by covering your tracks," instructed Smith. He pulled out a set of devices and began his search from the collection room on the first floor. A smooth, glossy bone carving caught his attention, but he did not have the means to analyze and determine what it was. So he settled with a brief check and scraped off some parts for further analysis. By injecting pure flame and ice force into him, Lu Cheng destroyed all symptoms of Emperor Yen force and ice spirit force lingering in Joseph's body. He then cleaned up the traces of battle in the living room, anything that could be linked back to him. Before long, just as Smith was getting impatient from finding nothing, the doorbell chimed. Lu Cheng poised for attack, his eyes turning into a slit and his hair standing on ends. Smith walked out from the collection room and waved him off. "It's Sonny's father. We've got to hurry. We have 10 minutes before the delivery boy comes knocking." He paced to the door, took a glance at the surveillance system and disabled the lock. From outside came a middle-aged man with gray hair and a jowly face. "Cole?" Lu Cheng muttered confusedly under his breath. Wasn't this Cole from the Jaruga sect who trained alongside him under Joseph's student Lin Deluo? Just that afternoon he had been curious as to why someone with the ability of a professional ninth pin never became an official disciple, insisting that he had to awaken his own spirit before he promoted. Seems like he had an ulterior motive. Cole's eyes latched onto the sprawled Joseph the moment he entered the door. His teeth made a gritting noise, and his jaw trembled in anger. His gaze was so malicious, spiteful and intense that it threatened to carve a hole in his enemy's flesh. "Uncle Cole, we don't have much time," reminded Smith. Breathing heavily, Cole pulled his gaze away and began to inspect the room. He didn't recognize Lu Cheng in his thick-rimmed glasses and baseball cap, but he took him for a nameless superhero and nodded gratefully. "He's Sonny's dad?" Lu Cheng asked in a low voice when Cole wistfully went off to inspect somewhere else. With the level of surveillance Smith conducted on him, he couldn't have not known Cole to be his classmate. "Yes, Uncle Cole wanted to become Joseph's student, so he could get the chance to guard this place," said Smith, sullen and pained. "He's not afraid of being exposed?" Lu Cheng asked doubtfully. A demon who killed at least 40 innocent girls wouldn't remember their relatives one by one. Plus, Uncle Cole divorced Sonny's mother way back. He only visited Sonny a few times a year. Smith paused. "It's something he always regretted." While they were talking, Cole seemed to feel or hear something, and a layer of mist drifted from his gray-white eyes. He swung around, walked into the collection room, and muttered as he stared hard at a blood-red gemstone. "Is that you, Sonny? Is that you, Sonny?" He reached out with quivering hands, stroking at the surface of the ruby. Suddenly, the gem gleamed, as though a strong light had been cast onto it. Scarlet light spilled and gently fondled Cole's cheeks. "Sonny! Sonny!" cried Cole. The mist in his eyes condensed into gouts of tears that rolled off his cheeks. across his coarse face and gray-white stubble. The surrounding gemstones and sculptures began to resonate, each sparkling in their own glory, enveloping the collection room in melancholy and sorrow. "Sonny," Smith repeated incessantly as he bounded for the ruby. He vaguely felt the blonde girl's warmth, as if it was yesterday once more. He believed he had found the lead. Stimulated by the surge in spirituality, Joseph slowly regained his consciousness. Looking around in the wails of Sonny, he sensed that the spirit objects were radiating out of control. "You caught me," he sighed plaintively. "Why? Why?" Smith swung around and bounded to Joseph. "Why did you kill Sonny?" "Sonny?" Joseph clearly didn't remember who Sonny was. Or perhaps he never knew her name in the first place. After a brief pause, he smiled without a tinge of guilt, and answered, "For their pure and sacred spirits." Cole held the blood-red gemstone in his hands, his eyes reflecting its scarlet light. "Where did you hide her body?" he shouted. A satisfied look spread across Joseph's face, so creepy that it made their blood run cold. "A part of it went into the spirit object. The rest became a part of me." Dag. Lu Chang almost retched up the coffee from earlier when he understood what he meant. "Demon! You demon!" Cole cursed as he paced towards Joseph. Poor Sonny. She was murdered in cold blood for such an absurd reason, when she had done nothing wrong. She never even knew why she was killed. She must have been so lost, so confused, so baffled. Joseph paid no heed to their reactions and struggled to have a look at the delivery boy, but all he could see was his jeans, shirt, black-rimmed glasses, and baseball cap, slightly less than 6 feet tall, physique covered by clothes, skin matted with ice crystals. Can't tell which race he's from, but his spirit is strong, very strong. "So, you must be the new superhero in town?" Joseph rasped, his blue pupils darting around. He wanted to know why the stranger stuck his nose into the matter and assaulted him. "No," Lu Chang replied curtly. "Well, I can't tell him the purpose of this visit was eliminating all threats to coup. Can't expose my weakness to Smith and Cole. If Joseph killed those women for their pure and sacred spirits, then the premise of him only targeting young girls was wrong. With the talent Ku showed when she entered the still stance, she could have actually become a target. In the name of justice then? Look at that, the nemesis of crime and evil." Joseph scowled. "Not really," Lu Chang confessed. Joseph froze. "So why did you come here? Why mess with me?" he blurted confusedly. Lu Chang hesitated before pushing the bill of his baseball cap down. "I had nothing better to do." Which is true. If I had something better to do, I wouldn't have had the time to construct those fantasies. Just so happens that I'm also quick to put my thoughts to action. "Nothing better to do," Joseph repeated stupidly. He never expected that to be the reason. I got targeted because he had nothing better to do? Fuck. Shit. What kind of lousy reason is that? The rage in his heart burned. He was dying to get up so he could tear Lu Chang to pieces with his teeth. In that moment he was lost, confused and baffled, just like what Sonny and the others felt when they were murdered in cold blood. At the same time he was filled with hatred and pain. In his misery, Smith thought Lu Chang was taunting Joseph, and that made him feel a lot better. He walked over, took out a palm-sized metallic box from his coat, and from inside he produced a syringe, needle and container that held a liquid with pale gold glow. Smith injected the liquid into Joseph after assembling the syringe and needle. He turned and smiled at Lu Chang. "Muscle relaxant. Prevents him from moving a muscle in the next hour, and has a serious side effect of damaging recent memories. He might have been able to resist it had he been in his best shape. But right now, God bless him." "Nice." Lu Chang nodded approvingly. Smith stood up, glimpsed at his watch, and turned to Lu Chang. "Let me send you off. Uncle Cole, you guard the scene," he said. "Okay," Cole replied in a deep voice, his eyes fixated on Joseph. When Smith and Lu Chang had driven off in the sedan, far from the mansion, hysterical laughter erupted from Cole as he crept up to Joseph. For the first time, the calmness on Joseph's face vanished. It came to his realization that he might not last until his lawyer arrived. "Hey, what are you trying to?" he shrieked. In the sedan, Lu Chang glanced at Smith and sighed. "You already know what's going to happen in that mansion. Uncle Cole has the resolve to take full responsibility for whatever happens in there," Smith replied indirectly. Without saying anything else, Lu Chang closed his eyes. In the vicinity of Connecticut University, Smith stopped his car at the side of the road. He turned to Lu Chang and said, "I have to get back quickly to finish up the remaining things. You can be totally assured that there will be no surveillance videos left behind." "All right." Lu Chang nodded his head, released the seatbelt and left the car. Just as he took a few strides, he suddenly heard Smith shout, "Lu!" "What?" Lu Chang turned around and discovered the windows of the car. He tilted his body and extended his head out. With a conflicted but sincere look, Smith said in a low and slow voice, "Thank you." Feeling emotional all of a sudden, Lu Chang smiled faintly and shook his head. He didn't say a word, turned around and headed for the school gate as per usual. The butcher had revealed himself and Smith finally got his revenge. The misery and pain that he'd had kept within for the last 5 years was finally able to be released. Lu Chang had already removed the pair of glasses and redressed in his previous clothes. He went to the supermarket and bought a bottle of water. He was so bored that he started freezing the water then afterwards, heating it up until Yenjika finished her lessons. During this whole process, he seemed to be occupied. He was seriously recounting the experience he got while fighting with Joseph. In the fight, he had an overwhelming advantage and dealt unmatchable damage until Joseph collapsed. Joseph wasn't able to demonstrate the various unique and strong aspects of the Jaruga sect. However, from a different perspective, if he was to encounter an ambush and became passive, how would he turn the tables? It was good to think about a loss in battle, but it was equally important to recap a victory in battle. Moreover, this was the first practical battle Lu Chang had after achieving the breakthrough in Ice Mirror. There were still many areas he had to refine. With his half-frozen water bottle, Lu Chang stood outside waiting for Ku and Aunt Du to finish. At this moment, Huang Shiwen, who had a pretty and fleshy face, was walking towards the gate with several other female classmates. They would be having a wild party that night. As her vision drifted, Huang Shiwen suddenly saw a familiar figure, and her body couldn't help but shiver. That was a well-known figure in Songchang University. Lin Ke and Lu Cheg had led Songchang University to the national championship previously. This incident still remained a hotly discussed event in the school forum. What was more important was that he is Yen Zhika's boyfriend. Lu Chang? Why is he here? Huang Shiwen's heart sank into a hole at the look of that well-defined muscles and manly face. He hasn't broken up with Yen Zhika? Did Yen Zhika talk bad about me in front of him? Will he beat me up? Is it too late to call the police now? I heard that those who practice martial arts are all very impulsive. Various thoughts flashed through the mind of Huang Shiwen, and all of them were inclined to the negative end. The more she thought about them, the more afraid and worried she got. With Lu Cheng's rumored strength, even if the police could arrive on time, they probably couldn't stop him, right? Should I look for Will for help? He is an apprentice of a student of senior martial artist Joseph. Although he definitely isn't a match for Lu Chang, he could say the name of Mr. Joseph and dissuade him. What am I thinking? I didn't do anything bad to Yen Zheka and even keep inviting her to our gatherings to expand her social circle. I have a clear conscience. Moreover, she really behaved very conservatively, aloof and unsociable. She also dresses like an old lady. I didn't lie about that. I'm not afraid of Lu Chang. Lu Chang was looking at the gate and his vision swept past figure after figure as he looked for his little fairy girl. Suddenly, he saw this Asian girl. From the feeling he got, she should be Chinese. Feeling the gaze of Lu Chang, Huang Shiwen's legs and belly started to shiver. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead and the back of her skirt seemed to be getting wet. Laura, what happened? The girl beside her was calling the English name Huang Shiwen had given herself. Huang Shiwen couldn't articulate herself and quickly pulled her classmate along, signaling to her that she wanted to take a different road home. There's quite a number of people from my country, Lu Cheng thought casually. His eyes lit up suddenly and reflected the figure of Yen Jika. Through her tied-up hair and big black frame glasses, he saw the beauty within her. He walked ahead and welcomed her with a smile. Suddenly, he heard someone calling the name, Laura. It seemed like the Chinese girl from before had fainted. There's quite a number of good-hearted people. I shall not be a busybody then. Lu Cheng held on to Yen Jika's left hand and took her things from her. All he felt was that his heart had settled down completely. It was as though he was back in his warm and peaceful home. The lingering emotions from ambushing an inhuman stage expert from before had completely dissipated. What happened over there? Yen Jika looked curiously to the direction where several layers of spectators had gathered. There seems to be a girl who has fainted. The changes in the weather are too great. You will get sick easily if you are not careful. Lu Cheng spoke whatever crossed his mind. He had calmed himself down. Yen Jika vaguely saw the girl that was surrounded had awakened and was brought away by a good-hearted soul. Therefore, she wasn't too concerned and returned home with Lu Cheng. While waiting for Aunt Du to get dinner ready, she pulled Lu Cheng, who was unprepared, up the stairs. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she coughed twice, put on a serious face and asked, "Say it. What kind of bad things did you do this afternoon?" Her eyes were keen, sparking and full of curiosity. Cough. I went to capture a perverse murderer. Lu Cheng summarized and only reported the key point. Perverse murderer? Yen Jika's eyes were wide open and filled with lust and doubt. The various conjectures she had in the afternoon were all wrong. Yeah, you should have heard of Butcher, right? Lu Cheng asked. This is a well-known criminal throughout Connecticut. Yeah, I have heard of him. Empress Dowager even summarized a few main areas where Butcher commits his crimes and ordered me not to go there if it is unnecessary. Prevention is better than a cure. You have captured him? You know who he is. Yen Jika could no longer keep the straight face, and was just like a little girl interested in listening to stories. Lu Cheng walked to the side of Yen Jika and sat down. He nodded his head and continued. He's a senior martial artist from the Jaruga sect named Joseph. Remember I enrolled in those advanced classes? While communicating with the spiritual gem to awaken own spirit, I noticed and deduced the hidden bloodthirst and desire for violence from Joseph. Initially, I did not have any other evidence. If I was to go to him directly, I might become a criminal and be deported from here. Therefore, I had no intentions to act initially. Subsequently, the head of the agents responsible for surveying me contacted me. His girlfriend, Sunny, was a victim of Butcher. Not waiting for Lu Cheng to complete, Yen Jika was shocked. Changing her posture by leaning to the side, she asked, "There are agents surveying you? There is really surveillance?" That's actually true. If there are strong experts entering our country, we will also survey them. Which one do you want me to complete first? Asked Lu Cheng with a laugh. All of them. Yen Jika had lowered her hair and removed her glasses. Her eyes lightened up and were clear. After she replied, she suddenly exclaimed before saying in a relaxed manner, "Luckily we have pulled the curtains." Before she completed her sentence, Jika shut her mouth and her face turned really red like a peach. Lu Cheng was aroused from the look of it. Cough. He cleared his mind of dirty thoughts and answered decisively, "I have seen their recorded surveillance. It only covers my external activities. If Smith dared to peek, I'll let him know how one can lose his memory from a beating." Seeing that Yen Jika wasn't willing to continue on this topic, Lu Cheng summarized the overall event and concluded, "Although Joseph was similar to an inhuman, I have made improvements recently. Moreover, this was an ambush. I'm pretty confident with subduing him. What I am most worried about was the handling the cleanup. I'm afraid of exposing my identity and giving you troubles. This was also the main reason why I wasn't willing to do it initially. However, with Smith, this wouldn't be a problem anymore. As for Uncle Cole, he would definitely turn himself in. However, he would definitely not know who I am and would not recognize me. Even if the Jaruga sect was to find a relevant supernatural ability user, he will not be able to trace it back to me. Listening to what Lu Cheng was saying, thinking about each girl who was harmed by the devil butcher, thinking about that father's resolve of be willing to pay the price, a million emotions flooded Yen Zhika. The edge of her eyes had even turned a little red. She was feeling both anger and sympathy at the same time. Those poor and innocent girls. That perverse and unremorseful criminal. She suddenly extended her hands and patted on Lu Cheng's shoulders. With a serious face, she nodded and continued, Chang, you have done well. One of my main goals for practicing martial arts is to be a hero that does heroic acts and removing criminals. You have fulfilled my anticipation in this aspect. As she spoke, her voice turned gentler. In the end, she couldn't help but remind it again. If the bad guys are stronger than you, leave them alone first. I'm not silly, laughed Lu Cheng. He corrected the girl's understanding of him and continued. The truth is it isn't because I'm righteous and wanted to do such heroic acts that I looked for Joseph. That was only a very small factor. Then what is it because of? Yen Zhika was lost. She couldn't think of a second reason. Lu Cheng cleared his throat and said with a satisfied tone, Joseph's targets are girls with pure and holy souls. Although the probability might not be big, I'm still afraid that he might have targeted you one day. Therefore, I had to prevent it before it happened and eradicate it. He described his imagined Connecticut crime cleaning plan to Yen Zhika. Yen Zhika was initially shocked but gradually became quiet. She bit her lips lightly and looked straight at Lu Cheng. When Lu Cheng was done speaking, she moved her arms and said, You really are. As she couldn't continue, she gave a sorry look instead. Her bright eyes stared at Lu Cheng as she bit her lower lips and said, I'm no longer pure. You have tainted me. Ha ha. It's normal for a married woman to be a little tainted. Lu Cheng laughed softly. Yen Zhika revealed a naughty look, picked up her phone, leaned towards the embrace of her husband and said, Let me check if there are any reports. After several seconds, she saw the news and translated for Lu Cheng. The butcher that has plagued Connecticut over the last 10 years is finally revealed. The father of a victim and a new superhero Deliverman. Deliverman. Ha. Yen Zhika burst into laughter and couldn't continue reading. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and was very unsatisfied with his superhero's nickname. Yeah, it's super dissatisfying. It didn't sound cool at all. Yen Zhika raised her head and looked at the unhappy Lu Cheng when she was done laughing. She faked a frown and said, What happened to becoming my personal delivery boy? You promised to only make those deliveries to me. You liar. As she spoke, she couldn't stop a smile from creeping onto her face. Lu Cheng grunted in annoyance as he slid a hand around her waist. It wasn't a delivery. What could I have said to him? Sir, your delivery is here, an order of severe warning, Emperor Yen Force and DF-21 which has just been launched. How does that count as a delivery? It would only be a delivery if I told him. Good day, sir. Here's an order of severe warning, with a side of Emperor Yen Force and a flaring explosion right in your face. Chang. I swear you are getting cheekier by the day. Admit it. Talker's the one teaching you all these terrible thoughts. Right? Yen Zhika laughed as she cuddled up to Lu Cheng. She recited the rest of the news on her phone. Police arrived at the mansion and found the living room streaked in blood. Joseph's body was later found. She couldn't go on. It made her sick. Lu Cheng glanced downwards, scanning the paragraph with his sharp eyesight. It would seem that Cole had exacted his revenge to his heart's content. He drained out all of Joseph's blood, dismembered his body, and even tried mincing and incinerating what remained of him. It was a bloody mess. Aghast and wistful, Lu Cheng read on. Still, he sat surer, now that the coroner had less chance of noticing Joseph's frost injuries. The other injuries didn't matter as much, since explosive users and flame users were common among mighty ones. Yen Zhika, skipping through the gruesome bits, continued translating the article. Specialists were unable to recover any footage from the mansion's security system, which was completely destroyed by Cole, she recited. Cole fully confessed to his crimes, but remained tight-lipped about his accomplice, the Deliverman. Even the supernatural specialists couldn't wrinkle it out of him. Based on our information, we can provide an outline of Deliverman. He's a computer expert and a skillful hacker, capable of infiltrating the security system and disabling the alarm system that would have contacted the police station. He has high combat capabilities that allowed him to overpower an experienced martial artist like Joseph. He is an explosive supernatural ability user. He enjoys dressing up as a delivery boy. Yenjeka studied Lu Chang with pursed lips when she finished reading, then nodded earnestly. Purely from what they listed, even your own wife wouldn't be able to know it's you. They are overthinking it? Lu Chang shook his head in amusement. It was for the best. As forgiving as he was, he had already forgotten about his uncool nickname. Du Yen hurried them down when dinner was ready. Affected by the article, Yenjika only ate a little. Lu Chang stuffed his face as usual, replenishing the energy he'd exhausted earlier that day. When dinner was over, Yenjika worked on her reports with her computer. Lu Chang turned on the desk lamp and sat himself beside her with a cookbook, studying recipes, browsing the news, watching videos on the Jaruga sect, and occasionally stealing glances at his wife's ravishing and lovely profile. Those reports sure look tough as hell, he commented after glancing at her assignment. It's fine. I have until next week to turn it in. Right now I'm just doing some preliminary research for the group discussion tomorrow, said Yenjika, tucking her hair behind her ears. While she was at it, she took a sip from her cup, then opened up her phone to look at some group chats. The girl who passed out just now was Huang Shiwen, she exclaimed. Huang Shiwen? What happened? Asked Lu Chang, remembering the name. He knew her to be Little Fairy's socialite classmate who was also in the Cultivation plan. The one who constantly bothered his wife with unwanted party invitations until one day she snapped and shut her down. Yenjika eyed her husband suspiciously. Seeing that his concerns were genuine and unlikely to be staged, she shook her head. I don't know. Maybe from those sleepless nights she spends trying to bound between her school and social life? That must have taken a toll on her body. Thinking about it, Huang Shiwen passed out the minute Chang appeared. Could it be that he secretly used some kind of spirit or aura or secret art on her? To get back at her in my place? Wait, that can't be right since I never badmouthed Huang Shiwen in front of him. The worst thing I have said about her was she being a pain in the ass for getting too comfortable and intrusive. What if she was guilty of something, and seeing Lu Chang made her faint out of fear? The idea of that made Yenjika oddly satisfied. It would be great if that was the case. Nothing serious happened, and with that it feels like I have gotten back at her. There wasn't much work to be done, so she could afford to be laid back, occasionally chatting and bantering with Lu Chang. Whenever Lu Chang found interesting news or videos, he shared it with her for laughs. It was a heartwarming and comfortable environment to study in, but there was one problem. It wasn't very efficient. By the time it was 9 p.m., Yenjika had finally finished her preliminary research work. It's all your fault, she jested as she looked at the time, softly kicking Lu Chang with her slippered foot. For making me lose my focus. Is this why they say a handsome man is nothing but trouble? He replied in self-derision smilingly. They flirted for a bit longer. Suddenly, Yenjika heard a rumble from her stomach. She looked away. I'm hungry, Chung. Now's your time to shine as my personal delivery boy, she said, pitifully. The article from before had me scarcely touching my dinner. Consider it done, assured Lu Chang, whipping out his phone to start his search on nearby 24-hour restaurants. These weren't common in Connecticut. In fact, even the ones that operated past 9 were a rare sight. A dimpled smile formed on Yenjika's face as she watched his earnest efforts. How about we go together? I have never actually gone out for dinner since I've been here. It's decided then I'll drive. She suggested enthusiastically. You have a license here? Lu Chang blurted in astonishment. Of course. It's easy to get a license here. Back in August, I followed Aunt Du and took the test for fun. And guess what? I passed. How's that? Yenjika bragged, raising her chin. There's no one I look up to more than you. Lu Cheng praised melodramatically. In their excitement, the couple grabbed the keys and drove off, headed towards a 24-hour restaurant that was the talk of the town, renowned for its local specialty pies. In the dark, windswept night, everywhere around them was silent. None of that city clamor out here in the northern district of Connecticut. The sedan was going faster and faster, which made Lu Cheng sporadically remind Ku to slow down and lay off of the throttle. A while later, on the road ahead of them, a shadow, draped in a black cloak and eccentric outfit, darted out and cut them off, arms flailing. "What's going on?" Yen Zhika complained. Emboldened by her husband who sat right beside her, she stopped the car and peered at the shadow. The cloaked man opened his lips and rattled off at an astounding speed, with slangs mixed in between. Lu Cheng listened on with much confusion, but he barely managed to make out that the stranger was trying to warn them of danger ahead. The last person he spoke English with was Smith, who knew he was a foreigner and dragged out his words and cut down on the use of slangs and irregular grammar to help Lu Cheng understand his sentences better. "What's he saying?" Lu Cheng asked under his breath. "He's telling us that the dark forest area ahead is a ghetto, a dangerous neighborhood where crime rate is high with robberies and thefts, and that we shouldn't even be going there in the day, much less the night. He advises us to take another road." Yen Zhika interpreted duly, before giving her own opinion. Even though America's security network is advanced, it only covers some districts due to a multitude of reasons. Many of the security measurements in ghetto areas are dysfunctional, and sometimes even long abandoned. She paused, before peeking at Lu Cheng with shimmering eyes. "With the superhero delivery man protecting me, I'm not afraid of dangerous places," she whispered. The couple exchanged a glance, then waved to the cloaked man in unison. "Thank you." Yen Zhika switched on her signal lights and swerved into another road. It wouldn't be right to turn down the goodwill of others. Watching as they went off, the cloaked man bowed contently, feeling accomplished. Speaking of which, why was he stationed there and warning people off? Lu Cheng mused in suspicion a while later. He told us that even though he's a superhero, he wasn't recognized by the public since he was weak. Even so, he wanted to do what he could to help others. When he saw many unknowing people entering the Black Forest area and wind up losing their valuables or even getting hurt, he took to standing sentry there every day to cut off cars and warning passengers. Yen Zhika explained chirpily. Lu Cheng was slightly touched by the story. "I'm starting to like the superhero culture in America," he commented calmly. "Every country had its own unique features." "Uh-huh." Yen Zhika nodded in agreement before her brows furrowed. "But apart from people like us, who has the courage to stop in the middle of the night when stopped by a man in a black cloak? No wonder he complained that things wasn't going well. Now that you say it." Lu Cheng trailed off blankly. They went in excitement and returned satisfied after Yen Zhika had a good meal. The couple were back at their home at around 9:40 p.m. "I'm taking a shower, then it's bedtime," she said after taking a short break. She grabbed her pajamas and clothes which she was going to change into, then headed for the door. Before leaving, she threw a wary glance at Lu Cheng over her shoulders. Seeing that he wasn't going to tail her, she relaxed and continued walking, until she entered the bathroom. "Seriously? Am I that horny to her?" mused Lu Cheng, shaking his head in amusement. Before long, the sound of water stopped, and Yen Zhika returned with a dry towel wrapped around her head. The night dress on her was slightly different from usual, a strap dress that exposed her delicate collarbone, her shapely shoulders and a portion of her milky, tender back. Lu Cheng was taken aback. "This is what I usually wear, just that I was embarrassed to wear it before with you in the past." "Humph, but like you said, I'm a married woman now, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about," Yen Zhika explained stiffly, her cheeks rosy from the shower. "It's pretty," Lu Cheng commented unheedingly. He walked over to her. "Let me help you dry your hair," he volunteered. "Emicham," she said as she sat down and undid the sodden towel from her hair, allowing Lu Cheng to blow her hair dry. Her fragrance wafted through his nose, below him a picturesque scene that shook him to his core. the occasional droplet rolling off her snowy, long neck and stopping at her delicate, sightly clavicles. Lu Chang gave it his all, but it still wasn't enough to keep himself from smooching her when her hair was only half dry. She moaned softly, melting in his embrace. The room was alive with lust. Once again, sleeping on time became an unrealistic goal. Moments later, Lu Chang laid down satisfied as he embraced Yan Zhika's slender body, still tremulous from before. Putting what you learn to use is great, he thought with smile. Yan Zhika took more time to cool down. Softly grinding her teeth, she traced her finger on Lu Cheng's chest, forming some words. Big, pervert, recited Lu Chang as he easily identified the words through his control over his body. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes coquettishly and carried on writing, stroke by stroke. Big molester, Lu Chang read out proudly. Yan Zhika pursed her lips and began writing with her fingers again. Big idiot. Big fool. Big hero. Lu Chang turned his head to look at her when he reached that one, but Yan Zhika had already tilted her head in another direction. In a dark corner on the outside street, Smith, on the night shift, received a call from his superior. Any strange movements from the target? Has he ever left your watch? Questioned the gruff voice. Ever since Joseph was defeated by a newly emerged superhero, every danger grade personnel in Connecticut was on the watch list and had to be looked into. No. He's well behaved, Smith answered calmly. Good. His superior never asked anything else, since he wasn't suspicious of Lu either. According to the intel they held, the danger grade personnel in question had no ties to Joseph. The next morning, training went on as usual. When the rush was over, having sent his girl off to campus, Lu Chang slow jogged towards the Msasi martial arts gym to attend his lessons, as if nothing had happened. Well, can't let my $5,000 go to waste. Guess I'll head down to the Dragon Punch dojo in the afternoon and pay a visit to that legendary dojo master, Zhu. Something. On Wednesday afternoon, Connecticut was sunny and windy. Lu Chang jogged in the city. From time to time, he would raise his head and take a look at the cameras that formed a net. He knew that Smith and the other agents were keeping an eye on him. Although he could find the devices and could also tell if the camera was facing him, he could not confirm which angles directions they faced. It would be even more impossible for him to find out where Smith and the rest were hiding from reverse sensing. This was the difference between martial arts and modern technology. There's nothing in this world that was omnipotent. It's a shame. I was still thinking of knocking at their window and saying hi to them, giving them a scare. Lu Chang imagined the different prank scenarios. On the opposite street, Smith had just changed into another vehicle and was drinking his coffee and eating a hamburger. Beside him were specialized agents responsible for staring at the surveillance screens. After a while, the brat with thin yellow hair laughed nonchalantly. Boss, the target was just looking at the famous criminals and crimes of Connecticut yesterday morning, and the butcher was caught in the afternoon. If it isn't because you were keeping eyes on him all along, even I would have suspected that he is the deliverman who went to challenge Joseph and allowed Cole to take advantage of the situation. Smith didn't bat an eyelid and finished off his remaining coffee. He answered with a faint smile. From the information we have on the target over the last month, he could very likely defeat Joseph but wouldn't actually be able to subdue him. He might not even be able to deal much damage to him. This is what I believe as well, mumbled the brat who was touching his loose hair. Do you know if there's strong hair tonic in China? Smith took the opportunity to divert the subject, not showing any signs of remorse. He hacked into some company last night and did some optimization to the search results. When looking for relevant information about the victim Sunny, the portion about her boyfriend would be placed at the very end. The respective photos had also been doctored or removed for information from the last 5 years. Most of the people's memory on this incident had long faded, and it would be difficult for them to recall about an insignificant small character in this incident. And as long as the relationship between Smith and Sunny was not discovered, the entire incident would be fine. The things I have learned diligently over the last 5 years have finally become useful. Smith crushed the food wrapper in his hand into a ball, pressed down the window, and threw it accurately into the trash can outside the car. When Lu Chang stepped into the Msasi martial arts gym, he could feel a heavy and suppressed atmosphere. The coaches and students walking around all wore a serious face. They were either not speaking at all or were whispering quietly. After taking several steps to walk around the corner, he suddenly saw the 2 meters tall Olsen walking towards him. His skin tone was black. He was bald and had a serious and heavy look on him. "Hey, little boy. I heard that your fighting skills aren't bad." Olsen suddenly opened his mouth and revealed 2 rows of sparkling white teeth. His smile was natural and not forced. Before Lu Chang could reply, another coach walked past. Olsen immediately shut his mouth and put on a serious and pained expression. The legendary face-changing technique. His relationship with Joseph was very bad. After seeing Olsen walked by, Lu Chang shook his head with a smile. Picking his phone up, he shared this encounter with Yenjika. Next, he went into his specialized training ground and saw the red-eye girl, Aussie, and the rest of the students. Without a doubt, Cole did not come. The few of them greeted each other. Suddenly a white student ran in with anxiety and asked, "What happened? Why is there a demonstration party outside that blocked the main door?" "Jack, didn't you see the news?" asked Aussie with a surprised look. "So did I miss anything?" Jack opened his hands with a lost look. "I was at a party yesterday night until midnight. After I woke up, I came here straight. Mr. Joseph, no, Johnny Joseph has been confirmed as the butcher and died because of Cole's revenge." Another male student quickly explained. Lu Chang almost didn't understand. Luckily, he could have easily guessed the situation despite his barely being able to understand English. Jack's jaws dropped and was stunned for some time before scratching his head and asked, "Are you all joking? How can Mr. Joseph be butcher? Even if he is Cole? Even 10 Coles wouldn't have been enough to finish him off." "That's because there's a new superhero called Deliverman helping him," answered Aussie with fear and respect. "Who would have expected Joseph to be a hidden devil among us? Luckily, we didn't interact much with him. And thankfully Deliverman pierced through the mask of the butcher." "Really?" Jack took out his phone as he asked. As he looked through the details, he heaved a sigh, then let out an exclamation and said a string of words that left Lu Chang confused. "Oh my God! Is this true? This is too awesome." After expressing himself intensely, Jack pointed outside and said, "So those people are here to protest Joseph?" "No. They are also calling for the boycott of the Jaruga and mission sects. They claimed that animism is the path of devils and will cause other people to become fallen like Joseph," answered Aussie anxiously. She was very worried that the Msasi martial arts gym would be affected. "We aren't the strange guys of the Jaruga sect. Our focus is on fighting techniques." "Yeah, as long as the Jaruga sect is in a mess and too busy to take care of itself, I'll feel assured." Lu Chang listened on with a smile. The conflict between the mission sect and natural sect was rather deep. Will the Jaruga sect suspect that Deliverman is from the mission sect? If so, the Jaruga sect and the Msasi martial arts gym had to cut their ties with Joseph. From now on, at least on the surface, no one would be investigating this incident. The few students chatted with worry for a while. A female coach with short blonde hair walked over and said with a heavy tone, "Lin Deluo had to cooperate with the police investigation. I hope that he isn't involved in the past cases of the butcher. Your lessons for the next few days will be taken over by me. Please address me as Madam Annie." Calling him the butcher directly, they really cut their ties quickly. Lu Chang felt relief. He continued practicing his fighting techniques with Annie, and when sparring, he used Ice Mirror to control his body to resist the temptation to revert to his usual selection of martial arts moves. He kept it simple with punches, wrestling, and judo-related moves. This also allowed him to experience something new and to re-examine his instinctive reactions in his past battles and improve himself from the analysis. Although she was wary, Annie had already awakened her own spirit. She wasn't bad in the corresponding training for the spirit and remained composed for the entirety. After completing the content of awakening teaching, Lu Chang had new understanding again. When the lessons ended, Lu Chang washed up, changed his clothes, grabbed his bag, and left the saucy martial arts gym without turning back. He went to have lunch with Yen Jika and chatted over how the incident of the butcher was developing in the school. After Yen Jika went for lessons, he bought a bottle of water and went towards the China Dragon Punch dojo. It was near and only took him about 5 minutes. After leaving the saucy martial arts gym, Jack invited Aussie and some of his closer classmates to have lunch at the room he rented. He even ordered pizzas, chicken wings, and other food specifically for them. When they gathered, the topic of discussion was about the butcher and deliverman. They were getting more and more excited from their discussions and made various conjectures. At this moment, the doorbell rang and resonated throughout the room. "Who's that?" asked Aussie subconsciously. Jack stood up, walked towards the door, and said casually, "Delivery is here." When he said delivery, it was as though a spell was cast on him as he stood frozen to the ground for a while. The discussion in the room abruptly halted. Could it really be Deliverman? Jack swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. As he spoke, his actions now seemed more cautious. After making multiple confirmations and going through a tumultuous mental struggle, he finally got his pizzas, chicken wings, and other food. An ordinary delivery man. Jack turned around, shrugged his shoulders and said. The group initially felt relaxed, followed by disappointment. Such scenarios were also happening in various places throughout Connecticut. It was especially so among the kids who were filled with imagination. After Lu Chang arrived at the China Dragon Punch dojo, he had a short break at the front desk before seeing that white and skinny teenager Li Zuanping again. "Is the dojo master here?" asked Lu Chang excitedly. Li Zuanping answered with a smile. "He's here and is currently demonstrating the moves. If you had come an hour later, he would have left." "Lucky, lucky." Lu Chang nodded his head and followed Li Zuanping into the training grounds. He saw layers of people surrounding the front. There were people of all races watching. Take a good look. If you register with us, there would be plenty of such opportunities. Li Zuanping extended his hand from the side and attempted to pat on Lu Chang's shoulders. However, Lu Chang happened to sidestep, causing his actions to fail. At this moment, Lu Chang pulled his tendons and wriggled his muscles. Those who contacted him would feel like they have touched a mudskipper as they stepped aside and allowing him to squeeze to the front row. In the middle of the ground, a Chinese man of approximately 50 years old was demonstrating a set of moves slowly. Every punch and kick was solid and natural and seemed rather profound. Obviously, this was only a relative concept. Lu Chang was a bit shocked from what he had seen. He couldn't believe that this was the legendary dojo master Zhu. He's very average. Zhu Hong had some white hairs and looked like someone who had a lot of experience. His looks were not bad and felt just like a grandmaster in martial arts. After demonstrating for a while, he steadied his legs, got into his stance and asked several students to attempt to push him. Before Lu Chang could react, strong hunks had entered the ground. There were white and black men, after which 2 more interested students joined them. They lined up in a row as though they were taking part in a tug-of-war competition. The guys at the back were pushing the one in front and finally onto the palms of Zhu Hong. Yi-ya! The 6 hunks expended all their strength, but still couldn't move the seemingly skinny dojo master, inviting excited cheers from other students. As for Lu Chang, his jaws dropped in disbelief. From the changes at the waist to their legs, only the 2 guys at the end actually exerted strength. Not only did the other 4 not help, but they even dissipated part of their strength. He is a scammer, right? Lu Chang's mouth twitched. After lingering for a while longer, Lu Chang decided to not waste any more time being amused and annoyed. In all fairness, Master Zhu was not a complete fraud. His kung fu foundations were decent, and he was probably a step away from attaining the Dan stage in his prime, but now his age had caught up to him and made any hopes of making the breakthrough impossible. Though his invention, the Dragon Punch, was nothing particularly spectacular, innovative, or eye-opening, it did include a good mix of techniques from different countries, and could be said to be simple, effective, and beginner-friendly. For someone like him, It wasn't all that hard to make a good sum of money before retirement by erecting a dojo in the vicinity of the University of Connecticut and near Chinatown. But making the big bucks, fighting his way to fame, establishing his own brand and setting up chain outlets was way out of his reach. That's why he attracted attention with over-the-top demonstrations, and used deception to make up for the insufficiency of his martial arts. His main targets were people from the same origins as him, and locals who esteemed the mysterious martial arts of China. For a matter of fact, Master Zhu was wildly successful and raked in fat bucks and prestige. Much of this had to do with his sensibility and astuteness. Not once had he clashed against the domestic giants such as the Jaruga sect, or tried competing for resources. He only took in those they rejected. On the other hand, the average dojo challenger was not a problem to him, and sometimes his muscular disciples who had internalized the essence of his teachings took them on in his place. As to whether his students could master his kung fu, he always told them, "A teacher introduces the kung fu to you. Only you yourself can decide how far you will go." This way, even if the student fizzled, he would have ample excuses at his disposal, and no one could actually find fault with the reasoning, since even the Msasi martial arts gym produced lots and lots of failures. Shaking his head gently, Lu Cheng waited for the hubbub to reach a climax, the exact moment when the demonstrating pupils adjusted their center of gravity. Retracting and unreleasing, he silently directed his qi and blood into his leg which swelled and expanded. Lu Cheng sunk his foot into the floor and kicked forwards. The arena suddenly began shaking violently, then came to a sudden stop. The lofty white man towering before Zhu Hong immediately lost his balance and plunged forward, crushing towards the master like an avalanche. Master Zhu's expression changed as he immediately aligned his feet, bent his knees, lowered his hips, and held out his tensed arms. He barely withstood the impact. But, as the pupils in the back fell down like a stack of dominoes, piling on him one by one, he couldn't hold out any longer. He lost his balance, reclined and reeled backwards, plopping onto the ground butt first. Plop, plop. All 6 pupils toppled over in a pile, getting into a confused stare-off with Zhu Hong. The cheers and shouts came to an abrupt stop. Everyone exchanged confused glances. What just happened? This must be what people call a demonstration accident. Lu Cheng snickered. Amid panic and confusion, with everyone's attention focused on the interior of the arena, Lu Cheng grabbed his phone, snapped a picture, then jostled his way out of the wall of people. He smoothed his clothes and sauntered off. The crowd began coming back to their senses after a while. Among them, 2 white males exchanged glances. They realized it was a fraud. "George, let's go back to lessons," a freckled youth with brown hair said disappointedly. In the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Hong doing a kip-up in panic. The timing of the quake was extremely close to the timing when the pupils fell down, which made it easy to confuse the order of the events and think that the latter occurred first. "Okay," sighed a blonde youth with large arms and vivid devil tattoos. Even in China, there aren't many martial artists who are as powerful as Peng and Lu, not to mention among those that were willing to go abroad. After leaving the Dragon Punch dojo, Lu Cheng wandered aimlessly along the nearby roads. He shared the incident with Yenjika through text, along with the picture he took. She replied with an emoji of tears of joy. Poor Master Zhu. He must be glumly drawing circles on the ground with his fingers, wondering whom he offended. He'll probably direct his suspicions to enemies of the past or dojo competitors. He'll never be able to guess that it was the work of someone who had nothing better to do. I'm not sure if he'll even realize someone was pulling his leg. Maybe he'll treat it as one of those demonstration accidents. Lu Cheng said, emphasizing demonstration. The scene of Lu Cheng and Joseph's conversation came to Yen Jika's mind. Haha. So, I was thinking if that person knew your intention was to eliminate all threats before they could harm me, and that he wasn't even an immediate threat, I wonder what his expression will look like. She mused. Imagine if someone didn't reply with, "I had nothing better to do," and gave an honest answer instead. "I am eliminating all potential threats for my wife's safety." How would Joseph have reacted? If it was me, I'll probably have demanded, "Who is your wife?" and receive the weird answer, "You don't know her." After more odd exchanges like, "Do I have any ties with her?" getting the response of "Probably not." He would have probably been extremely baffled and inconsolably livid, probably the expression of someone dying with bitter regret. "Snickering," replied Lu Cheng. Yen Zheka replied with, laughing behind a clasped hand, before she made herself focus on class again. "Rest in peace, Mr. Joseph. You are just unlucky that I came to Connecticut to study." The exchange reminded Lu Cheng of his Operation Connecticut criminal extermination. He began to leisurely filter through the list for more potential targets. Nightmare was stronger than Joseph, but there were no likely suspects linked to the name, so even identifying him was a problem to Lu Cheng, much less finding the resources to pay him a visit. Also, his crimes were all committed in the ghettos, that makes it possible to effectively avoid him. Out of the others, some were no match for Aunt Du, and the rest, except for two of them, couldn't threaten Ku in any way. The first was a Polish descendant named Mazuski, whose combat capabilities were merely passable. He was the boss of a Connecticut mafia that was involved in smuggling firearms and large-scale drug deals. He worshipped spirit cultivation and loved throwing raves, where he would manipulate young girls with drugs and lure innocent people, and under some circumstances, high combat capabilities wouldn't be enough to keep you out of trouble. Mazuski was arrested a few times, but he always took precaution and managed to deny being involved in those crimes. His trusted underlings took the fall for him and rotted in jail while he walks a free man to this day. The other was Pavel, a member of the church whose combat capabilities was that of a martial artist. When his alleged crimes of sexually assaulting children and young girls surfaced, he went off the grid. According to rumors, he was hiding right inside the renowned Holy Top Church, but without evidence, no one, not even superheroes, dared to search the place. After contemplation, Lu Cheng unlocked his phone and sent an email asking Smith to feed him more information for his reference to an inconspicuous email address. If a good opportunity arose, one that wouldn't leave any loose ends, he was willing to give it a shot. If not, he would drop the idea. After all, it would be best for him to keep a low profile while the butcher case was still the talk of the town. Smith pushed the car door open and exited the car. He stretched before heading towards the cafe. At that moment, he heard a notification. He took out his phone and wriggled his way into an email account that didn't belong to him. He saw Lu Cheng's mail. He read through the content. Disquieted, he brought his hands to his face. God, is there no end to this? However, if we do pull this off a few more times, the public will no doubt shift their attention from the butcher case to the newer cases, and the truth will remain buried. No one will bother finding out about my ties with the deliverman. Of course, if we overdo it, we will eventually be exposed. Within the China Dragon Punch dojo, Zhu Hong, who had a heavy look on his face, was looking through the surveillance with his disciples to find any trails. After verifying that an earthquake had not occurred, they were wary about the mistake that had happened. "Master, this guy is very suspicious. He left after just taking a photograph. Wouldn't a typical person stay and watch on?" A disciple with the same background as Zhu Hong pointed at the figure of Lu Cheng and explained. Another disciple nodded his head and supplemented. "Moreover, he is good at avoiding the cameras and did not reveal his face. We can't clearly see his looks. However, we can look for the people in this dojo and ask around. There are definitely people who have seen him before." Zhu Hong kept silent for a while. He extended his hand suddenly and switched off the monitor. With a hoarse voice, he said, "This is an expert. An expert that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of his leg. An expert that he couldn't face directly." He turned his head around to his disciples and heaved a sigh. "For what we did, we have to accept the beating. There's no point in causing a big fuss as it wouldn't benefit anyone. It only affected this dojo for now after all. Be more careful in other aspects and don't make another mistake." "Yes, master," answered his disciples dispiritedly. They also knew that this incident had to be handled in a low-profile manner. It was just that they couldn't swallow their anger and wanted to know who was the one that caused troubles. For now, their anger and overconfident thoughts dissipated. After having his satisfactory lunch, Lu Cheng opened his inbox and saw Smith's reply. He said that Mizuski's fighting strength together with spirit cultivation was only at formidable grade and couldn't even reach outstanding grade. However, because of this, he paid particular attention to his security and his travels. He was unlike Joseph, who was strong and unafraid of anything and careless in his actions. Mizuski couldn't be easily assassinated. Mizuski was the type that all of Connecticut knew about. He was the head of a triad of evildoers, yet they couldn't send him to jail. He clearly knew this as well and was cautious in everything he did to prevent superheroes from punishing him. Most of the superheroes in America had their own beliefs and primarily focused on stopping crimes and capturing criminals. Average superheroes would not severely break the rules and finish off their targets. However, there would always be an exception. There were also numerous superheroes who did not believe in the current system. For example, the motto of Judge, who was at danger grade, was justice punishment. For this, Mizuski nurtured a batch of underlings with great strength and even hired professional security company personnel with high pay. He even managed to get 2 spirit practitioners with outstanding strength to his side. His defense could be considered solid. Over the past years, plenty superheroes attempted to foil him, however no one had succeeded. The formidable grade in this place seems to be at the same level as the beginnings of the Dan stage. Lu Cheng combined the description of Smith and the information he had already accessed to make this judgment. Based on what Smith had said, with his own strength, if he didn't care and paid a certain price, he still had the chances of killing Mizuski despite his layers of protection. However, in such a case, this incident wouldn't be able to be settled amicably, and he would leave behind various openings for exposure. That would be quite troublesome. Therefore, Smith had suggested for him to wait patiently and not be anxious. Once the opportunity arose, Smith would inform him as soon as possible. Lu Cheng had always been able to accept others' advice. Shaking his head, he pushed the things about Mizuski to the back of his head and started looking through information about Bishop Pavel. Smith was sure that Pavel was hiding in the Holy Top Church. However, that was the central area for the Catholics in Connecticut and was where Archbishop Kontsev could be found. From the perspective of public pressure to practical terms, there wasn't any possibility of infiltrating. Kontsev, a terror-grade expert, equivalent to a physical invulnerability expert. Connecticut was one of the larger cities in America and the second largest financial hubs. There wasn't a lack of physical invulnerability level experts. Other than Kontsev, there are still Grand Elder Stephen of the Jaruga sect, Grand Mentor Cisco, who came from a branch, Keej, originating from Jaruga, and 3 participants of top-end professional leagues. There's also one in the government security system. However, as information was confidential, there wasn't much that leaked to the public. Due to various reasons, Smith believed that the time to challenge Pavel had not arrived yet. He had been doing the surveillance and he believed that Pavel definitely couldn't stand being so passive. It would just be a matter of time before he attempted to escape from the Holy Top Church. A man who had distorted views might be able to restrain himself for a short while, but definitely not for excessively prolonged periods of time. All right, Lu Cheng chuckled. After formatting the files in his inbox, he exited the app and no longer thought about Mizuski or Pavel. He excitedly searched for spirit cultivation, psychic, and other terms. Yenjika only had one class in the afternoon and the later part was a group discussion. Lu Cheng didn't have to wait long before receiving a message to meet up. He quickened his pace and returned home with Yenjika. They had just gotten out off the car and had not yet entered the door, but they could hear a machine sound coming from their neighboring house. Extending their necks and looking over, they discover an uncle with light yellowish beard removing grass using a manual grass cutter. Seeing the couple walking over, he waved his hand and greeted them with a lively smile. Turning back and seeing the long and messy grass at her house, Yenjika said embarrassingly, "We have forgotten to get people to cut our lawn for the past 2 weeks." Lu Cheng saw that it was still early. He replied, "Why don't I give it a try?" This was the responsibility of the main labor force of the family. "All right, I remembered we have a lawn mower in the garage. Yenjika was also excited and felt like a kid playing cosplay. The two clicked well and entered the garage together. They found the machine and took out their phones at the same time, pressing on it quickly. After several seconds, Yenjika took a peek at Lu Chang and asked curiously, "Chang, what are you looking at?" "I'm searching for lawn mowing articles and guides to lawn mowing." Lu Chang showed his screen to Yenjika. "What a coincidence, me too." Yenjika smiled and had the "I'm a professional" look. Both of them broke into laughter as they realized that they were indeed teenagers that had grown up in the internet age. In the current age, asking the internet before doing it had become a habit. After researching and discussing, Lu Chang brought the lawn mower out of the garage. While preparing, he saw Yenjika had both of her hands free and had hidden under the shade. "What are you thinking of doing?" laughed Lu Chang. Yenjika swung his fist and said with a serious tone, "I'm responsible for cheering you on." Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Retracting his gaze, he started pushing the lawnmower and steadily began to clean up the plants that had been growing rampantly. Initially, he was still rather new to it. After some time, he managed to listen to the force of the lawnmower and gradually become more skilled in using it as he cleaned up the lawn neatly. Throughout the whole process, he exchanged gazes with the uncle at the neighboring house from time to time and nodded his head to show appreciation. It really felt like they were neighbors. As for Yenjika, she was under the shade, looking at him working with dimples on her face. Her smile was gentle and feminine. Lu Chang managed to complete cleaning up the lawn by 4:30. After shouting all the best softly to show that she wasn't just spectating, Yenjika came over and helped with the post-treatment. After working diligently and seeing the grass stuck on his little fairy's face, Lu Chang suggested, "Why don't we cook our dinner tonight?" I had seriously been reading the cookbook. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pinched away that stray grass, making her beautiful face clean again. "But I have not seen the cookbook." Yenjika blinked her eyes rapidly. Although she would like to give it a try, she was still feeling a little uneasy. "What's there to be afraid of? Let me teach you." Lu Chang waved his hands widely before continuing. "And you are so smart, it will be the same for you to just watch it live." This makes sense. Yenjika was very confident about her intelligence. After informing Aunt Du about it, Yenjika took out an apron and put it on Lu Chang first before grabbing another one herself. "Which one should we start with?" asked Yenjika as her eyes lit up. "Stir-fried beef." Lu Chang flipped the cookbook to the corresponding page and placed it on the counter. "Yeah." Yenjika opened the fridge and took out a piece of beef. After looking at it for a long time, she continued, "This is the ribeye. Empress Dowager said that it is most suitable for grilling or frying. The cookbook says we need tenderloin." Lu Chang tilted his head and answered. After a short while, the girl managed to find the tenderloin and was watching the supernatural ability user thawing the meat with both hands. Lifting the cookingware, Lu Chang controlled his body as the knife fell quickly, leaving afterimages. After just a short while, that tenderloin had become the thinnest strands of meat. "This knife technique isn't bad, right?" said Lu Chang proudly. "Although I have never practiced knife techniques, my senior sister was known as the Black and White Magic Blade." "So good," Yenjika complimented. She shifted her attention to the beloved kitchenware for measuring weight and followed the instructions of the cookbook closely. She measured the amount of red potato flour, water, oil, and other ingredients carefully, and focused on mixing them well with the strands of beef to increase the tenderness. Lu Chang was at the side cutting onions, with a layer of ice frost covering it which stopped the chemicals from rushing into his eyes and making them watery. As he cut, he tilted his head to the side and looked at Yenjika, who seemed to be doing some kind of serious experiment. Suddenly, he felt that Yenjika looked rather silly this way. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the same style apron on himself. Lu Chang suddenly had a strange feeling and laughed out. "What are you laughing at?" Yenjika turned his head and looked at Lu Chang with a lost look. "Just 1 to 2 hours ago, I was considering how to eradicate formidable criminals like Mizuski and Pavel. And now I end up mowing the lawn, cutting vegetables and cooking. Lu Chang described how he felt at the moment as he straightened his back and showed the apron on him. Yenjika pondered for a few seconds before nodding her head and said seriously, "This is probably what others call being domestically and socially good." After speaking, she was on the verge of laughing out loud. That evening, at a small-scale gathering, Huang Shiwen, who was still looking a little pale, brought the champagne out and was sitting in the corner of the sofa. "Hi, you aren't feeling well?" A young teenage guy with a head full of white hair walked over and asked with a smile. He was mixed and extremely attractive. "Can you tell?" Huang Shiwen didn't know this guy and answered out of politeness. The white-haired teenager laughed with a low voice. "You are jealous of someone and fearful of another person. Am I right?" "How do you know?" Huang Shiwen blurted out in surprise. "Because my heart is communicating directly with yours." The white-haired teenager raised his cup and took a sip. Unpredictably, he continued, "Do you need me to handle them for you?" "No, thank you." Huang Shiwen shook her head in fear and surprise as she rejected him. "Yenjika shouldn't have spoken bad things about me. Lu Chang also didn't have the intentions to deal with me. There's no point in causing a fuss." "Okay." The white-haired teenager didn't continue and left with a smile. "Laura, what are you all chatting about?" The host of this party, Jennifer, leaned over. "Nothing." Huang Shiwen didn't wish to raise the topic up again. Jennifer laughed and continued, "He's a formidable spirit cultivator. If you have troubles, you can look to him for help." "I don't have any at the moment." Huang Shiwen declined once again. Jennifer turned around and said, "All right then, let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Release the shackles of life. Remove these darned clothes and have a great time at this party." Nearing the weekend, Lu Chang suddenly received an email from Smith. "Mizuski will be out to attend a rave. We might have an opportunity." At the entrance of a mansion nestled behind fountains and sculptures, Mizuski turned to the spirit cultivator beside him. "It felt amazing this time, House. I was approaching the world of pure spirit," he exclaimed with excitement lingering on his face. He was below the age of 40 and had a lofty build. He was a good-looking man with a tall nose, soft contours, and lime-green eyes that sunk deeply into his face. He was born with a childlike demeanor that made it hard to see him for who he really was. A scum-of-the-earth mafia boss who took lives, smuggled drugs, and forced innocent girls into prostitution. The spirit cultivator was a 20-year-old multicultural youth with hair dyed white. His light brown eyes were gloomy and melancholic. They seemed to connect to another strange and mysterious world. Though Mizuski was much older than him, he didn't seem callow standing next to him. Instead, it made him more enigmatic. "Excellent, try to hold on to this feeling and keep meditating tonight. I believe you can become one of us," House replied smilingly. He exuded an air of liberation, catharsis, and relaxed calm. The other spirit cultivator was about 40 years old or so. There was an ecstasy in his eyes, and he seemed to be reminiscing about the rave from earlier on, and the feelings of being spiritually reborn after the rave freed him from his shackles. He and House stood respectively on each of Mizuski's sides. Escorted by professional bodyguards and mafia gunners, they boarded a bulletproof sedan. In a room on the first floor of the mansion, Jennifer was swirling her wine glass with a red glow that lingered on her face. Eyes gleaming, she looked at the relaxed Huang Shiwen. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "A little lightheaded, like I'm weightless. The screaming and shouting made all my stress and pain fade away. I'm feeling happy and content." Huang Shiwen replied dreamily, her eyes slightly clouded. She was tired, but her mind was active. Still, it was her first time attending a party like this. Very soon, she began to feel uneasy. "Jennifer, will I get addicted to this?" she asked. "Relax, it's a secret drug from a certain spirit cultivation club. It does contain a little marijuana, which is, as you probably know or can easily find out, less addictive than cigarettes. Look at me. Do I look like an addict to you?" Jennifer explained in a mellow voice that drew her in. "That's true. You always look so healthy and energetic," Huang Shiwen replied, half affirmative and half envious. The way she effortlessly deals with classes and parties is so unlike me. I'm always stressed out all the time. Jennifer beamed. Laura, do you know about the party on the second floor? Yes, replied Huang Shiwen. She had been curious about it. But the hunk guarding the staircase wouldn't allow her in without an invitation. That's the secret party hosted by the Spirit Cultivation Club. Attending it will help you release even more stress. You would be freed from external limitations and physical restrictions, and truly see your unique self and soul that sparkles like gemstones. It will not only help you relax and feel at ease, but it will also let you experience an extreme euphoria that releases you from your prison. It's your chance to communicate with the world of pure spirits, Jennifer elucidated in a dreamy voice. When she noticed Huang Shiwen still wary and guarded, Jennifer took a different approach. This is the party that's all the rage among the high society these days. Politicians, lawyers, professors, CEOs. Remember the spirit cultivator from before? That's their mentor. He's very powerful, even more so than supernatural ability users, she coaxed. The mention of high society interested Huang Shiwen, but she was still unsure and didn't dwell on the topic, picking her words carefully. At the entrance of mansion, after Mizuski and the other two spirit cultivators boarded the bulletproof sedan, a few professional bodyguards stood guard beside the four doors of the car instead of immediately getting into the black car in the back. When the bulletproof sedan began to move slowly, they scuttled beside it with their hands pressed against the doors, maintaining their previous formation. Only when the car began to accelerate did they reclaim their arms hop into the second car, which was parked in the same row with its doors open. Their movements were professional and experienced. In that moment, a silhouette sprang out from the shadows outside the mansion. Half of his face was covered by a low-pressed baseball cap and black-rimmed glasses. The exposed part of his face was covered in a pellucid and glistering layer of ice that concealed his skin tone. He was oddly gaunt and his muscles were tightly packed. In that split second, Lu Chang had closed the distance to the bulletproof car with a single leap. He condensed his chi and blood, then released it all at once. His right arm swelled up as he opened his fist. He pressed his flame-enwreathed palm on the car trunk. Screech! The piercing sound of friction wailed immediately. The back tires of the bulletproof sedan were nailed to the ground, violently spinning at first, then slowing down rapidly as sparks flew everywhere. Lu Cheng's feet were aligned, and his muscles bulged in a ridiculous manner. He concentrated all his strength into one place. Around his hand, cracks began appearing and unfurling. He stopped the accelerating sedan with his bare hands. What transpired made the car in the back screech to a sudden stop. The bodyguards inside were shaken and couldn't quickly enough to stick their large-caliber pistols through the window. In the front car, House already knew what was happening. A dark flame flickered in his eyes as a shifting shadow appeared before him. At that moment, Lu Chang wasted no time on any excess movements. Flicking his left arm, he reached out with an open hand. His muscles and fascia swelled, producing dark scarlet flames between greenish-black veins. He grabbed onto the fuel door. In the metallic snaps, Lu Chang ripped the door off. Riding on the momentum, he leapt backwards to avoid the incoming attacks. The moving shadow that had pierced through the car door, as well as the rain of bullets from the bodyguards. Steadying themselves, the bodyguards stuck their guns out of the car windows and fired around, bullets spraying everywhere. He leapt backwards, then again, during which he suddenly threw his right hand forward and sent out a heavy, highly condensed fireball. The fireball accurately torched the shadow and slid into the fuel tank. "No!" screeched Mizuski and the bodyguard captain upon seeing this. Boom! The loud sounds of explosion erupted, covering up all other sounds. The horrifying fireball erupted in the interior of the bulletproof sedan, tumbling outwards and tearing through steel and shattering glass. The scarlet flames were extremely magnificent, but equally scary. The bodyguards in the back car froze momentarily. Suppressing their fears for another round of explosions, they quickly got out of the car and split themselves into two groups. One group to fire at Lu Chang and the other on a rescue attempt. At that moment, The flames that had engulfed the front car eerily split apart. A sinister wind that came out of nowhere pushed the flames in all directions, tinting it a ghostly green. Inside the car that only had its framework remaining, a dark glow appeared in Spirit Cultivator House's eyes. His clothes had turned to rags. Pale-faced, he kicked down the damaged car door and walked out, left hand enwreathed in shadow and right hand supporting Mizuski. The mafia tycoon had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and multiple hideous burn marks on his body. His injuries weren't fatal, but severe enough to almost make him pass out on the spot. As for the driver, his right-hand man, and the other spirit cultivator, despite being relatively strong, they were in no shape to battle. Lu Cheng's movements were agile, and he had already retreated behind a flower parterre. While the bodyguards were busy getting out of the car and House putting down the flames, his left hand reached into his pockets and pulled out a coin. He flicked the coin out. Ding! The penny twisted and bended in the air, leaving a trail of red gold sparks as it shot towards Mizuski at lightning speed. House cursed, dropping Mizuski to his feet. He pushed both palms forward. More shadows formed to take on the explosive shell. Bang! The penny penetrated through layers of shadows, before finally losing its momentum and splintering into pieces. The bodyguards released a massive round of bullets, firing it where Lu Cheng was standing, forcing him to back off and leave the scene. At that moment, behind them all, a bullet was fired through a silencer, and lodged itself into Mizuski's head without a sound. All of a sudden, his eyes popped out from its sockets, and pee leaked from his pants. Even after death, his eyes remained open with regret. Above the colossus in the fountain, a lurking shadow shot out a few strands of fine thread which latched on to a corner of the mansion, before disappearing with a whoosh. Seeing that, Lu Cheng quickly retreated. He wasn't going to stay any longer. In a few leaps, he broke loose from his pursuers. After moving at full speed for a while, he stopped at a dime. The ice mirror in his mind reflected a shadow that had been following him. It was the shape of a face. He could vaguely tell it was House's face. For an inhuman who had completed morphing, using supernatural ability in a small area was a simple task, but once out of range, it would be impossible to manipulate it. It seemed like spirit cultivators didn't have the same restrictions. Without moving a muscle on his face, Lu Cheng visualized the ancient army character in his mind, materializing its bloodlust into a spike that shot towards the shadow. This was something he could do only after making the breakthrough in his ice mirror. It was similar to the simplified moves of 9 words formula, reduced power for increased casting speed. Pomph! The spike pierced through the shadow and vanquished it like water on fire. Ugh! At the entrance of the mansion, House wailed before falling to the ground in pain, his hands clutching his head. He sprawled across the floor, twitching. It was a horrifying sight. The bodyguards exchanged confused looks, and were about to resume their rescue mission when the fire blazed and the sedan burst into flames a second time. Boom! The loud explosion caused everyone in the mansion to turn pale. Some called the cops, and others were trying to sneak a peek outside. Don't be scared. Nothing will go wrong with Mr. House here, Jennifer consoled Huang Shiwen. Mr. Zajikar is here too. He's a distinguished and powerful individual. Zajikar was Mizuski's alias. Is Mr. House very strong? Huang Shiwen asked timidly. Extremely. He's very, very strong as a spirit cultivator, Jennifer assured. After waiting for a minute, when the sounds of the explosion and gunshots died down, they carefully peered through the window and saw the luxury car reduced to a framework, and Mizuski and House moved to the side, motionless. Silence spread across the mansion. The air was gloomy. Huang Shiwen shook her head. This is a nightmare that I will never forget, she thought. 2 districts further, Lu Cheng rejoined with Smith. He had changed out of his delivery attire and sports shoes and reduced them to ashes. Hearing Lu Cheng's cracking joints and seeing him enlarged in physique, as well as seeing his facial muscles protruding and heavily and defined, Smith exclaimed, "Oh, this is amazing." "Nothing to brag about," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. After achieving encountering gods in the void, his control over his own body allowed him to use the body-shrinking kung fu. Smith started up the car and drove into the distance. After a while of silence, he said with a tinge of fear, "I must be crazy letting you talk me into doing this. I violated the Spider-Man's creed. I don't deserve to be a Spider-Man. Lou, this is the first time I killed someone. I spent 5 years in the Secret Service without taking part in any dangerous missions, or doing many of the things that superheroes are supposed to do. This is my first time experiencing it. The bullet flew out and a life is gone. Just like that. Mizuski and the Spirit Cultivator definitely deserve to die, but killing them like this before they were convicted, I feel as if I have committed a crime." Liu Chang stole a glance at Smith. His mouth twitched. "Hey Smith, calm down. I never knew you were so chatty," he said. Got it. Calm. Smith inhaled, regaining the composure of a professional agent. "Don't you think Mizuski deserved to die? If there was damning evidences on him, someone would have done him in way before this. If there isn't any, even if he was arrested, he could get someone to take the fall for him as usual and breeze out of court," Liu Chang said after some pondering. "I know," Smith replied, turning to look at Liu Chang. "I just don't feel like I'm Spider-Man anymore. I need to find an ideology that truly suits myself." "How are you this calm, Liu? Don't you feel uneasy?" "Well, duh, I wasn't the one who actually killed him," thought Liu Chang. "Maybe it's because I'm less legally conscious," he replied earnestly after some deliberation. Smith was at a loss of words. Without another word, he made some extra turns to return the guns to the subordinates of Mizuski's rival. Lastly, he sent Liu Chang back to the Northern District of Connecticut. After entering the room, Liu Chang looked at Yen Zheka, who had yet to change into her nightwear and was waiting in the living room. "All done. So easy," he said with a grin. "Details?" demanded Yen Zheka after heaving a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling. Just as he was about to tell his story, he heard a growl from his stomach. "Let me grab a bite before that. All that work had me starving," he said with an embarrassed smile. "I'll cook for you." Yen Zheka raised her hand eagerly. "What would you like to eat?" "What about noodles?" Liu Chang replied gaily. "We have flour. We can make the noodles by ourselves," Yen Zheka said as she scuttled into the kitchen, before calling out to Liu Chang as she pointed to the flour. "I made the dough. Your turn to knead it. Weren't you going to cook for me?" Liu Chang chortled. Yen Zheka pursed her lips and made an innocent face. "Your hands are stronger," she said. "All right." Liu Chang complied as he put on his apron. When Huang Shiwen and the others were finishing with police interrogation, Liu Chang was just carrying a pot of noodles into the dining room. He watched as Yen Zheka poured heated leftovers on top of the noodles before wolfing it down, describing the happenings from before to her here and there. What a wonderful night. After finishing his noodles and drinking 2 mouthfuls of soup, Liu Chang put down his chopsticks, took out a coin to spin with his left hand, and started complaining about Smith with a lowered voice. "Spidey is really too much. I had only mentioned once that I felt it would be a little dangerous if I went alone and that it might have been better if I didn't go. However, he immediately agreed to come along and even enthusiastically perfected the plan and brought up tying the loose ends. At that point, I still thought that he was an awesome head special agent with insane mental qualities. Who would have expected him to be like a docile little lamb after the incident, complaining that this was against his beliefs? He even said he is no longer deserving to be Spider-Man. If this was the case, why didn't he reject it initially? Yen Zheka rested her chin on her hand and listened on quietly. Her dark eyes were like a pair of gems and scrutinized Liu Chang. As her gaze fell on the spinning coin in Liu Chang's left arm, she heaved a sigh and continued with an unsure tone. "Chang, the truth is that you aren't unbothered by the incident either, right?" "Ah." Liu Chang was stunned for a moment and instinctively wanted to deny. However, when his gaze landed on the spinning and flipping coin, it was as though he had seen his heart lake. Its surface seemed to be calm and quiet and only had some small ripples. However, the truth was deep within it, tense with eye-ridging waves. "Yeah. After I paid a visit to Joseph, I also couldn't control myself from torturing the bottle of mineral water I held after the incident. Cooling it and heating it up, then cooling it and heating it up again. It was only when I saw Ku that I managed to barely calm myself down. As a young student who had always obeyed the laws, he wasn't the person he described to Smith, a weak sense of justice and living on the edge of the knife. He had never desired a life that would make him always be worried about something. Although he had experienced the killing of the dark sex ninth pin expert and other incidents that had increased his ability to adapt to living on the edge of death. Those were incidents where he was dragged into the situation and they didn't involve human lives. Moreover, his sect had been responsible for tying the loose ends and he didn't have to worry about it. There was a distinct difference between these incidents and ambushing the butcher and eradicating Mizuski on foreign land. To sum it up, I'm only a rookie in this aspect and I'm not very fond of doing these things. Having his mind interpreted by his wife, Lu Chang had various thoughts gushing out. In the end, he heaved a sigh. Ku, come and let me hug you. Yenjika left her seat and walked in front of Lu Chang, allowing him to stand up, open his arms and hug her tightly. A familiar smell snuck into Lu Chang's nose and into his mind. The great and slender figure was warm and their breathing was in unison. Lu Chang's mind gradually calmed down, and he saw the uneasiness, anxiety, worry and other feelings gradually sink into the quiet lake with no longer any hiding raging waves. Throughout the whole process, Yenjika was clumsily trying to console him by caressing his back as though she was handling a girl's hair. Other than the butcher and Mizuski, the other criminals in Connecticut City are either untouchable or within the range where Aunt Du could handle them. Only Pavel is left. However, he is hiding in the Holy Top Church and wouldn't dare to sneak out without being in there for a few months. Moreover, his targets are underage kids. There's nothing for me to do anymore and we can enjoy our lives, said Lu Chang with a low voice. He wasn't structuring his thoughts and just said whatever came to his mind. Yenjika's actions to console Lu Chang gradually became more familiar and smooth. She sank her head on Lu Chang's shoulders and answered with a soft voice, "That's pretty good. That sounds good." After hugging for some time, the two of them split up. Lu Chang picked up the bowls and chopsticks and laughed heartily. "Hi, your bowl washing employee is here. You make it sound like I ate out of them." Yenjika looked at Lu Chang with disdain and teased him. When somebody came back, he looked so at ease and had an, "I just went out to get some groceries" look. Hunger is more important than the superhero incident. In the end, all of this was just an act. Speaking of this, she turned around, smiled and mumbled softly, "I feel assured now." After cleaning their dishes, the couple took their showers separately and lay on the bed. With their backs resting on their pillows and the blanket covering them, they were both swiping through their phones. The group chat of exchange students are saying that Senior Jennifer is involved in the case for Mizuski. Yenjika wriggled her legs and turned her body to the side. The news has been leaked so quickly? Lu Chang still hadn't got the news feed. As to foreign forums, he still had no idea about it. He couldn't understand them and didn't go and research about them. There's a student whose uncle migrated to Con City for business. His cousin happened to be working in the police station, explained Yenjika. She shifted herself and her phone closer to Lu Chang and wanted to see what happened afterwards with Lu Chang. Based on what that student had described, Jennifer, who was an active figure at Con City University, had been under Mizuski's control for a while to assist him in finding suitable girls. The usual tactic was to invite them to a party. After having fun a few times and getting familiar with them, she would tempt them to consume secret drugs to seek higher levels of enjoyment, following which she would gradually increase the dosage causing addiction. In the end, she would introduce them to wild parties of spirit cultivators, to indulge themselves and fall into deprivation. These girls would become tools for spirit cultivation or for Mizuski to bribe the people in the upper class of the society. When they were used or if they did not have talents in this aspect, they would be thrown to the people at the lower levels and be controlled to make money. During this whole process, the girls who had been hoodwinked would also become like Jennifer, pulling in more girls who had their guards down, causing the numbers of victims to increase like a rolling snowball. However, not everyone would have fallen for it. To put it more correctly, Most of the girls would rationally decline after taking part in the parties several times and realizing that something was wrong. These girls would then not be willing to go to such parties again. Obviously, there were also pitiful victims who were forcefully fed the drugs. How could he do this? Yenjika was dumbfounded and her voice was shivering from her anger. She didn't meet the girls Joseph had killed before and had no relationships with them. However, a large number of victims of this case were from Connecticut University. Yenjika did not discriminate against the party trend of America. She only felt that it was a complete waste of time. It was also an easy outlet to create rumors, and therefore she wasn't willing to participate. Who would have known that there were such hidden dangers in these parties? Lu Cheng felt a sense of relief and no longer had doubts about his previously actions. How capable could you be if you could only bully girls? Moreover, this incident was more likely to impact Ku than he had previously expected. It was good that Mizuki was dead. Those spirit cultivators were evil. The only regret he had was not having the opportunity to punish them at that moment. After complaining resentfully for a while, Yenjika became a little wary about parties. On the side of the police station, they had not revealed who the victims were out of consideration for the victims. Chang, you did really well this time. After completing her rant, Yenjika lifted her head and looked at her husband with her glittering eyes. Lu Chang had initially intended to flirt with her and asked for a reward. However, his current emotions were heavy after all the excitement. After looking at the sincere and glittering eyes of Yenjika, he suddenly felt that all he did was his reward. I like this form of reward, said Lu Chang softly. Ha! Yenjika was confused and didn't know where Lu Chang had mentally wandered off again. Since when did I reward him? After calming down a little, the girl started swiping through the news page again. Finally, she found several reports. Deliverman appears again. The infamous Mizuki was executed. Deliverman isn't a law-abiding hero. Crazy parties, lethal parties. Using her much stronger comprehension ability of the English language, Yenjika read through quickly and translated the articles for Lu Cheng. Based on the investigation of the scene, Deliverman had a powerful companion's help. This might be the reason why he could finish off Mizuki while the other heroes couldn't. The surveillance system at the scene was destroyed and didn't record the crucial portion. However, we have extracted the footage. Objectively looking at the Deliverman, his height is under 1.7 meters and he wore the common deliveryman's attire. He wears a baseball hat and a pair of large black frame glasses. We can't tell the skin color, but he should have a relatively skinny face. He is indeed great at causing explosions and had flames covering his hand. Because of this, he did not left behind any fingerprints. This is basically the same thing Cole explained briefly in his statement. Basically the same? Yenjika laughed out and turned her gaze at Lu Cheng. Her Lu Cheng had already grown to 1.78 meters after his second puberty, and it was handsome. If they are really consistent, I'll be getting a headache. Laughed Lu Cheng as he really felt the usefulness of bone-shrinking kung fu. After laughing a while, Yenjika continued translating the comments below. The citizens of America were basically divided into two distinct sides. One side believed that Deliveryman's decision to make his own execution without the judgment of the law didn't make him a hero, but an evil person who was obsessed with discipline. If he could kill the infamous Mizuki without evidence today, he can finish off anyone tomorrow based on what he felt was right. These people might be innocent, and doing so would be the reason for social instability. Regulations needed to be strengthened and Deliverman hopefully captured as soon as possible. Another side believed that the system of America was beyond salvation. The judicial system had become a toy for the powerful, the rich, and the lawyers. It was no longer capable of maintaining justice. At that moment, they were in need of a knight who was willing to bear such responsibilities and punish the evildoers. They radically announced that Deliverman was their idol in their heart and he was a real knight. After translating the few comments that were the most popular, Yenjika laughed. I do not know of others, but these rebellious youths in America are definitely idolizing you. If everyone wore a pair of black frame glasses to imitate, it wouldn't feel right. Lu Cheng thought. The couple continued to discuss and have a good laugh until their biological clocks sent them to bed. In the middle of the night, Zhika wanted to turn over. However, she realized her right hand was clasped tightly, and she couldn't shake it free. She lifted her head and looked to the side. All she saw was Lu Cheng sound asleep, but his hand was still holding hers tightly and had not loosened by a bit. The warmth and seriousness on his eyebrows had subsided, and he looked just like a child. The next morning, the couple woke up on time and went for their morning practice. As she had the experience of practicing the other word formulas, Zhika finally grasped the gist of the fighting formula after several days of training. This made her elated, and she even ate 5 more mouthfuls for her breakfast. After parting outside the school gate, Lu Cheng jogged towards the Msasi martial arts gym. Along the way, he indeed saw many imitators wearing a baseball cap and a pair of black framed glasses. In response to this, the edge of his mouth could only twitch. After a week, as Pavel had not left the Holy Top Church after all, Lu Cheng had become more law-abiding. In order to stay away from the limelight, he even gave up his plan to challenge the martial artists of the Jaruga sect. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the end of the month, the day when Lu Cheng had to leave. At the main hall of Orion Airport, Smith heaved a long sigh of relief while surveying on the couple, who were unwilling to part, through the screen. Over this period of time, he had gotten a clearer picture of his own soul. He understood that since the day he failed to get a search warrant despite Joseph's huge suspicion, he had deviated from the path of Spider-Man and had the thoughts of executing judgment based on his own view of justice. Therefore, he had agreed when Lou suggested for an alliance to eliminate Mizuski. However, Lou was a dangerous man. If he stayed in Connecticut, it would be easy for him to cause problems. He would then be too busy to handle the aftermath. Phew, thank God. He's finally leaving. Smith did a sign of the cross sincerely, in front of the security check. Unlike his breezy arrival with just one travel bag, Lu Cheng was now dragging a 20-inch suitcase behind him. Inside the suitcase was the spoils from the street shopping he did with Zhika during their spare time, new clothes for him from head to toe, and also souvenirs for Lu Jicheng, Qifeng, and the others. It's great to have a wife. She handles these things perfectly. Lu Cheng noticed the weariness on Zhika's face. He reached out and tucked her hair behind her ears. I'm heading in. Go home and get some good rest tonight, to make up for all those sleepless nights. Zhika was touched at first, but what he said made her embarrassed and petulant. She shot him a dirty look, whipped out her right arm, and propelled her fist from her waist to Lu Cheng's abdomen. Her movements were deft, but she didn't put any strength behind it. And whose fault is that? She hissed, trying to play it off cool. She turned, waved, and sauntered towards Du Yen, who was waiting at the elevator. Cradling his stomach, Lu Cheng stood up straight. He watched as his little fairy's silhouette went off, smiling. Is it about time I consult the forums on what to do if your wife becomes increasingly less shy and more violent? I'm sure they'll say, scram if you are here to flaunt your loving relationship. Normie. Then I will say, I came to the wrong forum. I'll see myself out. He brooded as he watched Ku going further and further away. Before reaching the elevator, Zhika couldn't hold it in any longer. She looked back, over her shoulders, and saw Lu Cheng standing at the same spot without having moved an inch. They locked eyes. She couldn't help but purse her lips and murmur, "You dummy." The goodbye wasn't as hard as the previous time, since they wouldn't be parted for long, and Lu Cheng would revisit the following month. They were more experienced now. After a few seconds of eye contact, they waved at each other again. One entered the elevator, while the other stepped into the security check. Expertly, they switched back to internet dating mode. Seeing that Lu Cheng had a smooth sailing, Smith had to suppress the urges to brandish his fists in celebration. He sorted out the surveillance reports for the past period, for a second time, before shooting out spider silks and barging into the director's office with a whoosh, as though he was headed to a world of freedom. Thank you, my lord. Amen. In a cavernous clean hospital with few patients, a middle-aged man with brown hair, a serious countenance and one arm looked through the window, at the unconscious house inside the ICU. His brain is nearing death, he said to a man beside him. I know, the man replied with a flat voice. His eyes were virid, and he wore a black robe. It was hard to tell his age. He had common looks, but a scholarly air around him and an enigmatic energy that seemed to be from beyond this world. Anyone would submit to him at first glance and willingly listen to every word he spoke. "I have a suggestion, Lucas. Let me take him. You probably know this already, but we are running an artificial weapons project. It will allow House to survive in another form," the man with one arm said solemnly. The mysterious, scholarly Lucas paused briefly, then nodded ever so slightly. "I have no objections," he said. The one-armed man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked, "Have you gotten any useful leads on the Deliverman?" "No psychic isn't omnipotent. When there is a clear lack of direction, even the archmentors can't do anything about it," Lucas replied slowly. "But if he appears a few more times, we will catch him for sure. Everywhere he goes will leave traces. The only question is how much. Things will be easy once we hold enough clues." "May God bless you," the one-armed man intoned habitually. But the moment he said it, he felt that it was inappropriate. Why would God bless the likes of demonic spirit cultivators? He would be more likely purge them with his holy light. Lucas seemed to be thinking the same thing. He gave a sarcastic smile, and took one last look at House in the ICU, before pivoting and walking outside. "One more thing, Lucas. You guys need to distance yourself from the matter as soon as possible. Throw a few scapegoats out to face public condemnation," reminded the one-armed, middle-aged man, raising his voice. "We are working on it," Lucas replied over his shoulders, a slight smile spreading across his face. "Hey Gore, when things are over, you are invited to my private island for a vacation." "My pleasure," replied one-armed Gore. A heat passed through his lower abdomen when he reminisced of the scenes that happened on the island. Lu Cheng arrived in Songqing on the eve of the 11th, when everyone in the martial arts club was on their 3-day holiday. He planned on visiting Shoshan on October 2nd to help his mom and dad with moving houses, as well as distributing the souvenirs he brought back. They could finally move into their newly bought house after letting it sit for half a year to get rid of the smell of construction. Right as he stepped into the dormitory room, before he could lay his suitcase down, Lu Cheng saw Zhao Chong, Zhang Jingye and Xiu Zhigao returning from self-study. "Huh? This early? Huh? You are back." Greetings were exchanged in surprise. Zhao Chong gave an abashed smile. "Cheng, join us for dinner tonight. My treat," he announced. "You are treating? What's the occasion?" Lu Cheng asked as he studied the leader of the room, Comrade Chong. His black-rimmed glasses and neatly combed hair were old-fashioned, but gave him a matured air. No less than what you would expect from a scholar. "Living the life lately, huh, Cheng? You have never even heard of the Han, let alone the Wei or the Jin?" Kai Zoming said sententiously as he sidled up from the dormitory room next door, throwing out a prose from the Peach Blossom Spring. He did, after all, enroll in Songcheng University through real abilities. "What are you talking about?" Lu Cheng asked, curious. "Chong's got himself a girlfriend. He has to treat all of us." Xiu Zhigao, old Xiu, explained with visible envy. "Girlfriend? The one from Songcheng Normal University?" Lu Cheng asked, his gossip switch turned on. "She was Zhao Chong's classmate from high school." "Yup," Zhao Chong answered, nodding, happy and bashful at the same time. "Weren't you the one that said an elder taught you to study more when you were young, and not to waste time on relationships?" Lu Cheng teased in amusement. "In our lives, we ought to consider the course of history." Zhao Chong mused with contentment. "Speak normally." Lu Cheng cut him short. Zhao Chong scratched his head in resignment. "What? I couldn't keep it in, all right? I fell in love and that's it. Nothing I can do about it," he complained. "Well, you sure advanced pretty quickly." Lu Cheng complimented him from the bottom of his heart. "Nah, it's mainly because she took a liking to me too," Zhao Chong replied merrily. "The way they chatted all day every day, visiting each other at school. If they weren't a couple by now, they would be enemies. Friendship between old classmates. Who are you trying to fool? Didn't I call it already? That Wang she will eventually have Chong in. He made a gesture of tightly gripping something in the palm of his hand. Zhao Chong could only smile stupidly at his words. After a round of laughter, Lu Cheng airily asked, "Where are we going for dinner?" "Let's head down to Songqing Normal University. It's an old campus, and there are delicacies on every street and alley. The variety is much more diverse than what we have here. Tastier too," suggested Zhao Chong. Songqing Normal University, it was originally nicknamed Songshi, but ever since the Chow Chow dog became popular, everyone made adjustments to the name on their own. The old campus area at Songqing Normal University? It's a little far. Kai Zongming hesitated. "Huh? That's not like something you would say, Casanova." Lu Cheng teased after a pause. "Why not?" Kai Zongming asked, throwing his best friend a suspicious glance. "The past you would have said without a doubt. Going to Songqing Normal University is a great idea. There are many pretty girls there. As a married man, of course I won't mess around with other girls, but that doesn't mean I can't make my day better by feasting my eyes on them. I would go, no matter how far the distance." Lu Cheng took a jab at Talker without holding back. Kai Zongming paused for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. "Things are different now. Look, every morning I have to attend special training, and in the afternoon and night I have classes and assignments to complete. Unlike you, who has the school and academy behind your back, I have to worry about exams too. The remaining time I have on my hands is barely enough for me to chat with my Fong Yuan. I barely even have time for my games, so what time do I have to check out pretty girls? I'm living a life of constant despair and confusion," he grumbled. "Haha. Glad to hear that," Lu Cheng said, giving Xiao Ming a slap on the shoulders. Kai Zongming curled his lips. "To think that in the past, I was the one who preached for you to not live like a monk when your girlfriend isn't around, and to be more energetic and bright. Now I finally understand. This life is too damn tiring. I have got no energy for anything else." After a break, the five of them departed. On the way there, they began to talk about how each of their relationships began. Zhao Chong's love life was plain sailing. They fell for each other at around the same time. Zhang Jingye was wooed by the girl instead. They somehow got together after Wu Qian frequently invited him on trips for a period of time. As for Casanova, Fong Yuan knew that he was serious after some time, so she reciprocated his feelings without having him do much. "Looks like I'm the only one who went through a lot of trouble to woo my girlfriend," Lu Cheng mused. Right after he finished his sentence, he remembered how he got together with Yen Zheka, who was now far away in America. They had just parted, but he had already began to miss her. After 40 minutes, they arrived at the northern gate of Songqing Normal University and met up with Zhao Chong's ex-classmate, current girlfriend. She had pleasant looks and fair skin, about 5 feet 3 inches tall. "These are my roommates. This is Lu Cheng, you should know him. He has to wear glasses whenever he goes out these days. If not, he would surely cause a road jam," introduced Zhao Chong. "Hi. 2 girls from my dormitory are fans of yours." Wang Shi greeted politely. "Well, thanks," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. "Kai Zongming, who I talked about before. We call him Talker, for he is all talk. Zhang Jingye, model worker. Old Qiu, the only single dog among us. Introduce some of your friends to him sometime, if you will." Zhao Chong smugly described them one by one. As they were shooting the breeze, they walked into a food street near Northern Campus Gate and settled on a famous barbecue shop. While they were waiting, Lu Cheng began to talk about the people and culture of America, which everyone were very fond of. They were all interested in the social phenomenon of superheroes. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was from an unknown number. "Who is it?" Lu Cheng suspected it to be a phone fraud or cold call, but he didn't want to risk missing out on important information, so he picked it up anyway. Once the call connected, a sonorous voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "Lu Cheng?" the voice asked. "Yes, and you are?" Lu Cheng asked suspiciously. "I'm Chun Chi Tao," he answered without a pause, in a matter-of-fact tone. Hearing that the other person called himself Chun Chi Tao, the first reaction Lu Cheng had was that he was a damned scammer. In his mind, he had started forming a series of images. For example, I'm Dragon King, Chun Chitao. I have suffered grave injuries and lost my kung fu. I'm stuck in a foreign land and didn't want to contact those I'm familiar with to prevent my enemies from discovering me. I hope you can lend me $5,000 for transportation and help me return to Longhu Club. At that time, I might take you in as my disciple and impart to you the unique skills of the fire sect or share half of my wealth with you. As to how the other party got to know his name, oh damn. Which high-class scammer didn't purchase big data? Controlling his urge to reply, I'm Qian Donglu then. Lu Chang played it safe and replied with a peaceful tone. Why is Senior looking for me? This voice was really darn familiar, and sounds just like the interview with Dragon King. The tone was very similar too. On the other end of the phone, the tone didn't change and continued. If you are not returning to Wuyue Club next year, come to Longhu Club instead. He's not asking for money? No one should have known about me probably not returning to Wuyue Club. He couldn't be the real Dragon King, right? Lu Chang suddenly got agitated and answered definitively without thinking. Sure. Dragon King invited me personally? The rather charismatic voice at the other end of the phone paused and stopped mentioning the previous matter. After a while, he continued with and said with a proper pace, the core of Emperor Yen Force is heavy and not explosive. You have understood it well in this aspect. However, you haven't reached the stage of connection between heaven and earth. If you only pursue heavy without considering the practical conditions of your body, you will reach a bottleneck soon. You could attempt more experiments while at the inhuman stage, mixing it various essences of burn and others. Alright Ken. Lu Chang listened on with a blur face and gave replies from time to time. How did this become a lesson over the phone? After several minutes, the person who claimed to be Chun Chitao said with a heavy tone, that's it. As he completed his sentence, he hung up and the dial tone sounded. Lu Chang picked up his phone and was in a daze for a long time. It seemed to be the real Dragon King, who would be so free to come and guide me on Emperor Yen Force. Haha, Dragon King had called to invite me personally. Invite me personally. As a qualified fan, Lu Chang was both excited and agitated and couldn't wait to announce this over a loudspeaker. Chang, what happened? Who called you? As he looked rather strange, Zhao Chang asked with doubts. It seems to be a call from a senior? Lu Chang was waiting to share the news about Dragon King inviting him personally with his roommates. However, he suddenly felt that this would be too much of a show-off. Therefore, he reservedly smiled. Nothing. I was just discussing some matters with a senior regarding the professional competition. Oh, you should be entering the top professional competition at that time. You would be following Wuyue Club, right? Old Qiu Zhigao asked curiously. I haven't made a definite decision yet. Lu Chang answered with a face of smiles. At the same time, he picked up his phone and sent a fireworks emoji to Yenjika. Dragon King just gave me a call. Yenjika had just woken up. She replied, rubbing sleepy eyes expression, the real Dragon King? Am I still sleeping? Of course the real one. With his understanding of Emperor Yen Force, I dared to guarantee it. Clenched fist expression. He invited you to go to the Longhu Club? Yenjika was brilliant. With just a thought, she had roughly guessed it. That's right. Hands on the waist, laughing expression, answered Lu Chang. After sending this message, he finally calmed down. He continued, scratching head expression. I think I agreed to it directly before discussing it with you and asking my master for permission. This would make me a so-called wretched disciple. Haha. Agitated Lu Chang is really cute. Pat on the head expression. I believe you know what my views are. Obviously say yes to him. Lu Chang replied, laughing in secret expression. The truth is I have encountered a difficult problem previously. If Dragon King invited me and our grandfather asked me to be a guest elder at Shushan study, what should I do then? What will you do? Looking attentively expression, asked Yenjika. I will obviously follow my wife. Lu Chang answered without hesitation. Yenjika replied, giggling behind hands expression. The truth is Shushan study emphasized a lot about being from a reputable sect. They might have held you in high regards, but for them to invite you to be a guest elder, they might not be willing to put their status aside and ask you. It would make it seem like there are no successors in this sect. There are still my brother and Senior Ching Song after all. Yeah. After sharing with his little fairy girl, Lu Cheng was barely able to recover from his excitement. After chatting with Zhao Chong, Kai Zongming and the rest for a while, he called his master while he went to the washroom. Hee, brat. You are finally willing to give your master a call, Geezer Sure said with a teasing and sarcastic tone. Lu Cheng chuckled embarrassingly and went straight to the main subject. Master, Dragon King gave me a call just now and asked me to go to the Longhu Club next year. What do you think about me not returning to Wuyue Club? He had purposely hidden the fact that he had already agreed. Go. Obviously, you should go. You only had force but no moves from the fire sect. Don't you feel restricted by it? When you are at the Longhu Club, work hard and catch up on this aspect. If there's an opportunity, go and learn all their unique physical invulnerability skills or restricted godly skills. Geezer Sure was so excited that his saliva was flying everywhere. Unique physical invulnerability moves. Restricted godly techniques. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched a little. Master? Do you have to make it so clear? Sounds like you wish to send me there quickly by postage. My biological master. Geezer Sure coughed and continued. Your master is doing this for your own good. Brat, there are not a lot of opportunities for one to get in contact with restricted martial arts. This matter is settled then. With the proud nature of Dragon King, what could you have done otherwise when he had called you personally? All right. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief in secret. Cough. There might be a persistent old fool looking for you in the next few days trying to invite you using my name. You just have to reject him directly and don't talk too much to him. Geezer Sure suddenly recalled something. 2 days ago, he had accidentally revealed his disciple was most likely not returning to the Wuyue Club. Who's that? Lu Cheng was confused about what he heard. Geezer heaved a sigh and continued. I was ignorant when I was young and came to know this old man. He has been giving me a headache since then. To sum it up, don't give him a chance to continue and make use of what you said. After saying, he hung up the phone and started looking for some delicious alcohol in his daughter's house. Lu Cheng was left in a daze outside the washroom. Who would it be? Where would he be from? These two questions didn't persist for too long. On the first night of vacation, Lu Cheng received a call from the old fool his master had talked about. The guy was smiling enthusiastically. Little Lu. Yes, may I know who you are? Replied Lu Cheng politely. I'm a good friend of your master for a long time. My surname is Wu and is currently devoting all my remaining energy in Haiyuan Club. I believe Zhang Wo mentioned me to you. The voice from the other end didn't sound too old. Instead, it sounded a little rich with and shallow. He mentioned a little. You must be Wu Molian, Senior Wu, right? Lu Cheng roughly knew who he was after hearing, Haiyuan Club, and surname Wu. Which one-pin expert participating in professional competitions wasn't well known outside. Yeah, it's me, the empty nest graybeard, chuckled Wu Molian. Little Lu, are you interested in join our Haiyuan Club? Although we have not reached the top-class circle, we are almost there. This old body of mine can still fight for 5 years more. By that time, which would have grown, and Cheetah has basically agreed to join us. Li Xiaoyuan will also come over in the next year or the following year. If you are willing to join us, you would definitely be part of the core that we will focus on nurturing. You could learn all techniques of the club. Your basic salary would also be referenced to the level of physical invulnerability. If you want a house or a car, all you have to do is to say it. Keeping in mind the teachings of his master, Lu Cheng interrupted him. Senior Wu, I have promised the Longhu Club that if I'm not returning to the Wuyue Club, I'll go to them. The Longhu Club? They really struck quickly, mumbled Wu Molian. Little Lu, you have to think this through. You will just be one of the reserves in the Longhu Club. However, if you are in Haiyuan, you will be the only one. To put it bluntly, their organization is big and has strict rules. Even if you are one of the heavenly sons of the era, you would have to lower your head while going around. What kind of terms did they give you? I don't know yet, Lu Cheng answered honestly. He had totally forgotten about it when he promised them. As to the fact that he had not signed the contract, one had to keep his words while roaming the martial arts world. You don't know about it yet? Haha, little Lu. This shows that they don't value you. What you need most at your stage now is attention. Wu Molian got excited suddenly. Lu Cheng immediately replied, Dragon King gave me a call. This should be sufficient importance, right? Dragon King. Wu Molian's heart sank suddenly. Yeah, confirmed Lu Cheng. Phew. Senior Wu shouldn't be continuing bugging me anymore, right? Haha. Dragon King's strike is indeed fast, ruthless and accurate, sighed Wu Molian. After putting on a smile again, he continued, Little Lu, you got to really consider this through. Dragon King is too arrogant and isn't easy to get along. He continued babbling for close to half an hour before Lu Cheng finally broke away from his persistence. Lu Cheng was mentally and physically fatigued from this incident. He's really a persistent old man. Luckily, I have a strong mind that is not swayed. The 2nd of October, Lu Cheng returned to Shoshan and helped his parents with moving houses. Carrying a cupboard with a hand, he entered the cargo lift under the attention of a group of dumbfounded spectators. Mum is really too much. It isn't like we have no money. She couldn't have just hired a company to help us move our stuff? She just had to find a vehicle and make us do all this by ourselves. Lu Cheng was complaining about Chi Fong in his mind as he carried the cupboard into the new house. At this point, his phone suddenly rang. The screen was flashing and showing Hipster. Haha, Hipster. Why did you look for me? Lu Cheng answered the call happily. And Chaoyang laughed. I heard that you are most likely not returning to Wu Club next year? It's a probably thing, answered Lu Cheng without hiding. I'm asking on behalf of my master. Our Xinghai Club is ready to empty a slot for you. And Chaoyang went straight to the point. An invitation from Queen of Thought? Lu Cheng felt cocky for a while before replying sincerely. I have given my word to Dragon King. Dragon King. And Chaoyang was rather surprised. After a short while, he laughed. In that case, I will not babble on about the terms. How have you been in the Xinghai Club recently? Lu Cheng diverted the subject and asked casually. I guess it's still all right? There are people educating me using you, Ran Li and Priest as examples every few days. Replied in Chaoyang with a light-hearted tone. After chatting casually for a while, he hung up the phone. On the cell phone screen, the conversation time and person were shown. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Silly husky.